Chapter 1. The Fool at the Inn. Fool, give me a room with a big bed. At the entrance of a small inn, a young couple walked in, intimately embracing each other. The woman was tall and looked about 18 or 19, clearly a university student from the nearby college town. The man, however, was in his 30s, overweight and greasy, with his hands inappropriately resting on her waist. The term fool referred to the front desk clerk of the inn, Li Fan. "Brother, open a room for us. He'll handle it." Li Fan flashed his signature silly smile and handed the couple a room key. The fat man deliberately teased Li Fan, saying, "Fool, this room is 55, but I don't have change." "Hey, race 100, how much do you owe me?" Change you 45. Li Fan thought for a moment and then happily replied, "You're not that foolish." The fat man laughed as he handed Li Fan the 100 yuan, and Li Fan quickly gave him back 45 yuan. "Good. Hey, race your change." Seeing this, the fat man burst into laughter. "Oh my, you're too clever, you fatso." With that, he wrapped his arm around the female student and headed upstairs to their room. The female student, with a shy smile, said, "Darling, you're so bad. You're already driving an Audi A6, and you still tricked that fool out of 45 yuan." The fat man chuckled wickedly, who told him to be a fool. "Come on, sweetheart, you wanted to buy the new iPhone 13, right? If you serve me well tonight, we'll go buy it tomorrow." With that, the two entered their room and closed the door, followed by a soft, seductive moan from the female student. Li Fan tiptoed from the front desk to their door and crouched down, pressing his ear against the crack. He began to giggle to himself. "He call me a fool? You two are the real fools. I can listen to you doing naughty things." The more he thought about it, the happier he became. In truth, Li Fan wasn't born foolish. He was actually a top student who had been accepted into the prestigious Imperial Capital University with excellent grades. Unfortunately, due to a woman, he had offended a local young master and ended up beaten into a vegetative state. After lying in the hospital for 2 months, he woke up to find himself in this foolish state. After such a huge change, his parents fell ill and were unable to recover, resulting in the family spending all their savings over the past 2 years. Li Fan searched for work everywhere, but who would hire a fool? In the end, it was the kind-hearted owner of this small inn who allowed him to stay on as the front desk clerk. Fortunately, this small inn was located right by the university, attracting countless young couples every day who didn't mind that the clerk was a fool. As Li Fan was eavesdropping happily at the door, a cold voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. "Li Fan, what are you doing?" Startled, Li Fan turned around to see a tall woman, dressed in flesh-colored stockings, with exceptionally beautiful legs, looking at him with cold eyes. The woman was in her late 20s, possessing the youthful, radiant skin of a young woman along with a hint of maturity, and she was none other than the inn's owner, Zhong Yanhong. Li Fan, frightened, quickly tried to cover up, saying, "Boss, I was just checking if the guest needed hot water." "Enough with your intelligence. You think you can deceive me? Come with me." Zhong Yanhong interrupted Li Fan coldly and led him to an office at the end of the hallway. This office was not only for work. Zhong Yanhong occasionally stayed here, and there was a single bed inside. "What do you want me for, boss?" Li Fan asked foolishly. Zhong Yanhong bit her lip, her demeanor exuding charm. But unfortunately, Li Fan, in his foolish state, had no idea how alluring she appeared at that moment. "Li Fan, I need you to help me with something, but you must promise not to tell anyone outside, understood? Keeping secrets is my favorite," Li Fan said with a silly grin. Seeing this, Zhong Yanhong slightly pursed her lips. She then pulled down the straps of her dress and began to untie the silk at her waist. In the next moment, her red dress fell to the ground, revealing her stunningly fair body. Li Fan's pupils widened in shock. Chapter 2. The toad aspires to swallow the swan's flesh. Bad content. Chapter 3. The inheritance of the divine pupil. Upon the utterance of those words, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. When they turned their gaze to Li Meiqi, her eyes transformed into a tempest of fury. "You foolish idiot! Speak nonsense again, and I swear I shall tear your mouth apart." Zhou Weibo, equally enraged, admonished Li Fan. "Li Fan, cease your reckless chatter. Do you not remember what I told you upon our arrival?" However, Li Fan, being a simpleton, lacked any ulterior motives. He merely spoke what he perceived. "It's true. We did check into the hotel yesterday, and I even eavesdropped through the crack of the door for a while." Li Meiqi, consumed by a blend of shame and anger, could feel her eyes redden as whispers circulated among the onlookers. "Isn't that the front desk clerk from the small hotel at the university gate?" "He is a fool. Fools seldom lie." It appears that this female student accompanied someone to a hotel, perhaps in exchange for an iPhone 13. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Li Meiqi, her eyes glistening with tears, seized her phone to call Su Dafu. "Su Dafu, do you still care? Someone is bullying me at the school CF." Within 10 minutes, Su Dafu arrived, flanked by 4 or 5 imposing men. Upon spotting Su Dafu, Li Fan leaped, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "It's him! It's him! They were the ones who checked into the hotel yesterday." Su Dafu, upon seeing Li Fan, whose foolishness now seemed to ignite a murderous glint in his eyes, bellowed, "You lot, give him a severe beating. If it leads to death, I'll simply pay." The burly men, known for their ruthlessness, complied and approached Li Fan, wielding a nearby bottle, ready to smash it against his head. With a shattering sound, the bottle broke, and blood spurted from Li Fan's head, startling the onlookers. Zhou Weibo, fuming with rage, shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it, or I shall call the police." Yet before he could finish, another thug kicked him to the ground. Subsequently, 4 men encircled Li Fan, mercilessly pummeling him until he curled up on the ground, clutching his bleeding head, gasping for breath. "Darling, enough. If this continues, someone will surely die." Li Meiqi, still a student, felt a wave of fear wash over her at the sight. Su Dafu stepped forward, spitting on Li Fan's head as he cursed, "You fool! How dare you provoke my woman? Remember, if you ever anger her again, I will end you." After delivering his threats, Su Dafu wrapped his arms around Li Meiqi, and the group swaggered away. Li Fan, in a haze of pain, eventually heard a resonant and commanding voice echoing in his mind. "I am the carefree wanderer, roaming the realms. I command the chaotic energies of the universe, coexisting with the world. Should you obtain my inheritance, you shall bring fortune to all living beings." In the next instant, a torrent of peculiar information flooded his mind. When he opened his eyes, he beheld a stunningly beautiful nurse, clad only in her skin, leaning over to adjust the 4 drip at his bedside. Instantly, Li Fan felt a surge of warmth course through his body, and blood gushed from his nose. "Nurse, nurse, what is wrong with my brother? Why is he bleeding so profusely? Could it be a severe head injury?" Zhou Weibo, witnessing Li Fan's condition, anxiously inquired. At that moment, the once nude nurse donned a pristine white uniform as if by magic. "What just transpired? Have I gained the power of X-ray vision?" The nurse reassured Zhou Weibo he should be fine. "It's likely due to the heat in the room. Later, take him for a CT scan of the head, and if all is well, he can be discharged at any time." After the nurse departed, Zhou Weibo, filled with remorse, turned to Li Fan. "Li Fan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for getting you involved with that despicable woman." Li Meiqi. Yet Li Fan paid him no heed, instead focusing on testing his newfound X-ray vision. He discovered a stream of energy within himself. By channeling it into his eyes, he could achieve the effect of seeing through objects. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. He was no longer a fool, but had acquired the power of X-ray vision in the legacy of the carefree wanderer. "Luo Chengfeng, you stole my woman and reduced me to a fool, causing my parents to fall gravely ill and nearly ruin our family. I shall exact vengeance, and ensure you repay it doubly." A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he vowed silently. After leaving the hospital, Li Fan made his way directly to the antique street of Linshan City. Chapter 4. The 5 Blessings Copper Coins. Bad content. Chapter 5. A gamble. Is Boss Chui in? A melodious voice rang out behind Li Fan, followed by a striking figure briskly passing him. "Miss Qin, please come in. Boss Chui is here. I'll fetch him for you right away." The staff, upon seeing the beautiful girl, immediately surrounded her with smiles, offering tea and attending to her every need. Soon after, a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emerged with a hearty laugh. "Ah, it is Miss Qin. What treasures have you brought me this time?" This enchanting beauty, akin to a celestial being, was none other than Qin Xiao, the campus belle of the university town. Previously, when Li Fan was still a fool, he had merely thought her stunning. Such a goddess would never spare him a glance. Now, as he recalled the times he had seen Qin Xiao walking past the hotel, he had fantasized about the day she might check into their establishment, allowing him to eavesdrop on her voice. "Boss Chui, what do you think of this exquisite gilded cloison vase from the Kangxi era?" Qin Xiao carefully retrieved a remarkably beautiful cloison vase from her box, pride swelling within her as she addressed Boss Chui. Boss Chui inspected the vase, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Miss Qin, this cloison vase is undoubtedly a masterpiece, worth between 3 to 5 million. Really? That is fantastic." Qin Xiao exclaimed in delight. Her family was engaged in the antique business, and she had learned much from her grandfather and father. However, in recent years, she had struggled to find good treasures, earning her father's reprimands. Most importantly, her father insisted on finding her a suitable husband to inherit the family business, fearing that without a proper heir, their assets would be squandered. Thus, Qin Xiao had tirelessly endeavored to earn her father's approval, hoping to take charge of the family legacy without being forced into an arranged marriage with someone she despised. Meanwhile, Li Fan stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon the vase. In an instant, the truth of the vase appeared before his eyes. It was a counterfeit. Li Fan was uncertain whether Boss Chui was deliberately deceiving Qin Xiao or simply lacked the discernment to recognize the forgery. After some contemplation, he decided to speak up. "That vase is a fake." His words sent ripples through the atmosphere, causing both Boss Chui and Qin Xiao to turn their heads, brows furrowed in disbelief. Boss Chui, his voice laced with anger, retorted, "You brat! Are you questioning my judgment? In this antique street, few can rival my expertise. You must understand the consequences of your words." Boss Chui's tone was laden with threats. Had it been before he acquired the legacy of the carefree wanderer, Li Fan would have hesitated to offend such a figure. But now, the situation was vastly different. Li Fan's expression remained calm as he replied, "A fake is a fake. No matter how you try to twist the narrative." Li Fan's assertion infuriated Boss Cui in the entire antique community of Linshan City. How many dared to speak to him in such a manner? Furthermore, Li Fan was merely a young man in his 20s. Li Fan then turned to Qin Xiao, smiling as he inquired, "Miss Qin, where did you acquire this vase? How much did you pay for it? You know me?" Qin Xiao's brows knitted tighter as she coldly questioned Li Fan. He responded with a smile, "I work at the hotel at the university gate. Who wouldn't he know the campus belle of Qin University?" Upon hearing this, a wave of disdain washed over Qin Xiao. As the campus belle, she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went in school. All the boys vied for her attention, eager to impress her. Now, she harbored serious doubts about Li Fan's intentions, suspecting he was merely seeking to gain her favor. Thus, she felt no warmth towards him. "I don't care what your motives are. If you think you can use antiques to get close to me, you are sorely mistaken. I detest those who make light of antiques." Li Fan felt an overwhelming irritation. He had only intended to help by warning Qin Xiao about the vase's authenticity. But instead of gratitude, he was met with disdain. The sensation of having his warm gesture met with a cold shoulder was disheartening. Boss Chui, seething with anger, interjected, "Miss Qin, I must demand an explanation for this incident. To cause a disturbance in my Tianbao pavilion, one must pay the price." He then turned to Li Fan, stating, "You claim this vase is a counterfeit? Fine, prove it. If you can substantiate your claim, all will be well. However, if you fail to prove it, according to the customs of our antique community, you must face the consequences of your disruption, and you will have to comply with whatever I demand." Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Boss Chui truly believed Li Fan was a pliable fool he could easily manipulate. "Very well, let us be fair. If I lose, I shall comply with any request you have. However, should I emerge victorious, You must unconditionally grant me one favor. Chapter 6. Father's Critical Condition. Bad Content. Chapter 7. Unfaithful Relatives. Bad Content. Chapter 8. Unethical Quacks. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a text message notification pierced the air. Auntie quickly opened the message, her eyes widening in shock. Beside her, the elder aunt leaned in to take a glance and gasped, 50,000? Where did you get such a large sum of money? Li Fan replied in a low voice, that is none of your concern. I have already repaid the 50,000. Now you all need to leave at once. With the money in hand, Auntie and the others were exceedingly pleased, chuckling as they said, do you think we enjoy being here? The person is on the brink of death, and we dread being tainted by such bad luck. Let us leave and quickly wash up and change our clothes. Xiao Fan, do not blame your aunt for not warning you. You are a fool. Your latter years are bound to be wasted. I doubt any woman would want to be with you, unless she were also a fool or somehow disabled. If you have any money, hurry and find a wife. Do not waste it on a corpse. Get lost. Li Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he spat out the word through gritted teeth. Seeing Li Fan's anger, Auntie and the others smirked and walked away. They did not spare a glance at Li Qingshan, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, the patient has no signs of breathing. Family members, please accept our condolences. Instantly, Zhang Tsuaping and Lin Yin's faces turned pale. However, Li Fan quickly turned his gaze towards his father. After acquiring the legacy of the carefree wanderer, Li Fan could not only use his X-ray vision to identify antiques, but also to diagnose and heal ailments. Doctor, I implore you, please save my father. Lin Yin's delicate face was streaked with tears as she desperately pleaded with the doctor. Zhang Tsuaping echoed in a trembling voice, Doctor, he still has a pulse. You must find a way. But the middle-aged doctor wore a look of disdain and impatience. Waving his hand dismissively, do not waste your breath. You cannot even gather enough for the operation fee. What do you expect to treat? I was almost killed by you just now. After performing the surgery, if you haven't received full payment, do you expect me to cover it? Furthermore, do you know how many days the patient will need to stay in the ICU post-surgery? The daily treatment costs are exorbitant, and you cannot afford them. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes turned crimson. As a healer, it is a doctor's duty and responsibility to treat and save lives. Li Fan understood that hospitals and doctors need to make a living. But there must be a line. A doctor who could utter such callous words regarding human life was unworthy of the title, let alone of being a decent human being. Doctor, I am kneeling before you. I bow in supplication. I beg you, save my husband. Zhang Tsuaping suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing before the doctor in desperation. Yet the doctor remained unmoved, as if her kneeling was merely to be expected. Even if you were to knock your head to the ground, it would be futile. I will not perform surgery on your husband. If he dies on the operating table, it will be a significant blemish on my career. You are nothing but a worthless quack. Li Fan's expression turned icy as he berated the doctor. The doctor, enraged, pointed at Li Fan, shouting, Who do you think you are? How dare you cause a scene in my hospital? Security, throw him out. I will absolutely not treat your father, and let me tell you, your father's death today is largely your fault. It is you, the unfilial son, who has caused his demise. Zhang Tsuaping, in a state of utter desperation, grasped Li Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, how can you speak to the doctor like that? Quickly apologize. Li Fan sneered, Mom, he is an incompetent doctor who cannot cure Dad's illness. There is no need to apologize. I will treat my father's condition. With that, Li Fan stepped forward to examine his father on the hospital bed. Instantly, all of his father's information materialized before him. Li Qingshan, male, 42 years old, in extremely poor health. Cause of illness, excessive strain, leading to myocardial infarction. Treatment method. Utilize the minor soul revival technique to unblock the 13 major acupuncture points of the cardiovascular system, clearing obstructed vessels to ensure unobstructed blood flow to the heart. Immediately, the technique for the minor soul revival technique flashed in Li Fan's mind. He positioned his right hand, aligning his fingers, and deftly began tapping on the acupuncture points located on Li Qingshan's chest. With each tap, it was as if Li Qingshan's body underwent a defibrillation, trembling slightly, witnessing this scene. The doctor's face turned cold as he admonished Li Fan. You brat, what are you doing? stop immediately. Otherwise, if the patient dies, our hospital will not bear any responsibility and could even face legal charges for murder. Yet Li Fan paid him no heed. His fingers moved increasingly faster, to the point where they created afterimages, as if 5 or 6 hands were simultaneously tapping on Li Qingshan's acupuncture points. When Li Fan delivered the final tap at the center of Li Qingshan's chest, the previously unconscious man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 9. Li Fan takes action. Bad content. Chapter 10. Removing the silver needles. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice that the silver needles, upon piercing the old man's skin at the acupuncture points, swayed minutely and rapidly at their tips. This acupuncture technique, known as the Yin-Yang longevity needle method, is said to have originated from the Imperial Medical Academy, exclusively serving ancient emperors. Regrettably, it has long been lost to history, and today, only Li Fan possesses the ability to perform this technique. Subsequently, Li Fan utilized the surgical needle and thread that the doctor had prepared earlier to suture the incision on the old man's chest. Before long, the heart monitor, which had been nearing a flat line, began to show signs of life, its rhythm returning to a lively beat. The old man's blood pressure gradually began to stabilize, and his complexion took on a rosy hue. Seeing this, Dr. Xiao and the others were left wide-eyed in disbelief. The man who had been on the brink of death had truly been revived then. The old man on the bed coughed twice, showing signs of awakening. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Xiao's expression lit up with joy. That moment, the operating room door swung open, and the hospital director, Hu Fengtai, entered with a middle-aged man, inquiring, "Director Xiao, how is Elder Chen's condition?" Upon seeing the director and the distinguished middle-aged man by his side, Dr. Xiao immediately donned a respectful expression, for he was well aware of the man's exceptional status. Chen Hongyan, chairman of the Chen Group and the wealthiest individual in the city. However, that was not the most astonishing aspect. Everyone knew that Chen Hongyan's father was the supreme commander of Linshan City. This implied that the elderly gentleman on the bed was. Dr. Xiao rushed forward, excitedly stating, "Director, Mr. Chen, Elder Chen's life is no longer in danger. He will wake up shortly." Upon hearing this, Chen Hongyan was overjoyed, turning to the director and saying, "Your hospital truly has exceptional talent. Thank you, Dr. Xiao, for your hard work." Dr. Xiao felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. Receiving praise from Mr. Chen would undoubtedly pave a bright future for him. At this moment, Director Hu turned to Li Fan, his brow furrowing. "Who is this individual? He does not belong to our hospital. What is he doing in the operating room?" Director Hu inquired of Dr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, Dr. Xiao's eyes darted, and he quickly replied, "Director, this is merely a family member of the patient. I will have him escorted out immediately." With that, Dr. Xiao turned to Li Fan and scolded, "Get out. This is the operating room. If you cause any more trouble, you will bear the consequences." Li Fan frowned, clearly displeased. Dr. Xiao's attitude infuriated him. Had it not been for his intervention, the old man would have long since passed away. The attending physician should have been grateful, yet Dr. Xiao turned hostile. Li Fan's brow furrowed tighter as he pointed at the silver needles on the old man, coldly warning, "Do not remove those within 2 hours, otherwise." Before he could finish, Dr. Xiao had already summoned staff to forcibly eject Li Fan from the operating room. "If you dare linger here, I will break your legs." Dr. Xiao slammed the door shut behind him. Li Fan was filled with indignation. Meanwhile, his parents approached him, urging, "All right, Xiao Fan, let us not quarrel with them. We should settle the hospital fees and go home." Li Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will settle the medical expenses and then head home. Our family of 4 can finally reunite." With this thought, his anger subsided somewhat. Regardless, he had acquired the legacy of the carefree wanderer and healed his parents' ailments. They would certainly enjoy a prosperous life ahead. In the operating room, Chen Hongyan approached his father, asking, "Dr. Xiao, when can the silver needles be removed? He cannot remain like this indefinitely. The city has called, requesting that he return to preside over work." Dr. Xiao nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, Elder Chen's condition is now stable. I will assist in removing the silver needles right away." Chapter 11. A salary of 100,000 a month. Bad content. Chapter 12. Luxury cars in urban villages. Bad content. Chapter 13. A reunion. Li Fan did not decline. Although he had acquired formidable abilities, he was in need of an opportunity. He reminded Qin Xiao that her bracelet was a counterfeit, partly out of indignation and partly because he believed that she was not inherently bad and that assisting her might create a chance for himself. And now, the opportunity had arrived. Thus, Li Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will accompany you." Afterward, he addressed his parents, "Dad, Mom, I have something to attend to. I'll be back later." "All right, Xiao Fan, go ahead with your business. Don't worry." "We fine," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Li Fan entered the red Ferrari belonging to Qin Xiao, heading towards the Qin family's antique jewelry store. This store was not situated on the antique street but rather in the bustling commercial district of Linshan City. It was the only establishment that had successfully branded antique jewelry, extending its appeal beyond mere enthusiasts, allowing others to consider purchasing from it as well. "Li Fan, I'll find a place to park. You go in and wait for me," Qin Xiao instructed as she halted the red Ferrari at the entrance of the Qin jewelry store. Li Fan nodded, exited the vehicle, and walked into the Qin jewelry store. One cannot help but marvel at the opulent and grandiose interior of the Qin jewelry store. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a museum. The vast hall was adorned with colossal pillars crafted from glass, showcasing an array of antiques and jewels, with cabinets reminiscent of museum displays filled with exquisite pieces. A mere glance allowed Li Fan to spot at least 7 or 8 fakes. It seemed the master craftsmen hired by the Qin family had duped them considerably. "Well, if it isn't the fool from the Little Inn's front desk, what brings you here? Planning to steal something?" At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from behind Li Fan. He turned to find Su Dafu and Li Meiqi, the couple that had caused him trouble before. Instantly, Li Fan's expression grew icy. "What are you staring at, you filthy fool?" Su Dafu sneered. "It seems I underestimated you the last time. Even a fool like you knows this is a fine place. Hoping to take a look? Haha, you'll never afford these jewels and antiques, but if you kneel and call me grandfather, licking my shoes clean, I might just give you 100 or 2 to buy some building blocks to play with." Li Meiqi couldn't help but chuckle at Su Dafu's words. "Darling, you read too wicked. Building blocks are educational toys. Can a fool like him even comprehend them?" Su Dafu burst into laughter as well. Li Fan, however, remained coldly fixated on Su Dafu and Li Meiqi. He had not sought retribution for their previous actions, but now they had provoked him. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would truly believe him to be an easy target. "What's the matter? You, filthy fool, still dare to look at us like that? Are you planning to strike us again?" Li Meiqi arrogantly berated him upon noticing his gaze. Su Dafu stepped forward, pointing at Li Fan and scolding, "You little brat. I nearly beat you to a pulp last time. Haven't you learned your lesson? Do you want me to send you to the hospital again?" As the confrontation escalated, a staff member from the Qin jewelry store approached and interjected, "Excuse me. Gentlemen, if there are any disputes, please resolve them outside. Do not cause a scene in our Qin antique jewelry store." Su Dafu's demeanor changed instantly, despite his bravado in front of Li Fan. He knew he was nothing before the Qin family. He quickly replied, "This young lady, it's not us causing trouble. It's this fool who somehow wandered into your jewelry store. I suspect he intends to steal something. You should keep an eye on him and throw him out. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you won't be able to explain it to Boss Qin, right?" The staff member glanced at Li Fan, noticing his shabby attire, and her eyes reflected a hint of disdain. She addressed Li Fan sharply, "If you can't afford anything in our store, please leave immediately. The cheapest item here costs at least 20,000. Su Dafu seized the opportunity to mock, "Li Fan, my previous offer still stands. If you kneel down and lick my shoes, I might consider lending you 1,000. Then you can buy something here without being thrown out." Li Fan ignored him entirely and coldly replied to the staff member, "I was invited by Qin Xiao to appraise the antiques and jewels." Upon hearing this, Su Dafu burst into laughter. "What are you saying, fool? Miss Qin would invite you to appraise her jewels and antiques. You're quite amusing. The Qin family's jewelry store is overseen by Master Yu. Do you really think your judgment surpasses his?" His words drew laughter from other customers, who initially felt sympathy for the bullying of a child, but now saw Li Fan as a source of amusement. "Miss Qin would invite you to appraise antiques? Fool, if that were true. I would kneel and lick your shoes today. Are you sure?" Li Fan chuckled at this response. He had been pondering how to teach Su Dafu a lesson today, and now the fool had walked right into his trap. The staff member, growing increasingly impatient, scolded Li Fan. Enough. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call security to throw you out. You'll regret it if you do, Li Fan replied with a cold smile. Regret? It seems you're too stubborn to see reason. Security, throw him out? The staff member, angered by Li Fan's obstinacy, called for security. Two security guards approached Li Fan, ready to apprehend him. Just then, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Stop! What are you doing? Chapter 14. The place of servants. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful and tall figure entering through the door. It was none other than Qin Xiao. The young lady of the Qin family. Su Dafu's eyes widened, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Compared to Qin Xiao, Li Meiqi appeared utterly insignificant. However, Qin Xiao's status as the daughter of the Qin family, a university belle, rendered Su Dafu's meager wealth inconsequential. She wouldn't even glance at him. She was an unattainable goddess in his life. The staff member rushed to Qin Xiao, panic evident in her demeanor. Miss Qin, I apologize. It was my failure to handle this situation properly. I will promptly remove this fool. However, Qin Xiao's tone was icy as she reprimanded. Presumptuous. Who gave you the authority to expel a guest I invited? What? This young man is a guest of yours, Miss Qin? The staff member's face turned pale. You're fired. Leave this instant. Qin Xiao's expression was frigid. At this moment, the staff member still dared to call Li Fan a fool. With such low intelligence and emotional understanding, she was unfit for her current position. The onlookers, who had been waiting to see Li Fan's embarrassment, quickly concealed their smiles, fearing the wrath of the Qin family. They certainly did not expect this seemingly unimpressive young man to be a guest invited by Miss Qin. Li Fan's gaze then shifted to Su Dafu and Li Meiqi. He spoke in a low voice. Su Dafu, do you recall what you just said? Now it's your turn to kneel and lick my shoes. Su Dafu's expression changed drastically, his eyes flickering as he retorted angrily, Li Fan, don't get carried away. You think I'll lick your shoes? Dream on. Qin Xiao frowned, her icy gaze directed at Su Dafu as she inquired, what is going on here? Li Fan recounted the recent events. Qin Xiao's expression grew even colder as she chastised Su Dafu. I detest people like you, two-faced and contemptuous. Our Qin family antique jewelry store welcomes all customers. You have no right to question anyone's identity here. Since you made a wager with Mr. Li in my store, I am now a witness. You have lost, so fulfill your wager. If not, you know my Qin family's capabilities. I will ensure you cannot conduct business in Linshan City again. Qin Xiao's words caused Su Dafu's face to twitch uncontrollably. He knew the Qin family possessed the power to make his life exceedingly difficult in Linshan City. Without further ado, if the Qin family were to divulge today's events, solidifying the notion that Su Dafu lacks integrity, it is likely that no one would wish to engage in business with him henceforth. Su Dafu, having knelt before Li Fan, pleaded for mercy, saying, Li Fan, I was blind to your worth before. I beg you to spare me. In his desperation, he even attempted to approach Li Fan to grovel at his feet. However, Li Fan merely stepped back, delivering a swift kick to Su Dafu's plump face. With a frigid reprimand, he declared, do not let me see you again, and do not expect me to allow you to debase yourself before me. I would not want to soil my shoes. In that moment, Su Dafu felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Disregarding Li Meiqi, who stood nearby, and he hastily fled the Qin antique jewelry store. Meanwhile, she was filled with confusion. How had the foolish front desk clerk of the small and transformed so dramatically? He was far more handsome than the foolish Su Dafu, if he were not a simpleton, but instead a wealthy young man. Qin Xiao led Li Fan to a reception room on the second floor. Inside, 3 individuals in their 40s were seated. Among them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a traditional tang suit, along with old cloth shoes. This was Yu Hongxiang, the esteemed appraiser of the Qin jewelry antique store. The other 2, clad in sharp suits, exuded an air of shrewdness, unmistakably wealthy entrepreneurs. Upon seeing Qin Xiao enter, the 2 suited gentlemen rose, their faces brightening with smiles as they greeted her. Hello, Miss Qin. Qin Xiao nodded politely and responded, Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. The 2 men remained silent, while Yu Hongxiang, seated on the sofa, did not budge. His gaze fell upon Li Fan, who stood behind Qin Xiao, and he furrowed his brow. Coldly inquiring, Miss Qin, You mentioned needing to invite another expert for the appraisal of this painting. Where is the expert you have summoned? Qin Xiao pointed to Li Fan, asserting, Master you. This is Li Fan, the expert I have invited to assess the painting alongside you. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongxiang's expression darkened immediately, and he questioned Qin Xiao, You have delayed me and the two gentlemen for this mere boy? Although Mr. Su and Mr. Wu did not voice their discontent, it was evident they were somewhat displeased. Qin Xiao smiled and replied to Yu Hongxiang, Master Yu, Li Fan's appraisal abilities are on par with yours. Yu Hongxiang burst into laughter. Looking at Li Fan with disdain, this mere child, still wet behind the ears, dares to claim his appraisal skills rival mine? How utterly laughable. Miss Qin, I had hoped that under your father's guidance, you would have matured. However, seeing you today, I am deeply concerned for the future of the Qin family. You, boy, have the audacity to deceive, yet you fail to choose your targets wisely, attempting to fool me, Yu Hongxiang. You are utterly foolish. Now, get out of here at once. You have no right to speak. Qin Xiao clenched her small fists, her eyes glimmering with anger. Why Yu Hongxiang, relying on his seniority within the Qin family, often disregarded her as the young lady of the house, leaving her with no recourse. After all, he was an appraisal master with extraordinary vision. Without him, the store might struggle to function. Yet at that moment, Li Fan stepped forward and coldly chastised Yu Hongxiang. At your advanced age, have you ever heard of the concept of knowing your place? Hearing this, Yu Hongxiang's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, What do you mean, boy? Li Fan smirked, Do you not understand? You are merely a subordinate of the Qin family. Upon the arrival of the bosses, you brazenly sit here without regard for decorum. Does that reflect the behavior expected of someone in your position? Furthermore, the decision of who appraises the items is the prerogative of the owners, while you, as a subordinate of the Qin family, should merely follow their commands. Yet here you are, questioning the owner's decisions. Have you not lost all sense of your role? Chapter 15. This painting is a fake in an instant. The individuals in the room stared at Li Fan, astonished. No one anticipated that this young man could deliver such piercing words, rendering Yu Hongxiang speechless. Even Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had long felt undervalued by Yu Hongxiang. As the heiress of the Qin family, she had scarcely been able to voice her thoughts in his presence, harboring a simmering frustration that had now found release through Li Fan's words. Good. You, mere child, dare to lecture me? Today, I shall see what vision you truly possess. With that, Yu Hongxiang rose, turning his back to the group, and addressed Qin Xiao from the window. Miss, since you have summoned such an extraordinarily perceptive appraiser, there is no need for me to intervene. Let him assess it himself. Qin Xiao hesitated, realizing that Yu Hongxiang was very shrewd. He was clearly trying to distance himself, eager to witness her embarrassment. If Li Fan were to fail in his appraisal, she would then have to plead for Yu Hongxiang's assistance, thereby diminishing her standing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Fan had already turned to Mr. Su and Mr. Wu, inquiring, What exactly do you wish me to appraise today? The two exchanged glances before retrieving a scroll of ancient painting from a nearby safe. The scroll, when unfurled, measured approximately 4 feet in length, depicting majestic mountains and flowing rivers, exuding a sense of grandeur. Mr. Su promptly introduced, Miss Qin, this painting is a landscape piece by the renowned Tang Dynasty artist Li Xian. It was presented as a birthday gift to Emperor Xuanzong during his reign. Qin Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had only been aware that Mr. Su and Mr. Wu intended to present an ancient painting today, but she had not anticipated it to be a work from the Tang Dynasty, especially not a masterpiece by the illustrious Li Xian. She knew that Li Xian was a member of the Tang royal family, a descendant of Emperor Taizong, and had earned considerable military accolades from a young age. If this painting were to be auctioned, it could potentially fetch a staggering 40 to 50 million. Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, how much do you intend to sell this landscape piece for? Qin Xiao asked, fully aware of the lucrative opportunity at hand. Mr. Su smiled and replied, Miss Qin, we have collaborated with the Qin family before, and I am currently in need of liquid funds, so I am only asking for 10 million for this landscape piece. Hearing this price, Qin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. If she could acquire this painting for 10 million and later auction it, the profit could easily double in a few months. However, This hinged entirely on her ability to ascertain the painting's authenticity. She turned to Li Fan and asked, "Li Fan, could you determine whether this landscape piece is genuine?" Li Fan glanced at the painting, instantly discerning its nature. It was not an authentic work by Li Xishuan, but rather a forgery. He confidently stated, "This is a fake painting." Mr. Su and Mr. Wu's expressions shifted dramatically, and they erupted in anger. "You brat! If you lack the discernment, do not spout nonsense here. How could Mr. Wu and I possibly accept a fake painting?" After saying this, he turned to Qin Xiao, questioning, "Miss Qin, in all our years of collaboration, when have we ever sold you a counterfeit? Has the Qin family truly fallen to such depths that you would disregard a genuine master appraiser in favor of this insignificant fool to tarnish our reputation? If that is the case, it seems we must seek out another jewelry store for future transactions." As they spoke, the two rose to leave, prompting Qin Xiao to panic. Mr. Su and Mr. Wu were indeed significant clients for the Qin family, and losing them would result in a considerable blow. "Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, please do not be angry. Let us discuss this matter calmly." Mr. Wu coldly replied, "Discuss? What is there to discuss? With his limited vision, he dares to come here and appraise antiques and paintings. Everyone knows that Li Xishuan, due to his military service, was a rare military painter. His works are characterized by their grand and expansive nature. His pieces, such as landscape of fish and happiness and mountains and dense forests, are all of such caliber. And this landscape piece, with its towering mountains and rushing rivers, is its essence not sufficient to verify its authenticity?" Mr. Wu's reasoning left Qin Xiao momentarily wavering. From her perspective, the landscape piece indeed appeared to be an exceptional work. And despite Li Fan's assertions, he was still quite young. It was conceivable that he could be mistaken. Mr. Wu continued, "Miss Qin, if you wish to finalize this deal, you must have Master Yu personally appraise it. Only then will we be satisfied. If Master Yu declares it a fake, we will leave without a word, relinquishing the painting and not accepting a single cent." Qin Xiao bit her lip, her eyes filled with distress. She understood that to have Yu Hongxiang step in, she would have to humble herself and plead. Yet for the sake of business, she turned to Yu Hongxiang and implored, "Master Yu, I kindly request that you assist with the appraisal." Upon hearing this, Yu Hongxiang immediately turned around with a face full of pride, lifting his head and producing a sound almost entirely through his nostrils. "Miss Qin, had I known this would be the case today, why would I have acted otherwise? I have been with the Qin family for many years. Would I really do anything detrimental to their interests? You really ought to learn more from your father." Faced with Yu Hongxiang's admonition, Qin Xiao could only lower her head and endure the humiliation. Why Yu Hongxiang stepped forward to the table, glanced at the painting, and arrogantly proclaimed, "This painting is undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece. Just look at the mountains in this artwork, the brushwork, the peaks rise majestically, the distant mountains' outlines are breathtaking, and the surging river flows endlessly. Such a grand aura is certainly beyond the capability of just anyone to replicate." Hearing this, General Su and General Wu couldn't help but chuckle. However, at that moment, Li Fan also laughed. Why Yu Hongxiang's expression instantly soured, and he coldly reprimanded, "What is that little brat laughing about?" Qin Xiao hurriedly grabbed Li Fan, fearing he might speak out of turn. "Li Fan, I truly appreciate your help today. Perhaps you should return home for now. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Chapter 16. The phone has secrets. Li Fan shook his head dismissively and retorted, "You may fear Yu Hongxiang, but I do not regard him with the slightest respect. With his level of expertise and authentication, he dares to call himself a master? Nonsense." Li Fan's words thoroughly enraged Yu Hongxiang. "Little brat, what did you say?" "Repeat that." "I said your authentication skills are akin to dog feces." Li Fan shot back defiantly. Well, you still believe this painting is a fake, do you? Now, tell me exactly where it is fake. If you can articulate that today, we may let it go. Otherwise, you shall be held accountable for your words." Yu Hongxiang's eyes darkened instantly, and no sooner had he finished speaking than 4 burly security guards entered the office, glaring icily at Li Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan remained unfazed, approaching the table and contemptuously pointing at the painting. "You all mentioned that Li Xishuan is a military painter, yet your ignorance is your downfall. Li Xishuan's artworks are renowned not for their grandeur, but for their commanding presence. Through a throng of 10,000 soldiers, one remains unscathed. One man at the gate, and no one may pass. This commanding presence is worlds apart from what you misinterpret as grandeur. There are many artists with broad minds in this world, but those like Xiao, who have experienced the battlefield, are exceedingly rare. Consider the pieces you just mentioned: rivers and mountains abundant with fish, majestic peaks and lush forests, spring mountains. Which of them does not exude extraordinary command? Li Fan's piercing challenges left the others speechless. Meanwhile, General Wu slightly turned to retrieve his phone, seemingly preoccupied with something. That moment, Yu Hongxiang's phone chimed with an incoming message, prompting him to check it. Li Fan caught a glimpse and immediately discerned the contents clearly. Old Yu? Today's situation is a bit prickly. Perhaps we should let it go for now. After reading this, Yu Hongxiang swiftly replied, Old Wu, we spent 500,000 on replicating this painting. If we don't recoup that, we'll incur a loss. Rest assured, a mere brat, still wet behind the ears, cannot possibly contend with me. After sending that message, Yu Hongxiang pocketed his phone and coldly regarded Li Fan, addressing Xiao. Miss Qin, what does a wet behind the ears child know about grandeur or command? Antique authentication is not something one can merely dabble in after reading a few treasure-hunting novels or watching television dramas. I have verified this painting as a genuine article. If you trust me, purchase it and have this little brat thrown out. If you trust him, I shall leave without another word. But know this, even if your father himself were to come plead with me, I would never return to the Qin family. Yu Hongxiang's declaration was unwavering, as he evidently sought to corner Xiao into a decision between him and Li Fan. He, Yu Hongxiang, was a renowned master of antique appraisal in Linshan City, and he could not fathom that Xiao would genuinely choose a mere Li Fan over him. Even if the painting were a fake, Xiao would undoubtedly yield. Indeed, Xiao appeared somewhat hesitant. After all, Yu Hongxiang was a pivotal figure in their Qin family's antique and jewelry business. For years, the operations of their family had relied heavily on this perceptive master. If she truly forced Yu Hongxiang away, she would have no way to explain herself to her father and grandfather. Meanwhile, Li Fan chuckled, interjecting, If you possess such conviction, why not leave directly? Yu Hongxiang, do you dare to take out your phone for Miss Qin to see? Li Fan. Cease your provocations, Xiao urged softly, concerned that Li Fan's reckless words might provoke Master Yu, resulting in irreparable consequences. Li Fan smiled, his demeanor calm, and replied, Miss, since you have invited me here, I must take responsibility for you. If you trust me, let Master Yu show us his phone so we can all take a look. Or perhaps Master Yu has been engaging in some clandestine activities he is reluctant for us to see? Yu Hongxiang's expression changed dramatically. His phone contained all his conversations with Su and Wu. And should Xiao see them, it would spell disaster. Though he did not regard Xiao highly, the entire Qin family was not someone he could afford to offend. Over the years, he had secretly collaborated with Su and Wu to deceive the Qin family, but that had been limited to the shadows. They would never expose such matters publicly. Little brat, what right do you have to inspect my phone? I, Yu Hongxiang, have nothing to hide. Miss Qin, should you insist on viewing my phone, I shall take my leave. General Su and General Wu exchanged glances with Yu Hongxiang, then began to make their exit. Yet, as Yu Hongxiang passed by Li Fan suddenly reached out and snatched his phone. Chapter 17. Annual salary of 100,000. Miss Qin, take a good look. This is the correspondence between him and Su and Wu. Li Fan handed the phone to Xiao, who, upon glancing at it, was taken aback by the alarming messages displayed. Yu Hongxiang, how dare you betray the Qin family so treacherously? Yu Hongxiang's face turned ashen as he reached for the phone. Xiao, her expression cold, commanded the security guards, Stop him. Yu Hongxiang, let me make this clear. This is no longer a mere personal dispute. You are now implicated in fraud, which is a crime. As Xiao swiftly perused the messages, she grew increasingly horrified. Over the years, Su and Wu had sourced craftsmen to forge antiques, which they then sold in their shop, with Yu Hongxiang authenticating them as genuine, leading the Qin family to purchase these treasures at exorbitant prices. The total profit amounted to nearly 50 million. Such a substantial fraud could land Yu Hongxiang and his accomplices a life sentence. At that moment, Yu Hongxiang could no longer maintain his earlier arrogance and hurriedly pleaded with Xiao, Miss Qin, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. Please forgive me this once. Qin Xiao, filled with fury, retorted, You Hongxiang. Our Qin family has treated you well over the years, yet you have committed such a heinous act that outrages both gods and men. I have nothing more to say to you. You should go speak with the police. Upon realizing that Qin Xiao intended to report him, Yu Hongxiang was utterly petrified. He fell to his knees before her, tears streaming down his face. Miss Qin, please don't call the police. I'll do anything you ask. Su and Wu, equally terrified, also knelt down, fearing that if the police were involved, they would surely face imprisonment. Witnessing Yu Hongxiang's tearful plea, Qin Xiao gritted her teeth and pondered for a moment before coldly stating, Yu Hongxiang, I can spare the three of you this time, but you must return all the money you've stolen from the Qin family over the years. If even a single cent is missing, I will call the police and ensure you all end up in prison. This ultimatum struck Yu Hongxiang and his companions as a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Over the years, they had swindled nearly 50 million from the Qin family, a sum that was no trifling matter. Yet, they gritted their teeth and agreed, for freedom outweighed the value of money. If they were sentenced to life imprisonment, they would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Qin Xiao showed no mercy, ordering the security guards to expel the 3M at that moment. Only Qin Xiao and Li Fan remained in the room. Qin Xiao, deeply fatigued, sighed heavily, clearly shaken by the events that had transpired. Although Yu Hongxiang had never respected her as the young mistress, she had always viewed him as a benchmark to strive towards. She had hoped one day to surpass him in the art of appraisal and earn her father's and grandfather's recognition. Little did she expect that the person she aimed to surpass would turn out to be such a despicable character. Turning to Li Fan, Qin Xiao forced a smile and said, Li Fan, I truly apologize for dragging you into this. Li Fan shrugged, indicating it was of no consequence, and calmly replied, The most treacherous hearts often belong to those we know best. You can never predict what those you once trusted may do when you need help the most. Qin Xiao looked at Li Fan. Unable to suppress her curiosity, You are quite young. How do you possess such profound insights? Li Fan recounted his family's struggles to Qin Xiao. During our most challenging times, those so-called relatives didn't even care about my father's life or death. Qin Xiao hastily remarked, Does your father still need money for his medical treatment? If so, please feel free to let me know. Li Fan was taken aback by Qin Xiao's unexpected words. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he felt certain that if he were to ask, she would readily offer assistance. Thank you, Miss Qin. But do you truly believe I am in need of money at this moment? Qin Xiao paused, quickly realizing the implications. Given Li Fan's remarkable talent in appraising antiques, earning money should not pose much of a challenge for him. However, a question lingered in her mind, prompting her to inquire, Li Fan, since you possess such remarkable skills, why didn't you showcase them sooner? This way, your family would not have had to endure so much hardship. Naturally, Li Fan refrained from disclosing that his ability had only recently emerged, instead fabricating a response. Wasn't I struck senseless before? This revelation made Qin Xiao understand. Li Fan, would you be willing to join our Qin antique jewelry as an appraiser? You would take over the position left by Yu Hongxiang, and I shall provide you with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's heart stirred. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum. In their small city of Linshan, it was a figure that promised a comfortable life. Even in the top-tier metropolitan areas. Very well, as long as I am here, I assure you that Qin jewelry will never receive a single counterfeit. Li Fan declared with unwavering confidence, for he now possessed the requisite credentials. Subsequently, Qin Xiao summoned all the store employees to announce two significant matters. The first was that starting today, Li Fan would be the appraiser for their Qin antique jewelry store, with all incoming items subject to his evaluation. The second announcement was the dismissal of Yu Hongxiang, which entailed clearing out all the antiques and artworks he had collected for Li Fan's appraisal, with any counterfeits to be destroyed. Instantly, the employees busied themselves. The store contained several storage rooms housing many antiques and artworks collected by Yu Hongxiang. After Li Fan's assessment, he found that many were indeed forgeries, all of which were to be destroyed. Additionally, one storage room was filled with worthless debris. Some of the staff began to discard these items and clean the storage area. At that moment, Li Fan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a small snuff bottle tucked away in the corner of the warehouse. prompting him to call over several employees. Wait, what are those items you have in hand? Li Fan asked. Chapter 18. The priceless snuff bottle. Several staff members quickly responded. Master Li, these are all the forgeries previously identified by Yu Hongxiang, piled up in the warehouse and unwanted. We are about to discard them. Let me have a look at that. Li Fan took the snuff bottle in his hands and instantly, its information was revealed. Jade snuff bottle, era, Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, material, premium ice jade value, 10 million. This discovery thrilled Li Fan. He had not anticipated that a bottle discarded as refuse would turn out to be a treasure. Just then, Qin Xiao approached, her curiosity piqued. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with this item? Li Fan nodded enthusiastically, saying, Boss, this is a jade snuff bottle from the Qing Dynasty's Kangxi period, made of top-quality ice jade. Worth 10 million. What? Qin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Li Fan's words. The snuff bottle, previously appraised as a forgery by Yu Hongxiang, was actually worth 10 million AT that moment. An excited voice suddenly called out from the side. Young man, may I take a look at that snuff bottle in your hand? Turning around, Li Fan saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a suit, eagerly staring at the bottle. After a moment's thought, Li Fan handed the snuff bottle to him. The middle-aged man cradled the snuff bottle in his hands, examining it with great interest, before exclaiming, Young man, I'll offer you 10 million for that snuff bottle. How about it? Li Fan was taken aback. This man was indeed quite affluent, casually offering such a sum at this juncture. Qin Xiao interjected, smiling as she addressed the man. Master Gu, I didn't expect you would be interested in this snuff bottle. Turning to Li Fan, she added, Li Fan, this gentleman is a renowned antique appraiser in Linshan, with considerable expertise in jade artifacts, unmatched throughout the entire city. Li Fan was astonished to learn of the man's impressive credentials. Master Gu chuckled, let us skip the flattery, Qin girl. Just tell me if the snuff bottle is for sale. Qin Xiao turned to Li Fan, saying, Master Gu, this snuff bottle was discovered by Li Fan, so whether it is sold or not is up to him. Li Fan quickly shook his head. Boss, this snuff bottle was found in the store. It belongs to the shop, not me. However, Qin Xiao insisted, Li Fan, although this snuff bottle belongs to the shop, it was regarded as mere trash before you appraised its true value. The decision to sell it is yours to make. Her words touched Li Fan. After all, the snuff bottle was worth 10 million. Yet Qin Xiao showed no inclination to claim it for herself, which greatly altered his perception of her. It turned out that the aloof schoolbelle had such a compassionate side. Nevertheless, Li Fan was not one to be swayed by monetary gain. Boss, while I did discover this snuff bottle, don't forget that you just hired me as the appraiser for the shop. Why appraisal of the snuff bottle is part of my job. So it remains the property of the store. Hearing Li Fan's words, Qin Xiao felt even more satisfied with him. The ordeal with Yu Hongxiang had caused her significant distress. Now, in the face of a 10 million yuan snuff bottle, Li Fan's lack of greed spoke volumes about his character. Master Gu, the snuff bottle is yours, Qin Xiao declared, no longer hesitating to take charge. Very well, Qin girl, I shall remember your kindness, Master Gu said. His joy evident, he promptly wrote a check for 10 million yuan and left with the snuff bottle, his face beaming with delight. Before departing, he complimented Li Fan and handed him a business card. Qin Xiao then asked Li Fan, do you have a bank account? Please provide me with the details. Boss, why do you need my bank account? Li Fan inquired, puzzled. Qin Xiao smiled. Now that you are my employee, I need to pay your salary. Furthermore, since you just sold a snuff bottle worth 10 million, you will receive a commission as well. Li Fan provided his bank account information, and shortly after, he received a message indicating that 1 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Staring at the amount in disbelief, he exclaimed, Boss, Qin Xiao interrupted. The 100,000 yuan is your salary for this month, which I am prepaying. The remaining 3 million is your commission for the snuff bottle you just sold. From now on, any items you appraise that are sold in the store will earn you a 30% profit share. Li Fan was astonished by the generous compensation Qin Xiao offered. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan was already substantial, but the additional 30 commission was no small fortune. Considering they were in the antique business, where a saying goes, 3 years without a sale, but when it opens, it brings in 3 years of earnings, every sale was likely to be of high value. In comparison, the base salary seemed negligible. Boss, with such generous benefits, aren't you at a loss? Li Fan chuckled. Chapter 19. Qin Ronggong. Qin Xiao smiled gently, her expression blooming like a flower in spring. Captivating to behold. Li Fan, with your keen eye, you could earn money anywhere. I believe your future achievements will be boundless. Perhaps one day, many will seek you out, yet you may not be available. Thus, I must cultivate a good relationship with you now. When you become successful, don't forget about me. Li Fan felt a wave of emotion. He indeed had the extraordinary ability to see through objects. Yet he was still at ground zero, having just emerged from a low point in life. Qin Xiao's kindness deeply moved him. He had always been a person who valued relationships, feeling that even a small favor warranted a great return. Rest assured. As long as I am here, Qin Antique Jewelry will never face any issues. I believe in you, Qin Xiao said happily. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a hint of worry crossed her face as she answered. Qin Xiao remained silent, listening attentively to the person on the other end for quite some time before she began to explain in a somewhat aggrieved tone. Dad, do you know what Yu Hongxiang has done? Over the years, he has colluded with others to defraud our Qin Antique Jewelry of nearly 50 million. Such a person, such a parasite, I must certainly expel from the Qin family. All right, I will return immediately to clarify everything in person. After hanging up, Qin Xiao took a deep breath, revealing her evident frustration. She had evidently felt undervalued by her father for a long time and yearned to prove herself to him. Li Fan, could I trouble you to accompany me home? I need to discuss the matter of Yu Hongxiang with my father, and there may be aspects where your explanation is necessary. With an expectant expression, Qin Xiao turned to Li Fan. Of course. Boss, I will go with you, Li Fan readily agreed, which delighted Qin Xiao. Leaving Qin Antique Jewelry, they got into Qin Xiao's red Ferrari. This was the first time Li Fan had ever sat in such an exquisite sports car. This Ferrari, valued at over 6 million, was truly a paragon of luxury. Especially when it roared to life, the engine's thunderous growl seemed to awaken the passionate fervor hidden within a man's soul. As the sports car glided down the road, pedestrians and drivers alike couldn't help but turn their heads in admiration. The rate of glances returned was undoubtedly near 100%. Witnessing the envious gazes directed towards him, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of vanity. After all, who wouldn't wish to be the object of others' envy? At that moment, he began to comprehend why so many individuals would go to great lengths to acquire wealth and power. For the sensation of such vanity is undeniably exhilarating. Yet, Li Fan felt no need to resort to such measures, for he possessed a unique insight. Luxury cars, opulent villas, wealth, and status. He believed all of these were within his grasp. Soon, the Ferrari rolled to a stop in front of the largest villa within a sprawling estate. Its yard nearly the size of half a football field. High in the distance lay manicured lawns, fountains, and an array of precious trees, with 4 or 5 gardeners tending to the flowers and foliage. Qin Xiao led Li Fan into the villa. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men were seated in the living room, sipping tea while engaged in a game of Go Point. One of these men exuded an extraordinary presence, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's very thoughts. He bore a striking resemblance to Qin Xiao, for he was her father, Qin Ronggong, the patriarch of the Qin family. Years ago, Qin Xiao's grandfather ran a modest antique shop that garnered a small reputation on Antique Street, gradually expanding through integrity and diligence. Eventually, he passed the business on to Qin Ronggong, who demonstrated remarkable business acumen, transforming the antique shop into a renowned antique and jade conglomerate in Linshan City, amassing a fortune nearing 10 billion, making him one of the city's top 10 wealthiest individuals. Upon noticing the entrance of the two, Qin Ronggong did not lift his gaze from the Go board, instead inquiring in a low voice, "Now, tell me, what exactly transpired?" Qin Xiao recounted the events that had just unfolded. Only then did Qin Ronggong shift his focus from the board to his daughter. She eagerly pulled Li Fan closer and introduced him, saying, "Dad, this is Li Fan. He is the one who exposed Yu Hongxiang's scheme. Do not let his youth mislead you. His discerning eye is perhaps among the finest in all of Linshan City, undoubtedly capable of becoming a first-rate appraiser." Qin Ronggong cast a fleeting glance at Li Fan, his expression remaining impassive as he admonished Qin Xiao, "You are still too young, lacking the experience that life demands. Your actions are often superficial. There are countless individuals enamored with antiques, yet how many can truly be called master appraisers?" Qin Xiao yearned to prove herself before her father, but she acknowledged her limitations in discerning antiques. However, this time, although she hadn't uncovered any artifacts, she believed she had discovered a gem, Li Fan. She was eager for her father to recognize Li Fan's prowess, hoping to gain his approval. Thus, she eagerly added, "Dad, Li Fan recently found a snuff bottle from the Kangxi era among our warehouse's scrap materials, which Master Feng purchased for a staggering 10 million. Really? Is that so?" Qin Ronggong's surprise was palpable as he glanced at Li Fan. Seeing his father's reaction, Qin Xiao felt a rush of excitement and continued, "Dad, I have already hired Li Fan as our chief appraiser at the Qin Antique and Jewelry Store, offering him a monthly salary of 100,000 and 3 layers of profit. From the sale of the snuff bottle, I allocated 300,000 to him." Upon hearing this, Qin Ronggong furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with his daughter's decision. "Xiao, go to the kitchen and prepare some tea for our guest," he instructed. "All right, Dad," she replied. Elated, she understood that her father's high standards meant that for him to acknowledge Li Fan indicated a level of importance he attributed to him, a result she had fervently desired. Once Qin Xiao departed, Qin Ronggong's demeanor turned stern. His penetrating gaze fell upon Li Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, revealing a hint of surprise. Given his status, many would invariably exhibit trepidation in his presence, particularly younger individuals like Li Fan, who would often struggle to maintain composure under his scrutiny. Yet, as Qin Ronggong assessed Li Fan, the latter met his gaze with unflinching calmness, exuding an air of composure as if entirely unperturbed by the scrutiny. Much to Qin Ronggong's astonishment, however, this only deepened his suspicion regarding Li Fan's motives. "You are Li Fan? Which university did you graduate from?" Li Fan responded with poise, neither overly deferential nor arrogant. "Mr. Qin, my name is Li Fan. I did not graduate from university as I had to drop out due to personal matters." Qin Ronggong shook his head internally at this answer. Individuals who dropped out of university often harbored significant issues. "What does your family do? Are your parents entrepreneurs or executives at a company?" Qin Ronggong continued his inquiry. Li Fan's brow furrowed slightly, feeling discomfort at the probing question, yet he answered, "My parents are ordinary workers. They are neither business owners nor executives." With these two questions, Qin Ronggong felt he had gleaned enough about Li Fan and harbored no favorable impressions. He bluntly stated, "The Qin family does not lack for money. The 300,000 Xiao just offered you is unnecessary to return. Consider it your reward for assisting her in exposing Yu Hongxiang today. However, having accepted this money, I hope you will distance yourself from Xiao. This child has been coddled since childhood and does not comprehend the harsh realities of the world, making her susceptible to deceit and gullibility. Lastly, let me advise you young people to channel your cleverness into the right pursuits. If you truly possess discernment, rely on your abilities and build your future step by step, rather than seeking shortcuts." With that, Qin Ronggong dismissed Li Fan with a wave of his hand, refusing to spare him another glance. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle at these words, choosing not to engage further with Qin Ronggong. After all, he hardly knew the man and felt no need to justify himself to someone who clearly held no belief in him. Consequently, Li Fan turned and exited the villa. When Qin Xiao returned with the tea, she discovered Li Fan had already left. "Dad, where is Li Fan?" Qin Ronggong casually replied, "He had something to attend to and left early." Qin Xiao frowned, sensing that something was amiss, and, feeling a surge of anger, questioned her father, "Dad, what did you say to Li Fan?" Qin Ronggong slammed his teacup down forcefully, responding coldly, "What do I need to report to you about my conversation with him? Xiao, your experiences are still too few. There are many people and situations you cannot discern well. If you were not born into the Qin family, protected by me and your grandfather, how many hardships would you have to endure?" Realizing her father had likely chased Li Fan away, Qin Xiao set down the teapot in frustration and hurried outside. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Qin Ronggong sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "My daughter truly lacks substance. With the Qin family in such a state, I worry there may be no one to carry on our legacy." The middle-aged man who had remained silent across from him finally spoke, offering comfort. "Old Qin, I believe Xiao is not without merit. She possesses a strong drive for progress. You should grant her more opportunities to forge her own path." This man, Fu Shitao, was Qin Ronggong's close friend and trusted confidant. Renowned in the field of antique appraisal, Fu Shitao played a pivotal role in the growth of the Qin family enterprise. And he was among the few whom Qin Ronggong trusted implicitly. Qin Ronggong shook his head, stating, "Let us set her aside for now. We must discuss serious matters. The upcoming stone gambling competition is of utmost importance to our family." In recent years, the Li family has grown increasingly powerful, encroaching upon our business, particularly since Li Tianhai returned from abroad with several exquisite pieces of jade. If we allow Li Tianhai to win this competition, the Qin family will entirely lose its foothold in the high-end jade market of Linshan City, a devastating blow to us. Fu Shitao nodded in agreement, his expression solemn. It is said that the Li family has the support of the Chen family, the largest family in Linshan City. The Li family, leveraging the Qin family's name, has accomplished much. We have had no opportunity to meet Old Chen thus far. Rest assured, Old Qin, I will personally accompany Xiao to the stone gambling competition. We will surely surpass the Li family and restore the reputation of the Qin family. With Fu Shitao's involvement, Qin Ronggong felt a sense of reassurance. As soon as Li Fan exited the villa compound, Qin Xiao, driving the red Ferrari, pursued him, waving her hand. "Li Fan, I sincerely apologize for whatever my father said to you. Regardless of his words, I must extend my apologies on his behalf." Li Fan smiled and shook his head, replying, "There is no need for you to apologize. You have already treated me very well." For reasons unknown, seeing Li Fan in that moment stirred an inexplicable sense of heartache within Qin Xiao. "Li Fan, there will be a grand gambling competition the day after tomorrow. At that time, all the prominent antique dealers and jewelers from Linshan City will participate, and the Qin family will also attend. This competition is of paramount importance to us. Recently, the Li family has been exerting pressure on the Qin family, seizing a significant portion of our market share. We can only overshadow the Li family's brilliance by winning this stone gambling competition. Would you accompany me? I am confident that your discerning eye will be of great assistance to us." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, Li Fan." Qin Xiao was elated by his affirmative response. She intended to offer Li Fan a ride home, but he politely declined. Just as Qin Xiao departed, Li Fan received a call from Mr. Chen. Chapter 21. Mr. Chen's villa. "Dr. Li, where are you now? I have sent someone to locate you." Mr. Chen's voice on the phone was both commanding and decisive. Without overthinking, Li Fan revealed his location. After approximately 10 minutes, a Bentley sedan glided to a stop beside him. The striking B-shaped emblem, along with its fierce front grille and intimidating headlights, conveyed both nobility and a wild beauty. As one of the two premier luxury brands alongside Rolls-Royce, Bentley and Rolls-Royce have taken distinctly different paths. Rolls-Royce epitomizes unparalleled elegance and opulence, while Bentley embodies the essence of royalty, capable of conquering any challenge. This top-tier limited edition model is likely valued at around 10 million, far beyond the means of an average person. At that moment, the car door swung open, revealing a driver clad in a black suit with a stern demeanor. Li Fan recognized him. He had seen him before at the hospital as Mr. Chen's driver and bodyguard. "Greetings, Dr. Li. My name is Biao, Mr. Chen's driver. As a token of gratitude for your life-saving efforts on behalf of the old master, Mr. Chen has prepared a modest gift for you, which requires your personal acceptance." "A modest gift? What kind of gift?" Li Fan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Biao remained silent and simply opened the car door, saying, "Dr. Li, you will understand once you see it." After some contemplation, Li Fan stepped into the car, which then proceeded towards the eastern outskirts of the city, heading in the direction of Yundang Mountain. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of Yundang Mountain. Nestled within the urban area of Linshan City, Yundang Mountain is accompanied by Yueshi Lake at its base, creating a picturesque scene where mountain and lake complement each other beautifully. In the midst of the bustling city, this area offers a rare tranquility. Thus, the land surrounding Yundang Mountain and Yueshi Lake is extremely valuable, featuring numerous low-density residential complexes that are all mid to high-end, boasting exceptional environments and steep property prices. Even the most affordable small high-rise buildings start at over 30,000 per square meter, while villas and larger residences can easily exceed 10 million. Perched halfway up Yundang Mountain is Linshan City's most prestigious villa area, the Shanhua Garden, where even the least expensive villa begins at 15 million. The higher the elevation of the villa, The more exorbitant the priced, the pinnacle of Yundang Mountain lies the largest villa estate. A landmark of Linshan City, shrouded in mystery regarding its inhabitants, it is rumored that when this villa estate was completed, its asking price was a staggering 100 million. The Bentley did not stop at the foot of the mountain, but drove directly into the Shanhua Garden, ascending the well-maintained mountain road until it halted before the villa valued at 100 million. An elderly butler in his 50s, sporting a thin mustache and dressed in formal black evening attire, approached with two maids, exuding respect and deference. Xiao exited the car and opened the door for Li Fan, stating, "Dr. Li, we have arrived." Li Fan stepped out, gazing at the villa estate with immense astonishment. Few could remain indifferent to such opulence. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine entering such a residence. However, having received the legacy of the carefree wanderer, he now believed that through his efforts, he would one day earn enough to own a villa of his own. Just then, Xiao astonishingly declared, "Dr. Li, this villa estate is Mr. Chen's gift to you." Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that this lavish estate belonged to Mr. Chen, and that he was simply here to meet him. To learn that this magnificent estate was being bestowed upon him was utterly unexpected. This was worth 100 million. Xiao continued, "Dr. Li, Mr. Chen has instructed me to prepare the transfer contract. Once you sign, this villa estate will become your private property. Furthermore, this Bentley sedan is also a gift from Mr. Chen, and it will be included in the property transfer contract, thus considered part of the villa estate." Li Fan was still somewhat astonished, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was no longer an ordinary individual. Having inherited the legacy of the carefree wanderer, his destiny was to stand at the pinnacle of this world. A villa estate was merely a trifle. After his initial surprise, he did not dwell on it further. He recognized that Mr. Chen was extending an olive branch, for to the wealthy, money is merely a number, while life itself is invaluable. Xiao befriend a miraculous doctor like Li Fan equated to adding another lease on life. Thus, the villa estate was not as significant in the grand scheme of things. "Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Chen for his kindness. I graciously accept." Li Fan nodded in agreement, devoid of any pretense. After all, his parents and younger sister still resided in a dilapidated urban village, and with this villa estate, he could provide them a better life. The old butler immediately presented the transfer contract with utmost respect, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Li. I am the butler of this villa estate. You may call me Shen Fu. From now on, I will handle all matters, big and small, pertaining to the estate. Mr. Li, this villa estate spans a total area of 5,000 square meters, with a built area of 1,500 square meters. In addition to the main villa, there are two smaller villas for guests and staff. The villa is staffed by a chef, a handyman, and 3 maids." Li Fan took the contract, signed his name, and addressed Shen Fu. "From now on, I shall call you Uncle Shen. Please give me a tour of the villa." Shen Fu and the other staff members were instantly impressed by Li Fan. They had served many wealthy individuals in their line of work, and most of them were aloof and treated the staff with disdain. Yet, Li Fan, despite his youth, exuded a comfortable demeanor that made them feel at ease. In that moment, they felt a sense of joy, realizing they had encountered a kind master. Li Fan followed Shen Fu on a tour of the villa, which boasted 2 underground levels and 5 above ground, complete with a wine cellar, tea room, study, gym, media room, and game room. Everything one could wish for. What astonished Li Fan the most was the enormous indoor swimming pool located on the first underground level. After completing the tour, Xiao fulfilled his mission and departed, while Li Fan instructed Shen Fu and the others to prepare the rooms, as he intended to bring his parents and sister to stay in the villa in the coming days. Upon leaving the villa, Li Fan drove the Bentley to a small hotel outside the university town, pondering that the proprietress would surely be furious for his absence that day. Chapter 22. The Proprietress's Office. Chapter 23. Pretending to be a boyfriend. Chapter 24. A newly purchased BMW. Li Fan alighted from the car and inquired of the security guard nearby, "I do not possess a membership card for your mall. May I park in the members area?" The security guard, with a beaming smile, nodded eagerly, saying, "Sir, feel free to park wherever you like." For the mall, having a customer who drives such a luxury car is a potential boon, even if they do not make a purchase. Naturally, they would be keen to make a good impression. Li Fan nodded, closed the car door, and proceeded to the first floor of the mall. Typically, The first floor of a mall features international brand cosmetics and jewelry. Li Fan made his way to the Qin family's jewelry store located there. He deliberately chose not to visit his own workplace to avoid any preferential treatment. Approaching the counter, Li Fan directly requested the staff to recommend the finest jade Buddha. Good jade is believed to enhance one's vitality, and Li Fan decided to purchase a jade Buddha as a gift for Zhong Yanhong's mother. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin, women wear Buddha. With the blessing of exceptional jade, a woman's complexion can improve, and her skin will radiate warmth. The staff recommended a jade Buddha valued at 580,000, crafted from top-quality ice-type jadeite. After inspecting it, Li Fan found no issues and promptly made the purchase with his card, causing several staff members to cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Next, Li Fan ascended to the 5th floor of the mall, which featured specialty stores for tobacco, alcohol, and tea. He spent an additional 400,000 on a box of premium Dahong Pao tea.it. Should be noted that in ancient times, Dahong Pao was exclusively offered as tribute to the emperor, despite many teas today claiming to be Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain. The original mother trees of Dahong Pao number merely 3. Only those that have sprouted from these 3 maternal trees can be regarded as the authentic Dahong Pao, thus rendering their value exceedingly exorbitant, often to the extent that wealth alone cannot procure them. For instance, the Dahong Pao purchased by Li Fan did not originate from the maternal tree, but rather from cuttings taken from it, planted around the maternal tree's vicinity on subsidiary trees. Nevertheless, its worth remains astonishingly high. With these gifts in hand, Li Fan set off in his car towards the address provided by Zhong Yanhong. However, he was perplexed by the heavy traffic, as the roads were congested, filled with vehicles regardless of whether one was driving a Bentley worth millions. The car hardly moved, which left Li Fan feeling quite helpless. At that moment, Zhong Yanhong had already returned home. Since the revelation of her involvement with a married man, her parents had not looked at her with anything but disdain, feeling that their daughter's actions brought great shame upon the Zhong family. How dare you return? The Zhong family does not welcome a homewrecker like you. Zhong Jiqiang barked from the sofa, his demeanor venomous as he sipped his tea upon seeing Zhong Yanhong walk in. Beside him sat a young girl, Zhong Yanli, Zhong Yanhong's sister. From a young age, Zhong Yanli had harbored jealousy towards her sister for being more accomplished and more beautiful. Thus, upon learning that her sister had become a mistress, she felt an unusual delight, believing she finally had a point of superiority over Zhong Yanhong. Sister, didn't you say you would rather die than return home? What brings you back today? Zhong Yanli mocked. Zhong Yanhong's eyes brimmed with tears, taken aback by the humiliation from those she once held dear. I came back to celebrate Mom's birthday, she said, her voice laced with deep-seated inferiority as she lowered her head. Humph, you returned to celebrate your mother's birthday, or to infuriate me and her? Zhong Jiqiang replied coldly. Just then, her mother, Zhou Tsuehua, emerged from the kitchen, her forehead glistening with sweat, exhausted from cooking. Upon seeing Zhong Yanhong, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Tsuehua's face, filled with a complex mix of pain, longing, disappointment, and helplessness. Oh, Xiaohong, perhaps you should just go back. Your hotel must be quite busy, right? Zhou Tsuehua suggested, indicating her desire for Zhong Yanhong to leave, which pained her deeply. With determination, Zhong Yanhong declared, Mom, Dad, I have a new boyfriend, and he will be joining us today. A new boyfriend? What does he do? I hope he isn't yet another wealthy businessman, Zhong Jiqiang inquired, his brow furrowing with skepticism. Zhong Yanli chimed in with a smirk, Sister, have you asked your new brother-in-law how many wives and children he has? Zhong Yanhong, biting her lip in distress, responded, Mom and Dad, my new boyfriend is the front desk clerk at my hotel. He is not a wealthy businessman and has no money. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yanli felt a sense of relief, having feared that her sister might find someone superior to her own boyfriend. Wow, my sister has changed her taste, no longer interested in the wealthy, but in the underprivileged? Zhou Tsuehua nodded in agreement. Well, as long as you can lead a stable life. Mom, Dad, Han Song is about to arrive. He just bought a BMW 5 Series last week, spending over 400,000 on it. It's a beautiful car, Zhong Yanli said, glancing at her phone with pride. Upon hearing that his son-in-law had purchased a BMW, Zhong Jiqiang felt a rush of excitement. As a seasoned driver himself, he had only driven vehicles worth a mere fraction of that price, often envying those who drove luxury cars like Mercedes and BMWs. Now, with his son-in-law owning a BMW, he too could experience that luxury, and he quickly stood up. "Let us go, Xiao, take me out to see it." Zhong Yanli, pleased to witness her father's excitement, cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Yanhong. "You may be prettier and more accomplished, but look at you now, still beneath me in every way." With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhong Yanli insisted that Zhong Yanhong accompany them to showcase her own supposed inferiority. "Sister, even Dad is going out to greet Han Song. How can you sit here? Come with us." Zhong Yanhong, well aware of her sister's intentions, understood that stepping outside would only subject her to further ridicule. Yet, with her father's invitation, she felt compelled to follow, and reluctantly descended the stairs with them. As they emerged, a striking dark blue BMW parked stylishly by the roadside, and from it stepped a young man in his late 20s, clad in a gray suit, his hair slicked back with gel, and a Rolex adorning his wrist. Upon seeing Zhong Yanli, his face lit up with joy. "Darling, you are here. After such a long drive, you must be exhausted." Zhong Yanli immediately rushed into Han Song's embrace, playfully asking, "Let me introduce you. This is my father, and this is my older sister. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Han Song," Zhong Yanli announced. As Han Song's gaze fell upon Zhong Yanhong, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossed his face. Unexpectedly, despite being from the same parents, Zhong Yanhong surpassed Zhong Yanli in beauty, her figure and features utterly exquisite. It was no wonder she had previously captivated a wealthy man and found herself in the role of a mistress. A woman of such allure would possess certain advantages. However, he concealed his thoughts, quickly retrieving the gifts he had brought from his car. "Good day, uncle, as this is my first visit, I have brought a small token. I hope you will not take offense." Zhong Jiqiang glanced at the gift box. Recognizing it as exceptional pre-Qing Ming Longjing tea, a prized variety that could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 per jin in the market, he could not help but smile broadly as he accepted the tea. "Xiaohan, I've heard so much about you from Lily. You are an outstanding young man, managing to drive a BMW at such a young age. Well done, keep up the good work." Han Song, feigning humility, was inwardly pleased with the gift he presented. Noticing the excitement in Zhong Jiqiang's eyes as he examined the gift, Han Song could not help but display a hint of pride on his face. "Rest assured, uncle, driving this BMW worth hundreds of thousands is merely the beginning. My goal is to own $1 million Porsche." Hearing Han Song's confidence, Zhong Jiqiang felt even more delighted. "Wonderful. With a son-in-law like you, I can rest easy." Just as they were engaged in conversation, a Bentley flying spur roared by in the distance, its powerful engine resonating. Immediately, the attention of Han Song, Zhong Jiqiang, and Zhong Yanli was drawn toward it. "Goodness, that Bentley is stunning," Zhong Yanli exclaimed in awe. Zhong Jiqiang echoed her sentiments, unable to tear his gaze away. "My greatest dream in life is to ride in such a luxury car." Han Song, brimming with pride, educated them. "Uncle, this Bentley flying spur is no ordinary vehicle. It is a limited edition, priced at an astounding 10 million. The owner of such a car must be an extraordinary individual," Zhong Jiqiang thought, his yearning for the Bentley intensifying, yet he was acutely aware that such luxury would likely remain out of reach for him, given its staggering price tag. Li Fan parked his car in a nearby lot. Observing the residential community. It was a modest neighborhood, with property prices exceeding 20,000 per square meter, an unattainable dream for Li Fan's family in the past. He called Zhong Yanhong, "Sister Hong, I've arrived at your neighborhood and am in the adjacent parking lot." Upon receiving the call, Zhong Yanhong promptly informed her father, "Dad, my boyfriend has arrived." Zhong Jiqiang immediately inquired, "How did he get here? Where is his car? Tell him to drive it over." Zhong Yanhong replied, "He took a taxi and should be parked outside the community." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiqiang scoffed dismissively. "He took a taxi and expects me to welcome him? Let us head upstairs. He can come in on his own." With that, Zhong Jiqiang led Han Song and Zhong Yanli away, having no intention of greeting Li Fan. Zhong Yanhong felt a pang of loneliness as she remained behind, waiting for Li Fan. Shortly after, Li Fan approached. Zhong Yanhong stepped forward to assist him with the gifts he had brought, and together they ascended the stairs. "Li Fan, my parents may not speak kindly. Please don't take it to heart," she cautioned at the door. Li Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. His purpose for visiting was to earn the approval of Zhong Yanhong's parents and to stand up for her. Hearing this, Zhong Yanhong felt a bit more at ease as she opened the door. To her surprise, the family was already gathered around the dining table, having begun their meal without waiting for Zhong Yanhong and Li Fa and As the pair entered. The family merely glanced at them. Offering no words, Zhong Yanhong stepped forward, saying, Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Li Fan. The family remained seated, continuing to eat and drink, showing no intention of acknowledging them. Feeling awkward, Zhong Yanhong spoke up, Uncle and Auntie, it's my first visit. I brought some small gifts, and I hope you won't mind. Zhong Jiqiang let out a cold snort. In our Zhong family, we uphold strict standards of conduct. Is it true that you work as a servant at the Zhong Yanhong Inn? At your age, do you intend to just drift through life like this? However, given your lack of ability, I shall refrain from saying more. But you lack even basic decency, as well as the most fundamental manners. What was that phone call about? Did you expect me to pick you up? Now you come here with a pile of counterfeit goods, trying to save face. Faced with Zhong Jiqiang's relentless barrage of scolding, Li Fan apologetically replied, Uncle Aunt, I am sorry. I did not consider things thoroughly. Han Song opened the Mingxian Longjing tea he had just brought, brewing it with a sense of pride as he said, This tea is not something to be consumed carelessly. Many unscrupulous vendors use expired and moldy tea, washing it to pass off as genuine, which can be harmful if consumed. Dad, Mom, please try my Mingxian Longjing. It is sweet and purifies the body. Although Zhou Tsuehua was not well versed in tea, she found its flavor delightful after a sip. Zhong Jiqiang took a taste and immediately praised, What a fine tea. This is truly a good tea. As for the rubbish some people bring, it is best to dispose of it quickly. With that, Zhong Jiqiang tossed the premium Dahongpo that Li Fan had purchased into a nearby trash bin. Mom, today is your birthday. Han Song has prepared a special gift for you. At this moment, Zhong Yanli also smiled as she spoke, gesturing for Han Song to bring out the present. Han Song retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from his pocket, and its exquisite packaging suggested that the contents were not inexpensive. Upon opening the box, a translucent jade bracelet was revealed, eliciting gasps of admiration from everyone. This jade bracelet is stunning. It must have cost a fortune. Zhou Tsuehua thought of the money and displayed a look of concern. Han Song feigned indifference, saying, It's not that much, just 50,000 yuan. I've heard from some masters that a good bracelet worn on the body can nurture one's spirit. What? 50,000 yuan? The family stared wide-eyed at the figure. Purchasing a bracelet for 50,000 yuan was not something an ordinary family could afford. Well done. Xiao, you have found a good boyfriend. Unlike some people, who come with a box of shabby tea, hoping to scam a meal. What a disgrace. Zhong Yanhong now regretted bringing Li Fan home. She could endure her own grievances in the past, but now she had involved the innocent Li Fan. Suddenly, Li Fan spoke up, that jade bracelet is fake. It costs 20 yuan each, available at the convenience store by the elementary school. Chapter 27. Distinguishing right from wrong. What nonsense are you spouting? You fool. Li Fan's words stirred a tempest of anger, and everyone glared at him, chastising him in unison. Han Song was also furious, slamming the table and coldly rebuking, You, a poor loser, have you ever seen such a fine jade bracelet? With just a glance, Li Fan could discern all the details of the bracelet. Name, fake jade bracelet. Material, glass. Year of production, 1 year. Value, 20 yuan. Zhong Yanhong, you ought to manage your impoverished husband better. He seems to be jealous of our Han Song. Unable to afford a jade bracelet himself, yet he dares to claim my husband's bracelet is fake. What a piece of work. Zhong Yanli scolded Zhong Yanhong. Zhou Tsuehua also no longer held a favorable impression of Li Fan. As Zhong Jiqiang had said, a man may lack ability, but he must possess integrity. Being broke was one thing, but to claim that young Han's gift was counterfeit, what was his intention? Zhou Tsuehua directly put the bracelet on her wrist. Her face beaming as she exclaimed, This bracelet is lovely. I adore it. Thank you, Xiao Han. Han Song, witnessing this, wore a smug expression and replied, Auntie, I'm just glad you like it. The price of the bracelet is inconsequential. It's merely a token of my appreciation. Zhong Yanhong shot Li Fan an angry glare. Upon arriving, She had specifically warned him not to take her parents' words to heart, but it was clear that Li Fan was affected by their attitude, prompting him to rashly declare the bracelet was fake to seek attention. However, this only served to humiliate her further in front of her family. Dad, Mom, little sister, brother-in-law, I apologize. Li Fan knows nothing and spoke without thinking. Zhong Yanhong lowered her head in humiliation to apologize to everyone. Yet Li Fan did not wish to let his boss's daughter suffer such indignity and insisted, "This bracelet is indeed fake. You can verify it if you wish." Glass and jade differ in hardness. Glass typically has a hardness of around 4 to 5, while jade reaches 7. Thus, glass will easily scratch, whereas jade is much more resistant. You're talking nonsense. This bracelet is definitely real. It cannot possibly be fake. Han Song's expression shifted, his conviction unwavering. If you don't believe it, let us test it and see if glass can scratch this jade bracelet. Li Fan spoke confidently. Kid, do you even know how much this bracelet costs? If you ruin it with glass, can you afford to compensate for it? Zhong Jiqiang coldly admonished. Li Fan smiled and replied, if a jade bracelet can be scratched by glass, then it wouldn't be worth anything, would it? Li Fan's words incensed Zhong Jiqiang. He knew Li Fan was correct, but what right did this poor loser have to lecture him? Fine, scratch it then. Zhou Tsuaping was decisive. Recalling that there was a broken soy sauce bottle in the kitchen, she took a shard and drew it across the jade bracelet. This. Everyone leaned in to observe, and to their astonishment, a scratch appeared on the once pristine jade bracelet. Li Fan, how did you figure that out? Zhong Yanhong was the most shocked among them. Others might be oblivious, but she knew Li Fan was a fool. His sudden clarity over the past couple of days puzzled her. Now this fool could even appraise jade bracelets. What a marvel. Damn it, that Han Laowu actually dared to deceive me. I will confront him later. Han Song suddenly stood up, his face filled with rage. Xiao, what is going on? Zhou Tsuehua and Zhong Jiqiang looked at Han Song bewildered. Han Song explained, Mom and Dad, it's my fault. I bought this jade bracelet from a vendor, not realizing he would cheat me. I must find him. Upon seeing Han Song had also been duped, Zhong Jiqiang and Zhou Tsuaping hurried to console him. Xiao, don't be anxious. Auntie understands your good intentions. The value of the gift is not important. In the future, avoid purchasing such expensive gifts. Yes, Xiao, those deceitful vendors are not to be trusted. They will stoop to anything. You mustn't act impulsively. Come, Xiao, have some food. Auntie is very pleased with this gift. The elderly couple continued to express their warmth as they pulled Han Song to sit down for dinner. After the meal, Zhong Jiqiang and his wife called Li Fan outside, their expressions icy and resolute. Li Fan, Zhong Yanhong, it would be best if you two refrain from visiting our home in the future. Don't drag your own lives down while trying to ruin others. Xiao is a good kid. Even if that bracelet is fake, he was deceived. What was the point of you publicly stating it, trying to show off? Young people should remain grounded in their actions. First, showcase some achievements for others to see, rather than constantly scheming to harm others. With that, Zhong Jiqiang snatched the household registration book from his wife's hands and threw it at Zhong Yanhong. You two can decide when to get married. There's no need to inform us. With that, the elderly couple stormed inside, slamming the door behind them. In an instant, Zhong Yanhong's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to hold back as they cascaded down her cheeks, leaving Li Fan engulfed in guilt. Hongjia, I am sorry. I messed things up. Chapter 28. Why haven't I seen you? Zhong Yanhong shook her head and replied, Xiao Fan, this is not your fault. It is I who have implicated you. Please do not take to heart what my parents just said. As she spoke, Zhong Yanhong pulled out 200 yuan from her bag and pressed it into Li Fan's hand, advising him, Xiao Fan, I'm feeling a bit down, so I want to return to the inn with you. Take this money for a taxi back. You didn't eat well earlier, so buy something to eat. Li Fan wanted to say something, but Zhong Yanhong had already hurried away, clearly in a very low mood. Holding the 200 yuan in his hand, Li Fan chuckled wryly and shook his head, pocketing the money as he drove his Bentley back to the urban village. Now that he owned a villa, he intended to move his parents and sister there. Upon returning to the shantytown, in order to avoid causing a stir, Li Fan parked his car on the street and walked home. Xiao Fan is back. Why didn't you go to work today? His parents were delighted to see him return. Li Fan replied, Dad, Mom, my boss gave me a day off. I found a new place for us to move to. Xiao Fan, our family is in need of money right now. Although you've earned some, you mustn't spend it recklessly. His mother immediately began to scold him with concern. Having grown accustomed to hardship, spending unnecessary money made her uncomfortable. Li Fan reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'm now capable of earning money, and you don't need to think about saving anymore. Our family should move to a better place. Li Qingshan chimed in, smiling. All right, you shouldn't argue with the child. It's a good thing Xiao Fan can now earn money. Hearing her husband's words, Zhou Tsuehua hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well, then we shall move over there to reside. But we must tidy up this place first. Li Fan surveyed his surroundings, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe their home as bare as a church mouse. In his opinion, there was hardly anything that required organizing. They could simply take a few essential items and move directly, purchasing the rest later. However, his mother was quite adamant about bringing everything that ought to be taken. And it would take at least a day to pack. It was impossible to move today, especially since she was quite concerned about the vegetables he had planted in the vacant lot outside the window. Li Fan's family resided on the ground floor, and just outside their window lay a patch of open land, which he had leveled to plant some everyday vegetables such as cucumbers, bok choy, and tomatoes. By the way, Xiao Fan, is the house you found also on the ground floor? If not, what will happen to my vegetables? Zhou Tsueping said, her face filled with concern. Li Fan smiled and replied, Don't worry, Mom, your vegetables will have a place to grow. Our new house has a very spacious yard. Really? That's wonderful. A yard is splendid. Upon hearing that her vegetables would have a place to flourish, his mother beamed with joy. Li Fan also smiled. Their new home indeed boasted a sufficiently large yard. Xiao Fan, you should move these vegetables to the new house today. Zhou Tsueping instructed Li Fan. He nodded in agreement and then went outside to carefully uproot the vegetables from the plot and transfer them into a box. Afterward, he called for a truck to transport them to the villa. The driver of the truck stopped in front of Li Fan's home, looking around with disdain as he observed Li Fan moving the vegetables. Young man, your place is quite difficult to access. The entrance is in such disrepair that I almost couldn't drive in. I reckon even a modest car worth 200,000 to 300,000 would get stuck here. When will this shanty town be redeveloped? The conditions here are appalling, far worse than my own home. Young man, are you moving? This place should have been abandoned long ago. Did you buy a new house, or are you renting? Honestly, if you can't afford to buy, renting is also a viable option, far better than living in this shanty town. It's evident that your family knows how to live. Even moving requires you to transfer your homegrown vegetables. But let me tell you, if you place these vegetables in a box, they won't survive. If your new home lacks a yard, it's quite challenging to find a place with a yard in the city. Those small houses with yards cost at least 5 to 6 million. Living costs in the city are high. If your family circumstances aren't favorable, moving to the suburbs would be a good choice. Ignoring the driver's incessant chatter, Li Fan finished packing and directly instructed the driver. Take me to Yundang Mountain Villa District and wait for me at the entrance. Upon hearing that they were heading to the Yundang Mountain Villa District, the driver was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, Young man, aren't you getting in the car? I'll drive myself there, Li Fan replied before walking away. The driver was left bewildered, pondering whether the young man was playing him. Who would want his homegrown vegetables in a villa district? Did he intend to present those meager vegetables as a gift? When they arrived at the entrance of the Yundang Mountain Villa District, the driver parked a bit further away, fearing that the security guards would chase him off, as his truck seemed out of place next to the luxury vehicles parked outside the villa, including a Bentley worth several million. The driver quickly called Li Fan. Young man, I've arrived. Where are you? Li Fan replied, I'm right at the entrance. At the entrance? I don't see you. Chapter 29. Delivering Cucumbers Bad Content. Chapter 30. Li Tianqing Bad Content. Chapter 31. What is strength? Li Fan nodded and said, The Chun family is indeed formidable. This was not an untruth. The Qin family was indeed powerful, and they had treated Li Fan relatively well. He could hardly argue that the Chun family was insignificant. At this moment, Li Tianqing was no longer interested in Li Fan and turned to Mr. Chun, saying, Mr. Chun, since it is settled, our matters will proceed as discussed. Tomorrow, at the stone gambling competition, our Li family will utterly defeat the Qin family. forcing them out of Linshan City to become mere strays. Moreover, that Qin Xiao is quite beautiful. My son has had his eye on her for a long time. If the Qin family falls, and if that young lady is willing to be my son's girlfriend, I might spare her family a dog-ass life. Otherwise, not a single one from the Qin family shall remain. Chen Hongyan nodded in agreement. The Li family, now a subsidiary of the Chen family, becoming stronger would also benefit him. However, he still inquired, "Isn't your son already betrothed?" Li Tianxing dismissed it with a smile. "What of a betrothal? That Qin girl is merely a plaything for my son, not someone to take home as a wife." Upon hearing this, Li Fan's expression shifted, and he coldly interjected, "Qin Xiao is off limits. As long as I am here, the Qin family will remain unharmed." Upon hearing Li Fan's declaration, both Mr. Qin and Li Tianxing were filled with rage. While they acknowledged Li Fan's impressive medical skills and had treated him with respect, the notion that a mere doctor would dare interfere in the core affairs of the Chen family was simply audacious. Chen Hongyan coldly addressed Li Fan, "Li Shunyi, I see you think very highly of yourself just because of a bit of medical skill." Witnessing Chen Hongyan's sudden change in demeanor, Li Fan remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "The Qin family is protected. No one can touch them." Chen Hongyan's anger intensified at Li Fan's defiance, and he slammed the table, reprimanding, "Li Fan, don't get carried away just because I showed you some kindness. Medical skills do not equate to power. With the Qin family backing you, you may be a godly doctor, but without us, you are nothing. I advise you to clearly understand your position. The luxury car you drive, and the villa you reside in, all your current glory, is merely a capital provided by the Chen family." Upon hearing this, Li Fan laughed. Having inherited the legacy of the carefree wanderer, he sought the path of heaven and earth. What did these villas and luxury cars mean to him? To me, all of this is merely mundane trifles. If I desire it, it is within my grasp. Chen Hongyan and Li Tianxing could not help but burst into laughter at his words. Within your grasp? Li Fan, who do you think you are? At that moment, Chen Hongyan was thoroughly disappointed in Li Fan. Initially, he had seen potential in Li Fan's medical skills, believing that with the Chen family's protection, Li Fan could make a name for himself in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, perhaps even becoming a national treasure. However, Li Fan's arrogance, fueled by a modicum of talent, led him to utter such grandiose statements, which was truly a sign of failure. In today's society, there are many geniuses, but those who can truly rise and shine are few and far between. Only those possessing genuine strength and influence can stand out. Li Fan's medical skills were commendable, but without the Qin family, he would amount to nothing in his lifetime. Li Fan, I will not reclaim the villa and car I have given you. You need not worry about that. Consider it your reward for treating the old master. Now, you may boast in front of my Qin family, but kneel and apologize to Mr. Chen before you leave. From now on, you shall have no ties to my Qin family." Li Fan, upon hearing this, retorted with disdain, "You are not worthy of my kneeling and bowing." Impudent! Chen Hongyan was truly enraged. Given his status, not just in Linshan City but even across the province, he was among the elite. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? A biao. Since Li Shunyi refuses to listen, let him experience what true power is. Chen Hongyan commanded a biao. A biao stepped forward and advised Li Fan, "Li Shunyi, it would be wise for you to kneel and apologize to Mr. Chen before I have to intervene. You are merely an ordinary person. Many matters are beyond your reach. I am a martial artist, and my prowess is beyond your comprehension. Do you see that steel pipe on the staircase?" A biao pointed. Chen Hongyan's study was spacious, with 2 levels. The steel pipe a biao referred to was the sturdy railing connecting the staircase to the 2nd floor, roughly the thickness of a child's arm. A biao stepped forward and kicked the steel pipe, producing a resounding crash as it bent at a right angle. The force was tremendous. After demonstrating this, a biao returned to his place, wearing a smug expression as he anticipated Li Fan's astonishment. However, he was sorely disappointed. Li Fan's face remained utterly calm, as if he had witnessed nothing extraordinary. Chen Hongyan was very pleased with the biao's display. A biao was one of his most capable subordinates, a peak martial artist. Even several special forces operatives would not be his match, which was the foundation of the Chen family's standing. Although society had entered a civilized era, true power would always reside with those who possessed genuine strength. The presence of martial artists was the Chun family's might. What did Li Fan's wealth of over 100 million matter? A martial artist could quietly eliminate him, rendering all his riches meaningless. Li Fan smiled and asked the group, "Is this what you refer to as strength? Is this the foundation upon which you have relied?" Chun Hongyan nodded and said, "Indeed, Li Fan. You now comprehend what true strength entails." Li Fan instantly wore a look of disdain and turned to stride towards the massive columns in the study. Within the study, several enormous pillars supported the floor above, each requiring 2 adults to encircle. The others wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of Li Fan's intentions. Approaching the concrete column, Li Fan suddenly delivered a powerful kick. His internal energy surging rapidly and channeling into his right leg. With a resounding thud, he struck the column in an instant. The massive concrete pillar, which 2 men could barely embrace, shattered, followed by a deafening crash as debris flew. The entire column collapsing. Even the 4 immense steel bars within the pillar were bent and twisted like a pretzel from the force of his kick. Dark energy. This is a martial artist at the pinnacle of dark energy. Chapter 32. Master of Martial Arts. Upon witnessing this, Biao's face was filled with terror as he exclaimed in disbelief. Chun Hongyan and Li Tianxing shared the same look of shock, their astonishment beyond words. What kind of force could cleave such a substantial concrete pillar in 2? With the loss of one supporting column, the structural integrity of the study began to falter. Large chunks of concrete from the second floor crumbling down, prompting Chun Hongyan and Li Tianxing to flee in panic. Li Fan, meanwhile, leaped gracefully from the window, and shortly thereafter, the entire second floor of the study collapsed, engulfed in dust and debris. Chun Hongyan, Li Tianxing, we pay our respects to Master Li. Biao pays his respects to Master Li. Just as they exited, Chun Hongyan, Li Tianxing, and Biao all knelt before Li Fan, their faces etched with fear. Given the aftermath of Li Fan's kick, it was evident that he was far beyond merely a dark energy martial artist. He was likely a master of martial arts. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, and wherever they reside, they command respect and fear. What master of martial arts is not esteemed and revered? They had never encountered someone as young as Li Fan in this role. Li Fan turned, looking at the 3 with curiosity. What is a master of martial arts? Upon hearing Li Fan's question, the 3 were taken aback. With such formidable strength, Li Fan was clearly a martial arts expert. Yet he was unaware of what a master of martial arts was. Biao quickly explained, "Master Li, in our martial arts practice, we categorize levels as external energy, dark energy, master of martial arts, grandmaster, and craftsman. External energy is what we commonly refer to as cultivating the body, enhancing one's physical form. Dark energy refers to the internal cultivation of breath, enabling one to conceal energy within their attacks, inflicting internal damage that is nearly impossible to defend against. A master of martial arts transcends both, capable of externalizing their dark energy to deliver greater harm. Your recent kick not only damaged the steel bars within the concrete pillar, but also unleashed tremendous destructive power, compromising the entire structure of the building. This is undeniably the strength only a master of martial arts can possess. And what of the grandmaster and craftsman above the master of martial arts?" Li Fan inquired with curiosity. For despite having inherited the teachings of the carefree wanderer, he remained oblivious to the current martial arts realm, and this was a perfect opportunity to learn. Biao, not daring to conceal anything, knelt and replied earnestly, "As for the grandmaster, their power surpasses that of a master of martial arts. They can manifest their energy into various attacks and even expel their energy from their body. The legendary Dharma patriarch, who could harm others simply by the flutter of leaves or the ripple of water, is said to embody the strength of a grandmaster. As for the craftsmen, they are even more formidable. I have yet to hear of any existing craftsman in the world today. Perhaps my abilities are insufficient to reach that level." After listening, Li Fan nodded, comparing this with the teachings he had received from the carefree wanderer. Currently, he was merely at the chi refining stage, yet he could project his energy, reaching the realm of a master of martial arts as defined by practitioners. If he could attain the peak of the chi refining stage, as Biao mentioned, he would be capable of expelling energy from his body, achieving the so-called grandmaster realm. The foundation building stage above chi refining would likely elevate him to the level of a craftsman, in a world where no craftsman had yet appeared. If he reached the foundation building stage, would he not become invincible? With such thoughts, Li Fan felt a surge of elation, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Seeing this, Chen Hongyan and Li Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly seized the opportunity to bow and plead for mercy. Master Li, we were blind to your greatness and offended you before. We hope you can grant us another chance. From now on, my Chen family is willing to serve Master Li. Li Fan glanced at Chen Hongyan, disinterested, and said, I have no interest in your Chen family, but remember this. As long as I am here, the Qin family cannot act. With that, Li Fan turned and departed. It was only after watching Li Fan leave that Chen Hongyan hurriedly rose, his face still filled with trepidation. Offending a master of martial arts was akin to courting death. The strength of the Chen family, which allowed them to stand firm, stemmed from having a dark energy expert. If they could gain the protection of a master like Li Fan, they would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. What was more critical was Li Fan's youth. All the masters of martial arts he had encountered or heard of were at least 50 years old, while Li Fan was merely around 20. If given another 20 years, or even just 10, how formidable could he become? Contemplating this, Chen Hongyan's urgency grew, and he felt immense regret for his earlier actions. The Chen family could not afford to miss this opportunity. Chapter 33. Chen Hongyan pays a visit. Chapter 34. All in disarray. Li Fan found it somewhat awkward when Chen Hongyan referred to his father as uncle, so he waved his hand dismissively, saying, You should just listen to my dad. Let us address each other as we please, all right? Brotherly. Chen Hongyan nodded in agreement, then turned to Li Qingshan, asking, Brotherly, how is your health now after what happened before? Li Fan and Li Nian found Chen Hongyan's manner of address particularly peculiar, and Li Nian nearly burst into laughter, but suppressed it under the fierce glare of her mother. Zhou Yubing. Li Qingshan replied proudly, I was not well before, but after Master Xiao Fan treated me, I feel significantly better, as if I have regained 10 years of youth, even better than before I fell ill. Chen Hongyan expressed genuine admiration. Indeed, Master Li's medical skills are simply miraculous. With him around, you and your wife can enjoy a life of ease. Zhou Tsuaping seized the opportunity to speak. Mr. Chen, is this villa and the car outside a gift from you to Xiao Fan? Such valuables are far too extravagant for us to accept. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongyan hurriedly replied, Sister-in-law, please do not say that. Master Li saved my father's life, making him our benefactor. My Chen family may not wield great power, but we do have some wealth in comparison to my father's life. This money is insignificant. The villa and the car cannot measure up to the gratitude we owe Master Li. Sister-in-law, brotherly, please rest easy here. I have already transferred ownership of the villa and car to brotherly. There will be no issues, you can trust us. Hearing Chen Hongyan's words, Li Qingshan and Zhou Tsuaping finally felt reassured. At that moment, Shenfu arrived and said to Li Fan, Boss, Elder Chen has also arrived. Please invite him in. Upon hearing that Elder Chen was coming, Li Fan did not dare to be negligent, as Elder Chen had made a favorable impression on him. Soon, Elder Chen entered the room with several aides, leaning on his cane, and upon seeing Chen Hongyan, he raised the cane to strike. You little rascal, what did I tell you in the hospital? You must cultivate a good relationship with Master Li, yet you dared to offend him. I will break your legs today. Chen Hongyan was no ordinary person. With just a word, he could shake Lin's city to its core. Now, being chased and beaten with a cane by his father, if this were to spread, it would leave the elites of Lin's city utterly astounded. Dad, calm down. I realize my mistake, and I came here to apologize to brotherly in person. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen glared with wide eyes and scolded, Nonsense. How can you address Master Li so casually? After that, Elder Chen turned to Li Fan, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth and kindness. Young brotherly, my son is truly disappointing. Upon learning of what transpired this afternoon, I rushed back immediately. Please do not hold it against him. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Just moments ago, Chen Hongyan had called Li Fan brother, referring to Li Fan's father as brotherly, and now Elder Chen was addressing Li Fan as young brother, treating him as an equal. What title would Chen Hongyan then use for Li Fan? Li Qingshan, who enjoyed reading newspapers and watching the news, instantly recognized Elder Chen's identity, leaving him both terrified and astonished. If someone of Elder Chen's stature treated his son as a peer, what on earth had his precious son done? Old Master Chen. Mr. Chen, I, Li Fan, have received your kind intentions. It is getting late. You should return home, as my family and I also need to rest. Tomorrow, I will attend the stone gambling conference in Linshan City. We can discuss further then. Old Master Chen and Mr. Chen immediately understood the implication behind Li Fan's words. Although he said little, it was clear that he was informing them of his participation in the stone gambling event, evidently providing an opportunity for the Chen family. Old Master Chen nodded repeatedly and said, "Very well, young brotherly. Please rest well. We shall take our leave." Li Fan escorted Old Master Chen and Mr. Chen out of the villa, having recently acquired the legacy of the carefree wanderer. His foundation was still unstable. If he could have the Chen family as a support, it would alleviate many of his troubles. After returning, Li Fan showed his parents and sister around the villa, guiding them to their respective rooms. At that moment, his parents and sister still felt as though everything was a dream, hardly believing it to be real. Li Fan chose not to elaborate, allowing them to gradually accept this new reality. In the future, he would provide them with even more. What was this modest villa compared to what he would offer? Chapter 35. Qin Xiao's fiancé. Chapter 36. The Bet. Chapter 37. Unexpected discovery. The group entered the hotel and made their way to the exhibition hall located on the top floor. This vast hall spanned several thousand square meters, exuding an immense sense of space. Upon their entrance, several beautiful attendants in kipeos greeted Lu Xiaochuan with bows. Qin Xiao quietly remarked to Li Fan, "This stone gambling competition is actually hosted by the Lu family. The Lu family does not engage in jade business, but specializes in raw stones. So there is no direct competitive relationship with our Li family. In fact, collaborating with the Lu family would greatly benefit us, which is why my father insists on a union between me and Lu Xiaochuan." Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Li Fan was struck with understanding. Seeing Qin Xiao and Li Fan conversing intimately and disregarding Lu Xiaochuan entirely only fueled Lu Xiaochuan's anger. "You little pauper, the raw stones sold at our gambling event are all premium old pit materials transported from southern Myanmar. They are not cheap. Every piece starts at tens of thousands, with the more expensive ones reaching several million. Do you think you can afford to gamble with me?" Li Fan coldly retorted, "Are you aware of the saying, a dog meddling in a mouse's affairs?" Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes turned red with rage. This impoverished fellow dared to insult him. "Kid, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let us see who ends up naked later." With that, Lu Xiaochuan directed Master Shui to select raw stones. Master Shui was an expert in this field and found it humiliating to gamble stones against someone like Li Fan. However, since the young master had spoken, he could not refuse. Nevertheless, he did not take the stone gambling with Li Fan seriously. His meticulous selection of raw stones was aimed at helping the Qin family triumph over the Li family. Since the Lu and Qin families had formed an alliance, it was imperative to suppress the Li family in this competition, for their fortunes were intertwined. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the raw stones displayed on counters throughout the hall. This was his first experience with stone gambling. As his eyes landed on the stones, their information instantly materialized before him. Item name: Old Pit Raw Stone from Southern Myanmar. Jadeite content: 0. Value: 0. As Li Fan examined the raw stones, he discovered that most were worthless debris. Soon, he spotted a stone with a jadeite content of 1, valued at merely a few dozen dollars. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Upon checking the selling price of this stone, it reached an astounding 50,000, truly a loss for anyone who purchased it. At that moment, Li Fan's attention shifted to Master Shui, who was intently inspecting a watermelon-sized raw stone. After scrutinizing it for a full 10 minutes, he set it down, shaking his head in apparent dissatisfaction before moving on to the next piece. However, Li Fan was captivated by that very stone. Item name: Old Pit Raw Stone from Southern Myanmar. Jadeite content: 6. Quality: Ice type. Value: 1 million. Li Fan was overjoyed and promptly approached to purchase the stone. At that instant, Master Shui examined another raw stone, basketball-sized, with a brownish hue and an uneven surface, suggesting it was of poor quality. After a brief glance, Master Shui dismissed it. Yet again, Li Fan's gaze was drawn to it. Item name: Old Pit Raw Stone from Southern Myanmar. Jadeite content: 70. Quality: Ice type. Rare violet. Value: 3 million. This discovery surprised Li Fan. The two stones Master Shui had discarded contained high-grade jadeite. He couldn't help but wonder how Master Shui would react upon discovering this. Li Fan's gaze involuntarily wandered back to Master Shui, who had just set aside another stone in discontent and walked away. Li Fan was left in awe. Could it be that fortunate? The third stone dismissed by Master Shui revealed its information once more. Item name: Old Pit Raw Stone from Southern Myanmar. Jadeite content: 70. Quality: glass type, Imperial green. Value: 200 million. If the previous two stones, valued at $1 million, were considered high-grade jadeite, then this exquisite glass type, Imperial green, valued at 200 million, was the emperor among jadeites. Without hesitation, Li Fan purchased this stone as well. 3 stones were more than enough for him. As the saying goes, quality over quantity. As long as the jadeite he unveiled was of superior quality, it would easily overshadow Lu Xiaochuan and Master Shui. Just as Li Fan was about to depart, his attention was captured by a colossal raw stone, standing half his height beside the counter. Item name: Great Green Stone from Southern Myanmar. Contains Gongjin Xiantai. Value: priceless. Upon seeing this information, Li Fan felt an immense surge of excitement. According to the legacy of the carefree wanderer, Gongjin Xiantai is one of the most crucial materials for crafting magical artifacts. Even during the cultivation era in which the carefree wanderer lived, it was a rare treasure. Li Fan never expected to encounter such a premium material on Earth, where cultivation resources were so scarce. Boss, how much for this raw stone? Li Fan immediately inquired of the counter attendant. Sir, this raw stone is priced at 1 million. I'll take it. Li Fan did not hesitate, directly purchasing the stone. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan and Master Shui could not help but burst into laughter. Kid, do you think gambling stones is merely a matter of size? Master Shui stood before the massive stone, hands clasped behind his back, offering his critique. This raw stone has a dull color, its surface covered in moss, and exhibits extremely irregular bumps. It's clear it won't yield jade. Even Qin Xiao, standing nearby, grew anxious for Li Fan. Li Fan, this stone doesn't look promising, and its price is quite steep. You should consider other options. Yet, Li Fan smiled and shook his head, his stance unwavering as he replied, I want this one. Charge it to my card. Chapter 38. The Face of the Lu Family. Chapter 39. Ice-type jadeite. Just as they were speaking, the stone cutter had already taken a knife and split the great green stone, revealing the pitch-black Gongjin Xiantai within. My treasure! Li Fan exclaimed, feeling a pang of anguish. Thankfully, Gongjin Xiantai is an extraordinary material. Its hardness far exceeds that of the cutting knife. So the contents remained unharmed. Li Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing in his worry he had forgotten the resilience of Gongjin Xiantai. Observing Li Fan's reaction, Lu Xiaochuan and the others erupted in laughter. Are you out of your mind? A worthless stone, and you treat it like treasure. Spending $1 million on a worthless rock is simply hilarious. Qin Rongong scoffed, admonishing Li Fan. Kid, I warned you not to be too greedy. $1 million might take you a lifetime to save. I see you've swindled $3 million from Xiao. It won't last long. People like you will only end up penniless and unaccomplished. Qin Xiao's expression grew increasingly worried. It seemed that while Li Fan had a unique talent for appraising antiques, he was lacking in the art of stone gambling. All right, master, please open my raw stone, Lu Xiaochuan instructed the stone cutter, pointing to the stone selected by Master Shui. Immediately, the stone cutter's machine hummed to life again, and with a single cut, white smoke began to rise, igniting excitement among the onlookers. It's green. Indeed, after the stone cutter poured water over it, a brilliant green hue emerged. It's a glutinous ice type. Judging by its size, it should be worth around 600,000 to 700,000. Someone knowledgeable quickly estimated the value of the jadeite. Lu Xiaochuan beamed with pride, boasting to Li Fan, see, pauper. This raw stone was purchased by Master Shui for 60,000, and it's about to earn 600,000 to 700,000, a tenfold profit. And you spend $1 million on a piece of garbage. Li Fan, with a disdainful expression, replied, what does 600,000 to 700,000 matter? I can unveil a jadeite worth $1 million. Country bumpkin, are you dreaming? I do believe you could lose $1 million, but opening a jadeite worth $1 million? Ha ha ha. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Li Fan was young, inexperienced, and yet full of bravado. The stone gambling competition in Linshan has become remarkably inexpensive. Even such unlearned youths can participate. "Master, could you kindly assist me in unearthing this piece of raw stone?" Li Fan inquired, lifting the stone and handing it to the stone unearthing master beside him. The master displayed a hint of disdain, seemingly reluctant to aid Li Fan. It is worth noting that these unearthing masters earn commission based on the number of clients they assist. The more people who seek their services, the greater their earnings. But how can these masters maximize their profits? Naturally, clients choose to work with those who frequently reveal jadeite. Gamblers tend to harbor superstitions when two unearthing masters stand side by side, one having never revealed jadeite and the other consistently doing so. It is obvious whom the clients will prefer. Li Fan, utterly ignorant, brimming with arrogance, could never compare to Lu Xiao. However, since this profession is service-oriented, one cannot refuse a customer, and with reluctance, the master placed the raw stone onto the unearthing table. "How shall we proceed with this raw stone?" the master queried brusquely. Li Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Just slice a thin layer off the top." The unearthing master shook his head in irritation, feeling that it was futile to be cautious with a stone that would likely yield no jadeite. He simply split it in half as the unearthing machine buzzed. A thin slice was cut away, and the master initially paid it no mind, even neglecting to pour water over it. Yet suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "It's green." The unearthing master quickly glanced over, noticing white smoke billowing from the cut surface, his eyes widening in astonishment as he rushed to splash it with water. Once the raw stone was rinsed, revealing a translucent green surface, the crowd erupted in gasps. "This is ice-type jade. Pure ice-type. This piece is worth at least 1 million, someone shouted excitedly. Lu Xiao-kun, however, wore a face of disbelief, astonished that this impoverished Li Fan could indeed unveil a jadeite worth 1 million. "Wonderful. Li Fan, this is truly ice-type jade. We've just recovered the loss from that 1 million raw stone." Qin Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Master Shui, however, maintained a gloomy demeanor, coldly retorting, "It's merely a stroke of luck. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Immediately, Lu Xiao-kun urged the unearthing master to begin with the second piece of raw stone. When it was opened, yet another glimmer of green emerged. Astonishingly, this too was an ice-type jadeite, and judging by its quality and size, it was even superior to Li Fan's, valued at no less than 1.8 million. Upon witnessing the jadeite revealed, someone promptly announced its worth. Master Shui suddenly wore a triumphant expression, while Lu Xiao-kun raised his chin smugly, declaring, "See, you country bumpkin, this is true prowess. You are leagues away from competing with our Master Shui in stone gambling." Chapter 40. Surrender. Li Fan couldn't bear Lu Xiao-kun's insufferable demeanor. Having extended his face, he felt compelled to strike back. "Master, I wish to unearth this piece." Li Fan handed the second raw stone to the unearthing master. With the success of the previous jadeite, the master no longer dared to underestimate Li Fan. Placing the raw stone onto the unearthing machine, as the blade descended, white smoke billowed, but instead of green, a hint of purple emerged. The crowd began to shake their heads. "It's merely an atypical jadeite, and such jade is generally not very valuable." Many echoed this sentiment. Aside from green, jadeite can exhibit various colors, known as atypical jadeite. Typically, these are of low value, as most atypical jadeite lacks quality, often being the most common type. Lu Xiao-kun and Master Shui both sneered, while Qin Ronggong similarly shook his head. As Master Shui had remarked, Li Fan's unveiling of $1 million jadeite was merely a fluke. However, as the unearthing master splashed the stone with cold water, he suddenly exclaimed, "This ice is just any atypical jade. This is ice-type violet jade." Upon hearing this, the crowd leaned in closer, their expressions shifting to astonishment. "Indeed, it is ice-type violet jade. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen such beautiful ice-type violet jade. This piece is worth at least 2 million. Immediately, someone began estimating its value. Yet, before he could finish, another voice interjected, "Chui Lao Lu. Do you understand? This ice-type violet jade's quality and size are absolutely worth at least 3 million. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the man's assessment. Chui Lao Lu felt his face flush, realizing he had undervalued it. Qin Xiao leaped up, exclaiming, "Li Fan, you are incredible. You've unveiled 2 ice types, including a violet. A smile crept onto Li Fan's face as he glanced at Lu, Xiao Kun, and Master Xue, whose expressions had turned dark and stormy. Boy, don't get ahead of yourself. Unearthing 2 pieces of jade is nothing to boast about, Master Xue cautioned. Young people should learn to be humble and modest. With that, he gestured to a stone the size of a barrel beside him and instructed the unearthing master. Uncover this raw stone for me, but remember, do not cut it. Grind it slowly along the edges. The master was taken aback and couldn't he help but ask, Master Xue, are you suggesting that such a large stone is entirely composed of jade? How could that be possible? How much would such a large piece of jade be worth? Master Xue's tone darkened as he reprimanded the master. Are you questioning my abilities? I wouldn't dare. The unearthing master quickly apologized. Humbled, for he was just a stone unearthing master, while Master Xue was a figure of great renown. Although grinding the stone was laborious, he had no choice but to comply with the instructions. It is well known that most stones are typically sliced or even cut into chunks. Rarely are they ground, as unearthing jade is already a challenge. To encounter a stone filled with jade is even rarer. So grinding it bit by bit seemed unnecessary. At this moment, the crowd momentarily forgot about Li Fan's ice-type violet jade, their attention now fixed on Master Xue's large stone. Everyone eagerly anticipated whether this stone truly contained pure jade. With the deafening roar of the unearthing machine, stone shavings flew as they were ground down. After nearly 30 minutes of grinding, a trace of green finally emerged. It's green, it's green. It truly is green, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The unearthing master, now exhilarated, continued to grind along the green streak. As he worked, the green expanded, revealing it to indeed be pure jade. Heavens, another ice type. This time it's ice type plum blossom green. How many bangles could be made from such a large piece? The onlooker's eyes sparkled. Such a sizable piece of jade was exceedingly rare, allowing for limitless possibilities in crafting. Even Qin Rongong, standing nearby, became excited. This jade is simply magnificent. I must share this with our Qin Jewelry's elite members for bespoke orders. The highest bidder will take it. This will undoubtedly become a highlight of our sales this quarter. If the Qin family has this piece of jade as a selling point, Qin Jewelry will surely gain immense fame. Master Xue tilted his head slightly, gazing at Li Fan, and declared, Young man, this jade of mine could easily fetch a minimum of 50 million. You might as well concede. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, urging Li Fan to surrender. Indeed. Young man, stop resisting. You are no match for Master Xue. Certainly, Master Xue's estimate of 50 million is no exaggeration. Selling it for 60 million would not be out of the question. That's right. Young lad, practice for a few more years. You are still young, so do not be so prideful. Competing with Master Xue in stone gambling is like smashing an egg against a rock. You truly are overestimating your abilities. Chapter 41. Do you really believe? Li Fan laughed upon hearing these words, retorting, Just a game? If I were the one to lose today, would you all say it was just a game? Seeing Li Fan's assertiveness, Lu Xiaokun's eyes flickered with a cold glint. His gaze fell upon the exquisite jadeites Li Fan had uncovered, especially the glass-type Emperor Green valued at 300 million. Such top-tier jade being claimed by Li Fan represented a colossal loss for the Lu family. Boy, who said you've won against me? Those jadeites you unveiled were originally ours. You used despicable means to acquire them, and now you must return them to the Lu family. Li Fan found this proclamation amusing. Your Lu family is utterly shameless. The jadeites I uncovered were purchased with my own money. Why should I return them to you? With that, he glanced around at the onlookers, smiled slightly, and continued, Your Lu family has quite the business model, allowing others to buy your raw stones only to unearth jade. If they lose, it's the consumer's misfortune. If they win, they must return it to the Lu family. You Lu family are gambling yourselves while making the consumers foot the bill. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaochuan's expression changed dramatically. Although he was a debauched youth, he was certainly not a fool. He understood that if Li Fan's words gained the consensus of all present today, these individuals would undoubtedly refrain from coming to his Lu family to purchase raw stones in the future. Should his credibility be tarnished, the Lu family's business would inevitably plummet. Utter nonsense. Young man, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Be wary of the calamity that may arise from your tongue. Master Shui, standing nearby, darkly threatened Li Fan. Younger one, I noticed during the raw stone purchase earlier that you acquired only those stones which Master Shui had previously examined. Those stones were originally favored by Master Shui. Yet you audaciously took them away. How despicable! You shall not leave with those jadeite. Daring to disrupt my Lu family's raw stone competition, teach him a severe lesson. Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of continuing this verbal sparring with Li Fan and directly ordered the security personnel who had already arrived at the scene. The raw stone competition was rife with raw stones and jadeites worth tens to hundreds of thousands, and thus, the security measures were exceedingly stringent. 4 burly men, following the young master's command, charged towards Li Fan. Li Fan, be careful. Qin Xiao, witnessing the scene, was filled with immense concern. However, Li Fan remained unfazed. As the foremost security guard lunged at him, he swiftly extended his leg and kicked the guard at the back of his knee. With a sharp crack, the guard's joint shattered, and his massive form collapsed to the ground. Without losing a moment, Li Fan stepped forward, seized the collar of the second security guard, and astonishingly lifted the nearly 200-pound man with one hand. Then forcefully slammed him into the 2 guards that were rushing towards him from behind. Ah! The anguished cries rang out as the 2 guards were knocked down. Instantly, everyone stood there, dumbfounded by the spectacle. No one had anticipated that the seemingly youthful Li Fan possessed such formidable combat prowess. Lu Xiaochuan was also taken aback by Li Fan's strength. To lift a burly man of nearly 200 pounds with a single hand was nothing short of astonishing. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and barked, "Very well. Young man, you think you're quite capable, do you? Today, I shall show you what true strength entails." Saying this, he pulled out his phone and called his father. "Father, someone is causing a scene at our raw stone competition. Please hurry and bring Master Qian over." Within 10 minutes, a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Lu Xiaochuan entered the hall, accompanied by an elder around 50. This man was none other than Lu Xiaochuan's father, Lu Luda. "Apologies, everyone, but someone has disrupted my Lu family's raw stone competition. For the time being, we shall conclude today's event. Regarding today's incident, my Lu family will provide a satisfactory explanation afterward. Henceforth, anyone purchasing raw stones from my Lu family will receive a one-time discount of 30%. After speaking, several security personnel stepped forward to escort the attendees out. Lu Luda's gaze then landed on Qin Rongong and the exquisite jadeites beside him, as he smiled and said, "Brother Qin, our families have already reached a union. We are now one family. As family, we need not speak as strangers. I know you desire these jadeites, and I assure you that once I resolve these matters, I will sell them to the Qin family. However, I kindly ask you, Brother Qin, to grant me this favor and leave for now." Qin Rongong's heart twisted in pain. These jadeites were worth 300 million. To relinquish them to the Lu family was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, he cast a wary glance at the elder beside Lu Luda, fully aware of the latter's formidable power. He knew this elder was a master of the hidden realm, and in Lin City, only a couple of families could boast such strength. 1 was the absolute ruler of Lin City, the Chen family. He had never anticipated that the Lu family also possessed a master in the hidden realm. At this moment, Qin Rongong felt immense relief for having chosen to unite with the Lu family. Otherwise, it seemed his Qin family would have no foothold in Lin City in the future. "Lu brother, you speak with such humility. We are indeed family, and I shall certainly grant you this favor. Xiao, we must leave." Seeing her father preparing to depart, Qin Xiao anxiously exclaimed, "Father, Li Fan, silence." Qin Rongong interrupted his daughter sharply, dragging her out forcefully. Chapter 43. Martial Arts Master? Chapter 44. Inevitable demise. Li Tianqing was momentarily taken aback by this statement before bursting into laughter. "You truly believe that I, Li Tianqing, would withdraw from this raw stone competition out of fear of your Lu and Qin families? Ha! What a tremendous joke. Were it not for Master Li's insistence on protecting the Qin family, would I, Li Tianqing, even regard your families?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan was utterly stunned. He had previously reveled in Li Tianqing's withdrawal from the competition. Now, the realization struck him that Li Tianqing was apprehensive of Li Fan. Lu Luda, in a fit of rage, kicked Lu Xiaochuan to the ground and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. You wretched child. Why did you not inform me of such matters sooner? The more Lu Luda contemplated, the angrier he became. Had it not been for his useless son, he would not have offended a martial arts master. Chun Hongyan, with utmost respect, inquired of Li Fan, Master Li, how should the Lu family be dealt with? Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, and replied, I wish to see no more of the Lu family. With that, he stepped out of the raw stone hall. Chun Hongyan understood Li Fan's intent and signaled to his subordinates, who promptly advanced and knocked Lu Luda and Lu Xiaochuan unconscious. From this day forth, the Lu family would cease to exist in Lin City. Meanwhile, on the road opposite the hotel, Qin Ronggong, Fu Shitao, and Qin Xiao were seated in a Rolls-Royce. Qin Ronggong sipped red wine, awaiting news from Lu Luda. Qin Xiao, with tearful eyes, anxiously gazed out the window. Xiao, that Li Fan has offended the Lu family. He will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. You should quickly forget about Li Fan. He is a powerless, impoverished youth without any connections. He does not belong in our world. His attempts to force his way into our circle are nothing but folly. Father, what will the Lu family do to Li Fan? Qin Xiao asked. Her gaze fixed on her father. Qin Ronggong, with an air of composure, replied, they will likely ensure his disappearance. For the Lu family's strength, making a poor young man vanish was a trivial matter. The notion of making someone disappear, when uttered by Qin Ronggong, seemed as simple as eating or sleeping. Indeed, for these prestigious families, dealing with an ordinary impoverished youth was astonishingly easy. Qin Xiao immediately pleaded with Qin Ronggong, Father, please call Uncle Lu and ask him to release Li Fan. If you can promise me this, I will obey your every wish. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She understood the implications of her statement. It meant she would have to marry Lu Xiaochuan. However, she did not wish to harm Li Fan because of her own predicament. Qin Ronggong shook his head, stating, this matter is beyond my control. Previously, our Qin family could stand on equal footing with the Lu family. But now that they possess a master of the hidden realm, whatever the Lu family desires is no longer within my Qin family's purview. Li Fan is as good as dead. Just as Qin Ronggong finished speaking, Li Fan strode out of the hotel, hands in his pockets, walking leisurely. Upon hearing that Li Fan was doomed, Qin Xiao was heartbroken. She turned to the window, only to be taken aback. Li Fan? At that moment, Qin Xiao's emotions were indescribable. She felt a mix of shock, joy, and disbelief. How could Li Fan be walking out unscathed? Li Fan, are you seeing things? Qin Ronggong scoffed, shaking his head, convinced his daughter was beyond redemption. Yet, he instinctively glanced outside, his eyes widening in astonishment. How was it possible that Li Fan could still emerge? Ronggong was baffled, and what astonished them further was that Li Fan, after exiting, directly entered a long, luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, followed by a convoy of Mercedes-Benz vans. Once Li Fan boarded, the convoy began to depart slowly. What was going on? Both Qin Ronggong and Fu Shitao wore expressions of bewilderment. Could it be that this young man possessed an extraordinary background? Qin Xiao hurriedly dialed Li Fan's number, but his phone had run out of battery and shut down, leaving her unable to connect. Qin Ronggong also took out his phone to call Lu Luda. Although Lu Luda's phone was operational, it remained unanswered, perplexing Qin Ronggong. He then attempted to reach Lu Xiaochuan, but met the same fate. No one answered. What on earth is happening? Qin Ronggong's expression darkened, his brow furrowed tightly as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Fu Shitao suggested, Old Qin, do not rush. Let us wait a moment. Lu family head should be out shortly. Qin Ronggong concurred, believing that Lu Luda would contact him after dealing with Li Fan, considering they had yet to discuss the jadeite matter. However, after waiting nearly half an hour in the car, there was still no news from Lu Luda, and phones remained unanswered. Go to the hotel and inquire if the Lu family head has departed, Qin Ronggong instructed the driver. The driver sprinted across the street to gather information. At that moment, Qin Ronggong received a call from his subordinate. Boss, it's bad. The Lu family's assets have suddenly been seized. Chapter 45. Meeting Mr. Chun. Bad Content. Chapter 46. Childhood Engagement. Bad Content. Chapter 47. Upscale CAF. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nearly spat out the soy milk he had just sipped. Lin Yin, quick to seize the moment, teased her brother. Brother, are you really so overjoyed just because mom has found you a wife? Li Fan shot his sister a fierce glare before hastily addressing his mother. Mom, what are you doing? I am still so young, and you're already in such a hurry to find me a partner. Isn't this a bit too early for marriage? Zhang Cuiping's eyes crinkled with laughter as she replied, Not too early at all. Xiao Fan, you are now achieving great success in your career, and it's time to settle down. Your father and I are eagerly awaiting a chubby grandson. Beside them, Li Qingshan chimed in enthusiastically, Indeed. I support the idea of having grandchildren. Enough chatter, eat up quickly. I've arranged for you to meet Aunt Zhao's family. After their meal, Zhang Cuiping urged Lin Yin to study diligently at home, then instructed Li Fan to drive their Bentley as the family made their way to the upscale CAF located at 11 Downing Street in the Binjiang Commercial District. This CAF epitomized luxury. Situated in the heart of the bustling commercial area, surrounded by numerous local enterprises and even foreign investments. The clientele consisted of well-paid professionals, making the overall cost of living in the area quite high. The CAF at 11 Downing Street was among the priciest establishments, where a single cup of coffee could cost several hundred yuan, with some exquisite freshly ground beans fetching thousands per cup. Notably, this CAF operated on a membership basis, requiring a deposit of 50,000 yuan to obtain entry-level membership, and non-members were not admitted. When Li Fan had looked into the CAF prior to their visit, he couldn't help but question Aunt Xiao's family's intentions. They must have been aware of his family's situation over the years. How could they possibly afford a 50,000 yuan membership for a CAF? Or perhaps Aunt Zhao's family was already waiting outside to escort them in. With such doubts swirling in his mind, Li Fan parked the car in the public lot outside the CAF, then walked with his parents to the entrance. Mom, will Aunt Xiao be waiting for us at the door? Li Fan inquired. Aunt Xiao said she would let us in, Zhang Cuiping responded with a smile. Evidently unaware of the CAF's exclusivity, Li Fan's expression darkened instantly. As they reached the entrance of the CAF, two doormen promptly blocked their path, smiling yet exuding an air of arrogance as they inquired, Do you have a membership card for our establishment? Li Qingshan shook his head. No. This is our first visit. Upon realizing that it was their first time and noticing that Zhang Cuiping and her husband were somewhat underdressed, the doorman's disdain only intensified. I'm afraid this is a members-only establishment. Without a membership card, you cannot enter. How much does it cost to obtain a membership? Zhang Cuiping asked, reaching for her wallet. The minimum fee is 50,000 yuan. What? 50,000? Zhang Cuiping was taken aback by the figure. That amount could cover their family's living expenses for over a year. Young man, what kind of establishment is this? A membership card costing 50,000 yuan is simply outrageous. We have an appointment to meet someone here. They are already inside. Could you please let us in? Zhang Cuiping implored. The doorman, visibly irritated, retorted, If you can't afford it, please don't disrupt our business. Kindly leave. Li Fan's expression darkened further as he warned, Please speak to my parents with a bit more respect. Turning to his parents, he added, Mom, I don't think Aunt Xiao's family has any intention of genuinely meeting us. We should just go home. At this moment, Li Fan's thoughts were crystal clear. Aunt Xiao's family had chosen this exclusive CAF for their meeting, evidently regretting the childhood engagement and hoping to deter his family by highlighting the disparity between their circumstances. They were now patrons who could afford a 50,000 yuan membership, while Li Fan's family stood outside, unable to even enter. What right did the Li family have to consider a union with them? Seeing the situation unfold, Zhang Cuiping quickly urged, Xiao Fan, don't be hasty. Let me call Aunt Xiao and ask. Li Fan sighed, Mom, if we must enter today, we don't need her to come out to greet us. I'll get the membership myself. Li Fan was unwilling to let his parents be looked down upon. And besides, 50,000 yuan was not an insurmountable amount for him. However, Zhang Cuiping, being frugal by nature, couldn't bear the thought of spending that much on a coffee membership. Xiao Fan, listen to your mother. Just call Aunt Xiao. But Li Fan was already in the process of swiping his card for membership. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the CAF, in an elegantly appointed private room, Aunt Zhao's family had already arrived. Wang Tianlai, in his 50s, was dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. He had previously worked as a chauffeur for the factory manager at a leather factory in town. Long accustomed to bureaucratic airs, after saving the manager during a car accident, he was immensely grateful. Years later, When the manager was transferred to a machinery factory in Linshan, he brought Wang Tianlai along, appointing him as a workshop director, thus transforming their family's fortunes dramatically. Aunt Xiao was a few years younger than Wang Tianlai, possessing a striking appearance reminiscent of a refined lady from the Republican era. Having been quite the beauty in her youth, beside them sat a young woman in her early 20s, elegantly dressed in a revealing outfit, with a light touch of makeup. On the adjacent table lay a Coach handbag. Adorned in designer labels, this was Wang Xiaoli, the intended bride for Li Fan. Wang Xiaoli came from a solid family background, was beautiful, and had been accepted into a prestigious university. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, often pursued by wealthy suitors, none of whom captured her interest. Upon learning that her parents had arranged a childhood engagement with Li Fan, she was incensed. Discovering that Li Fan had dropped out of university and came from a less fortunate background only fueled her disdain. To her, Li Fan was merely a penniless loser, someone unworthy of even engaging in conversation with her. As both families prepared to meet, it was Wang Xiaoli who had chosen this location, eager to humiliate Li Fan and his family. Did they not comprehend the stark contrast in their circumstances? How could they dare to propose a union? Chapter 48. Blind date with vegetables. Dad, Mom, what kind of family are we? My little sister has grown up in a gilded cage, cherished and protected by our family. How can we possibly allow her to marry a penniless loser? The voice speaking now belonged to Wang Xiaoli's brother, Wang Dabin. Lacking formal education, he graduated high school and began working, eventually forming a small construction team that gradually expanded its operations. He took pride in having contracted various projects for developers. The most noteworthy accomplishment he bragged about was when his team installed all the doors and windows for the Yundang Mountain Villa area, a project that netted them several million yuan. Seated nearby was Wang Xiaoli's younger brother, Wang Daji, who nonchalantly remarked, "Exactly, Dad and Mom. My future brother-in-law must be capable and have at least 1,000,000 yuan in savings. Otherwise, how could I introduce him to my friends? Just look at the kind of brother-in-law they have. He is wealthy enough to buy houses and cars for his relatives. If my brother-in-law wants to be accepted, he must gift me a Chevrolet Camaro." Aunt Xiao waved her hand dismissively and addressed the group. "Enough of this chatter. What good will it do to speculate? Whether they can even enter this CAF is still uncertain." Moreover, Aunt Xiao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Wang Xiaoli's flat abdomen before she quickly shifted the topic. "Now, when they arrive, be sure to speak politely." At this moment, having obtained their membership card, Li Fan's family was shown to an upstairs private room. As they entered the room, a burly middle-aged man at the corner of the corridor looked astonished. Though he had only caught a glimpse of Li Fan from the side, Li Fan's face was etched into his memory. He knew he could not be mistaken. Just the previous night at the Huahai Hotel, Li Fan had dispatched a hidden master with a single kick. The Qin and Li families treated Li Fan with utmost respect, and a mere word from him had caused the Liu family to collapse overnight. These events left a profound impact on Su Long, who immediately instructed a nearby waiter, "Quickly bring our finest coffee and personally deliver it to the esteemed guests in room 208. The young man inside is someone even I cannot afford to offend. Ensure he is treated with the utmost care. Understood?" The waiter, taken aback, wondered what kind of person could instill such fear in their boss. He hurriedly acknowledged the order and went to prepare in the private room. Upon the arrival of Li Fan's family, Aunt Xiao and her husband promptly rose to greet them with enthusiasm. "Chui Ping, it has been many years since we last met." Xiao Lanjun warmly grasped Zheng Chui Ping's hand. Smiling amicably, Zheng Chui Ping reciprocated with a beaming smile, genuinely delighted. Previously, she and Xiao Lanjun were classmates and shared a close bond in their hometown county. After graduation, they both began working at the same organization, and even arranged a childhood betrothal after marrying and having children. However, both families eventually relocated from the county to Linshan City, leading to significant changes in their circumstances. Li Fan's family suffered greatly due to his issues, falling into despair, while Xiao Lanjun's family thrived thanks to her husband's job and their eldest son's burgeoning career, gradually distancing themselves from Li Fan's family. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zheng Chui Ping could no longer contain herself and remarked to Xiao Lanjun, "Juanzi, there was no need for us to dine in such an upscale place. We could have chosen somewhere simpler without requiring a membership just to enter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lanjun realized the implication and feigned concern, asking, "I completely forgot that this CAF operates on a membership basis. One must pay a minimum of 50,000 yuan to gain entry, correct? Why didn't you call me? I could have come down to greet you, interjected Wang Dabin with a grin. It's merely 50,000 yuan for a membership, which is hardly excessive. In today's society, who can't afford that? Zhang Chuiping replied somewhat awkwardly, while we can indeed afford 50,000 yuan. It just feels wasteful to pay for a membership we won't utilize. By the way, we brought some vegetables from our garden, all organic and fresh. You must try them. Zhang Chuiping announced as she presented the vegetables that she and Li Qingshan had picked since 4 in the morning. Ever since moving to Yundang Mountain Villa, their homegrown vegetables had become exceptionally delicious. Though they had previously grown vegetables without pesticides, they never imagined the quality could improve so dramatically after relocating. Now, they treasured their homegrown produce and were reluctant to share it with just anyone. However, today they had gathered a considerable amount in hopes of finding a suitable partner for their son. Yet, upon seeing Li Fan's family arrive with 2 bags of humble vegetables, the expressions on Xiao Lanjuan's family's faces soured noticeably. Are they truly impoverished, or do they simply not regard us at all? Your name is Li Fan. Correct? If you are uninterested in this arranged meeting, you may simply decline, Wang Xiaoli exclaimed angrily, rising from her seat. Wang Dabin sneered maliciously. I heard you were once beaten senseless over a woman by a wealthy heir. Didn't my mother say you were sharp-witted? Why do you now act like a fool? I've never heard of someone bringing vegetables to an arranged meeting. Is it because you find it painful to spend 50,000 yuan on a membership? Mom and Dad, what were you thinking? How could you arrange a betrothal with someone like this? It's like pushing Xiaoli into a fire pit. Chapter 49. Serving coffee, Xiao Lanjun and her husband wore equally grim expressions. Clearly enraged. They understood that Zhang Chuiping's family was currently struggling financially but felt that such humiliation was unwarranted. Wang Dabin continued, Mom and Dad, I think we should forget about this betrothal. Isn't Zhao Ziliang pursuing my sister? He is the warehouse manager at the Lu Group, earning a 6-figure salary, far superior to this impoverished family. Upon hearing this, Li Fan could no longer endure. From the outset of this meeting, the Wang family had harbored ill intentions, and their mocking tone since entering had pushed him to his breaking point. Slamming his hand on the table, he reprimanded, What did you say? Repeat that? Wang Dabin, having experience in both legal and illicit dealings, was not intimidated and stood up to retort, What did you say? You, a penniless bumpkin, think you can dream of associating with us? Li Fan's fury ignited, yet Li Qingshan and Zhang Chuiping quickly restrained him. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in designer attire, his hair slicked back with copious amounts of gel, entered with a broad smile. Wang Dabin's face lit up upon seeing him. Zhao Ziliang. What brings you here? Zhao Ziliang, the warehouse manager at the Lu Group, though not holding a high position, was associated with a wealthy company dealing in precious stones from South Myanmar. His financial circumstances had improved significantly, and he had long harbored feelings for Wang Xiaoli, but she had never shown interest. Upon hearing news of her arranged meeting, he could not resist coming. Aunt and uncle, I heard you were here enjoying coffee, and since I was nearby on business, I thought I'd drop by uninvited. Saying this, Zhao Ziliang approached Xiao Lanjun and her husband, elbowing aside Li Qingshan and Zhang Chuiping, nearly causing the elderly couple to stumble. With a cold smirk, he produced an exquisite box from his pocket and presented it to Xiao Lanjun and her husband. Aunt, uncle, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. So please accept these 2 jade pendants. Upon opening the box, they were greeted by 2 beautifully crafted jade pieces, one depicting the laughing Buddha and the other the Guanyin. The saying goes, men wear Guanyin, and women wear the Buddha, indicating Zhao Ziliang's thoughtful gift-giving. The jade was translucent and radiant, clearly not of inferior quality. Xiao Lanjun and her husband beamed with joy, graciously accepting the gift while insisting, Zhao, there's no need for such formality. Next time, please don't go to such lengths. Of course, Zhao Ziliang replied, delighted. Wang Dabin interjected curiously, Zhao, those jade pendants must be quite valuable, right? Zhao Ziliang shrugged nonchalantly, oh, they're nothing. Just 80,000 yuan for the pair. Xiao Lanjun and her husband were even more elated, and when they noticed Li Fan's family, their expressions revealed profound disdain. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air. Apologize to my parents. Li Fan's countenance darkened as he addressed Xiao Ziliang. The latter frowned, looking down at Li Fan with disdain. Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Xiao Lanjun and her husband also scolded Li Fan sternly. Li Fan, how can you be so ill-mannered? Xiao is our esteemed guest. You must show him respect. Li Fan found humor in their words. What does your esteemed guest have to do with me? He bumped into my parents. He must apologize. Have you lost your mind? Li Fan, what is your status compared to Xiao's? Do you think he would stoop to apologize to you? Wang Xiaoli scolded at a displeased, and Xiao turned to Jing Cui Ping, reproaching, Cui Ping, how have you raised your son? This is utterly disrespectful. Let us end this meeting here. We can discuss the children's marriage another time. You should return home now. Li Fan's expression was thunderous. After their family had endured a morning of turmoil and spent 50,000 yuan on a membership, they were met with nothing but scorn. You expect us to just leave after all this? Li Qingshan and Zheng Cui Ping, recalling their long-standing friendship, urged Li Fan, let it go. Xiao Fan that we should leave and not delay Aunt Zhao's family any longer. Despite his seething anger, Li Fan could only suppress it in front of his parents as they exited the room. What a disgrace. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of me? Aunt Xiao, had it not been for you, I would have made them pay dearly for their insolence, Li Fan muttered as he left. Xiao Ziliang immediately regained his bravado, reclining arrogantly in his chair. Xiao Lanjun quickly chimed in, Ziliang, you're a bigger person. Don't stoop to their level. They're just ignorant bumpkins with no education, Xiao Ziliang replied. Nodding that he boasted to Xiao Li, the coffee here is exceptional, I even know the owner. He used to be a bodyguard for the Li family, and we VE crossed paths. As he spoke, two impeccably dressed waitstaff entered. Pushing a cart laden with coffee brewing equipment, one of the waiters bowed deeply, addressing the guests, esteemed guests, we sincerely apologize for the interruption. Our owner specifically requested we bring you a pot of this year's premium Brazilian Blue Mountain coffee. The room erupted in astonishment. They had seen the menu earlier, and a pot of this premium coffee was priced at 8,000 yuan. Why does the boss choose to treat them to coffee? At this moment, several individuals involuntarily cast their gazes towards Xiao Ziliang, for he had just claimed to be acquainted with the owner of this establishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziliang felt a flutter of anxiety within him. His earlier boast was purely a fabrication. The owner of this place was indeed a bodyguard for the Li family, yet he had no personal acquaintance with him. The individual in question was a trusted confidant of Li Tianxing, while Xiao Ziliang himself was merely a minor manager of a warehouse at the Lu family, rarely even coming into contact with Lu Luda. Chapter 50. Bixian Palace Nightclub. Chapter 51. Rooftop auction. Li Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, my presence here is of no concern to you. What a joke. If it's of no concern, then why are you here? Do you even know where you are? This is the Bixian Palace Hot Spring Nightclub, and the entrance fee alone is 1,999 per person. Do you think you can afford to spend here? You brat, I haven't yet settled the score for what happened at the CAF. If you continue to harass Xiaoli, don't blame me for taking action. Xiao Ziliang stepped forward, a fierce expression on his face as he threatened Li Fan. Wang Xiaoli sighed and intervened, Xiao Gu, let it go. After all, our parents are old acquaintances. I know their family has fallen on hard times these past 2 years, and they are hoping to rise again through a marriage alliance with my family. Poor people always dream of easy gains. I can understand that. After saying this, Wang Xiaoli cast a condescending glance at Li Fan and warned, Li Fan, I advise you to abandon this foolish notion. We are simply not from the same world. Look at the places I frequent. They are coffee shops that require a membership fee of 50,000, and this luxurious hot spring nightclub has a minimum consumption of 1999. You could never provide me with such a lifestyle. Wang Xiaoli's voice was raised, and everyone entering and exiting the nightclub turned to look at Li Fan. Their expressions filled with mockery and derision. He seemed yet another scene of a poor boy being spurned in his pursuit of a goddess was unfolding. Li Fan felt a surge of anger. True to his nature, he wished to retaliate against these individuals. However, recalling his mother's earlier words of caution, Li Fan merely sighed and said, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain myself. My mother mentioned that if you ever need assistance, you can reach out to me. There's no need. You should focus on your own affairs. Xiao Ziliang interjected, stepping in front of Xiaoli and coldly rebuking Li Fan. After this, The group swaggered through the entrance of the nightclub, their demeanor exuding arrogance. Li Fan shook his head in disbelief. This family was truly bizarre. At that moment, a group of people hurriedly emerged from within the nightclub, led by 6 individuals clad in black suits, unmistakably professional bodyguards. Following them were 10 tall, curvaceous beauties dressed in emerald green kippeos, their long legs clad in sheer stockings causing the surrounding men to gawk, unable to suppress their drool. Master Li Tianxing approached briskly, addressing Li Fan with utmost respect. You always make such a grand entrance, Li Fan remarked, his gaze sweeping over the welcoming entourage before lingering a moment longer on the 10 beauties. After all, he was a young man full of vigor. How could he possibly remain indifferent in the presence of such beauty? Li Fan had inherited the legacy of the carefree wanderer, not that of the eunuch Li Lianying. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Li Tianxing, who raised an eyebrow with a subtle, cunning smile, akin to a wily old fox. Master Li, what do you think of this hot spring nightclub? There are quite a few attractions here. Perhaps you'd like to enjoy a soak first? Li Tianxing trailed closely behind Li Fan. Eagerly inquiring, Li Fan shook his head and replied directly, let's get to the point. Where can I find the herbs I need? Seeing Li Fan's lack of interest in the club's entertainment amenities, Li Tianxing quickly pivoted, Master Li, there's an auction on the top floor of our nightclub. After I took over this establishment, I conducted some research. This auction regularly features items related to cultivation, and occasionally even weapons. Today, there happens to be an auction upstairs, and one of the herbs is precisely what you instructed Mr. Chun to seek. As he spoke, Li Tianxing led Li Fan into his office and retrieved a stack of documents from the desk, which included the list of auction items for that day. Li Fan scanned the list and noted the presence of Qilin grass, accompanied by a photograph. This was exactly the herb he required. Excellent. I want this Qilin grass. Li Fan exclaimed with delight. Li Tianxing, equally thrilled by Li Fan's enthusiasm, replied, Master Li, the auction will commence shortly. Shall we head over? Let us go. Li Fan agreed decisively. Li Tianxing escorted Li Fan to the rooftop auction, where professional bodyguards stood guard, ensuring that not just anyone could enter. A proof of assets was mandatory to participate in the auction, with a minimum requirement of 5 million in personal assets to gain entry. As they entered the auction, Xiao Ziliang, Wang Xiaoli, and their companions emerged from the hot spring area, strolling leisurely. This is a restricted area for the auction. Please present your entry tickets. Without them, entry is not permitted. The bodyguards immediately blocked their path, their expressions unyielding. Apologies, we were merely having a look. We'll take our leave now. Initially, Wang Dabing and Wang Daji intended to brazenly confront the bodyguards, given that they were there to spend money. After all, the minimum expenditure was 2,000 per person, which afforded them a sense of entitlement. Yet before they could escalate the situation, Zhao Ziliang shot them a warning glare and hastily explained to the bodyguards, broke losers. Just scram. The bodyguards, recognizing that they were not among the privileged guests allowed to enter, immediately adopted a hostile demeanor. Faced with the bodyguards' ire, Zhao Ziliang dared not utter a word, quickly ushering the Wang family members away from the top floor. Zhao Gu. That bodyguard was far too arrogant. Who do they think they are? We are esteemed guests capable of spending here, and they dare speak to us in such a manner. I'll file a complaint against him. Wang Daji fumed, his face contorted with anger as he turned to Zhao Ziliang. Wang Xiaoli, equally displeased, confronted Zhao Ziliang. What do you mean by this, Zhao Ziliang? Are we to endure such humiliation? Are we not spending 2,000 here? Must we also be bullied? Seeing Wang Xiaoli's attitude shift towards him, Zhao Ziliang's eyes darkened momentarily, yet he quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. Xiaoli, please don't be upset. The auction on the top floor is quite exclusive. Entry requires proof of assets. If one's assets do not reach 5 million, they are ineligible to enter. The individuals who usually participate in that auction are all business tycoons from Linshan City, such as Lu Luda, the head of the Lu family, Li Tianxing, the head of the Li family, and even the legendary Qin Hongyan, the head of the Qin family. Wang Xiaoli and Wang Daji were left in shock. They had not anticipated the auction to be of such high caliber. The 3 individuals Zhao Ziliang had just mentioned were renowned figures throughout Linshan City, especially the enigmatic Mr. Qin, who was regarded almost like a deity in the area. Chapter 52. Bidding for Qilin grass. Wang Daji and Wang Dabing now felt a wave of trepidation. Causing a disturbance in such a venue was a consequence they could not afford. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Xiao Ziliang. Xiao Gu, thank you for saving us just now. Xiao Ziliang beamed with pride. What is there to be polite about? Aren't we all family? He then deliberately cast a glance at Wang Xiaoli. Boasting, with my current assets, in no more than 2 years, I'll be eligible to attend such auctions as well. At that time, I'll bring you all along to broaden your horizons. Wang Daji and Wang Dabing were elated, exclaiming, that is fantastic, Xiao Gu. If we have you as our brother-in-law, we'd be dreaming sweetly. Wang Xiaoli blushed slightly, also glancing at Zhao Ziliang. In truth, Zhao Ziliang was indeed far superior to Li Fan in every conceivable aspect. Even if he was a bit older and less attractive, it hardly mattered. After all, youth is not everything. In just a couple of years, he could very well stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent figures like Lu Luda and Li Tiancheng. What was Li Fan, after all? He likely could not even afford to spend at this hot spring venue. Meanwhile, Li Fan and Li Tiancheng sat in the front row of the auction, occupying the prestigious VIP seats. Shortly thereafter, a girl in an emerald green qipao, graceful and pure in appearance, approached with a tea set, standing beside Li Fan and slightly bowing. Mr. Li, please enjoy some tea. Her voice was melodious and exquisite, and a fragrant aroma wafted into Li Fan's nostrils, indescribably delightful. Li Fan turned to see the girl pouring tea for him, her face mere inches away due to her bent posture. Her skin was remarkably smooth, and Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. It was undeniable that this girl, in terms of figure, looks, and demeanor, was of the highest caliber. Had she been in a university setting, she would undoubtedly have captivated a throng of admirers. Mr. Li, please take your time. The girl appeared somewhat intimidated by Li Fan, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she caught him gazing intently at her face. She hurriedly rose to her feet, obediently positioning herself nearby like a startled little rabbit. Li Fan found her reaction rather amusing. Observing their interaction, Li Tiancheng, who stood beside them, squinted his eyes with a grin and remarked, Master Li, this is our welcoming attendant at the Hot Spring Club, Chu Yingying. I am of an older age and fear that I may overlook certain matters, perhaps not aligning with Master Li's preferences. Chu Yingying is of a similar age as you. Master Li, she should be able to share more common topics and accompany you at this auction. With that, Li Tiancheng produced a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the adjacent table. Master Li, this card contains a total of 100 million. Please feel free to bid on any items that catch your fancy. Having said this, Li Tiancheng exited the auction hall. Li Fan glanced at the card but did not refuse, knowing it was a gesture of goodwill from Li Tiancheng. After all, 100 million was trivial to him. Meanwhile, Chu Yingying was engulfed in a whirlwind of astonishment, pondering the true identity of this seemingly age-matched young man. Why was someone as significant as Boss Li so eager to please him, even offering him 100 million to spend at will? The world of the affluent was indeed beyond the comprehension of a girl from an ordinary family. Noticing Chu Yingying's extreme shyness, Li Fan gestured towards the seat recently vacated by Li Tiancheng and said, Please take a seat. There's no need to feel so constrained. Chu Yingying bit her red lip, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, cautiously taking a seat beside him. Mr. Li, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Fan nodded, replying, I will inform you if something arises. At that moment, the auction hall gradually filled with attendees. And after about 7 or 8 minutes, it was nearly at full capacity. On the elevated platform at the front, a man in his 30s, clad in a tailcoat, emerged, wielding an auction hammer with a smile. Welcome, everyone, to the Hot Spring Club's auction. Those seated here are all distinguished members of our Linshan city. I shall not waste your precious time. Today we have a total of 10 items for auction, and the complete list is on the tables before you. Let us now present our first item. An ancient painting from the Yuan dynasty. Li Fan observed as the auctioneer presented item after item, most of which were antiques and artworks, none of which piqued his interest. Although these antiques were indeed genuine, their starting prices were excessively high. By the time bidding concluded, they had far exceeded their intrinsic value, making any purchase meaningless. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 items were sold, the least expensive reaching 2 million, while the most expensive fetched as much as 7 million. Throughout this, Li Fan did not place a single bid. Chu Yingying, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Li, aren't you going to purchase something? Li Fan smiled and replied, "The items I wish to buy have yet to be presented." Chu Yingying, still bewildered, glanced at the auction list, noticing that the next item up for bid was a medicinal herb starting at 5 million. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom how any herb could be so exorbitantly priced. Even a century-old wild ginseng should not command such a sum. Furthermore, from the image, this so-called precious herb appeared no different from the wild flowers and grasses by the roadside. At that moment, the host on stage presented the Qilin grass, exclaiming with fervor, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the highlight of our auction. This Qilin grass is exceptionally beneficial for martial artists. Moreover, it has remarkable efficacy in treating various complex ailments. According to the assessment of our auction committee, the starting price is 5 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence." All attendees at this auction were individuals of standing, knowledgeable about martial matters. Thus, the Qilin grass was indeed worth such a price. Immediately, bids began to roll in. I bid 5.1 million. I bid 5.5 million. I bid 6 million. I bid 7 million. In an instant, the Qilin grass, starting at 5 million, soared to 9 million. However, upon reaching 9 million, it seemed to hit a plateau, with subsequent bids increasing only by 100,000 increments. Ultimately, it settled at 9.4 million. Qilin grass at 9.4 million. Do we have any further bids? The auctioneer inquired, surveying the crowd, about to drop the hammer. Just then, Li Fan raised his bidding paddle, prepared to place a bid, when suddenly a crisp voice rang out, 10 million. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a striking young woman seated in the supreme VIP section. Beside her sat an elderly gentleman in his 70s, clad in a traditional Tang suit. Though his complexion appeared rather poor, upon seeing this elderly duo, many in the crowd exhibited expressions of surprise. It was none other than Gua Huxiang, the transportation magnate of Linshan City. Li Fan calmly stated, "Old Gua is not suffering from the illness he claims, but rather he has been afflicted by a curse. Consuming this so-called miracle drug will yield no benefits. On the contrary, it will merely exacerbate the blockages in old Gua's heart, accelerating blood flow and nourishing the cursed insects." He continued, "Once the cursed insects grow stronger, the consequences will be far more severe." Preposterous. What nonsense about cursed insects are you spouting? Kevin sneered, his expression dark and filled with disdain as he directed his mockery toward Li Fan. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei, standing nearby, looked quizzically at the Gua family and asked, "Uncle Gua, who is he?" Gua Zhongxing scoffed, "Little Xiao, this is Director Hu from our city's first hospital, and that young man is the so-called miracle doctor recommended by him, claiming he can cure the old man's ailment." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Gua, forgive me, but how can you be so muddled? With the subpar medical skills of those hospitals in our country, what can they truly cure?" He continued, "They might manage a common cold, but anything slightly more serious, these quacks are utterly incompetent." Xiao Lei's words were a scathing indictment of the domestic healthcare system. As the director of the first hospital, Director Hu was the first to bear the brunt, his aged face turning crimson. "Young man, you shouldn't speak so lightly. Our current medical technology is advanced on a global scale," Director Hu retorted. Xiao Lei scoffed derisively. "The very fact that someone with your limited perspective holds the position of director speaks volumes about the deficiencies of our domestic medical system. Without even mentioning the U.S. or the European Union, even the healthcare in developing countries like Brazil surpasses ours." He added, "I advise you to get out more and broaden your horizons instead of remaining a frog in a well." "You," Director whose eyes burned with rage. Yet he struggled to formulate a counterargument. Gua Zhongxing, smiling, chimed in, "Little Xiao is right. You healthcare administrators ought to take a stroll outside once in a while. We've traveled extensively and seen far more than you. Our domestic medical system is indeed woefully inadequate. Otherwise, my father's condition wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. After months, they still can't even ascertain the nature of his illness." Gua Zhongxing produced a check, swiftly writing out 10,000 yuan, which he handed to Director Hu with a sneer, saying, "Director Hu, this 10,000 yuan is your consultation fee." He then shot a derisive glance at Li Fan, adding, "Kid, you might as well ask Director Hu for your fee." Chapter 56. The Dharmakaya Needle Technique, Chapter 57. Repaying Kindness with Betrayal, Finally. The Zen Master Doimo intervened, utilizing 7 silver needles to create the effect of 49, successfully curing the old man's ailment. This is the origin of the Dharmakaya Needle Technique. After hearing Director Hu's explanation, the crowd's gaze toward Li Fan shifted dramatically. They were astonished that this seemingly young doctor could wield such a legendary technique. Even Chu Yingying, standing beside them, blushed, gazing at Li Fan in admiration. Such grandiloquence. If he can't cure the illness, it's all just nonsense. Professor Kevin derided from the side. He had always looked down upon the medical practices of Huagua, regarding traditional Chinese medicine with utter disdain. Xiao Lei echoed similarly, his needle technique will only inflict more pain on old Gua. Just wait and see how he explains himself if he fails to cure the old man. However, just as their words faded, old Gua, who had been coughing up blood continuously, suddenly sat up. He then expelled a mouthful of black blood onto the floor, causing the marble tiles to emit plumes of white smoke as a large hole was corroded into them, shocking everyone present. What a potent corrosive nature that black blood possessed. As they gazed into the hole, they saw a 5-centimeter-long grotesque worm writhing inside. Li Fan swiftly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the nearby table, took a sip, infused it with his vital energy, and aimed it directly at the grotesque worm. Exterminate! With a sizzling sound, the mineral water splashed onto the worm, instantly turning it into a pool of blood, leaving no trace behind. This miraculous scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Could that truly be the cursed insect? The Gua family members looked at Li Fan, their disbelief giving way to astonishment. Previously, they had dismissed Li Fan's assertion that old Gua was not ill but cursed as sheer nonsense, yet witnessing this spectacle compelled them to reconsider. What further convinced them of Li Fan's credibility was that old Gua had opened his eyes. Did I just suffer another episode? Grandfather, Dad. The Gua family members were all immensely excited to see old Gua awake, with Gua Lingyue bursting into tears and throwing herself into Li Fan's embrace. Li Fan, thank you, thank you. In that moment, Li Fan could acutely feel Gua Lingyue's alluring form against him, causing his heart to race. You're crushing me, he quietly reminded her. Upon hearing this, Gua Lingyue quickly released him, her cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her gaze. Witnessing this intimate moment, Xiao Lei's eyes blazed with fury. The woman he coveted had been touched by another man. He vowed to eliminate Li Fan. Grandfather, how do you feel now? Gua Lingyue inquired with concern. Old Gua smiled and replied, I'm fine. I feel much better now. My chest isn't as tight as before. Grandfather, it was this miraculous doctor, Li Fan, who saved you and cured your ailment. Gua Lingyue excitedly introduced him to her grandfather. Hearing this, old Gua's gaze fell upon Li Fan, recalling how, before his episode, Li Fan had competed with his granddaughter for the auction of the Qiling grass. Gua Iri, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, father. Your recovery is thanks to this esteemed doctor. Old Gua narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly remarked, although I fainted earlier, I could still hear your conversations. Do you think I am senile? That a mere child without a full beard could cure me. As these words left his mouth, Li Fan furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. Director Hu quickly interjected, Old Gua, I am the director of the first hospital. You should remember me, right? Miracle Dr. Li is the one I invited, and it was indeed he who cured your ailment. Gua Baixiang interrupted Director Hu. What do you amount to? You couldn't even diagnose my illness and yet have the audacity to be a director. How can someone so inept introduce anyone capable? You. Director Hu was infuriated, never having been subjected to such humiliation as the director of the first hospital. Grandfather, it truly was Miracle Dr. Li who cured you. We witnessed it firsthand, Gua Lingyue chimed in. A hint of irritation toward her grandfather. However, old Gua coldly responded. I clearly heard that it was Professor Kevin, invited by little Xiao, who administered the miracle drug to me. As for this boy randomly poking needles into me, he merely benefited from the effects of the miracle drug. Moreover, Lingyue, you are already betrothed. You should be mindful of your reputation. Xiao Lei, overjoyed, quickly stepped forward to respectfully address old Gua. Grandfather, you are absolutely right. I was almost deceived by this fraud. I see that he and that absurd director are in cahoots, attempting to swindle the Gua family's wealth. concocting this ridiculous tale of the Dharmakaya needle technique to fool us. He added, clearly, it was Professor Kevin's miracle drug that worked, and he merely took advantage of the situation. Kevin nodded in agreement. Indeed. I always said my miracle drug couldn't possibly be ineffective. It must have been the severity of Old Gua's condition that required some time for it to take effect. You were just saying you couldn't save Old Gua. How has that suddenly turned into your accomplishment? Director who could no longer contain his frustration. Enough. It is not your place to be insolent before me. Old Gua bellowed in anger, then waved his hand, instructing Gua Zhongxing, prepare red envelopes of 10,000 yuan for these two. We shall return home. Understood. Gua Zhongxing wrote a check for 10,000 yuan and tossed it to Li Fan, coldly stating, isn't it all about the money for you? Take this and do not bother the Gua family again. Seeing the Gua family's attitude, Li Fan's expression darkened as he coldly declared, I hope your family does not come to regret this. Within a day, this old man will undoubtedly perish. When that time comes, seeking my help will be an insurmountable challenge. The Gua family erupted in laughter at his words. Kid, do you truly believe yourself to be a miracle worker? And clean up your language. Cursing my father's death could bring you dire consequences. Gua Zhongxing warned Li Fan frostily before the group departed from the auction venue. Director, who was seething, continuously complaining beside Li Fan. I never expected the Gua family to be so shameless. Miracle Dr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I dragged you into this mess. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have intervened. Li Fan, however, took it in stride, waving his hand dismissively. It's all right. I told you they'll come seeking me sooner or later. Miracle Dr. Li, do you truly believe that Old Gua is doomed? Director, who asked. Bewilderment etched across his face, Li Fan uttered no words and simply turned to leave. The Qilin grass had already been purchased by the Gua family, rendering any further stay here unnecessary. Chapter 58. Unappreciative Content. Chapter 59. A man's responsibility. Blood erupted instantaneously, splattering those nearby. Even Wang Xiaoli's face was speckled with droplets of blood. Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Ziliang's cousin screamed in unison, one out of fright, the other from pain. After a swift strike from Feng Gu, he followed up with a kick that sent Zhao Ziliang's cousin crashing to the ground, then approached Zhao Ziliang and his companions with an impassive demeanor. Who just struck my little brother? Step forward. In an instant, Zhao Ziliang and his companions were left dumbfounded. The aggressor's ferocity was overwhelming. He had approached without a word and swung his knife. Observing this, Li Fan, wishing to avoid conflict with these ruffians, reached for Wang Xiaoli to leave. Li Fan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Xiaoli exclaimed, shaking off his grip in agitation. Li Fan replied solemnly, can't you see this situation is escalating? Why are you still here? Hurry home. Observing this, Wang Daji and Wang Dabin began to ridicule Li Fan. Li Fan, is your mother not raising a man? Causing trouble and wanting to flee? With such cowardice, how do you expect to marry Xiaoli? You lack any responsibility? Wang Xiaoli concurred. Li Fan, you truly disappoint me that a real man should possess at least a modicum of responsibility. When faced with adversity, all you do is retreat and evade. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziliang had begun conversing with Feng Gu. Wang Xiaoli cast an admiring glance at Zhao Ziliang and chastised Li Fan. Li Fan, you should learn from Brother Xiao. He embodies what it means to be a true man. At this moment, Zhao Ziliang was bowing and scraping, offering a cigarette to Feng Gu. Brothers, this was all a misunderstanding. It was merely a small altercation. We were just playing around. Who the hell is playing around with you? Squawked the parrot head. Berating Zhao Ziliang, Feng Gu, ignoring Zhao Ziliang's offered cigarette, placed his knife on Zhao Ziliang's shoulder and spoke coldly, don't you dare try to act brotherly with me. You hitting my little brother shows utter disrespect for me. Feng Wei, today, no one leaves unscathed. Break a leg for the men, and all the women come with me to entertain my brothers. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group turned ashen, particularly the girls, whose faces paled in terror. If they were indeed taken away by these ruffians tonight, the consequences were all too clear. Their lives would be irrevocably ruined. Zhao Ziliang's expression shifted drastically as he looked at Feng Gu in disbelief. You are Feng Wei? The parrot head immediately boasted, that's right. My boss is Feng Wei, the ace enforcer of Taigu. You don't need an introduction for Taigu. If you have any sense, you should know what happens to those who offend me today. Taigu, the bodyguard of Li Tianxing. As the saying goes, in front of a prime minister, even a 7th-rank official must bow. As Li Tianxing's bodyguard, Taigu was quite the figure in the outside world. Especially around East City, he was renowned, managing numerous businesses that straddled the line between legality and illegality. Feng Wei was his capable right-hand man. Matters that Taigu preferred not to handle himself were usually resolved by Feng Wei. Xiao Ziliang was well aware of this and quickly ingratiated himself with Feng Wei. Brother Feng, this is just a case of mistaken identity. Like a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. We are not acquainted. Who the hell is your family? Feng Wei spat contemptuously on the ground. Wang Daji quickly interjected, this brother, our Xiaogu, is a good friend of your boss Taigu. We were just at 10, Tongning Street enjoying coffee. Taigu even had the waiter send a hand-ground Brazilian Blue Mountain coffee to Xiaogu. Upon hearing this, Feng Wei and the others paused momentarily. The Brazilian Blue Mountain coffee was a prized item, costing over 8,000 a cup. They couldn't afford it. If what these people said was true, this overweight man indeed couldn't be trifled with. Do you truly know my boss? Feng Wei inquired of Xiao Ziliang. Xiao Ziliang nodded vigorously. Wang Dabin chimed in, indeed, we just visited the Tongning Street CAF. If you don't believe us, call your boss and ask. Hearing this, Xiao Ziliang wished he could slap Wang Dabin. He was merely saying this out of desperation, but in reality, he was not well acquainted with Taigu. Throughout the journey, he had been pondering whether that Brazilian Blue Mountain coffee had been mistakenly sent to their private room. If a call was made now, wouldn't he that expose the lie? Feng Wei threatened Xiao Ziliang and the others. Fine, I'll call my boss right now. Don't you dare move. If I find out you've deceived me, none of you will leave here intact. Feng Wei proceeded to call Taigu, while Xiao Ziliang's cousin, Wang Daji, and Wang Dabin felt a surge of confidence. They were already thinking of how to resolve this matter and continue their revelry. However, Xiao Ziliang kept his head down, his eyes darting furtively, then pulled out half a pack of Yushi Jade cigarettes, worth 100 each, with a beaming smile as he offered them to the nearby young motorcycle gang members. Brothers, we are all family. Brother Feng is making a call, and confirmation is imminent, so there's no need to stay tense. Here, have a smoke? The motorcycle gang members noticed the quality of the cigarettes Xiao Ziliang offered and instantly softened their attitude toward him. All right. Smoking 100 yuan a pack cigarettes. The gang members lit the cigarettes and took deep drags. Seeing this, Xiao Ziliang hastily added, if you guys enjoy smoking, I have another pack in my car. Let me go get it for everyone. Upon hearing that there was another pack, the gang members' eyes lit up and they laughed. You have some sense. Go grab it. Xiao Ziliang hurriedly ran to his Audi A6, pretending to look for the cigarettes. The motorcycle gang members didn't think much of it. But at that moment, Xiao Ziliang jumped into the driver's seat and floored the gas pedal, speeding away. Damn, he dares to run. The motorcycle gang members were furious and yelled as they ran to the roadside, mounting their motorcycles to pursue. Chapter 60. Taigu arrives, but the Audi A6 had formidable power, disappearing in the blink of an eye after covering several hundred meters and turning a few corners. The motorcycle gang members chased for a while, but returned with grim expressions. Damn it, the monk can run but not the temple. Hurry and call that fat pig. If he doesn't return, you all done for. The gang members surrounded Wang Dabin and the others, kicking them to the ground and viciously berating them. Feng Gu soon returned, angrily exclaiming, Damn it, how dare you deceive me? Taigu doesn't even know a Xiao Ziliang. Upon receiving this news, the motorcycle gang members were even more enraged. Wang Daji, Wang Dabin, and the others were already dumbfounded. Xiao Ziliang didn't even know Taigu and had abandoned them to flee? How should we deal with these people? Feng Gu, the parrot head inquired. Feng Gu, with a malicious expression, ordered, break the legs of these men and take all the women back. Tonight, we'll have a good time. The motorcycle gang members began to chant and cheer. Wang Xiaoli and the other young female college students, who typically only experience catcalls on the streets, now faced a dire situation, their eyes filled with terror as they were approached by the gang members. I don't care how you handle them, but you cannot touch this person. At that moment, Li Fan stepped forward to block the group, his tone icy as he spoke. Damn, there's really someone not afraid of death. Break this kid's legs first. Fang Gu hadn't he anticipated that someone would dare to stand in his way at such a moment, and he immediately commanded his subordinates. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoli, in a frenzy, yelled at Li Fan, how long are you going to keep this up? Do you not think we are in enough danger? Do you want to get us killed? After saying this, Wang Xiaoli quickly pleaded with Fang Gu, please let us go. It was Zhao Ziliang who struck first, not us. You should go after him. We can pay you. We have money. I am in construction, and I can transfer you 500,000 right now. Wang Dabin and Wang Daji nodded fervently. Yes, this brother, we have money. I'll give you 500,000 immediately. Go to hell. Fang Gu was now exceedingly furious. Having just been played by Zhao Ziliang, he only sought to vent his rage on someone. He stepped forward, kicking Wang Dabin and the others to the ground, and proceeded to pummel them. Raising his knife, he approached Li Fan. You're quite the tough guy, aren't you? Li Fan stood unflinchingly, warning Fang Gu, I advise you to kneel and apologize now, or I fear even your boss Taigu won't be able to save you. Upon hearing this, Fang Gu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Your mother wouldn't dare say you know Taigu, would she? The surrounding gang members erupted in laughter. Li Fan, however, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, what is Taigu to me? Even Li Tianxing must bow before me and heed my commands. Damn, that is the funniest joke I've heard all year. All of Fang Gu and his companions erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming how this young man possessed an extraordinary gift for boasting, daring to assert that even Li Tianxing, the esteemed Li Yi, would heed his commands. Li Fan, at this juncture, you still wish to flaunt your verbal prowess. Fang Gu declared, Fang Gu, you must teach him a lesson. This fellow has no connection to us. Wang Xiaoli quickly distanced herself from Li Fan at that moment. Fang Gu swung a machete down towards Li Fan's shoulder. Li Fan stood his ground, motionless, as Fang Gu and the others regarded him with disdain, convinced he had been rendered speechless by fear. Just as the machete was about to strike his shoulder, Li Fan slightly turned his body, effortlessly evading the blow. He then retaliated with a swift kick, sending Fang Gu hurtling several meters away. With a resounding crash, Fang Gu collided with two motorcycles and fell to the ground, howling in pain. How dare you lay a hand on Fang Gu, brothers? Finish him off! The other thugs yelled as they charged at Li Fan, their machetes aimed at his chest and abdomen, targeting lethal spots. Li Fan's expression turned icy. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the gang. In the blink of an eye, he had toppled a dozen members of the motorcycle gang, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs, all writhing on the ground in agony. This scene left Wang Xiaoli and the others utterly dumbfounded. What on earth does Li Fan do? How can he fight like this? Kid, if you've got the guts, don't run. Fang Gu struggled to rise, immediately calling Iron Head. Li Fan casually perched himself on a nearby motorcycle, leisurely stating, just bring Iron Head and Li Tianxing here. I'll be waiting for him. Fang Wei promptly informed Iron Head of the situation. Upon hearing it, Iron Head was enraged. While the others were manageable, the audacity of someone disregarding Li Tianxing was intolerable. He swiftly gathered his men and headed over. Wang Xiaoli and the others, realizing the grave mistake Li Fan had made, fled in haste. Li Fan, you brought this upon yourself. Don't think of dragging us down with you. Soon, over a dozen Alfa Romeos parked neatly along the road, and under Iron Head's command, dozens of burly men disembarked, exuding an intimidating presence far beyond that of Fang Wei and his street thugs. This was likely the true underworld. Who the hell dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? Iron Head strode forward with authority. Fang Wei stepped up, pointing at Li Fan to report, Big brother, it's this brat. He's too arrogant, showing no respect for you, let alone Li Yi. He must be taught a proper lesson today. But Iron brother, be cautious, this kid possesses some skills. Following Fang Wei's, Iron Head caught sight of Li Fan, who was leisurely enjoying himself on the motorcycle, and his face fell in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Wei continued his incessant chatter, Iron brother, I will break his legs and stuff them in his mouth, and then let us see if he dares to be so insolent again. Before he could finish his sentence, Iron Head slapped him across the face, shattering two of Fang Wei's front teeth. Fang Wei, clutching his face, stood there in shock. Iron brother, why did you hit me? Hit you? I'll kill you. Iron Head retorted, delivering another kick that sent Feng Wei sprawling to the ground. The surrounding motorcycle gang members were utterly bewildered. Parrot Head stammered, "Iron Brother, you can't hit Feng Gu. He's fiercely loyal to you. Are you trying to get me killed? Do you have any idea who you've offended?" Iron Head exclaimed, kicking Parrot Head down as well, before quickly approaching Li Fan with utmost respect. "Master Li, it's my failure to manage my subordinates properly. Please forgive me." Li Fan glanced at him coldly. "You have no right to speak to me." Iron Head immediately trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. Just then, Li Tianqing emerged from the Hot Springs nightclub, intending to return home. Upon spotting Li Fan and the group of motorcycle thugs alongside Iron Head's bodyguards, he broke into a cold sweat and hurried over. "Iron Head, what are you doing here? What is going on?" Li Tianqing asked sternly. Iron Head quickly recounted the events, pleading with Li Tianqing, "Boss, I had no idea my subordinates had offended Master Li." Li Tianqing's heart sank, his anger rising. He had only just begun to establish a rapport with Li Fan through the auctions dealings, yet his incompetent subordinate had managed to provoke him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, delivering a kick to Iron Head's shoulder. "Damn it! What are you good for? You dare to offend Master Li." After venting his frustration, he cautiously turned to Li Fan. "Master Li, how should we deal with these people?" Li Fan replied indifferently, "Bury them all." Li Tianqing's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated that this young man, despite his age, would be so decisively ruthless. Meanwhile, Parrot Head and the others were already quaking in fear. Li Tianqing glanced at Iron Head and the others, feeling reluctant, as they were his loyal subordinates. Yet he understood the consequences of offending a martial arts master. Gritting his teeth, he ordered his other subordinates, "Take them away and bury them." Immediately, his men moved in to seize Iron Head and the others, who were begging for mercy. Just then, Li Fan changed his mind. "Forget it, let them go. I do not wish for tonight's events to repeat themselves." With that, Li Fan stood up from the motorcycle and strode towards the parking lot across the street, where his Bentley was still parked. Iron Head and his crew felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, while Li Tianqing hastily scolded them. "Why aren't you thanking Master Li?" The group knelt on the ground, loudly expressing their gratitude to the departing Li Fan. "Thank you, Master Li, for sparing our lives." Li Fan did not pause as he made his way to the parking lot opposite the Hot Springs nightclub. This area was a corner, allowing visibility of the Hot Springs Grand Hotel from the parking lot, yet the hotel could not see the happenings within the lot. Upon arriving, he noticed his Bentley being towed away. With a striking female police officer standing nearby, Li Fan rushed over. "Wait, officer, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I parked in the parking lot." The female officer turned, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face framed by practical short hair. A stunning blend of angelic and demonic allure that left any man breathless. Clad in her police uniform and exuding confidence, she was captivating. "Sir, this parking lot has long been abolished. This vehicle is considered illegally parked and must be towed as per the regulations. Officer, could we possibly negotiate? I wasn't aware this was no longer a parking lot." Li Fan felt immensely frustrated. Wasn't this clearly a parking lot? Why was it abolished, despite his pleas? The attractive officer remained unyielding, issuing a ticket and coldly stating, "Pay the fine at the station tomorrow to retrieve your car." After which, she mounted her police motorcycle and sped away with an air of nonchalance. Li Fan stood on the street, feeling utterly dejected. At that moment, a Volkswagen Passat pulled up, followed by a Toyota Corolla. Stopping in front of him, Li Fan looked up to see the faces of Xiao Lanjun and her family peering out of the window. "Li Fan, you truly are lucky to be alive," Wang Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him unscathed. Nearby, Wang Dabin and the others mocked, "It must be because Iron Head is such a big shot. I wouldn't even deign to argue with a poor loser like him. So he must have lucked out." Li Fan frowned. He had just saved their lives, yet instead of expressing gratitude, they were hurling insults at him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his anger and greeted Xiao Lanjun. "Hello, Aunt Xiao." To his dismay, Xiao Lanjun scolded him fiercely. "Li Fan, what have you been doing? You almost got Xiaoli and the others into serious trouble. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. I cannot fathom how your parents have raised you all these years. I suggest you keep your distance from our Xiaoli in the future." Tell your mother that our previous engagement is hereby terminated. With that, Xiao Lanjun slammed the car window shut, and the two vehicles sped away. Li Fan found their reaction utterly ridiculous. This family was truly peculiar. A dog biting Lu Dongbin? Unable to recognize a good person. However, it was perhaps for the best that the engagement was called off, as he had no desire to be associated with such people. Chapter 62. Collecting debts as Wang Xiaoli and her companions drove past the entrance of the Hot Springs nightclub. They stopped once more, and Wang Xiaoli was astonished to see Chu Yingying standing by the roadside. Chu Yingying, what are you doing here? Chu Yingying was equally taken aback to encounter Wang Xiaoli. They were high school classmates who had both enrolled in prestigious universities after graduation, yet their relationship had always been strained, as Chu Yingying consistently eclipsed Wang Xiaoli in beauty and academic performance, effectively overshadowing her in every aspect. Wang Xiaoli has always possessed a narrow-minded disposition, coupled with a penchant for vanity, which naturally breeds a sense of envy towards this woman who excels in every aspect compared to her. I work here, Chu Yingying stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli burst into laughter, her words dripping with venom as she addressed Chu Yingying. Chu Yingying, you work here? As a hostess, perhaps? Wang Xiaoli's voice was alarmingly loud, drawing the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances in Chu Yingying's direction. Overwhelmed with shame, Chu Yingying retorted, Wang Xiaoli, please refrain from making such slanderous claims. I am merely a doorman here. Wang Xiaoli sneered, a doorman, you say? Isn't that just a fancy way of selling smiles? It's hardly different from being a hostess. Who would have thought that the lofty campus belle would stoop to such a profession? If news of this reaches the school, I wonder how those infatuated boys who idolize you will react. Wang Xiaoli. You. Chu Yingying was infuriated, struggling to comprehend how Wang Xiaoli could utter such malicious words. By the way, Chu Yingying, tomorrow marks our class reunion to discuss the opening ceremony, so do ensure your attendance. With that, Wang Xiaoli departed, leaving Chu Yingying with reddened eyes. Deep down, she knew Wang Xiaoli would undoubtedly embellish the tale and share it with their classmates. In the car, Xiao Lanjun admonished Wang Xiaoli, Xiaoli, how can you speak to your classmates like that? Do you know why they work here? Is it due to financial hardship? Wang Xiaoli shrugged dismissively, Mom, if you don't understand the situation, please refrain from commenting. Chu Yingying is nothing more than a seductive vixen, leveraging her looks to entice male classmates. Rumor has it her father is out chasing a mistress, her mother has a lover, and they ended up divorced. Growing up in such a family, what good could she possibly be? Xiao Lanjun concurred. It seems your classmate truly is a decent person. Xiaoli, keep your distance from such individuals at school. Do you hear me? In families like ours, we must uphold the principle of social compatibility. It's crucial whether you're seeking a boyfriend or friendships. Wang Xiaoli nodded vigorously, then sweetly added, Mom, I wholeheartedly agree on the importance of social compatibility, so you won't insist that I adhere to some childhood betrothal with that impoverished Li Fan, will you? Xiao Lanjun sighed. I had previously underestimated the situation. Our family is no longer on the same level as Aunt Zhang's. Best to forget about that childhood engagement. Mom, you truly are wise. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli beamed with joy. She had no desire to marry a nobody. Her dreams included residing in a grand villa and driving luxury cars. Without a vehicle, Li Fan had to take a taxi home. The parking lot was situated in a secluded alley, far from the main road, so he had no choice but to walk outside. Upon his arrival, he noticed a plethora of taxis outside the entrance of the Hot Spring nightclub. As he approached, he spotted Chu Yingying standing by the roadside, her eyes swollen with tears. What happened? Li Fan inquired. Mr. Li. Chu Yingying exclaimed, startled to see him, and quickly greeted him with respect. Li Fan corrected her, please, just call me Li Fan. We are of similar age, no need to be so formal. All right, good Li Fan, Chu Yingying replied, feeling somewhat awkward calling him or Li. Are you heading home as well? I'm taking a taxi. Why not share one? Li Fan suggested, hailing a cab and opening the door. Li Fan, I wouldn't want to trouble you. My home is in Dongzhou Garden, which is probably not on your way. Chu Yingying felt a bit embarrassed as she spoke. Li Fan chuckled. We're actually headed in the same direction. I'm going to Yundang Mountain. To her surprise, they discovered their paths truly aligned. Both Dongzhou Garden and Yundang Mountain were eastbound, so she climbed into the car. The two exchanged little conversation along the way, but upon arriving, Chu Yingying noticed items being hurled from the fourth floor of Building 1. Alarmed, she dashed towards the building. Li Fan furrowed his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, handed the driver 100 yuan and followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he found Chu Yingying embroiled in a heated exchange with several burly men. What are you doing? This is my home. On what grounds do you invade and throw things in here? So you are the daughter of Chu Yuanxiang? Your father owes us 1 million. You do understand the principle of repaying debts, don't you? One of the muscular men replied coldly. Chu Yingying bit her lip, stating, that man is no longer connected to me. Spare us the nonsense. Unless you pay up today, don't expect to live in this house. The group of men unyieldingly threatened her. Chu Yingying, in tears, pleaded with them, please, stop throwing things. I am trying my best to earn money. Could you grant me some time? Time? Are we to give you 10 years? Either you repay the debt or forfeit the house. There are no other options. Their stance was resolute. At that moment, one of the men lewdly eyed Chu Yingying's shapely figure, a smirk creeping onto his face. How about this, sweetheart? If you grant me a little pleasure, perhaps we can negotiate a few extra days. As he spoke, he placed a hand on her alluring shoulder. Terrified, Chu Yingying shouted, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Just then, Li Fan charged into the room, coldly admonishing the man. Get your hands off her. The group of men turned to face Li Fan, their expressions darkening. You think you can play the hero? Looks like you've watched too many movies. The men clenched their fists, cracking their knuckles ominously. Chu Yingying quickly positioned herself in front of Li Fan, urging, Li Fan, just go. This is my family's issue. It doesn't concern you. However, the men had already blocked the doorway. If you want to meddle in this, you'll have to pay her debt. 1 million. Do you have that kind of money? If not, call your family. Li Fan's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on the man who had just harassed Chu Yingying, commanding, apologize to her this instant. Apologize to your mother. The man roared angrily, seizing a nearby stool and hurling it at Li Fan. Chapter 63. Midnight Chase. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent the man crashing against the wall, leaving a dent in the plaster. Dare to lay a hand on me? Get him. The remaining men charged at Li Fan. Undeterred, he advanced into the fray like a wolf among sheep, swiftly knocking them all to the ground. The swift sequence of events transpired so rapidly that even Chu Yingying was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment as she beheld Li Fan's prowess. She had never anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable skills. In that moment, Li Fan appeared to her as a towering hero, akin to a savior descending from the heavens. Chu Yingying's background was indeed fraught with difficulties. She had endured much since childhood. Often retreating into solitude, she had always dreamt of a day when a gallant hero would arrive, rescuing her from her dire circumstances like the legendary Zhuanbao saving the fairy Xiao. Today, it seemed she had found her hero. Yet, a flicker of sorrow pierced her heart. Li Fan was young and capable, with a powerful background that even Li sought to please. Why would he ever notice someone like her, a mere Cinderella? What is going on here? A cold voice interrupted their moment. They turned to see a woman in her 40s, clad in a long trench coat with understated makeup, gazing at them with an icy demeanor. Mother! Chu Yingying exclaimed in a state of panic. Hello. Auntie, Li Fan politely greeted from the side. It's getting late, so I won't keep you any longer. The woman barely glanced at Li Fan, dismissing him with a curt remark before pulling Chu Yingying into the inner room and slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoli wore a stern expression as she admonished Chu Yingying. Chu Yingying, what have I told you? Do not associate with dubious individuals. That poor boy just now is unworthy of you. Aren't there many wealthy suitors at your school? You can choose anyone you like, but that poor boy is absolutely out of the question. Chu Yingying hurriedly explained, Mom, Li Fan and I do not have the relationship you think we do. And besides, he is not poor. He is quite wealthy. Lu Xiaoli dismissed her words with a scoff. Did I not see him arriving by taxi? What wealthy person takes a taxi? Enough. Just remember what I said. Having exited the community, Li Fan realized it was late, making it difficult to hail a cab. Reluctantly, he began walking towards the Yundang Mountain Villa area. The Yundang Mountain Villas were indeed a splendid location, despite being situated in a bustling city. They offered a serene escape from the clamor, At the foot of Yundang Mountain lay a vast wetland park, often frequented by families on weekends, who would set up tents and enjoy picnics. However, at this late hour, the expansive wetland park was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. As Li Fan contemplated crossing the park while admiring the scenery, he suddenly detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the previously fresh and damp air. Furrowing his brow in caution, he pressed on, only to see a disheveled woman rushing toward him, stumbling in her flight. Behind her, 3 burly men pursued, their faces twisted with malice, brandishing handguns that glinted ominously in the moonlight. Upon spotting Li Fan, the frantic woman beseeched, "Please, help me call the police." Li Fan glanced at the 3 men, intending to sidestep them and avoid involvement in this troubling affair. It was the dead of night, and a woman was being chased by armed men. He suspected she was not merely a hapless victim, and thus preferred to steer clear of the chaos. Yet, the 3 men, upon noticing Li Fan, harbored murderous intent. "Kid, since you've stumbled into our business, you're out of luck." One of the men snarled at Li Fan before raising his gun and pulling the trigger. With a muffled report, the silenced pistol discharged, the bullet hurtling toward him. In that split second, Li Fan's surroundings seemed to slow as his anger surged. Why must they provoke him? In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the gunman. The man had no time to react before Li Fan seized his throat and twisted violently. A sickening crack echoed as the man's neck snapped, his head drooping lifelessly. The remaining 2 men were paralyzed with terror at the sight. Who was this person, capable of evading gunfire? "Damn it, kid, you're asking for death?" They seethed, raising their weapons to aim at Li Fan, ready to fire. However, Li Fan's movements were far swifter. He had already closed the distance between them, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent as his fists struck simultaneously at their chests. The 2 men, each weighing around 200 pounds, were sent flying backward, their ribcages collapsing grotesquely. The woman, who had witnessed the scene in stunned disbelief, had initially thought she encountered just an ordinary passerby who might assist her in calling for help. Little did she know the extent of his terrifying prowess. Within less than a minute, he had dispatched 3 armed men. Just as she opened her mouth to express her gratitude, the exertion of her desperate run took its toll, and she fainted, her body succumbing to fatigue. Li Fan paid no heed to the 3 fallen men as he approached the unconscious woman to assess her injuries. His brow knitted in concern upon discovering that she had been shot in the chest. The bullet having pierced her left atrium, it was evident that even if she were rushed to the hospital now, survival would be unlikely. Sighing, Li Fan resolved to intervene, having already become embroiled in the situation. However, he faced a dilemma. The wound was located on her chest, necessitating the removal of her clothing to treat it. In the heat of the moment, he had not given the woman a thorough once-over. But now he observed her striking beauty, rivaling that of Qin Xiao, albeit with a touch more maturity and poise. His heart raced. After all, he was still a novice in matters of intimacy. Quickly, Li Fan steeled himself, drawing upon his inner energy to calm his mind before taking a deep breath and removing her clothing. Beneath the moonlight, her flawless skin was revealed. Such a perfect figure. A scar would be regrettable. He placed his hand upon her skin, channeling his energy to extract the embedded bullet. Next, he employed a massage technique to infuse her wound with energy, hastening the healing process. If anyone were present, they would be astonished to witness the bullet wound in her chest visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The process, though painful, was oddly pleasurable for Li Fan, as the sensation of her soft skin stirred feelings he had never before experienced. After 10 minutes, the wound was completely healed. Not daring to linger any longer, he hastily dressed her, then called for an ambulance before departing with a sense of nonchalance. He had done what he could. Her fate now rested in the hands of destiny. Meanwhile, at a vast estate on the outskirts of Linshan City, Xiao reveled in the company of 2 extraordinarily alluring women upon a grand circular bed measuring 5 meters in diameter. However, Xiao, worn thin by years of indulgence, found his stamina lacking, finishing in mere minutes. The 2 captivating women, undeterred, continued to shower him with admiration. "Young Master Lei, you are truly remarkable. I can hardly keep up." "Young Master Lei, you are so formidable." Xiao laughed heartily, playfully slapping their well-endowed figures before donning a plush robe and leaving the bedroom. A subordinate awaited him outside, and upon seeing Xiao Lei, rushed forward to report, "Young master, the 3 assassins you sent to capture Wei Rushuang have all been killed." "What?" Xiao Lei's expression darkened with fury. "What happened?" "Those assassins were no weaklings." The subordinate replied, "According to prior reports, the assassins successfully eliminated the bodyguards at Wei Rushuang's home, but she managed to escape. They pursued her to the wetland park at the foot of Yundang Mountain, and after that, there have been no updates. I have just received word that Wei Rushuang is now in a hospital room at the first hospital, with the Wei family having dispatched dozens of bodyguards for her protection." "Useless." Xiao Lei exploded in rage, kicking the subordinate to the ground. His expression was one of fury as he commanded, "I'm giving you 1 night to find out what happened. Who interfered with my plans? I will make them wish they were never born." The subordinate scrambled to his feet, trembling as he nodded in fear. "I will take care of it immediately." At the Gu family estate, Old Master Gu had just returned from the hospital after a checkup, confirming that he had no other issues. As a member of a family worth billions, the Gu estate sprawled over an extensive area, built in the classical Russian garden style, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. "Gu Lingyue, from today onwards, you are to remain at home. We will invite the Xiao family over the day after tomorrow to arrange your betrothal to Xiao Lei." Upon returning home, Gu Hexiang issued the command to Gu Lingyue without hesitation. "Grandfather, I do not wish to marry Xiao Lei. You know what kind of person he is." Gu Lingyue protested vehemently, her emotions flaring. Yet Gu Hexiang had made up his mind. "This matter is not up for discussion. You must obey." Gu Lingyue's father, Gu Zhongji, felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter and interjected, "Dad, Xiao Lei does not have a good reputation, Lingyue." Before he could finish his sentence, Old Master Gu erupted in anger. "You useless fool. When will you ever do something for the family like your elder brother? If this marriage is not arranged, you all can leave. I have no son like you." Gu Zhongji had always been overshadowed by his elder brother, Gu Zhongxing, and had little authority within the family. Faced with his father's wrath, he lowered his head, refraining from further protest. Just then, a servant rushed in, panic evident on his face. "Master, it's terrible." A servant was watering the flowers in the back garden when a large tree suddenly fell and crushed him, killing him instantly. "What?" Old Master Gu furrowed his brow at the news. "What bad luck! Quickly, remove the body. We do not keep such filth in our home." Upon hearing Old Master Gu's command, the servant's eyes flashed with indignation. They had worked diligently for the Gu family for years, yet now, in the face of tragedy, this was the family's response. It was a blatant disregard for their lives. However, the Gu family's power and Old Master Gu's ruthlessness silenced any complaints from him. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongxing quietly contemplated the unfolding events. Recently, the behavior of these subordinates has been utterly unacceptable. They have proven incompetent at every task assigned to them. In just 2 days, 3 or 4 of them have already encountered mishaps. Upon hearing this, Old Master Gua did not take it to heart. He dismissed the individuals and retreated to his quarters for some rest. Li Fan returned home and practiced diligently through the night. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, he tended to his vegetables in the garden before hailing a cab to the traffic police station to pay his fine. The young officer attending to him, who was only slightly older than Li Fan, began to lecture him while issuing the ticket. Car prices have become remarkably affordable these days. One can acquire a vehicle for just a few tens of thousands, which has drastically lowered the standards of drivers. Everyday violations have increased our workload significantly. Chapter 65. The Shameless Landlord. You newcomers, can't you take a moment to properly review the traffic laws? Li Fan rolled his eyes. The penalty was not his fault. It was clearly a parking lot, yet they insisted it had been shut down, and he had no idea whom to approach for recourse. The young officer continued his incessant chatter, and after completing the paperwork, he said to Li Fan, "Come on, I'll take you to retrieve your car." As he spoke, he led Li Fan to the parking lot behind the station, frazzled and not even glancing at the ticket to see what kind of car Li Fan owned, only searching for the license plate number. When he matched the numbers and realized the vehicle on the ticket was the limited edition Bentley Continental GT parked in the yard, he was left utterly stupefied, confirming several times with disbelief. "Is this your car?" The officer could not help but ask Li Fan. Li Fan nodded calmly and replied, "Yes, it is my car." With that, he produced the car key and unlocked the door. The officer's mind was in turmoil. He knew this Bentley was worth over 10 million yuan. Earlier that morning, he had seen crowds admiring the vehicle. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled, "Kid, this must be your boss's car, right? Driving for such a big boss at your age, your future is bound to be bright. Everyone knows that secretaries and drivers are the right-hand men of the big boss. Absolute confidence, if you work hard, the big boss will surely promote you in the future." While saying this, the officer patted Li Fan on the shoulder. Li Fan chose not to elaborate further, driving away from the traffic police station and heading towards the university town. He had previously agreed with Hongjie to switch from day shifts to night shifts, but he had been quite busy lately and had not even started the night shifts, feeling a bit guilty towards the landlady. Upon arriving outside the small inn for students, Li Fan confirmed several times that it was indeed Hongjie's establishment, only to find that the sign had changed. He parked by the roadside and entered the hotel, where he immediately heard Hongjie engaged in a heated argument. "What do you mean, Guasampi? When I rented your property to open this inn, we had a contract. My lease is for 5 years, and we are currently in the 3rd year. On what grounds do you think you can reclaim the property?" Guasampi, the landlord of the premises, was a burly man who often boasted of being part of the Gua family. He lived comfortably off the substantial rent from several properties. At that moment, his greedy eyes roamed over Zhong Yanhong's curvaceous figure as he smirked. "Xiao Hong, didn't I tell you? As long as you agree to my terms, you can continue operating this inn." Zhong Yanhong erupted with fury. "Guasampi, stop with those lewd intentions. I would never marry you." Guasampi huffed in frustration. "Xiao Hong, don't take my affection for you as a license to be arrogant. If you marry me, we can run a family business together, and you won't even have to pay rent. How wonderful would that be? But if you refuse, this house belongs to me. I won't take your rent anymore. And you can pack up and leave immediately. I will run this in myself." "You?" Zhong Yanhong was infuriated. Before she opened this small inn, Guasampi's establishment had gone belly up at that time. Some even claimed that his property was cursed and had poor feng shui, leading to it being vacant for years. After Zhong Yanhong took over, however, the inn flourished, attracting numerous male and female students from the university town. A saying circulated among the campuses: Zhong Yanhong's inn was the couple sanctuary of the university town, facilitating countless romantic relationships. Now, seeing the success of Zhong Yanhong's inn, Guasampi was envious of her earnings and sought to reclaim the property by force. "Brothers, throw out everything belonging to Boss Zhong." Guasampi, losing patience with her refusal to comply with his demands, finally snapped. "Stop right there." Zhong Yanhong fiercely protected her door, denying them entry, but as a lone woman. She was no match for 2 burly men and was pushed aside. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan's expression turned icy with murderous intent as he stormed in, shoving the 2 henchmen aside. "What are you doing? Anyone who dares to touch Hongjie will face my wrath. Isn't this the front desk lady? You think you can be a hero?" Guasampi recognized Li Fan, having frequented the inn over the past 2 years, and immediately mocked him with disdain. Li Fan's expression darkened as he threatened Guasampi. "Guasampi, are you aware that a fool can kill without facing consequences?" Upon hearing this, Guasampi's expression shifted uneasily. "Damn it! You think a fool can actually kill me?" he shouted angrily. Li Fan scanned the room and noticed a fruit knife on the table, swiftly seizing it. "Do you think I want to?" At that moment, Li Fan exuded a fierce aura, causing Guasampi to tremble. "Li Fan, put down the knife." Guasampi was genuinely frightened. He knew Li Fan was considered simple-minded, and in his mind, a fool or a madman could kill without accountability. Even if he were held responsible, would Li Fan, being a fool, care about the consequences? In a fit of impulsivity, he might harm himself, and that would be a real problem. The 2 henchmen also edged away, unwilling to confront a man wielding a knife. Who would dare to challenge a fool armed with a blade? Seeing Li Fan, Zhong Yanhong was overwhelmed with joy and immediately grabbed his arm, urging him, "Li Fan, don't be reckless. Please put down the knife." Li Fan resolutely replied, "Sister, I must protect the inn today." In his heart, he felt immense sympathy for Zhong Yanhong, who had been deceived by a scoundrel and was now looked down upon by her family. Ultimately being driven out now, the inn was all she had, and if Guasampi succeeded in taking it from her, she would be left with nothing. Zhong Yanhong shook her head despondently, as if resigned to her fate. Forget it. Xiao Fan, this and isn't truly ours that I'm tired. Let us go. Sister. Li Fan felt a pang of heartache watching Zhong Yanhong. She forced a smile and turned to gather her belongings. Seeing this, Guasampi grew smug and scolded Li Fan. Fool, your boss is leaving and you're still here wasting breath? Get out of here. This is my property. Dio, you want me to report you for trespassing? Shut your mouth. Li Fan bellowed. His icy gaze fixed menacingly on Guasampi. Chapter 66. I have money bad content. Chapter 67. Class reunion. Just then, the person sent by Li Tianqing arrived. It was Iron Head. Hello. Mr. Li, here is the contract for the castle. If you sign, the castle will belong to you. Iron Head showed great respect towards Li Fan, pulling out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. Li Fan accepted the documents without hesitation and handed them to Zhong Yanhong, smiling as he said, Sister, please sign here. Zhong Yanhong was momentarily taken aback. This castle was worth billions. Li Fan wanted her to sign? Xiao Fan. This, sister, just sign it. Li Fan urged with a smile. Seeing his determined attitude, Zhong Yanhong hesitated for a moment, but eventually signed her name. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and said to Iron Head, I want to convert this place into a grand hotel. Start the renovations immediately. Iron Head beamed, saying, Mr. Li, if you intend to use it as a hotel, that's quite easy. In fact, this castle has already been renovated. I just hadn't had the chance to inform the owner. Initially, we plan to use it as a hotel. I just need to find someone to tidy it up and add a few more items to have it ready for opening. Li Fan was delighted to hear this. Great. Please get it ready as soon as possible. I want it opened immediately. After saying this, he glanced at Guasampi's small and across the street, grinning as he remarked, When we open, let us set our prices to match that of the small inn. I don't believe I can't outdo him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yanhong began to feel a sense of sympathy for Guasampi. This man thought he could profit by stealing her in, only to encounter Li Fan, a hot-headed individual with a fortune worth billions. Just a price war alone could bring Guasampi to tears. Li Fan and Zhong Yanhong followed Iron Head to the castle. Iron Head introduced, Mr. Li, this castle spans 6,000 square meters and consists of 7 floors. Initially, I had people renovate it with the intention of opening a castle hotel. The hotel's hardware facilities are now exceptionally comprehensive. The first floor houses our grand lobby, a coffee bar, and several flagship stores of high-end brands. The second floor is dedicated to functional spaces, such as the laundry room and business conference rooms. Floors 3 to 7 are comprised of guest rooms, with the 6th and 7th floors featuring public amenities such as a restaurant, gym, and swimming pool. Our hotel boasts a total of 200 rooms, including deluxe rooms, standard rooms, luxurious suites, executive rooms, and apartments. Listening to Taida's introduction, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhong Yanhong was already captivated by the hotel's overall decor, reminiscent of a medieval castle fit for royalty. What young girl hasn't dreamt of being a princess after watching Snow White? This castle hotel exceeded her expectations. Li Fan promptly instructed Taitu, Go find the staff immediately and get this hotel operational. I recall that our Linshan University's opening ceremony is in 3 days. Please establish contact with the school. The ceremony will take place in our castle hotel. Inform the school that we will provide the venue free of charge, but students wishing to attend the ceremony must participate in a role-playing experience. We shall host an immersive castle banquet where everyone assumes an identity. The basic identity will be complimentary, but any student desiring a specific identity will need to pay a fee. However, remember that the roles of prince and princess within the castle hotel cannot be assigned to others. I have my own plans for them. Taitu diligently noted everything down. Rest assured. Mr. Li, I will see to it that this matter is handled efficiently. Upon hearing Li Fan's proposal, Zhong Yanhong's eyes lit up with excitement. Xiao Fan, I never imagined you had such a business acumen, offering the venue for free while charging for roles. Those boys eager to impress the girls will surely spare no expense. Li Fan replied with a mischievous smile, Sister, those who have played games understand that free games can be more costly than paid ones. Take a look at the skins in 10 cents Honor of Kings. A single skin can be quite expensive. Our role-playing is akin to skins. Li Fan entrusted the hotel affairs to Taitu and Zhong Yanhong. Just then, a call came in from Chu Yingying. Li Fan, could you accompany me to the class reunion? Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and unease. She had not wanted to trouble Li Fan. But after recalling Wang Xiaoli's demeanor the previous night, her concern grew, and she finally mustered the courage to call him. All right, I'll come pick you up. Li Fan hung up, driving his Bentley swiftly to Chu Yingying's residence. Before long, Chu Yingying emerged. Today, she wore a pair of fitted light blue jeans and a pale yellow crop top, exuding both sensuality and youthful vibrance. Her long, slender legs left Li Fan momentarily breathless. Li Fan, I truly appreciate you accompanying me to the reunion. As Li Fan waved at Chu Yingying from the car, she was taken aback, surprised by the luxury of his vehicle. However, she quickly came to terms with it, considering that Li Fan was someone even Mr.Li had to please. Spending billions seemed trivial to him. Driving a Bentley was hardly noteworthy. Once in the car, Chu Yingying expressed her gratitude to Li Fan. With a mysterious smile, Li Fan replied, "In 3 days, it will be your opening ceremony. I have a grand surprise for you." As he spoke, he started the vehicle and sped away. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoli stood by the window. Watching her daughter get into a Bentley worth millions, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, it seemed her words from the previous night had resonated with her daughter. It was better to cry in a luxury car than to laugh on a bicycle with a poor loser. Though her daughter might not understand this wisdom now, she would eventually grasp her mother's intentions. The reunion was set to take place at the Elephant Tea Restaurant, a mid to high-end Cantonese restaurant with an average cost of 5 to 600 yuan per person, an expense beyond the means of ordinary students. Inside the private room, 2 to 3 dozen young men and women were already seated, all impeccably dressed. Today's students have high consumption standards. They are cherished by their families. Parents, grandparents, and other relatives invest their life savings into these children. Despite having never earned a penny, their monthly expenses can reach thousands, with shoes and clothes costing hundreds considered embarrassing. Did you guys see? These AJ sneakers were snagged for me by my brother-in-law from Shenzhen, supposedly brought in from Hong Kong. A male student boasted, prompting envy from his peers who sought his assistance in acquiring a pair. Just then, Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Ziliang entered, causing all the classmates to turn their attention toward them. One person rose to greet them. "Xiaoli has arrived. Everyone, our star of the day is here." "Xiaoli, is that your boyfriend beside you? We owe him a thank you for treating us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to dine in such an expensive place." Wang Xiaoli confidently introduced, "Let me present my boyfriend, Zhao Ziliang. He is the supervisor in the warehouse department of the Lu Group." Everyone erupted into applause. "Wow, Brother Zhao, you're incredible. The Lu Group is a major company in Linshan City." "Yes, Brother Zhao. Once we graduate, we hope you can assist us. I would love to join the Lu Group." Many began to flatter Zhao Ziliang, who basked in their praise, his gaze sweeping over the youthful and beautiful female students in the room, filling him with excitement. "No need to mention it. You are all Xiaoli's classmates. If I can assist in any way, I certainly will." Zhao Ziliang's words ignited excitement among the group. Then, a hesitant male student spoke up, "Didn't I read in the news recently that the Lu Group has gone bankrupt?" The room erupted in outrage. "Luo Fong, what nonsense are you spouting? The Lu Group is a large enterprise. How could it possibly go bankrupt?" "Exactly, and Brother Zhao is a senior executive there. Surely he would know if it had." Faced with their accusations, Luo Fong quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I just mentioned it offhand." Upon entering, Wang Xiaoli scanned the room for Chu Yingying's presence. "Is our campus belle not here yet?" she inquired, to which everyone shook their heads, particularly the male students, who appeared disappointed. Indeed, why hasn't the campus belle arrived? Wang Xiaoli thought to herself, concerned that Chu Yingying might be too intimidated to show up. The only reason she maintained contact with Zhao Ziliang was to showcase him today. After years of competing with Chu Yingying in high school and university, she had never surpassed her. Today, she was determined to shine. Just then, the door swung open, and Chu Yingying entered with Li Fan, prompting gasps from observant classmates. "The campus belle has arrived. Wait, who is that guy beside her? What? The campus belle has a boyfriend." The sight of Li Fan sparked anger among the crowd, while Wang Xiaoli felt both astonished and furious. "Li Fan, what are you doing here?" Li Fan was equally surprised to encounter Wang Xiaoli. Chu Yingying, too, was taken aback, not realizing Li Fan was acquainted with Wang Xiaoli. "Li Gu, do you know each other?" she asked. Li Fan nodded. Yes, my mother is good friends with Wang Xiaoli's mother. A girl rushed over, pulling Chu Yingying aside, curiosity etched on her face. Yingying, please introduce us to your boyfriend. Countless wealthy heirs have pursued you from high school to university. He must have an impressive background to be here with you. Everyone was intrigued by Li Fan's identity, wondering how someone could win the heart of their beloved campus belle. Before Chu Yingying could respond, Wang Xiaoli scoffed dismissively. You're all mistaken. Li Fan is no wealthy heir. He is just a poor loser. My mother knows Li Fan's family. They come from a county town and are quite impoverished. His parents suffered from severe illnesses and couldn't even afford medical bills. Li Fan dropped out of university before graduating. His ex-girlfriend left him for a rich heir. This guy went to confront that heir and got beaten into a fool. Somehow, he miraculously recovered. Upon hearing this, the crowd stared in disbelief, struggling to accept Li Fan's identity. How could a destitute loser have captured the heart of the campus belle they all yearned for? And that's not all, Wang Xiaoli continued, her words dripping with malice. You may not know, but our usually pure campus belle has been frequenting nightclubs to sell herself. I caught her in the act yesterday. What? This revelation struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through the male students. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. If they were to bicker with someone like Li Fan, wouldn't that simply diminish their own worth? Indeed, let us proceed. I must tell you. There are two premier figures at our banquet tonight, who are not available for public sale. Thus, the highest status in the room tonight belongs solely to me and Brother Xiao. We are the focus of everyone this evening, a daughter of a duke and a young general, Wang Xiaoli declared with uncontainable pride. Just then, the grand wooden doors of the hotel banquet hall swung open, and two squads of guards clad in bronze armor rushed out, taking positions on either side, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The students erupted into cheers. The opening ceremony banquet of Linshan University was simply magnificent. Presenting Her Highness the Princess, the two rows of guards announced in unison. At that moment, from within the banquet hall, Chu Yingying, adorned in a gown of purest white, gracefully approached. Instantly, the entire hall seemed to brighten, with all eyes captivated by her presence, evoking a sense of breathlessness. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Yingying's tall figure, her pristine legs, and her swan-like neck, complemented by exquisitely sculpted features that seemed like the finest art crafted by the hands of the divine. Her bright, enchanting eyes, with long lashes that fluttered gently, stirred the hearts of every man present. Such beauty was simply unparalleled. No wonder she was the campus belle of Linshan University. A chorus of gasps filled the air as men felt their pulses quicken. In stark contrast, Wang Xiaoli and Li Meiqi appeared as mere ugly ducklings before the resplendent swan that was Chu Yingying, their splendor utterly eclipsed. Wang Xiaoli clenched her teeth in frustration. Why? Why was Chu Yingying clad in a princess gown, when her own identity as a duke's daughter should have placed her at the pinnacle of the evening? At that moment, Chu Yingying began to walk towards Li Fan, prompting excitement among the nearby male students. Could it be that Chu Yingying was seeking them out? To everyone's astonishment, Chu Yingying approached Li Fan and received a set of princely attire from one of the guards. Brother Li, please change into this outfit. It has been specially prepared for you, she said. Her lips parting to reveal a melodious voice, Li Fan shook his head with a wry smile, taken aback by the spectacle they had arranged, forcing him into the spotlight as Chu Yingying presented him with clothes before everyone. He had not intended to be so ostentatious. Once Li Fan donned the princely garb, every eye widened in shock. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and dressed as a prince, Li Fan stood tall, his features appearing even more refined. Most striking were his deep, night sky-like eyes and his composed demeanor, embodying the essence of royalty, effortlessly overshadowing all the other males in attendance. Standing beside him, Zhao Ziliang and Xue Jiwu looked like mere jesters in comparison. Brother Li, let us enter. Chu Yingying extended her delicate fingers, taking hold of Li Fan's hand as they stepped into the banquet hall. The guards flanking them saluted, bestowing upon them the utmost respect. Who is that guy? How can he hold the hand of the campus belle? Damn, my goddess has been taken away just like that. The male students of Linshan University lamented, their hearts heavy with despair. Chu Yingying was their goddess, the subject of countless daydreams where they envisioned a future together. Now, those dreams lay shattered, Li Meiqi's eyes burned with jealousy. Truthfully, she regretted her earlier decisions. She had not anticipated that Li Fan would be acquainted with Qin Xiao, and at that time, Li Fan had indeed surpassed Su Dafu in stature. After returning home, Li Meiqi had wallowed in regret for several days, but eventually, she found solace in the idea that no matter what, Li Fan was merely a front desk clerk, and knowing Qin Xiao held little significance for her desired lifestyle. Later, she met Shuejiwu, who was undeniably superior to Li Fan, having founded his own company at a young age and securing substantial investments from major corporations. His future was undoubtedly bright, potentially becoming a titan in the tech industry, allowing her to live a life of luxury. Yet, in a matter of weeks, Li Fan had entwined himself with the campus belle of Linshan University. Why did all the women around him possess such exceptional qualities? Were they all blind? Meanwhile, another individual was equally astonished. Zhou Weibao. He had not seen Li Fan in recent times and could scarcely believe that Li Fan was now holding hands with the campus belle. Was this what his grandfather often referred to as a fool's fortune? Nevertheless, seeing Li Fan thrive brought joy to Zhou Weibao's heart. Throughout the evening, Li Fan became the center of attention, with everyone casting envious glances at him and Chu Yingying. Hand in hand, a perfect pair, provoking ire among the onlookers, I in a corner, Wang Xiaoli's anger intensified. Who did Li Fan think he was? How dare he steal the limelight that rightfully belonged to her? The more she thought about it, the more she simmered with frustration. Sensing an opportunity, Zhao Ziliang leaned in and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Xiaoli, did I assure you. I will make that little brat embarrass himself and restore your honor." Wang Xiaoli's eyes gleamed with excitement at his words. "Brother Zhao, what plan do you have to make him humiliate himself?" Zhao Ziliang's gaze drifted toward a corner of the banquet hall, where several members of the Linshan University Fencing Club were gathered, preparing for their upcoming demonstration. With a cold smirk, he explained, "Do you see them? Those are members of your university's fencing club. Their vice-captain, Ma Yun, is one of Chu Yingying's admirers. This guy is quite skilled with a sword. He has previously participated in the Earl's Fencing Open in Great Britain and achieved commendable results. He is also a fencing master. While official rankings may not exist, there are indeed levels in private circles. Initially, when one begins to learn fencing, they are called sword children. After acquiring a certain level of proficiency, they become swordsmen, which is divided into 5 levels. Upon reaching the highest level, they can become masters, also divided into 5 levels, akin to black belts in martial arts. Above the master level, there are grandmasters, true paragons of strength, and there are few in any nation, typically esteemed elders. Ma Yun is a second-level master, quite formidable. In a moment, I will approach Ma Yun and persuade him to challenge Li Fan during the demonstration, ensuring that he becomes the laughingstock before the entire school. Wang Xiaoli felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought, envisioning the sweet satisfaction of revenge. "Brother Xiao, what if Li Fan is a coward and refuses to face Ma Yun?" Zhao Ziliang chuckled coldly. "That would be even better. If he dares not step onto the stage, it would be an even greater disgrace. A coward like him has no business being with the campus belle." Wang Xiaoli nodded in agreement, her disdain for Li Fan, a mere impoverished boy, growing stronger. In comparison to Zhao Ziliang, a successful figure in society, Li Fan's inferiority was glaringly obvious. With that, Zhao Ziliang rose and made his way toward Ma Yun and his companions, who were engaged in conversation while sipping drinks, their discontent evident. What does Li Fan think he is, getting involved with the campus belle? The members of the fencing team believed that only Ma Yun was truly worthy of being Chu Yingying's Prince Charming. "You must be Ma Yun." Zhao Ziliang approached, addressing him directly. "Who are you?" Ma Yun, in a foul mood, cast a cold glance at Zhao Ziliang. Zhao Ziliang smiled, producing a cigarette and offering it to Ma Yun. "Brother, shall we step aside to chat? I have a business proposition for you." Ma Yun hesitated, recognizing the cigarette's quality. After a moment of contemplation, he followed Zhao Ziliang to a more secluded area. "What do you want? Speak," Ma Yun asked, his tone uninviting. Zhao Ziliang, unperturbed, casually smoked his cigarette, exuding confidence as he got straight to the point. "You must harbor some resentment towards that Li Fan kid. Aren't you scheduled for a fencing demonstration? Why not invite Li Fan on stage to face you? That way, you can publicly humiliate him, especially in front of Chu Yingying." Ma Yun scrutinized Zhao Ziliang. "What grudge do you have against Li Fan? Don't drag me into your personal vendettas." Today's demonstration doesn't allow for uninvited guests. I could be penalized by the school. At this, Xiao Ziliang burst into laughter, patting Ma Yun on the shoulder. Brother, don't be so tense, as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, no one will stand against mutual benefit, right? As he spoke, he produced a check for 10,000 yuan and handed it to Ma Yun. This is 10,000 yuan, a token of your reward, and you can always reach out to me for future endeavors. Ma Yun's eyes widened in astonishment at the generous offer. He hadn't expected such largesse from this man, and his interest began to pique. Zhao Ziliang, being a seasoned figure in society, understood Ma Yun's concerns. You need not worry about repercussions from the school. Today is the opening ceremony. Everyone is in high spirits. When you invite Li Fan on stage, he will be the center of attention. As a prince, how could he possibly be ignorant of fencing? If Li Fan refuses to participate, he will be branded a coward. If he takes the stage, then you will certainly be able to teach him a harsh lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, once you speak up, today, Li Fan will be utterly humiliated, and the spotlight will shine on you. Ma Yun was thoroughly stirred by Zhao Ziliang's words, gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. All right, no problem, I'll call him up to the stage shortly. Zhao Ziliang, satisfied, remarked, rest assured, if you manage this, you will not lack for benefits from me in the future. You're about to graduate too. Have you found an internship yet? If not, feel free to reach out to me. Ma Yun recognized that Zhao Ziliang's generosity was no mere happenstance. Befriending such a person undoubtedly bore significant advantages for him. Chapter 74. Dare to take the stage. The opening ceremony of Linshan University was a resounding success. After the school's leaders delivered their speeches, they exited, leaving the remaining time for the students to revel. At that moment, the captain of the fencing club stepped onto the podium of the banquet hall, microphone in hand, passionately addressing the crowd. Fellow students, today marks the opening ceremony of Linshan University. As the captain of the fencing club, I am pleased to announce that our club members will now present an exhilarating fencing performance for everyone. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ma Yun led the young men of the fencing club onto the podium. These male students, trained in fencing, were all tall and well-proportioned, prompting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the enamored female students. Oh my, these long-legged oppas are simply too handsome. How wonderful it would be to take one home as a boyfriend. Especially Ma Yun, who, within Linshan University, was akin to a dazzling campus heartthrob, boasting a considerable fanbase. That moment, for female students dressed in short skirts rushed to the foot of the podium, dancing and forming a cheerleading squad for Ma Yun. The appearance of the fencing club had indeed elevated the entire banquet to a climax. With a long sword in hand, Ma Yun bowed to the audience before commencing the fencing demonstration alongside his fellow members. The duel was a captivating exchange of blows, eliciting waves of cheers from the students. Upon the performance's conclusion, following the usual protocol, Ma Yun was expected to invite others down from the stage. However, he suddenly turned to the club's instructor and declared, Teacher Liao, today is our Linshan University opening ceremony, and many new students have joined our big family. Our fencing club also requires fresh blood. I believe the previous performance did not fully showcase the charm of our fencing club. Therefore, I would like to invite a student from the audience to join me on stage for another demonstration, allowing me to exhibit the true allure of fencing. Upon hearing Ma Yun's words, the students were left in astonishment. What did he intend to do? Fencing was not something just anyone could practice. While a novice might throw a few punches in boxing, stepping onto the fencing stage without any training would be akin to being utterly at the mercy of the opponent. Surely, no one had offended Ma Yun to the point where he sought personal vengeance in this manner. A few astute students had already turned their gazes toward Li Fan. Many were aware that Ma Yun had long been a suitor of Chu Yingying, and with her now coupled with Li Fan, jealousy undoubtedly festered within him. As expected, Teacher Liao inquired of Ma Yun, "Who do you wish to invite for the performance?" Ma Yun pointed towards Li Fan at the foot of the stage, saying, "Today, in this gathering of distinguished individuals, I naturally wish to invite our highest-ranking prince in attendance to join me in a performance." Teacher Liao furrowed his brow. He could clearly discern Ma Yun's intent and felt a sense of apprehension. Given that fencing was indeed a perilous sport, Ma Yun, smiling, reassured Teacher Liao, "Rest easy, I will be cautious, merely wishing to showcase the charm of fencing and promote our sport." Seeing that Ma Yun had already made such a statement, Teacher Liao nodded in agreement. All right, just be careful. Safety comes first. Ma Yun felt a surge of joy and eagerly turned to Li Fan, his gaze sharpening. Li Fan, do you dare to come up and perform fencing with me? At that moment, everyone turned their attention to Li Fan, eagerly awaiting his response. They were all curious to see what capabilities this individual who had captured the campus beauty possessed. Humph, Li Fan certainly won't dare to take the stage. If he does, Senior Ma Yun will surely dismantle him. Li Meiqi crossed her arms, sneering. Beside her, Xue Jiwu watched the spectacle unfold, and it was clear that the surrounding students shared similar sentiments. It was evident to all that Ma Yun had ulterior motives. Chu Yingying reached out to grasp Li Fan's hand, concern etched on her face. Brotherly, please don't agree to this. Ma Yun is quite formidable. He has participated in many fencing competitions and is a level 2 swordsman. Although Chu Yingying had witnessed Li Fan handle a gang of loan sharks, that had been with his fists. Now, Ma Yun wielded a long sword. While the sword was unsharpened, a thrust from such a slender weapon would certainly not be pleasant. A playful smile crept across Li Fan's lips as he looked directly at Ma Yun on stage, delivering a stunning retort. A performance match? I have no interest. It's merely child's play. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was Li Fan out of his mind? Did he not realize that Ma Yun was clearly intent on inviting him to the stage to teach him a lesson? Did he genuinely wish to engage in a real duel with Ma Yun? Would he not be turned into a pincushion? Li Meiqi, unable to contain herself, chimed in with ridicule. A fool truly is a fool, even if he has a clever mind. Isn't he sharp enough? Is he looking to court death? Wang Xiaoli similarly shook her head, stating, Li Fan is indeed a peculiar character, ignorant, arrogant, and self-important. It's a wonder he has managed to survive. Nearby, Zhao Ziliang scoffed, Xiaoli, have you forgotten? This fool was just recently beaten senseless. I reckon even if he recovers this time, he'll still be a target for mockery. Wang Xiaoli nodded in agreement with his words. Thankfully, her mother no longer insisted that she fulfill her engagement. Otherwise, she might as well jump off a building. Chapter 75. What is there to fear? He had never anticipated that after 20 years of practicing swordsmanship, he would be bested by a student with no knowledge of the art. More crucially, this student had triumphed using merely 2 fingers. This is incredible. Li Fan will henceforth be my idol. This is astonishing. Could this be the true essence of Chinese martial arts? Those so-called masters we saw online were merely performing flower punches and embroidered legs? Indeed. Many have claimed that traditional Chinese medicine is a scam. Yet, a relative of mine, suffering from a long-standing ailment, found relief not in the grand hospitals, but through a few plasters from a local old doctor. Both traditional medicine and martial arts are profound. It is not that they are ineffective, but rather that there are too many frauds exploiting their names to deceive others. This sentiment resonated with many in attendance. You, young man, are not a student of Linshan University, yet you dare to disrupt our opening ceremony and injure a fellow student. Security. Remove him at once. Teacher Liao, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet, his face a mixture of shame and anger. Today, before the entire faculty and student body, he had been humiliated by Li Fan. He would find it difficult to hold his head high again. Thus, he began to call for security to expel Li Fan. The face of Teacher Liao's actions. Li Fan sneered contemptuously. Is this what you call swordsmanship, your so-called culture and beliefs? You have taught me nothing but pettiness. Presumptuous. Li Fan's rebuke only fanned the flames of Teacher Liao's fury. At that moment, several security personnel from the hotel rushed in. I am a teacher at Linshan University, and I command you to remove this troublemaker immediately. He has no right to attend our opening ceremony. At this point, Zhou Weibao and Chu Yingying rushed forward to stand beside Li Fan, both angry and anxious for his safety. After all, how could Li Fan possibly stand against Linshan University alone? Many in the crowd were incensed on Li Fan's behalf. Finding Teacher Liao's actions disgraceful, unable to win in a contest of skill, he resorted to leveraging his authority to intimidate. Wang Xiaoli and Li Xiaoqi exchanged knowing smirks. What could Li Fan do? He was just a powerless nobody. Facing Teacher Liao's pressure, his exit was all but assured. Such were the rules of society. Without power, one was nothing. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the head of the security team suddenly changed his demeanor, coldly chastising teacher Liao. You are the one unworthy to remain at our castle hotel. Turning to Li Fan, he respectfully bowed. Mr. Li, how should we deal with this individual? In an instant, the entire assembly was left wide-eyed. What was happening? Was Li Fan truly that impressive? Even the head of the castle hotel security treated him with such reverence. Wang Xiaoli and Li Meiqi were utterly incredulous. Li Fan was merely a foolish front desk attendant, a poor nobody. Why would the head of security show him such respect? Remove him. We do not welcome such filthy individuals at Castle Hotel, Li Fan stated in a calm tone. Understood. The head of security waved his hand decisively, instructing his men to apprehend the individual. Liao Xueqing, infuriated, exclaimed, On what grounds do you intend to arrest me? I am a professor at Linshan University, and today your hotel is under contract with our institution. How dare you treat your customers, your gods, in such a manner? Believe me when I say that Linshan University will no longer collaborate with your hotel. Our Castle Hotel requires no partnership with Linshan University. At this moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Moments later, Zhong Yanhong, adorned in a striking red gown and accompanied by several assistants, strode into the banquet hall with an air of authority. Boss. The head of security snapped to attention, saluting respectfully upon seeing Zhong Yanhong. The students in the banquet hall erupted in excitement, astonished to learn that the owner of Castle Hotel was so young and beautiful, resembling a cold yet captivating CEO. Hong Jia, Li Fan greeted Zhong Yanhong with a smile. She nodded and coldly addressed Liao Xueqing. To bully Xiao Fan in my hotel, you must be tired of living. From now on, you shall not set foot in Castle Hotel. Security, escort him out. Following the boss's command, the head of security promptly moved forward, ejecting Liao Xueqing from the hotel. Zhong Yanhong then took to the podium, smiling at all the faculty and students present. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhong Yanhong, the owner of Castle Hotel, and I am delighted to welcome you all. I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance, which may have caused some displeasure. At Castle Hotel, we welcome every guest, but we shall not tolerate such troublemakers. As a token of our gratitude for your presence today, I will ensure that every faculty member and student receives a discount voucher for Castle Hotel. With this voucher, you may enjoy a 50% discount on your next visit. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Afterward, Zhong Yanhong turned to Li Fan and said, Xiao Fan, enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave. As she spoke, her gaze lingered momentarily on Chu Yingying beside Li Fan, a melancholic expression crossing her face. This truly was a case of beauty and talent pairing perfectly. The youthful and radiant university student was undoubtedly more appealing than her own aging self, having once played the role of a mistress. Watching Zhong Yanhong depart, Li Fan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He turned to Chu Yingying and said, You enjoy yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be escorting you home tonight. He then glanced at Zhou Weibao beside him and added, Old Zhou, could you please take Chu Yingying home after I'm done? With that, Li Fan hurriedly pursued Zhong Yanhong. As he left, a hint of unnoticeable desolation flickered across Chu Yingying's expression. Hong Jia, Li Fan called out as he caught up to Zhong Yanhong. She turned, masking her sadness with a smile, and asked, Why did you come out? Hurry back to your young lady friend. Li Fan quickly clarified, Hong Jia, please don't misunderstand. Chu Yingying is not my girlfriend. I merely assisted her with a few matters. Zhong Yanhong replied with a smile. Everything tonight was prepared for her. Wasn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan nodded in agreement. You could say that. Xiao Fan, I appreciate everything you've done for me. That girl is quite wonderful, and you two are well matched. Cherish her. With that, Zhong Yanhong patted Li Fan's shoulder and turned to leave. Li Fan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from calling out to her, letting out a sigh as he exited Castle Hotel. He no longer had the heart to remain there. Guo Lingyue had long defined topics to discuss with Li Fan, yet his responses were invariably terse, leaving her heart heavy with unspoken melancholy. Upon arriving at the restaurant and finishing breakfast, Guo Zhengji had already arranged a convoy, taking Li Fan towards the eastern suburbs. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at Linshan Airport, situated in the eastern outskirts. Observing the scene, Li Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, What brings us here? Guo Zhengji revealed a mysterious smile, replying, Master Li, please remain patient. We shall arrive shortly. The convoy did not proceed to the airport terminal, but instead drove directly to the tarmac. It is worth noting that access to the airport tarmac is not granted to just anyone, as it pertains to the safety of all aircraft, with security being exceptionally stringent, the entrance. One of Gua's subordinates presented some credentials to the security personnel, allowing the convoy to enter without hindrance, arriving before a private jet. Master Li, this aircraft is the latest model of the Gulfstream G650, just acquired by the Gua family. From this day forth, it belongs to you. I hope you do not find it lacking. Li Fan was taken aback, astonished that Gua Zhengji would gift him an entire aircraft. Even though he was not particularly well-versed in private jets, he understood that the value of such an asset could easily exceed 100 million, not to mention the considerable cost associated with its upkeep. Gua Zhengji continued, "Rest assured, Master Li, while this jet shall be yours, all monthly expenses will still be covered by the Gua family." Li Fan nodded, saying, "Let us pause here. I currently have no use for it." "Very well, Master Li. You may come to the airport at any time. I will provide you with a contact number for the captain of this aircraft. You may instruct him as you see fit." With that, Gua Zhengji handed Li Fan a business card. Li Fan casually placed the card in his pocket and requested Gua Zhengji to take him back to the Yundangshan villa. Upon arriving home, Li Fan found his parents and sister enjoying breakfast, all regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Brother, have you taken to staying out all night? Tell me, where were you frolicking last night?" Lin Yin teased, hands on her hips as she confronted Li Fan. Li Fan retorted with annoyance, "Go away, you little brat. Since when did you start meddling in your brother's affairs?" "Mom, look at how brother is bullying me." Lin Yin promptly went to complain to Zhang Cuiping. At this moment, the elder couple's eyes sparkled with affection. Their current life was blissfully fulfilling, almost surreal, as if they were living in a dream, fearing that upon waking, it would all vanish into nothingness. "All right, you two siblings, cease your bickering. Xiao Fan, have you had breakfast?" "Mom and Dad, I have already eaten," Li Fan replied. "Xiao Fan, there is something I need your help with," Zhang Cuiping then asked. "Mom, what is it?" Zhang Cuiping hesitated. "Yesterday, I received a call from your Aunt Xiao and the others. Our old classmates are planning to return to the county to celebrate our teacher's birthday. Our homeroom teacher took great care of us poor students back in the day. It's been so many years since we last met. But your dad and I can't get away. Tomorrow, Xiaoyan school is holding a sports day, and we haven't attended any of her school events for years. This time, we don't want her to go alone. So we'd like you to return for a visit." Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Fan immediately agreed. "Mom, don't worry, I will take care of it. You and Dad can accompany Xiaoyan to the sports day." "Good. Remember to prepare a substantial gift for the teacher." "Understood, Mom. I will handle it," Li Fan replied with a smile. Zhang Cuiping promptly took out her phone to call Xiao Lanjun. The students from back then were now scattered across the country, yet a few resided in Linshan City. Since they had already discussed their plans, now that Li Fan had agreed to go, she intended for Xiao Lanjun and the others to bring him along. Once the call connected, Zhang Cuiping spoke. "Lanjun, Xiao Fan has agreed to join you all in celebrating the teacher's birthday. When do you plan to set off? I'll have Xiao Fan accompany you." On the other end, Xiao Lanjun's voice flickered. "Cuiping, it might not be convenient. I assumed your family wouldn't be going, so I purchased the tickets in advance without a spot for you." "Why did you buy the tickets ahead of time?" "I mentioned I wanted to check with Xiao Fan first," Zhang Cuiping exclaimed, growing anxious. "Could you see if it's possible to get another ticket? I'll transfer the money to you." Xiao Lanjun replied teasingly, "Oh dear. All the tickets are sold out and we booked business class. Why not let your Xiao Fan take the train instead?" "All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll let you go," she said before hanging up. Zhang Cuiping appeared distressed, turning to Li Fan. "Xiao Fan, Aunt Xiao said there are no tickets left. You'll have to take the train, which takes 10 hours. Having overheard the conversation between his mother and Xiao Lanjun, Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Xiao Lanjun clearly looked down on their family. "Mom, I'll handle the ticket situation myself. You needn't worry." Li Qingshan added, "All right, stop fretting over trivial matters. Xiao Fan has grown up. He can manage these things independently." Fine. Zhang Cuiping nodded, clearly unable to shake her concern for her son, no matter how much he might earn outside. After returning to his room, Li Fan called Qin Xiaoyu, requesting her to prepare a set of exquisite jewelry for him. He had just learned from his mother that his teacher's granddaughter was soon to be married. When it comes to gift-giving, the best presents are those that fulfill the recipient's needs. Thus, Li Fan concluded that a set of top-tier jewelry would be the perfect gift for his teacher, allowing her granddaughter to shine on her wedding day. Subsequently, Li Fan contacted the captain, informing him of his flight to Jinchuan City that evening. The captain, having already received instructions from Guozhongji, was filled with trepidation upon receiving Li Fan's call and promptly agreed. He recognized that his livelihood depended on Li Fan, and being in the presence of the Guo family's benefactor, he could not afford to be negligent. In the afternoon, Li Fan packed a few belongings, took the jewelry sent by Qin Xiao, and drove to the tarmac at Linshan Airport. The captain of the Gulfstream G650, accompanied by the co-pilot and 2 graceful flight attendants, had been waiting for some time. When Li Fan emerged from the Bentley, the group was taken aback, not expecting their new boss to be so youthful. Particularly, the 2 flight attendants gazed at him with sparkling eyes. The captain, in his 30s, approached Li Fan respectfully, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Huang Lei, the captain of the Gulfstream G650. "Hello, Captain Huang," Li Fan replied, shaking his hand. Huang Lei was momentarily flustered, gesturing to the 3 individuals behind him. "Mr. Li, allow me to introduce our crew. We have a total of 5 crew members for this flight. Today, due to the head flight attendant being on leave, we are at 4. Our crew consists of 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, 1 flight attendant, and 2 cabin crew members." Li Fan exchanged brief pleasantries with the crew before boarding the aircraft. Upon entering, Li Fan couldn't help but admire his surroundings. Having done some research at home, he knew the Gulfstream G650 was considered one of the finest private jets in the world. Its exterior, with its yacht-like streamlined design, could captivate many. The interior was nothing short of opulent. Plush sofas, solid wood desks, a bar, and a refrigerator were all at hand. Moreover, the aircraft's cabin was divided into 3 sections, resembling a spacious home, complete with a living room, study, restroom, and bedroom, ensuring that even a dozen people could move about without feeling cramped. Li Fan's private jet experienced no delays or queues, enjoying VIP treatment at the airport and taking off directly. Wang Xiaoli and the others sat in the business class, their faces alight with satisfaction, as this section was located at the front of the aircraft, ensuring that everyone boarding would see them. The affluent passengers, however, as the plane taxied to the runway, it came to a halt. Wang Xiaoli, curious, peered out the window and noticed several large aircraft waiting in line for takeoff. Growing increasingly impatient, she complained, "Why aren't we flying yet? We've been waiting on the runway for 20 minutes, and there are no other planes on the runway?" Xiao Lanjun and a few other classmates shared her confusion. Nearby, a portly man with a receding hairline, dressed in a suit, casually played with his phone and remarked, "It's obvious you are not frequent flyers. You're the one who doesn't fly often," Wang Xiaoli retorted, glaring at the man. But upon noticing his Prada suit, Hermes belt, and a watch worth hundreds of thousands, she fell silent, recognizing him as a true connoisseur of air travel, undoubtedly accustomed to flying in business class. The Mediterranean man's shrewd little eyes lingered on Wang Xiaoli's curvaceous figure for but a fleeting moment. Yet, that was all. Although Wang Xiaoli possessed some beauty, he had encountered numerous stunning women in his time as a wealthy local tycoon. And he was not as starved for admiration as someone like Zhao Ziliang, a middle-aged man who had seen little of the world. In such situations, there is typically but one explanation: the need to make way for aircraft of higher priority. These aircraft are either military jets, planes belonging to dignitaries, or private jets. Those who can afford private jets are invariably affluent magnates. Airports reap substantial profits from providing hangar services, overnight accommodations, maintenance, fueling, and similar services for these tycoons' private aircraft. It is worth noting that the daily upkeep of a private jet can soar to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of dollars. Thus, private jets across the nation enjoy the utmost VIP treatment at major airports. Just as he concluded, as if to corroborate his words, an exquisitely designed and elegant private jet glided onto the runway, coming to a halt at the forefront. Shortly thereafter, the jet adjusted its position, accelerated, and soared into the sky. Only when the aircraft became a mere black dot against the vast expanse of the heavens did the awaiting passenger planes begin to taxi towards the runway for takeoff. Oh my goodness! What sort of esteemed individual could possibly board such a private jet? Witnessing the entire departure of the private jet left Wang Xiaoli profoundly astonished. Previously, she had considered her life as a wealthy lady, shopping daily, acquiring a designer item or two each month, residing in a modest villa, and driving a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, to be quite enviable. Yet now, in comparison to the soaring private jet before her, her dreams seemed utterly insignificant. Within a mere 2 hours of flight, the Gulfstream 650 touchdown at Jinchuan City Airport. Huang Lei's organizational prowess was commendable. Upon the plane's arrival, airport staff had already been informed and dispatched a Mercedes-Benz van to await at the airport's entrance. Furthermore, accommodations were arranged for Li Fan at the finest five-star hotel in Mingsha Town, the Ting Shagu Hotel. Mingsha Town, Li Fan's hometown, is now a well-known tourist destination. Jinchuan City, as its name suggests, is situated at the edge of the desert, and during Li Fan's childhood, the entire city was steeped in poverty. The unique geographical conditions rendered it nearly devoid of any industries conducive to economic growth. However, in recent years, the national economy has flourished, propelling the tourism sector into a rapid development phase. Consequently, Jinchuan City began to capitalize on its sandy shores, crafting tourist attractions that draw many to revel in the sand and behold the desert scenery. As Li Fan stepped out of the terminal, he promptly called his mother. "Mom, I have arrived at Jinchuan Airport and am planning to head back to the town." Zhang Zuiping quickly replied, "Xiao Fan, please wait at the airport. I believe Aunt Xiao and the others will be landing shortly. You can accompany them, and they will look after you." Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the notion. How could Xiao Lanjun and her companions possibly care for him? However, not wanting to worry his mother, he decided to wait for them at the airport. After approximately half an hour, the flight carrying Xiao Lanjun and her group arrived at Jinchuan Airport. "Aunt Xiao," Li Fan greeted politely as he waited at the domestic arrivals area. Spotting the group emerging, "Li Fan, what are you doing here?" Wang Xiaoli frowned upon seeing him, her tone icy with reproach. Xiao Lanjun and the others looked equally astonished, feigning concern as they asked, "Li Fan, you didn't take the green train here last night, did you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli's expression shifted as she realized he too had taken the green train. "No wonder there's a hint of a sour odor about you," she remarked, her words dripping with disdain. Xiao Lanjun coldly inquired, "Li Fan, are you waiting for us for some reason?" Her question was blatantly rhetorical. A group of old classmates heading to a reunion, and one of them unable to attend, had sent their son in their place. It was only natural that they should look after him. "Aunt Xiao, my mom just called and asked me to wait for you here," Li Fan replied. Xiao Lanjun smiled and said, "Li Fan, it's been a while since you returned to Mingsha Town. You needn't accompany us adults. You're young and enjoy fun and excitement. This might be too much for you." "All right. We shall leave now. Take care of yourself. If anything comes up, just give us a call. By the way, we are staying at the Huaiwei Grand Hotel," she added, as she waved down a taxi. The group piled into the car, entirely disregarding how Li Fan would return to the town. They even took pleasure in mentioning their lavish accommodations, clearly intending to flaunt that their nightly rate was 400 to 500 yuan, something Li Fan's family could hardly afford. As they departed, the expressions of several old classmates in the vehicle were filled with contempt. "I truly wonder what Zhang Zuiping was thinking, having her son wait for us at the airport. What does she mean by that? Is she trying to take advantage of us?" It's a classic case of being impoverished in both wealth and ambition, always seeking petty gains. Wang Xiaoli nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I am glad my mother is wise enough not to fall for her tricks. What good would it do for Li Fan to tag along with us? Does he have the means to match our spending habits?" Chapter 82. Do you own a private jet? After Wang Xiaoli and the others departed, Li Fan had no choice but to call Huang Lei, who promptly arranged a vehicle to escort him to the Ting Shagu Hotel. Gazing at the hotel, resembling a desert fortress from an Arabian fairy tale, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at the transformation of his hometown. Such a five-star establishment would have been beyond imagination in the past. Upon entering the hotel, the manager personally greeted him, fully aware that Li Fan was the owner of a private jet, treating him with utmost respect. "Mr. Li, during your stay, please do not hesitate to reach out to me for any assistance. The entire staff of Ting Shagu Hotel is profoundly honored to serve you." Li Fan nodded. Just as he was about to enter the elevator when a portly Mediterranean man approached, adorned with a Vacheron Constantine watch. He approached Li Fan with an air of humility, eager to ingratiate himself. Good day. Sir. I am Peng Bo, the sales manager of Wamao Group. Li Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Do we know each other? Peng Bo, feeling awkward, explained, Sir, please do not take offense. I spotted your private jet at the airport, which prompted me to come and greet you. Oh, I have no interest in you, Li Fan coldly retorted before stepping into the elevator and ascending to his room, leaving Peng Bo standing outside with an embarrassed expression. As the sales manager of Wanmao Group, he was accustomed to being respected wherever he went. When had anyone dared to dismiss him? Yet, before Li Fan, he felt compelled to refrain from any bravado. After all, Li Fan was a man who could afford a private jet, something even their group's CEO could not manage. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoli, Xiao Lanjun, and the others arrived at the hotel. No sooner had they checked in than Xiao Lanjun received a phone call from another old classmate. Yanzi, I just got a call from Sanfeng. Lu Muzhao has also arrived in Mingsha town. Yanzi, the middle-aged woman who had just complained about Zhang Cuiping and Li Fan, was immediately filled with excitement. What? Lu Muzhao is here too? He is the most successful among our old classmates. I heard his company is worth 100 or 200 million. Xiao Lanjun nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, he has missed several reunions, and we never had the chance to connect with him. Who would have thought our teacher's influence would bring such a distinguished figure to our gathering? At this moment, Yanzi suddenly winked at Xiao Lanjun and teased, Lanjun, are you hoping to rekindle a connection with him? Xiao Lanjun's expression soured at the insinuation. Casting a glance at Wang Dandan, she admonished Yanzi, What nonsense are you spouting? Dandan is still here. Sensing the whiff of gossip, Wang Dandan eagerly leaned in, pulling Yanzi aside. Aunt Yanzi, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Xiao Lanjun, infuriated, interjected, Mind your own business. This is adult conversation. Ignoring the reprimand, Yanzi continued, Back in school, your mother was quite the belle of the class, and Lu Muzhao was a handsome lad. They were quite the pair. But back then, we were relatively conservative, and nothing ever came of it. Wang Dandan, feeling a pang of regret, exclaimed, Mom, why didn't you seize that opportunity? If you had been with Uncle Lu, I'd be the daughter of a billionaire now. Xiao Lanjun cast an annoyed glance at Wang Dandan and remarked, If I were truly to be with your Uncle Lu, who knows if you would even be here? Wang Dandan playfully stuck out her tongue in response. All right, let us get ready quickly. Your Uncle Lu just mentioned that he wants to treat us all to a meal at Tingshagu. Tingshagu? Isn't that the 5-star hotel we passed by earlier? Resembling an ancient castle. How wonderful! Wang Dandan exclaimed with exuberance, for she had taken a particular liking to Tingshagu during their hotel selection. However, the hotel prices were exorbitant, exceeding 2,000 per night. With some luxurious rooms and suites costing even tens of thousands, it was far beyond their means. After a brief period of preparation, they arrived at Tingshagu, where they were respectfully ushered to a private room on the upper floor by the staff. As they beheld the lavish decor of the hotel and the warm service provided, Wang Dandan's heart swelled with pride. As for Li Fan, that rustic fellow, he fancied he could join them. Had he ever experienced such grandeur? Could he even afford to step foot in such a place? He would never belong here. His audacity was laughable, akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, especially his mother, who seemed humble and unassuming, likely harbored her own ulterior motives in wanting Li Fan to marry her. How could she dare to utter such a thing? A wild chicken remains a wild chicken. It can never transform into a phoenix. Within the private room, all the old classmates had gathered, with Lu Muzhao occupying the seat of honor. All the classmates were vying for his favor. Upon seeing Xiao Lanjun and her family arrive, Lu Muzhao was visibly pleased, his gaze towards Xiao Lanjun revealing a hint of something different. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally settled down. Lanjun, it's been many years since we last met, and this must be your daughter. She is truly beautiful. Upon hearing Lu Muzhao's compliment, Xiao Lanjun felt a tinge of shyness as she replied, Lu Muzhao, your business has grown tremendously. We old classmates hardly ever have the chance to see you. Lu Muzhao waved his hand with a smile, saying, Not at all. If you all wish to find me, just contact my secretary. I am indeed quite busy, but when I have some free time, I will definitely respond. After that, Lu Muzhao glanced around the room and inquired, Are all our classmates here? It seems I don't see Zhang Cuiping. Yanzi immediately replied, Zhang Cuiping couldn't make it due to family matters. She sent her son instead. Zhang Cuiping's son came? Wang Dandan scoffed. That Li Fan is just a poor loser. He probably arrived on a green-skinned train last night and is now catching up on sleep in some shabby inn. It's best not to disturb him. Besides, Li Fan lacks any refinement. Coming from a poor family, he has never seen the world. Having dinner in such a place, who knows what kind of embarrassment he might cause, making us all lose face. Many classmates nodded in agreement, realizing Zhang Cuiping's family circumstances were indeed poor. It would be better if such people did not attend. After all, would they lend him money if he asked? Lu Mujiao nodded, saying, a whole night on the train must have been tough for him. Let him rest well while we enjoy our meal. At that moment, Wang Dandan raised a glass and proactively toasted Lu Mujiao, much to his delight, as he found her both beautiful and astute. Uncle Lu, may I ask you a question? Do you own a private jet? Wang Dandan inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lu Mujiao laughed heartily. I could afford a private plane, but once you reach my level, you will understand that such ostentation is no longer a pursuit. Wang Dandan, somewhat bewildered, asked, Uncle Lu, what do you pursue at your level? Money is merely a string of numbers for you, is it not? Lu Mujiao nodded, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, and said, in the past, I too believed that the goal of life was to amass wealth. With money, one could possess the world and gaze down upon it. However, when I actually acquired wealth, I realized we were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. There is so much in this world that remains beyond the imagination of us ordinary folk. At this moment, all the classmates in the private room listened intently to Lu Mujiao, for to them, this was a profound insight. Do you know about martial artists? Wang Dandan immediately nodded, saying, Uncle Lu, I know about martial artists. I have even witnessed external martial artists in combat. They are truly formidable. Moreover, I have heard that once a martial artist reaches a certain level, they can indeed wield qi like the heroes we see on television. Lu Mujiao looked at Wang Dandan with surprise and admiration, saying, I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable, Dandan. Indeed, ordinary people are destined to remain ordinary. Martial artists are the true rulers of this world. You mentioned witnessing external martial artists, but they belong to the lowest tier among martial artists. Above them are the dark energy masters. Every dark energy expert can dominate a region. Even with my current wealth of billions, I have no right to stand on equal footing with a dark energy master. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Were dark energy masters truly so formidable? Even billionaires could not compare to them. At that moment, Lu Mujiao's eyes gleamed with intense longing as he declared, above dark energy masters, there exist martial arts grandmasters. To become such a figure is to be a local sovereign. If I am fortunate enough to meet such a high-ranking individual in this life, I would have no regrets. Gao Dandan quickly inquired, Uncle Lu, just how powerful are these martial arts grandmasters? Lu Mujiao chuckled and replied, how powerful, you ask? Let us put it this way. They are akin to the heroes depicted in dramas, capable of wielding qi, projecting true energy, and even accomplishing the legendary feat of crossing rivers in a single stride, walking on water as if on solid ground. As he spoke, Lu Mujiao gestured towards the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room, pointing to the artificial lake outside the Ting Shagui. The hotel, situated against a backdrop of desert, boasted a lavish artificial lake, expansive in size. From one end of the lake to the other spanned 500 to 600 meters, shimmering under the sun, reflecting the distant desert, creating a picturesque scene akin to an oasis amidst the sands. As everyone turned their gaze towards the lake, they spotted a figure walking gracefully in its center. Instantly, all eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle Lu, is that what you meant by crossing rivers in a single stride? Lu Mujiao, brimming with excitement, leapt to his feet and rushed to the window, fixating on the figure on the lake. That must be a martial arts grandmaster. I never imagined Lu would be fortunate enough to witness a martial arts grandmaster in my lifetime. At that moment, all classmates rushed to the window, pulling out their phones to capture the extraordinary sight. It was nothing short of miraculous. Although the distance was considerable, they could confirm that the figure gliding across the lake was not utilizing any apparatus. It was truly walking upon the water as if it were solid ground. Quick! Let us go downstairs. Lu Mujiao led the charge out of the private room. Racing downstairs, he was filled with exhilaration. If he could befriend this martial arts grandmaster, his future would be boundless, propelling his life to an entirely new level. However, when they reached the lakeside, the figure had vanished without a trace. The entire experience felt like a dream. Had it not been for the photos on their phones, they would scarcely believe that someone had walked upon the lake. Lu Mujiao felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, Li Fan had been leisurely strolling around the lake, discovering that walking on the water served as an excellent exercise for honing his control over true energy, which would greatly benefit his cultivation and future battles. Therefore, he resolved to make a habit of practicing there daily. Upon returning to his room, Li Fan called his mother to assure her of his safety. Informing her that everything was well, he promised that when he attended his teacher's birthday celebration the following day, he would arrange for her to reconnect with the teacher. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Li Fan enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before casually wandering to the lakeside, intending to practice once more. However, upon arriving, he noticed a middle-aged man sitting by the lake, staring blankly at the water, which made Li Fan quite uneasy. The notion of walking on water was indeed astonishing, and being seen by others was not ideal. Thus, after taking a detour, he returned to his room to continue his training. It was not until noon that Wang Dandan called Li Fan. Li Fan, where are you? Hurry over to Teacher Feng's house. I've sent you the address. Don't be late. After giving her impatient instructions, Wang Dandan abruptly hung up. Shortly thereafter, Li Fan received the address to Teacher Feng's home and promptly hailed a taxi to go there. Teacher Feng was a native of Mingsha Town and had never left, dedicating his entire life to education. His son and daughter had also found success, running small businesses in town and enjoying a comfortable life. Teacher Feng lived in a 3-story house that he had built himself, complete with a spacious courtyard, which at that moment was adorned with no fewer than 10 tables, bustling with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Teacher Feng found herself surrounded by Lu Mujiao, Xiao Lanjun, and others, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Mujiao, you have indeed achieved great success now. Your teacher takes pride in you, she remarked. However, as you ascend, do not forget your old classmates. Let us extend a helping hand wherever possible. Teacher Feng earnestly advised Lu Mujiao. With a smile, Lu Mujiao replied, rest assured, teacher. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. I have earned some money now, but I have always remembered your teachings over the years and strive to give back to society. Moreover, when friends or classmates encounter difficulties, I will certainly lend my assistance. Excellent, excellent. Mujiao has truly made a name for himself. Teacher Feng expressed her satisfaction, then turned to Xiao Lanjun, saying, Lanjun, it seems you are also doing well these days. Do you remember when you and Suaping were among my most esteemed students? By the way, did Suaping not come today? Chapter 84. An incident at the birthday banquet. Xiao Lanjun replied, Teacher, Suaping has some matters at home and could not make it. However, her son has arrived, though he has yet to show up. Upon hearing this, Teacher Feng appeared slightly disappointed but quickly shifted the subject, stating, You are both of an age now where you should focus on nurturing the next generation. This topic invigorated Xiao Lanjun, who proudly introduced her daughter, Gao Dandan, standing nearby. Teacher, this is my daughter, Dandan. She has been accepted into Linshan University. Teacher Feng's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Linshan University ranks among the top 15 universities in the nation. Dandan is indeed remarkable, far surpassing your achievements in my day. Xiao Lanjun beamed, responding, Of course, she has surpassed me. Just then, Li Fan entered the courtyard, quickly spotting Xiao Lanjun and Wang Dandan, knowing this table must be the main one. He recognized Teacher Feng, having seen her once over a decade ago in town, and approached her respectfully, saying, Hello, Teacher Feng. I am Li Fan's mother. Zhang Suaping is unable to attend due to some matters involving my younger sister. And I hope you can understand. Ah, so you are Xiao Fan, all grown up, Teacher Feng remarked, scrutinizing Li Fan's humble attire without any hint of disdain, though she felt a pang of nostalgia. Over the years, she had heard that Zhang Suaping's family was not faring well, and it saddened her to witness a once promising student in such circumstances. Xiao Fan, I heard you were admitted to a university in the capital? Teacher Feng inquired with concern. Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Dandan interjected mockingly. Teacher, Li Fan was expelled from the university in the capital for not studying diligently and for causing a scandal by competing for a wealthy young man's affections. Teacher Feng frowned at this, as she had dedicated her life to teaching and held such matters in high regard. Disappointment washed over her. She had not expected Li Fan to be such a student. Lu Muzhao glanced at Li Fan and then quickly diverted his gaze. Realizing that Zhang Cuiping's family was indeed struggling, as evidenced by Li Fan's attire at his teacher's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Yinzi raised her glass and began to rally the classmates. All right, everyone, it's not easy for us to gather. So let's discuss something joyful and leave out the unpleasant topics. Come, let us toast. Everyone raised their glasses, particularly Xiao Lanjun, who felt Yinzi's approach was appropriate. They had long since outgrown their connections with Zhang Cuiping and Li Fan's family, and their future aspirations were now aligned with Lu Muzhao's success. Soon, others from different tables gathered around Teacher Feng, engaging in cheerful conversation, creating a lively scene. Only Li Fan stood alone at the side. With no one inviting him to sit, content with his solitude, he found a vacant seat against the wall, sipping tea and watching the festivities. Observing Li Fan's pitiable demeanor, Wang Dandan's contempt deepened. She felt fortunate that her family had escaped their impoverished town, freeing themselves from fate and achieving their current lifestyle. If she had to endure a life as wretched as Li Fan's, she would rather not live at all. Her ambition was to own a private jet, amass a fortune like Uncle Lu's, and perhaps one day befriend the martial arts master she had seen gliding across the lake. The memory of that striking scene stirred a peculiar longing within her. Although the distance was great, the martial arts master appeared relatively young from behind. Having a martial arts master as a boyfriend would be incredible. At that moment, Li Fan received a voice video call from his mother, Zhang Cuiping. Once connected, she inquired, Xiao Fan, have you arrived at Teacher Feng's house? How is she? Li Fan nodded, responding, Mom, I'm here. Many people are surrounding Teacher Feng, toasting her. I will let you speak to her shortly. Just as he finished speaking, chaos erupted at the main table. Teacher Feng, what is happening? Teacher, please wake up. Quick, call 120. The teacher has fainted. The courtyard descended into pandemonium as Teacher Feng, who had been jovially greeting everyone just moments before, suddenly collapsed, causing great concern among the guests. Xiao Fan, what is going on over there? Zhang Cuiping asked anxiously upon hearing the commotion. Li Fan quickly reassured her, Mom, don't panic. Teacher Feng has fainted. I will go check on her. Hearing this, his mother became even more frantic, urging, Xiao Fan, you know medicine, don't you? Hurry and see what is wrong with Teacher Feng. We must ensure she is all right. Observing his mother's helplessness through the video, Li Fan promised, Mom, rest assured, I will ensure Teacher Feng is fine. I need to hang up now to assess the situation. All right, hurry. Zhang Cuiping felt immense worry. Teacher Feng had always looked after her during her school years. They say once a teacher, always a parent. To her, Teacher Feng was akin to a mother, providing care not only in academics but also in life. Li Fan squeezed through the crowd to the front, where Teacher Feng had already been laid gently on a nearby chair. Xiao Lanjun and Yinzi were in tears. How could this happen to Teacher Feng? She has always been in good health. Everyone was baffled. Nearby, Teacher Feng's son, Feng Guang, sighed and said, My mother has indeed had some health issues these past 2 years. She has kept it from everyone to avoid causing concern. Xiao Lanjun wiped her red eyes, saying, That's just how Teacher Feng is. She bears everything alone and doesn't wish to burden others. Zhou Wei, a classmate of Teacher Feng, nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was the kind of person who always worried about others but never wanted anyone to worry about her. It was precisely this selfless nature that earned her the respect and admiration of countless students. Lu Muzhao spoke up to comfort everyone. All right, Lanjun, Yinzi, don't be too upset. I have already called 120, and I have some connections with the hospital director. I've arranged for the best preparations. Chapter 85. A misguided Dr. Director Wu also spoke to Li Fan, advising him earnestly, Young man, you are still in the bloom of youth. Do not stray onto the wrong path. Diligent study and hard work are the true pursuits. Do not constantly dwell on matters of romance, which would only lead you to moral degradation. Surrounded by the admonitions of everyone in the room, Li Fan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend how Wang Dandan could be so self-absorbed. He turned away, picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the nearby table, scribbling down a prescription before addressing the crowd. If Teacher Feng truly develops complications due to your actions, administer this prescription and decoct it for consumption. Without further elaboration, Li Fan turned and departed. He is clearly feeling guilty, Wang Dandan remarked with satisfaction, while Xiao Lanjun nodded in agreement. Daughter, it was your mother who nearly led you astray. Had I insisted on your betrothal to Li Fan back then, it might have ruined your life. After leaving the hospital, Li Fan had no intention of lingering in Mingsha town. He promptly instructed Huang Lei to take him to the airport to return to Linshan City. Just as Li Fan departed, Director Wu and Professor Du began preparing for Teacher Feng's surgery. Although the risks of a craniotomy are considerable, as an expert in cardiovascular medicine in Jinchuan City, Du Quanqing performs numerous such surgeries each year. The so-called thrombectomy involves removing the blood clot from within the blood vessel. To prevent further clotting, a stent is placed inside the vessel to expand the aging, narrowed artery, facilitating smoother blood flow. Watching Teacher Feng being wheeled into the operating room, Lu Muxiao, Xiao Lanjun, and others were filled with anxiety, yet they could do nothing but wait. As time ticked by, nearly 40 minutes passed when suddenly the operating room light extinguished, causing everyone to rise in alarm. The doors swung open, revealing the fatigued faces of Director Wu and Professor Du. Director Wu, Professor Du, how is the teacher? The crowd inquired eagerly. Du Quanqing sighed deeply, his voice somber as he replied, we did our utmost. But the patient is too old. The surgery was unsuccessful. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lanjuan's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint, but Yinzi and Lu Muxiao quickly supported her. Teacher, you cannot leave us like this. An anguished wail erupted from dozens of Teacher Feng's students in the corridor. Their sorrow palpable. Xiao Lanjun clutched Lu Muxiao, pleading fervently, Muxiao, you must have a way to save the teacher, right? Please urge Director Wu and Professor Du to think of something. Lu Muxiao turned to Director Wu and Professor Du, asking, Director Wu, Professor Du, is there truly no hope? Both men shook their heads, confirming that they had done all they could. Lu Muxiao sighed as well, though he was reluctant to accept this reality. Years in the business world had accustomed him to the vicissitudes of human emotions, rendering him far more resilient than Xiao Lanjun and the others. Lanjun, Yinzi, I am equally heartbroken by the teacher's passing. But we must confront this reality. Xiao Lanjun could no longer stand, collapsing to the floor, her eyes devoid of life. The loss of Teacher Feng struck her with overwhelming force. At that moment, Wang Dandan suddenly recalled the prescription Li Fan had left behind. Exclaiming, Uncle Lu, didn't Li Fan leave a prescription before he left? He said that if anything happened to Teacher Feng, we should use that prescription to prepare the decoction for him. Upon hearing this, Director Wu's displeasure was evident. Isn't this sheer folly? A mere child with no understanding scribbles a prescription, and you think it can save a life? However, Xiao Lanjun suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Her excitement palpable as she asserted, the situation is already dire. What could be worse? I am willing to try. If there is even a sliver of hope, I must save the teacher. Seeing Xiao Lanjuan's determination, Lu Muxiao had no choice but to acquiesce, then let someone fetch the ingredients. A nearby nurse promptly took the prescription to procure the necessary components, returning shortly with a bowl of medicinal soup. Director Wu and Du Quanqing exchanged skeptical glances, shaking their heads. They deemed it absurd to believe that a mere bowl of soup could remedy a patient who had perished due to surgical complications. All gathered in the operating room. Xiao Lanjun took the bowl from the nurse, stating, I will personally feed the teacher. She approached the operating table, gazing down at her motionless teacher, her heart aching, gently lifting his head to rest on her lap. She pried open his lips, carefully pouring the soup into his mouth, drop by drop. Each movement was executed with the utmost caution. Even she could hardly believe that this concoction could revive him. Desperate to avoid a lifetime of regret, her only effort now was to ensure the teacher consumed this broth. For her, it felt akin to performing a final rite. The others in the operating room shared her sentiment, tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed this poignant act. Just then, Wang Dandan exclaimed, pointing at Teacher Feng's hand, Look, Teacher Feng's finger moved. Chapter 87. A Revelation. Chapter 88. I Cannot Heal. Chapter 89. The deal Li Fan opened the door to find Lin Warner standing at the threshold. Clad in a deer-hued trench coat, a pair of oversized sunglasses obscuring her delicate features. "What brings you here?" Li Fan asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Wanner, slightly irked by his tone, suppressed her irritation, recalling her grandfather's words that only Li Fan could save him. "Li Fan, I am here to ask you to treat my grandfather." Her tone was assertive. Li Fan promptly shook his head in refusal. "I cannot cure your grandfather's illness. My grandfather insists that you can." "Li Fan, I have come personally to request your assistance. Do not take advantage of my earnestness." Li Fan found her unreasonable, reflecting on why women could not be as gentle and understanding as Hong Jia or Qin Xiao. He chose to ignore Lin Wanner and proceeded to tend to his vegetable garden with a bucket and hoe. Lin Wanner watched him, disbelief etched on her face. "Are you out of your mind? Living in this villa, you hardly seem to be in need of money. Why are you growing tea yourself? With the time you spend here, couldn't you earn some money instead? You could buy all the vegetables you desire." Li Fan scoffed. "Money pales in comparison to the value of my vegetables. What is so precious about these pitiful vegetables? I wouldn't even eat them for free. My family only consumes organic green vegetables, which undergo rigorous testing before gracing our dining table." Lin Wanner grew increasingly smug as she spoke in a moment of defiance. Li Fan plucked a tomato from nearby and shoved it into her enticing mouth. "Ugh, did you even wash it before shoving it in my mouth?" Lin Wanner exclaimed, incensed, just as she was about to discard the tomato. The delightful juice flowed into her mouth, captivating her taste buds. Heavens, what is this? Why is it so sweet? Now it was Li Fan's turn to wear a triumphant expression. "Are the so-called organic vegetables you eat anywhere near as delectable as what I grow?" Lin Wanner's face oscillated between green and red. She could not stand Li Fan's arrogance. Yet she had to concede that his tomatoes were undeniably delicious, far surpassing the organic produce from her home. Staring at the tomato in her hand, she swallowed hard and could not resist devouring it whole. Li Fan, witnessing this, chuckled inwardly. This girl, who often appeared fierce, was still a child at heart. "Li Fan, would you please treat my grandfather?" Lin Wanner implored once. She finished the tomato. Li Fan shook his head. Enraged, Lin Wanner placed her hands on her hips, but suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Instead of quarreling, she posed a question. "Li Fan, do you know who owns the hillside behind your villa?" Li Fan turned to glance at the unbuilt hillside behind his villa. Uncertain of its ownership, he shook his head. Lin Wanner, with a triumphant smile, declared, "That hillside belongs to me. If you agree to treat my grandfather, I will gift you this little slope for your vegetables." Li Fan's eyes brightened at her words. "Is that true?" he asked incredulously. Lin Wanner nodded vigorously. "I, Lin Wanner, never speak falsely." Tempted by the offer, Li Fan had long coveted the land behind his villa. He was particularly passionate about cultivating healthful vegetables, but the limited space within the villa hindered his efforts. Securing this plot would be advantageous, allowing him not only to grow vegetables, but also to raise pigs and cattle. After all, he could not survive solely on vegetables. "All right, it's a deal." Li Fan set down his hoe. Agreeing decisively, Lin Wanner was elated, her enthusiasm palpable as she dragged Li Fan back to the villa. "Grandfather, look who I've brought for you." Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Wanner exclaimed excitedly. Lin Lao emerged from the villa. Exasperated, "How many times must I tell you not to be so reckless?" Upon seeing Li Fan, Lin Lao's expression brightened considerably. "Li Xiao, please come in. Yesterday, both Wanner and I made mistakes, and I hope you won't take offense." Li Fan had always believed that respect begets respect. The fact that Lin Lao, given his status, could treat him with such courtesy moved Li Fan. "Lin Lao, you flatter me. It was my rashness yesterday. After all, I was invited by Mr. Chun to attend to your health. Please, have a seat while I take your pulse." Lin Lao nodded repeatedly, increasingly pleased with Li Fan. He thought to himself that Li Fan, despite his youth, not only possessed remarkable medical skills but also exhibited a calm and magnanimous disposition. A rarity among young people. After taking Lin Lao's pulse for a moment, Li Fan, with a serious expression, remarked, "Lin Lao, your ailment would have been much easier to treat had it been addressed sooner. Unfortunately, due to prolonged neglect, the condition has worsened and treatment will require considerable effort." Upon hearing this, Lin Lao was filled with excitement and eagerly inquired, "Young friendly, are you saying you can cure my illness?" "Indeed, Li Fan affirmed. Lin Lao and Lin Wanner exchanged delighted glances, overwhelmed with joy. After years of consulting renowned physicians around the world, they had found no solution to this ailment, yet Li Fan confidently claimed he could heal it. Li Fan, what must be done to treat my grandfather's condition? We are willing to spare no expense, Lin Wanner stated earnestly. Li Fan took a piece of paper and pen, jotting down a prescription. Given the severity of Lin Lao's condition, I will approach the treatment from two angles. First, I will personally perform acupuncture to repair the damaged lungs. Following this, I will administer this herbal decoction to support his vital energy and promote a complete recovery. He then noted, some of the herbs in this prescription are rather rare, so I will need you to send someone to procure them. Lin Wanner confidently assured him, rest assured, with the Lin family's connections, we can acquire any herb you require. After administering acupuncture to Lin Lao, he felt rejuvenated, his complexion noticeably improved, and even his laughter resonated with vitality. Wonderful! It has been years since I felt such relief. Young Friendly is truly a miraculous physician. At that moment, Lin Wanner's phone rang. She answered, and after a few exchanges, her expression turned grave. Grandfather, there has been an issue at the company. You go handle it. Do not worry about me. I feel much better now. Lin Lao waved his hand dismissively. Lin Wanner turned to leave, but suddenly looked back at Li Fan, joyfully exclaiming, Li Fan, come with me. You can help. Chapter 90. A lack of culture. Li Fan was perplexed. How could he possibly assist with Lin Wanner's company matters? However, seeing her urgency, he chose not to dwell on it and followed her. Lin Wanner drove to a large factory located on the outskirts of the city, Lin Hua Technology. Upon entering the factory, Li Fan sensed something extraordinary. The entrance resembled a secret base from a science fiction film, featuring fully automated doors without any guards, surrounded by numerous cameras and scanners that analyzed vehicle license plates and personnel iris patterns. Once inside, he noticed the vast factory was eerily deserted, with only various autonomous vehicles transporting and unloading cargo. It wasn't until Lin Wanner drove into a specific warehouse that they encountered nearly 100 people gathered around. President Lin has arrived. The crowd parted excitedly, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Lin Wanner was their anchor. Wanner, you've come. Two young individuals, a man and a woman dressed in suits rather than work attire, approached her. The man was handsome, while the woman had a delicate appearance. Wanner, it's good to see you. The young man greeted her with a smile. I told you, at the company, call me President Lin, she corrected him. Xiao Hong, seemingly unfazed, continued, President Lin, please take a look. These machines have suddenly malfunctioned. There seems to be a magnetic field disruption that has injured several of our workers. Following Lin Wanner, Li Fan observed several robotic machines toppled over, with several workers nursing injuries, two of whom appeared to have severe fractures. Li Fan, can you treat these individuals? Lin Wanner inquired. Li Fan nodded confidently. No problem. I can heal them all. That's wonderful, Li Fan. You're truly remarkable, Lin Wanner replied, her faith in his medical skills unwavering. Seeing this, Xiao Heng's expression darkened. He had been pursuing Lin Wanner for some time, yet she had never smiled at him like that. Who exactly was this Li Fan? President Lin. Who is this? Xiao Heng inquired with a forced smile. Lin Wanner introduced, this is Li Fan, an exceptional physician. He cured my grandfather's illness. The young woman beside Lin Wanner, seemingly well acquainted with her, expressed amazement. Has Lin grandfather's illness truly been cured? He is so impressive. Li Fan glanced at the woman. While she may not have been as stunning as Lin Wanner, she possessed an attractive figure. Noticing her audacity in questioning his medical prowess, Li Fan smirked and leaned closer, whispering, before your monthly cycle, do you often experience discomfort and swelling in your chest? How do you know? Zhang Xinxin exclaimed. Both surprised and indignant as she glared at him, Li Fan, with a hint of pride, replied, because I am a miraculous physician. If you ever encounter such troubles again, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would never seek you out. You rogue. Zhang Xinxin shot back, glaring at him. Unimpressed by his demeanor, Li Fan dismissed her attitude and approached the injured workers, employing techniques from his legacy to set bones and staunch bleeding. His movements were fluid and efficient. And soon, the workers were able to stand, no longer in pain. Miraculous physician, thank you. The group of workers expressed their profound gratitude. Even Lin Wanner, aware of his exceptional skills, was taken aback. Zhang Xinxin felt conflicted. She had not anticipated Li Fan's abilities to be so effective. Could he truly resolve her own issues? Yet, he appeared to be anything but trustworthy, leaving her to wonder where Wanner had found him. All right, the injured workers have been treated. President Lin, let us now address the issues with these robots. This pertains to our company's core secrets. So anyone unrelated should leave, Zhao Heng declared, casting a pointed look at Li Fan, clearly intent on expelling him. Lin Wanner considered this and agreed. They were a technology company, and the robots were their flagship products. Issues surrounding them, along with potential solutions, should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, Li Fan scrutinized the robots and interjected, the problems with these robots may not be related to your core technology. You would do well to avoid misunderstandings and fruitless efforts. What do you mean? Do you understand technology? Do you comprehend artificial intelligence? Can you program? Zhao Heng retorted, pointing at Li Fan. Many researchers in the company frowned, feeling Li Fan's comments were indeed somewhat presumptuous. They had to admit that while Li Fan excelled in medicine, the divide between medicine and research was vast. Lin Wanner felt Li Fan was being reckless but couldn't help but ask, Li Fan, what do you believe is causing the robots to malfunction? Li Fan squinted. Surveying the warehouse with a sardonic smile, I suspect you may have offended someone. A feng shui scheme has been set in place, disrupting the magnetic field, causing your machines to malfunction. Utterly absurd. Zhao Heng could no longer restrain himself. Cutting Li Fan off, he had been searching for a way to reprimand Li Fan, and now the latter had walked straight into his trap, proving himself foolish. President Lin, we are a high-tech company. Grounded in science, it is laughable for him to speak of feudal superstitions here. Let us just have him removed. We cannot afford to waste time, Zhang Xinxin concurred. Lin Wanner sighed. While Li Fan's medical skills were commendable, he clearly lacked a certain level of education, as evidenced by his ludicrous statements. Li Fan, please wait outside for me. I will find you once I have resolved these matters. Li Fan, seeing his words unacknowledged, chose to ignore them and stepped outside the warehouse, where staff guided him to a lounge. Chapter 91. The feng shui scheme. As soon as Li Fan left, Lin Wanner began organizing the team, directing everyone to their respective tasks. Some checked coding programs, others examined the hardware of the robots. Everyone had clear roles. However, after a thorough inspection, the conclusion remained that the robots were functioning correctly. Strange. The programming and hardware appear flawless. Why did they suddenly go haywire? Lin Wanner pondered, utterly baffled. If it's confirmed that there are no issues, let's try powering it on again, someone suggested. All right. Everyone hurriedly restored the robots to their original state and then flipped the switch. In an instant, the robots became busy once more. Initially, everything seemed fine, but after approximately 5 minutes, one robot's enormous mechanical arm suddenly swept towards Lin Wan and her companions. Be careful. Zhang Xinxin, standing nearby, rushed forward to protect Lin Wanner, and the two tumbled aside together. A ladder on Lin Wanner's long legs was snagged, but fortunately, they managed to dodge that colossal arm. Quick, shut down the power. Zhao Heng shouted anxiously to the others. However, the robots were moving too swiftly. Another robot charged directly at Zhao Heng, colliding with him. With a loud crash, he was sent flying 5 to 6 meters away, landing on the ground with a pained expression. It was only then that staff managed to cut the power to all the robots. The expressions of everyone in the factory were those of survivors of a calamity. Lin Wanner stood up, her hand pressed against her chest, still shaken by the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. Since establishing her research company, she had developed numerous robots, all programmed to complete tasks with a significantly lower error rate than humans. Thus, in her eyes, robots had always been docile, capable of executing her commands at will. She never anticipated that they could become so frightening. What could have gone wrong? Lin Wanner was utterly perplexed. The chief engineer approached her, equally bewildered, stating, President Lin, I've checked. There was nothing wrong with the program. This is truly strange. Could it possibly be an issue of feng shui? Zhang Xinxin conjectured. Instantly, all eyes turned to her, and she lowered her head. Like a child caught misbehaving. I was just speaking nonsense. Forget I said anything. Lin Wanner spoke up. Perhaps Li Fan is right. I'll go find him. When Lin Wanner arrived, Li Fan was in the lounge. chatting with a small robot that could converse fluently. Point one, couldn't he help but marvel at the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence. The little robot was round and spoke with a charming, childlike voice, providing clear and logical answers. Li Fan was contemplating asking Lin Wanner how much the robot cost, intending to buy one for his sister. Just then, Lin Wanner entered. Li Fan, what were you saying earlier? What is this about feng shui layout? Upon hearing this, Li Fan smirked with delight. What? Can't your so-called science solve the robot problem? Watching Li Fan's smug demeanor made Lin Wanner grit her teeth in frustration. Stop gloating. Do you have a solution or not? Of course. I have a solution, but why would I help you? Unless you give me that little robot. Li Fan replied with a mischievous grin. Lin Wanner reluctantly agreed. Fine, that little robot is yours. Deal. Li Fan stood up and followed Lin Wanner outside, casually asking, how did you set this up? This little fellow speaks quite endearingly. Lin Wanner nearly burst into laughter as she replied mysteriously, Want to know? Help me solve the problem first, and I'll tell you. Upon returning to the factory, Xiao Hong and Zhang Xinxin stood to the side. Watching coldly, it was evident they both thought Li Fan's talk of feng shui was sheer nonsense and were eager to see him fail. I really don't understand how Wanner could believe in such superstitions. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but complain. Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. That guy Li Fan is nothing more than a fraud. I now suspect Lin's illness may never have been cured. What? I need to seriously talk to Wanner to prevent her from falling for this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinxin frowned. Li Fan, what exactly do you mean by feng shui layout? Lin Wanner inquired while examining the factory. Feng shui is not mere superstition. Even your scientific methods can explain it. You've mentioned before that one cause of the robot's malfunction could be a change in the magnetic field. Let me ask you, how is a magnetic field formed? As Li Fan observed the factory's conditions, he began to explain to Lin Wanner. She replied thoughtfully, many factors determine a magnetic field, with geographical environment being the most significant. Exactly. Geographical environment is a key factor in forming a magnetic field. If such phenomena can occur in nature, it proves that under human influence, changes in a location's geographical layout can also produce anomalies in the magnetic field. Hearing Li Fan's articulate reasoning, Lin Wanner began to ponder. Theoretically, what he said wasn't impossible. However, the mysteries of nature were far beyond human comprehension. She had never encountered any scientific papers discussing how human actions could alter magnetic fields. Little did she know, in comparison to Chinese culture, science seemed rather superficial. Wanner, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if what he says is true, our factory has not undergone any changes, Xiao Hong interjected. Approaching Li Fan with impatience. I want to ask, none of the grass, trees, bricks, or decorations in this factory have been altered. How can you claim there is a feng shui layout? Lin Wanner nodded, asking, Yes, Li Fan. To convince me that this place has been subjected to feng shui manipulation, some items must have been changed to disrupt the feng shui. And since nothing in our factory has changed, nor have we added any items, how could it be subjected to feng shui manipulation? Li Fan suddenly gazed towards the corners of the factory, a cold smile creeping onto his face. This method felt familiar. Could it be the same person behind it all? Chapter 92. The hidden hand. Li Fan muttered to himself, then turned to Lin Wanner, saying, Have someone check the four corners of the factory with a shovel to see if anything is buried. Before Lin Wanner could respond, Xiao Hong interrupted. What did you say? You want to dig at the factory's corners? That is absurd. The corners of the factory are the foundation. Disturbing the soil could compromise the structure, posing significant safety risks. I oppose this. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. Yes. Li Fan, what exactly do you intend to do? The factory's foundation cannot be disturbed. Li Fan exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Hong before firmly stating to Lin Wanner. You just said that feng shui requires changes to the entire environment to effect transformation. But this change is not limited to what your eyes can see. The core of your factory's feng shui layout lies in the manipulation beneath the ground at the four corners. All you need is to have someone dig a few shovels there. And I suspect your factory's foundation is quite deep. Simply digging a few shovels won't compromise it. If that is the case, you need to talk to the builders of this factory. It sounds like a shoddy construction. Lin Wanner considered Li Fan's reasoning, but Xiao Hong remained adamant in his opposition. Wanner, we absolutely cannot proceed as he suggests. If something happens to the factory, our core equipment will be ruined. This has been our labor of love. Li Fan shot Xiao Hong a cold glance and asked, Xiao, why do you have such a strong aversion to digging at the factory's corners? Could it be that you feel guilty? But it's all right. Feeling guilty is not a problem, as long as you're not suffering from kidney deficiency. You little brat. What the hell are you saying? Xiao Hong exploded in anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed at Li Fan. Enough? Lin Warner, feeling troubled, intervened to quell the two and decisively stated, we will proceed as Li Fan suggested. Upon hearing Lin Warner's decision, Xiao Heng's expression changed drastically, but he realized that since Lin Warner had made up her mind, further protests would be futile. At that moment, over a dozen workers gathered at the factory's four corners, shovels in hand, beginning to dig. Shortly after, a worker shouted, President Lin, there's something here? Lin Warner rushed over. What's down there? The workers, encircling the unearthed object, cleared away some dirt before saying, it looks like a jar. President Lin. Bring it up for me to see, Lin Warner commanded. The workers lifted the jar, and just as they were about to open it, Li Fan kindly warned, Lin Warner, you'd better step back. What do you mean? Lin Warner asked, puzzled. Just trust me, Li Fan insisted without further explanation. Lin Warner took a couple of steps back and signaled for the workers to open the jar. The jar's mouth was sealed with a circle of tape, which the workers cut before lifting the lid. A foul stench immediately filled the air. Ugh! Someone retched in disgust. What is that smell? It's horrendous. There's a human head inside. A worker who caught a glimpse of the contents screamed in horror, collapsing to the ground in terror. Heavens, what is this? Li Warner was equally taken aback, her complexion paling as she exclaimed in shock at Li Fan. Li Fan stepped forward to glance at the severed head, noticing a circular talisman affixed to it. Have the other corners unearthed similar jars? Li Fan inquired of the workers at the other three corners. However, the workers, having witnessed the grim scene unfolding, were already ashen-faced with fear. The most terrifying revelation was that they too had unearthed identical jars. Each of them had distanced themselves from the jars, too terrified to open them. Li Fan shook his head, understanding their trepidation. These laborers were merely ordinary people, and knowing that a head lay within those jars, none would dare to tamper with them. Thus, he approached directly, lifting the jars from all three corners and placing them together to open. Instantly, a pungent stench intensified, revealing that each of the three jars contained a severed head, similarly adorned with a circular talisman. Li Fan, what shall we do now? Should we call the police? Lin Warner asked him, her faith in his words now absolute. Li Fan nodded, stating, discovering four severed heads warrants notifying the authorities. However, what you must now ponder is who seeks to harm you. Who would want to harm me? I hold no deep-seated grudges against anyone, Lin Warner mused, visibly distressed. Given the power of the Lin family, no one in the entirety of Lin City would dare provoke them. Moreover, the family's influence did not even originate from Lin City, and there were no significant conflicts of interest with the local prominent families. Even her current technology enterprise existed in a sector untouched by any other family in Lin City. Thus, she was at a loss as to who might wish her ill, observing her plight. Li Fan suggested, you might consider reaching out to the Guo family to gather some information. Recently, the Guo family has also been ensnared in a feng shui trap. Very well, I shall return and inquire with the Guo family, Lin Warner agreed. She then hastily asked Li Fan, now that these items have been unearthed, will the feng shui here revert to normal? Li Fan replied, more or less. I will affix a couple of talismans in this factory, and the previously laid feng shui trap will be entirely dispelled. Thank you, Li Fan. Lin Warner expressed her genuine gratitude. This technology company represented her hard work, akin to a cherished child. Had it not been for Li Fan's intervention, she would have undoubtedly fallen victim to malevolent forces. Li Fan then wrote 2 talismans on yellow paper and affixed them to the factory. Lin Warner once again expressed her gratitude, personally arranging for someone to escort Li Fan home. As she watched him depart, Xiao Heng's eyes flickered with a cruel glimmer of malice. After work that evening, Xiao Heng drove back to the Xiao family villa, where he found his father, Xiao Yuanbang, and elder brother, Xiao Lei, present in the living room. Xiao Heng quickly announced, Father, elder brother, there's been a problem with the Lin family. What has transpired? Xiao Yuanbang's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Recently, the traps laid by the Xiao family had encountered continuous issues, much to his displeasure. Younger brother, have you encountered issues as well? Xiao Lei inquired, equally puzzled. Elder brother, have you faced difficulties too? Xiao Lei's voice dripped with venom as he replied, I don't know which little scoundrel has spoiled my plans, but the Wei family's young lady has escaped. Moreover, the feng shui trap set by the Guo family has also been disrupted. Chapter 93. The Imperial Eatery. Zhao Heng hastily interjected, I know who is responsible for the disruption of the Guo family's feng shui trap. Who is it? Both Xiao Yuanbang and Xiao Lei asked in unison. A fellow named Li Fan. Zhao Heng exclaimed angrily. The troubles with the Lin family are also the handiwork of this Li Fan. Li Fan? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Lei's eyes nearly burst into flames. Is this the person? Xiao Lei pulled up a photo of Li Fan on his phone. Zhao Heng nodded vigorously. Indeed, that's him. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. How dare you, Li Fan, sabotage the Xiao family's grand plans? Xiao Lei seethed, wishing he could devour Li Fan whole. Had it not been for Li Fan's interference, he would have managed to eliminate the head of the Guo family and married the Guo family's young lady, thus taking command of the Guo family. Alas, all of this was thwarted by Li Fan. What is the situation with the Lin family? Zhao Yuanbang inquired. Zhao Heng promptly recounted the events that had transpired at the factory. Both men turned pale, astonished that this young man possessed knowledge of feng shui. Xiao Lei was particularly taken aback. He had initially thought Li Fan was merely skilled in medicine. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, bowing respectfully to the three men. Master, eldest young master, second young master. What is it? Xiao Lei asked. Eldest young master, I have discovered the individual you asked me to investigate. Is this person who saved the Wei family's young lady and subsequently killed the experts we sent? The subordinate presented a photograph. Xiao Lei's expression contorted with rage upon seeing Li Fan's face once more. Seemed this individual could not be allowed to live. Zhao Yuanbang narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within. Xiao Lei, I don't care what method you employ, but eliminate this Li Fan. I do not wish to hear of him disrupting our plans again. After returning home, Li Fan called Qin Hongyan, instructing him to send a construction team to the back mountain of the villa for an overall planning project. Li Fan's sole request was for the back mountain to be utilized for growing vegetables and raising livestock. Chun Hongyan was highly efficient, arriving the next day with the engineering team. A young designer, clad in a suit and in his early 20s, detailed his design for the back mountain to Li Fan. Mr. Li, I have drawn inspiration from the ancient Jiangnan garden style of our Huagua, as well as contemporary Western farm layouts, to create a comprehensive design. The outermost area of the back mountain will be designated as a protective forest zone, isolating the entire farm from external connections, thus enhancing confidentiality and privacy. Within the farm, there will be a machinery storage area and a resting zone for staff, a vegetable and fruit planting section for cultivating vegetables and fruit trees. To ensure the growth of vegetables and fruits during winter, we could construct some insulated greenhouses, a poultry and livestock raising area for breeding domestic animals, along with a pond for fish farming. Would you like to add or modify anything? As the designer spoke, he discreetly observed the villa and Li Fan, astonished by the young man's status. Li Fan appeared to be around the same age, if not younger, yet resided in the most luxurious mansion in Lin City. Furthermore, he commanded the attention of a figure like Chen Hongyan. What manner of identity could he possess? Li Fan examined the design plan and found it satisfactory, though he suggested a few adjustments. The idea of a pond for fish farming is excellent, however. We can forego the insulated greenhouses for the vegetable section, as I have my own methods for winter. Please proceed according to this design. After sending the team away, Li Fan received a call from his mother. Xiao Fan, hurry to the Imperial Eatery. Your Aunt Xiao and I are having lunch here. Li Fan furrowed his brow, asking, Mom, why are you back? Didn't you take the flight I arranged for you? On the other end of the line, Zhang Suiping cheerfully replied, I bought a ticket to return with Aunt Xiao and the others to be by the way. I haven't had the chance to inform Xiao Huang. You should give that child a call so he isn't left waiting. All right, I'm on my way. Li Fan hung up and drove to the Imperial Eatery. The Imperial Eatery is considered a mid to high-end establishment, quite renowned in Lin City. It is said that the head chef is a descendant of royal chefs, particularly skilled in preparing imperial cuisine. Following his mother's directions, Li Fan arrived at a private dining room on the upper floor. Upon entering, he found Xiao Lanjun, Wang Xiaoli, Yinzi, and others feasting heartily at the table. Laughing and chatting merrily, meanwhile, his mother stood nearby, serving dishes and pouring wine, almost like a servant attending to them. Li Fan's expression darkened instantly as he approached, grabbing his mother's arm. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Xiao Fan has arrived," Zhang Cuiping said. Her eyes filled with affection upon seeing her SOND at that moment. Yinzi, seated comfortably, pointed at a bowl of soup beside Zhang Cuiping and barked, "Cuiping, serve me a bowl of soup." "Certainly," Zhang Cuiping replied with a smile, promptly fetching a small bowl and spoon to serve the soup. However, Yinzi impatiently retorted, "Don't give me too many dishes. I want soup. Can you even serve it properly?" Zhang Cuiping's face reflected some embarrassment. Li Fan's anger surged, and he grasped his mother's hand, saying, "Mom, why are you serving them? Don't they have hands?" Zhang Cuiping replied, "Xiao Fan, I'm just nearby." Yinzi, with a mocking tone, chastised Li Fan. "Li Fan, do you have any manners? Who here is not your elder? You didn't even greet anyone. And what was that tone you just used? Do you look down on us elders? What's wrong with asking your mother to serve some soup?" Xiao Lanjun chimed in, beginning to scold Zhang Cuiping about Li Fan's behavior. "Cuiping, I must say something. Although your family has faced difficulties over the years, you should still educate your children properly. Prior to this, you did not attend Teacher Feng's birthday banquet. Hence you are unaware of how this precious son of his behaves with utter disregard in Teacher Feng's household, showing no respect whatsoever for us elders and perpetually boasting. We are also at a loss as to where he procured a worthless prescription, pretending to be a miraculous healer. Li Fan, you cannot genuinely believe that Teacher Feng's recovery is due to your concoction, can you?" Zhang Cuiping hurriedly interjected, "Lan Wan, Xiao Fan truly possesses medical skills. Both my husband and I were cured by him." "Enough. You two have only regressed over the years. It is only natural that you have not encountered much of the world. After all that time in the hospital, your ailments were already treated by the doctors." Chapter 94. Wang Dandan's internship at this moment. Xiao Lanjun tapped her fingers on the table and remarked, "Cuiping, I advise you to invest more effort in your children's education. Li Fan is a boy. Even if he grows up awry, it is of little consequence. However, Lin Yin is a girl, and she is not young anymore. If a girl goes astray and fails to cherish herself, her entire life could be ruined." Yin Zi chimed in maliciously, "Exactly. You should rush home and inquire if she has a boyfriend. Just look at those young girls outside. Engaging in affairs with men has become a commonplace occurrence. By the time they graduate from university, who knows how many men they will have encountered." Silence. Li Fan's expression darkened. He could tolerate their slights towards him, but their remarks about his sister were intolerable. "Li Fan, what right do you have to shout at my mother?" Wang Xiaoli also stood up, scolding him angrily. "Zhang Cuiping, look at the fine son you have raised. What kind of attitude is this?" Xiao Lanjun and the others began to blame Zhang Cuiping. She hurriedly apologized to everyone. "Xiao Fan, they are all your elders. Quickly apologize to Aunt Xiao and the others." "Mom, I will not apologize to them," Li Fan declared with unwavering resolve. "Forget it, we do not need his apology. We are all in good spirits today. Let us not allow you two to spoil the mood." Xiao Lanjun sat back down, her face filled with disdain. Yinzi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us talk about something cheerful. Dandan, if you secure an internship at Linhua Technology this time, your future will truly be limitless. Everyone knows that Linhua Technology is currently experiencing rapid growth, with multiple AI intelligent products being exported abroad, winning numerous prestigious awards worldwide." Wang Xiaoli said proudly, "Aunt Yin, I truly cherish this opportunity. Aunt Yin, is Sun Zheng and you help me find truly reliable? Can he really get me an internship at Linhua Technology?" Yin Zi confidently assured, "Absolutely. There is no problem. Sun Jingnan is a classmate of a vice president at Linhua Technology. Arranging an internship is merely a matter of a few words. Then I must express my gratitude to Aunt Yin." "Yes. Yinzi, I also need to thank you properly." Wang Xiaoli and Xiao Lanjun hurriedly raised their glasses to toast Yinzi. Today, this group returned from Teacher Feng's and gathered again, primarily because Wang Xiaoli was about to embark on her internship. Her first choice for an internship was Linhua Technology, as she was studying artificial intelligence at school. However, Linhua Technology was not a place just anyone could enter. Fortunately, Yanzi had connections and confidently assured them it could be arranged. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man in his 20s, clad in a pristine white suit, entered. Upon his arrival, he placed his Mercedes-Benz car key prominently on the table and exclaimed loudly, "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. I am not sure what is going on today. The traffic was abysmal. The parking lot is also full. There was a small space available, but my car is too large to fit." Xiao Lanjun immediately inquired, "Zhang Nan, what kind of car do you have? It can't even fit in a parking space?" Sun Jingnan explained, "Aunt, this is a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Only slightly smaller than the S-Class, but longer and wider than ordinary cars. It is quite cumbersome to park in a narrower space." Zhang Nan is indeed quite accomplished. Upon hearing this, everyone began to praise Sun Zhangnan. As soon as he entered, his gaze was fixed on Wang Dandan. "You must be Wang Dandan, right? Hello, I am Sun Zhangnan." He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Wang Dandan," she replied shyly, reaching out her delicate hand. Sun Zhangnan held her soft hand, reluctant to let go. Yanzi, witnessing this, playfully teased Sun Zhangnan, "All right, Zhangnan, let us focus on the task at hand. If you can indeed secure Dandan a position at Linhua Technology, she will certainly remember your kindness." Sun Zhangnan quickly nodded with a smile. "Aunt Yin is right, however. You all need not worry. This matter is assured. What you might not know is that the female owner of Linhua Technology, President Lin, is actually one of my admirers, constantly pursuing me. However, do not mistake me for a philanderer. I have always maintained my integrity and made it clear to President Lin that we are not suited for each other. Yet she still calls me. It is truly unavoidable." Sun Zhangnan spoke with a proud expression. Yanzi chimed in to flatter him. Who can blame our Zhangnan for being so exceptional? No matter how impressive President Lin is, she is still a woman. Who wouldn't be fond of a young and accomplished man like Zhangnan? Upon hearing them slander Li Wanner, Li Fan could no longer remain silent and interjected. "You claim that Lin Wanner is pursuing you? Is she clinging to you? Do you want me to call Lin Wanner right now and ask her?" Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Sun Jingnan's expression shifted, and his eyes filled with unease as he feigned firmness. "Who are you? What does it have to do with you? Do you know President Lin?" Xiao Lanjun and Wang Dandan quickly explained to Sun Jingnan, "Zhangnan, do not listen to him. He is just a dropout, a good-for-nothing." After that, Xiao Lanjun scolded Li Fan. "Li Fan, I have tolerated you long enough. You disgrace yourself, but now your mother is here as well. Do you wish to embarrass her too? You think you can know President Lin? Absurd." Yanzi joined in the mockery. "Li Fan, if you truly have the capability to know President Lin, why not speak to her and have Dandan intern at her company?" Li Fan's eyes turned icy. Usually, he refrained from arguing with these so-called elders, considering they were also his mother's classmates. Especially Xiao Lanjun, who had helped his mother numerous times. Li Fan was grateful and had endured their remarks about himself. However, today, Xiao Lanjun had drawn his mother into the fray, which he could not allow. "Fine, I will speak with her and casually inquire whether she knows Sun Zhangnan." Li Fan took out his phone and called Lin Wanner directly. He first explained Wang Dandan's desire to intern at Linhua Technology, and Lin Wanner immediately agreed. Then, Li Fan asked if she recognized someone named Sun Zhangnan. After pondering for a while, Lin Wanner informed Li Fan that she did not know anyone by that name. After hanging up, Li Fan coldly remarked to Sun Jingnan, "The arrangements for joining Linhua Technology have already been made. I also inquired with Lin Wanner. She stated she does not know you at all," prompting Sun Jingnan, Yanzi, Xiao Lanjun, Wang Dandan, and others to burst into laughter. Chapter 95. Explosion. Li Fan. "Oh, Li Fan, how did I not notice before that you are such a skilled actor? You are putting on quite the show. Perhaps you should consider auditioning for a performing arts university. You might just become an actor." Sun Jingnan, at this point, also took out his phone to make a call, then stated, "Dandan, I have already spoken with President Lin. She said she would have someone from the HR department contact you shortly." "Really? Thank you, Sun Jingnan." Wang Dandan exclaimed joyfully, just as her phone rang. She answered and deliberately switched to speaker mode. "Hello, is this Miss Wang Dandan? I am the HR director from Linhua Technology. Are you available to come over and finalize your employment contract?" Wang Dandan was overwhelmed with joy and excitedly replied, "Of course. I will head over right away. Please hold on." After hanging up, Yanzi and Xiao Lanjun showered Sun Zhengnan with praise. "Zhengnan, you are truly remarkable. In just under 2 minutes, the HR director from Linhua Technology personally called Dandan. What an impressive connection. Let us go. We will accompany Dandan and cheer her on." In an instant, everyone rose to accompany Wang Dandan to Linhua Technology, ignoring Li Fan and his mother. On the way home, Li Fan's mother wore a worried expression. "I am uncertain whether I was able to assist Dandan. In the past, Aunt Xiao helped our family so much. If we have the ability to repay her, we must do so wholeheartedly." Li Fan nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Mom. I have already spoken with Lin Wanner. Wang Dandan's entry into Linhua Technology is guaranteed." "That is good," Zhang Cuiping replied, feeling somewhat relieved. Upon returning to the villa, Li Qingshan and Li Nian were already home. Li Nian clung to Zhang Cuiping, asking if she had brought any gifts from their hometown. Observing a harmonious family scene, Li Fan wore a smile as he ascended towards his room. However, upon reaching his door and pushing it open, his expression abruptly changed. He swiftly turned and dashed down the stairs. Just as Li Fan reached the first floor, a thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire villa in flames. "What is happening?" Chen Hongyan, residing nearby, felt the tremendous upheaval and hurried outside to investigate. He beheld Li Fan's villa atop the mountain, now consumed by raging fire. Chen Hongyan's face paled. "Quickly, send people to rescue Li." He rallied all his servants and property personnel, hastily arriving outside Li Fan's villa. Yet, the inferno was far too fierce to penetrate. Chen Hongyan was filled with anxiety. "Boss, the fire is too intense. We cannot enter. I fear for Li and his family." "Silence," Chen Hongyan snapped, cutting him off. Though he too believed that survival for those inside was grim under such an explosion, he refused to yield to despair. Having finally encountered a prodigious talent like Li Fan, the Chen family's future appeared boundless. Recently, he had learned that the Xiao family was quietly amassing power, recruiting extraordinary individuals throughout Southeast Asia, and planning a major reshuffle of the forces in Linshan City. If something were to happen to Li Fan now, the Chen family would face considerable difficulties ahead. "Mr. Chen, I fear there may truly be no survivors. We should keep our distance to avoid a secondary explosion." The head of the property company, drenched in sweat, followed closely behind Chen Hongyan. Such an incident in the villa area was a colossal setback for their company, and if anything were to happen to Mr. Chen, he doubted he would survive. Just then, someone with keen eyes pointed toward the inferno, exclaiming, "Someone is coming out." Everyone turned toward the figure emerging from the flames, astonished that someone could survive amidst such a ferocious blaze. Gradually, the figure became clearer, revealing none other than Li Fan. He carried his mother on his back, while his left and right arms embraced his father and sister. Respectively, Li Fan's clothing was tattered, his hair disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot, exuding an aura of terror. "Quickly, save them." Chen Hongyan rushed forward to assist Li Fan in supporting his parents and sister. "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Li Fan's eyes burned with fury as he commanded Chen Hongyan, "Find out who is responsible." Chen Hongyan, equally grave, assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will uncover the culprit." At that moment, a Maserati Quattroporte, flanked by 2 Range Rovers, slowly approached and stopped at the roadside. Several men in black emerged, shielding a middle-aged man and a stunning woman. This woman was none other than Wei Rushuang, the beauty Li Fan had saved at the wetland park. "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Wei Rushuang rushed forward, her concern palpable. The middle-aged man hastened to Li Fan, expressing immense gratitude. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Wei Hai, and I cannot thank you enough for saving my daughter. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I can provide you with leads on who wishes to harm you." "Who is it?" Li Fan inquired coldly, his eyes reflecting a lethal intent that sent shivers down Wei Hai's spine. "It is the Xiao family. They hired assassins and planted a bomb in your villa." "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Li. We received this information somewhat late and could not notify you in time." "Is there someone named Xiao Lei in the Xiao family?" Li Fan suddenly recalled encountering Xiao Lei at the Guo family's residence and asked. Wei Hai nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the eldest son of the Xiao family is Xiao Lei." Li Fan's expression darkened as he placed his parents and sister onto a nearby ambulance, channeling his internal energy to mend their injuries. He then instructed Chen Hongyan, "Take good care of my family. I will take vengeance on the Xiao family." From this day forth, the Xiao family is to be erased from Linshan City. A glimmer of determination shone in Chen Hongyan's eyes. Xiao family, why provoke the wrath of this avenger? It seems that henceforth, the Xiao family would no longer exist in Linshan City. Mr. Li, we have intelligence that the Xiao family is hosting a banquet on a cruise ship at Linhai Bay tonight. And many prominent families from Linshan City are in attendance. What type of banquet are they holding? Li Fan asked. A victory banquet. Boom! A surge of murderous intent emanated from Li Fan. A victory banquet? Was this a celebration of the elimination of his family? Chapter 96. The victory banquet that evening, the Linhai Bay cruise ship terminal was ablaze with lights, the parking lot filled with an array of luxury cars. An extravagant banquet had been arranged on the terminal grounds. However, this banquet was not the core of the Xiao family's celebration. That was aboard the cruise ship. The massive tens of thousands of ton vessel had already set sail into international waters, with all the truly influential figures aboard. Only those without the privilege to board would celebrate on the periphery. Nonetheless, even the outer banquet was not open to just anyone. Wang Dandan, who had recently returned to work at Linhua Technology, overheard several female colleagues discussing the Xiao family's banquet, realizing its significance. She longed to be part of such gatherings, but lacked the means to attend even the outer festivities. Consequently, she called Sun Jingnan, who also lacked an invitation but, in an attempt to win her favor, used connections and spent 50,000 yuan to obtain entrance tickets from 2 peripheral models. "Dandan, you look stunning tonight," Sun Jingnan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out at the sight of Wang Dandan in a light blue evening gown, his gaze fixated on her alluring figure. Wang Dandan shyly lowered her head, playfully tossing her hair. Brimming with joy as she replied, "Jingnan, I really must thank you for bringing me to such a high-profile event. I absolutely adore this atmosphere." Sun Jingnan, puffing out his chest with confidence, responded, "If you like it, Dandan, I can bring you to such events often in the future." "Really? That would be wonderful." Wang Dandan's face lit up with excitement, already envisioning a blossoming relationship with Sun Jingnan. He was younger and more handsome than Zhao Ziyang. Although he didn't earn as much, he was quite close and presented a promising opportunity. Most importantly, Sun Jingnan had broader connections than Zhao Ziyang, granting him access to such prestigious gatherings. Having a boyfriend like him would be fantastic. Of course, either of them was far superior to the useless Li Fan. Just then, she spotted Li Fan approaching, accompanied by a middle-aged man resembling a fisherman. Li Fan had casually changed into a different outfit, having not even washed up, his hair disheveled and remnants of soot on his face. He appeared utterly unfit to be among the elegantly dressed attendees at the banquet. Wang Dandan's expression turned to one of disdain. "Li Fan, what makes you think you belong here? Hurry and get lost, or the security will break your legs." Wang Dandan stepped forward, pointing at Li Fan with a harsh reprimand. Li Fan frowned, wondering why he kept encountering her. Sun Jingnan also approached, sizing up Li Fan with a sneer. "Are you two lost? This is the yacht terminal. The vessels here are worth millions. You must be looking for the fishing boat terminal to head out to sea." Li Fan replied coldly, "My business is none of your concern. I have every right to be here." Wang Dandan, infuriated, retorted, "Li Fan, do you have any sense of propriety? I'm looking out for you. If security catches you, you won't even know how you died." Sun Jingnan pulled Wang Dandan aside, urging, "Forget it, Dandan. Let's leave quickly to avoid drawing security's attention. If they think we're with him, it could cause trouble." Wang Dandan nodded repeatedly, avoiding Li Fan as if he were a plague. Li Fan, uninterested in their antics, followed the middle-aged fisherman through the yacht terminal towards a fishing boat moored by the sea. He intended to annihilate the entire Xiao family that night, especially Zhao Lei and his father. None would be spared. The Xiao family had chosen to host their victory banquet at sea, to approach the cruise ship. He would need to disguise himself to avoid detection by the patrol boats the Xiao family had stationed. If he raised an alarm and allowed the Xiao family to escape, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Chen Hongyan had arranged for a fishing boat to gradually approach the cruise ship, allowing Li Fan to catch the Xiao family off guard. Watching as Li Fan boarded the nearby shabby fishing boat, Wang Dandan shook her head repeatedly, convinced that Li Fan would forever be a failure, destined for a life of mediocrity. Jiangnan, I heard at the office that tonight's banquet hosted by the Xiao family is quite extraordinary. Wang Dandan turned, her face beaming as she asked Sun Jingnan. Sun Jingnan nodded, boasting, indeed, I have heard the same. The Xiao family was once not considered a prominent clan in our Linshan city. However, in recent times, it has been rumored that they have summoned numerous experts from Southeast Asian countries and are now covertly exerting control over several other influential families. This evening, the Xiao family plans to decisively conquer these families, thus elevating themselves to become the foremost aristocratic family in Linshan City. Wang Dandan expressed her concern, saying, the Lin family wields considerable power as well. I have heard that our boss, Lin Warner, has also been invited to the celebratory banquet aboard the cruise ship. Could this potentially impact our company? Sun Jungnan chuckled and reassured her, Dandan, you need not fret. Even if your company were to be absorbed by the Xiao family, it would not be an issue. At that point, the Xiao family would hold absolute authority in Linshan City, and Linhua technology would flourish even further, ensuring your future prospects remain boundless. Listening to Sun Jungnan recount tales of the elite families in Linshan City, Wang Dandan's eyes sparkled with longing. When might she too become a member of such esteemed circles? 20 nautical miles off the dock, a colossal cruise ship adorned with a myriad of colorful lights shimmered brilliantly against the dark ocean. The upper deck of the ship was ablaze with lights, and nearly all the prominent families from Linshan City were in attendance. Zhao Yuanbang emerged, clad in traditional Tang attire, accompanied by his sons Zhao Lei and Zhao Hong, his face beaming with delight. Lin Warner, Elder Gua, Li Tiansheng, and others sat in their chairs, coldly observing him. In the past, the Zhao family would have been beneath their notice, but now, having amassed a cadre of experts, they had been covertly sabotaging the enterprises of others and manipulating fortunes. Take the Gua family, for instance. Although the feng shui arrangement in the Gua family's ancestral home had been dismantled by Li Fan, subsequent investigations revealed that many of the Gua family's enterprises had also fallen victim to Zhao family's manipulations, leading to significant losses. Presently, the Zhao family's resources had surpassed those of the Gua family. They understood that the celebration aboard the cruise ship was merely a fade for a perilous banquet, yet they could not afford to abstain. A resolution to this matter was imperative. Chapter 97, Three Masters of Martial Arts. Chapter 98, The War God Hall. Chapter 99, The Xiao Family, Annihilated. Chapter 100, Local Specialties. Li Fan resolved to strengthen himself further to ensure the safety of his family. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated. The spiritual energy in the estate was undeniably abundant. After enjoying breakfast, he received a call from Qin Xiao. Li Fan, where are you? Come to the store. We have items that need appraisal. All right. I'll be there shortly. Li Fan readily agreed. As the chief appraiser for Qin's jewelry, he was obliged to fulfill his duties in exchange for his salary. Moreover, Qin Xiao would typically refrain from summoning him unless there were significant matters to address. Upon arriving at the store, he found Qin Xiao engaged in light-hearted conversation with a middle-aged man. As Li Fan entered, a nearby attendant respectfully announced, Li Gu, you're here. The young lady is waiting for you. He was directed toward Qin Xiao. Li Fan, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Chun. Li Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, in his 30s, surveyed Li Fan with keen eyes, astonished. I never expected someone so young to hold the position of chief appraiser at Qin's jewelry. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Li Fan smiled and replied, You flatter me, Mr. Chun. I owe much to Miss Qin for the opportunities she has provided. Qin Xiao interjected with a smile. All right, you two needn't flatter each other any longer. Let us examine the items. Mr. Chen nodded and led them, stating, This way, please. All of Mr. Chen's items were housed in his private collection room within his 3-story villa. The entire basement had been transformed into a display area, with the entrance secured by a custom steel door that required both fingerprint and key access to unlock. Miss Qin. Master Li, these are all my collectibles. Please take a look. As Li Fan surveyed the 100-square-meter basement, he saw it filled with various antiques and artworks. Qin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The sheer volume of Mr. Chen's collection rivaled that of their jewelry store. However, Li Fan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a faint aura of death surrounding the antiques and artworks. This indicated that these items were not age-old collectibles, but rather recent burial artifacts. Was Mr. Chun possibly a grave robber? Li Fan, What do you think of these items? Xiao inquired. Approaching him, Li Fan smiled and moved slightly away from Mr. Chen. Sensing the situation, Xiao adeptly positioned herself to shield Mr. Chen's view. From Mr. Chen's perspective, it appeared as though they were engrossed in appraising the antiquities. Li Fan, is there something amiss? Xiao asked in a hushed tone. Li Fan nodded and replied, Boss, shall we engage in the business of local specialties? Local specialties, in their line of work, referred to items that had been excavated from the earth. Upon hearing this, Xiao looked at Li Fan in disbelief, asking, Are you suggesting that all of these are local specialties? Indeed. And they are quite fresh, Li Fan confirmed. He awaited Xiao's decision, knowing that such dealings were fraught with risk. However, in the antique trade, confronting local specialties was unavoidable. A significant portion of circulating antiques belonged to this category. While many had passed through numerous hands and were thus untraceable, the items in Mr. Chen's basement were evidently first-hand local specialties. If they drew attention, it could lead to complications. A glimmer of shrewdness appeared in Xiao's eyes as she cunningly remarked, Of course. We will deal in local specialties, but the price will not be determined by Mr. Chen. Regardless of what he proposes, we shall negotiate it down by half. Understanding her intent, Li Fan felt reassured. Just then, Mr. Chen approached them with a beaming smile, inquiring, So, what do you think, Miss Chen Masterly? Are these treasures all genuine? Allow me to be forthright. I do not indulge in veiled discussions, he continued. I have 32 pieces of antique jade and artwork in total. With some valued at 3 to 5 million, and the least at 50 to 60,000, I can offer you a friendly price of 1.5 million per piece, which is quite reasonable. Li Fan concurred. Mr. Chen is indeed a straightforward person. This price is fair, and your antiques are authentic. However, we will not be purchasing at that price. Initially pleased by Li Fan's praise, Mr. Chen's expression soured at the rejection. Master Li, what do you mean by that? I have set a fair price, and the items are legitimate. Are you jesting with me? Miss Chen, what is your stance? He asked, turning to Xiao. Xiao smiled gently and reassured him, Mr. Chen, please do not be anxious. While I cannot agree to 1.5 million per piece, I can offer you half that amount. Half? Miss Chen, are you joking? If these items were to be auctioned, they would fetch at least 3 to 5 times the price you propose, Mr. Chen countered. Miss Chen, this seems quite unfair, he added, frowning. In the face of Mr. Chen's inquiries, Xiao remained composed, stating, Mr. Chen, why not take these items to an auction house instead? I find it too cumbersome, Mr. Chen replied coldly. Noting Mr. Chen's demeanor, Xiao felt more confident and candidly stated, Mr. Chen, you are indeed a forthright individual. I will not beat around the bush. I will purchase your local specialties for 750,000 each. What local specialties? Miss Chen, you mustn't make unfounded claims. Mr. Chen vehemently denied. Li Fan interjected, Mr. Chen, these local specialties appear quite fresh. They must have been brought back within the last week, correct? How could you tell? Mr. Chen asked, astonished, only to realize that he had inadvertently revealed too much. He sighed resignedly. Master Li possesses remarkable insight. It is no wonder Miss Chen holds you in such high regard. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal anything from you. These are indeed local specialties. But 750,000 is somewhat too low. How about 900,000? We can establish a long-term partnership. Mr. Chen, I look forward to our collaboration. Xiao replied with a radiant smile, extending her delicate fingers for a handshake. Mr. Chen shook her hand briefly, indicating that he understood the boundaries of propriety. Chapter 101. You are no longer upon exiting Mr. Chen's residence. Xiao was filled with delight and remarked to Li Fan, once again, you have enabled our Chen family to reap significant profits. Subtracting the initial investment for acquiring these antiques, once we successfully market them at auction, we stand to earn upwards of 10 million in profit. At that time, I will transfer your share directly to your account. Li Fan nodded slightly, unperturbed by the matter of profit sharing, for he was not in want of money in the least. At that moment, Xiao's expression darkened as she addressed Li Fan. Regarding the last gambling stone competition, my father did indeed act excessively. I hope you will not hold it against him. My father can be quite stubborn at times. Li Fan held no favorable impression of Qin Rongong and had no intention of engaging with him extensively. However, as Qin Rongong was Qin Xiao's father, he refrained from saying much in her presence. Rest assured, boss, regardless of the circumstances, I shall always be your chief appraiser, even without the Qin family. Li Fan's tone was resolute. Qin Xiao was the first girl to acknowledge him, a kindness he would forever cherish. As the two returned to Qin's jewelry, they encountered Qin Rongong at the entrance. Father, what brings you here? Qin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Yet, when Qin Rongong's gaze fell upon Li Fan, his previously smiling face turned as cold as ice. Why are you still entangled with Qin Xiao? Was my previous warning not clear enough? Qin Rongong's voice was frigid as he reprimanded Li Fan. Li Fan chuckled softly, saying, Mr. Qin, you may have misunderstood. I am the appraiser for Qin's jewelry, merely fulfilling my duties. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Rongong's eyes. Having held a high position for so long, no one dared to confront him as Li Fan did. From this moment forth, you are no longer. Qin Rongong declared sharply. Father, what are you doing? Qin Xiao's anxiety surged at his words. Father, do you not realize that just moments ago, Li Fan helped us secure a deal worth tens of millions? Qin Rongong firmly responded, Qin Xiao, remember this. The success of Qin's jewelry is not reliant on him, Li Fan. The collaboration is based on the prestige of Qin's jewelry. Without Li Fan, they would still do business with us. But without Qin's jewelry, what is he, Li Fan? Who would even cast a glance his way? Li Fan found Qin Rongong's words amusing. Why would I need to rely on the Qin family's glory? Qin Rongong scoffed. In that case, do not linger here. Do not make me speak more harshly, just leave. With an indifferent expression, Li Fan looked at Qin Xiao and said, remember what I just told you. After speaking, he turned and departed with grace, harboring no attachment to Qin's jewelry. Father, why do you target Li Fan so? Qin Xiao questioned Qin Rongong. Her eyes reddened. Qin Rongong's tone was severe. This person harbors ulterior motives, deceitful and cunning. Did you not observe his demeanor just now? He left Qin's jewelry with such composure. What remarkable acting skills! What depth of character! In truth, he must be quite reluctant. Qin Xiao defended, that is not true. Li Fan is not that kind of person. Qin Rongong sighed. Speaking earnestly, Xiao, you understand human nature too little. Can you assert that he has no ulterior motives regarding our Qin family or you? What, then, is his incessant proximity to you and his efforts for our family all about? Qin Xiao was rendered speechless by Qin Rongong's inquiries, unable to formulate a response. Yet she firmly believed that Li Fan was not as her father portrayed him. Xiao, reflect on this. The Qin family is currently in a precarious position. Do not disappoint me or your grandfather. With that, Qin Rongong departed. Exiting the store, Qin Xiao found herself consumed by her father's words, feeling a wave of confusion. Driving her sports car to the Green Corridor bar, she sought solace in alcohol. Upon entering the bar, a fair-faced young man immediately set his sights on Qin Xiao. What a stunning beauty! Chapter 102. Green Corridor Bar. As soon as Li Fan returned home, he received a call from Zhou Weibao. Zhou insisted that Li Fan join him at the Green Corridor Bar, which Li Fan outright declined, as such places were not to his liking. However, Zhou was quite persistent. Li Fan, this Green Corridor Bar has just opened and is all the rage. There are plenty of attractive women inside. Li Fan remained resolute. As he had little interest in such women, given Li Fan's current status, he could have his pick of any number of alluring companions. Not to mention, the flight attendants on his private jet were all top-tier beauties. Seeing Li Fan's reluctance, Zhou Weibao resorted to pleading, Li Fan, do it for your brother. I finally managed to invite my crush out today. You could at least come and help me out. By the way, Li Fan, aren't you acquainted with the owner of the Castle Hotel? Could you perhaps borrow a nice car from her? Upon hearing this, Li Fan broke into laughter. If you wanted me to assist you in wooing a girl, you should have said so earlier. Just give me an address, and I'll come pick you up. Shortly thereafter, Li Fan arrived in his Bentley Continental GT outside the university town. Zhou Weibao emerged with two beautiful girls, one tall and one short, both of whom could easily be considered campus queens. It must be said that Zhou Weibao had a good eye. The shorter girl, around 1.65 meters, was engaged in lively conversation with Zhou, clearly enjoying their interaction. The taller girl, standing at 1.70 meters, bore a cold demeanor, resembling an iceberg that permitted no one to approach her. Li Fan is so unreliable. Didn't he say he'd be here in 2 minutes? Why is he still not here? Zhou Weibao grumbled after waiting for some time. Zhang Chengsheng, standing beside him, kindly suggested, Weibao, let us be patient. There's no rush. No, I need to call him and hurry him up, Zhou Weibao insisted as he pulled out his phone to call Li Fan. Just then, the door of the parked Bentley opened, and Li Fan called out to the group, What are you calling for? I'm already here. Zhou Weibao stood dumbfounded, staring at the luxurious Bentley, incredulously asking, Li Fan, is this your car? Initially, he wanted to ask if it was borrowed, but having boasted to Zhang Chengsheng and her friend about his wealthy and accomplished brother, he couldn't very well admit it was a borrowed vehicle. Li Fan nodded, Indeed. You asked me to come with a nice car to help you make an impression, so I brought the best. This Bentley Continental GT, a limited edition, is worth 10 million. Is that impressive enough? Zhou Weibao nodded incessantly. Realizing the level of spectacle Li Fan had provided, he quickly urged Zhang Chengsheng and her friend, Wu Mingyi, Chengcheng, Mengyi, hop in. The girl named Wu Mengyi regarded Li Fan with surprise, secretly acknowledging that one should not judge a book by its cover. Though Li Fan appeared unremarkable, he drove such an exquisite car. The four of them got into the vehicle, and Li Fan drove toward the green corridor beyond in the back seat. Zhang Chengsheng whispered to Wu Mengyi, Mengyi, do you think Weibao is exaggerating? Is his brother really that wealthy? Perhaps you should consider him. Wu Mengyi, maintaining a reserved demeanor, replied, I have long disapproved of your relationship with Zhou Weibao. He seems rather unremarkable. However, this time he has truly impressed me. Originally, Wu Mengyi had been against Zhang Chengsheng dating Zhou Weibao, believing her friend could do better. Therefore, the two of them had discussed finding a boyfriend for Wu Mengyi to quell her disapproval. Zhou Weibao had thought of Li Fan, especially after the incident at the Castle Hotel, realizing Li Fan had become quite capable and had a unique connection with the hotel owner, even garnering admiration from the beautiful campus queen. Thus, he sought to bring them together. Wu Mengyi had initially dismissed Zhou Weibao's claims of a promising young man, believing that like attracts like. However, when she witnessed Li Fan exiting the Bentley, she was indeed taken aback. Upon arriving at the bar, Li Fan reserved a private room and ordered a fruit platter along with some drinks. Zhou Weibao exchanged glances with Zhang Chengsheng, and the two hurried off to dance. Leaving Li Fan and Wu Mengyi alone, Wu Mengyi elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, noticing Li Fan's silence as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that my charm is insufficient? Typically, when she was with boys, they would approach her first. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mengyi made the first move, asking Li Fan, Do you often come to places like this? Li Fan shook his head, replying, I hardly ever come. I dislike noisy environments. Wu Mengyi nodded, Me too. What do you usually enjoy doing? Studying. Li Fan hesitated before responding. He certainly couldn't tell Wu Mengyi that he spent his time cultivating. That might make him seem abnormal. So he diplomatically referred to it as studying, as learning about cultivation was indeed a form of study. I didn't expect you to be a scholar, Wu Mengyi remarked, her fondness for Li Fan increasing. Do you drink? She asked, lifting her glass toward him. I do not drink, Li Fan declined directly, as he had no interest in alcohol. Feeling a bit awkward, Wu Mengyi replied, I don't drink much either. After she finished speaking, she set down her wine glass and was about to engage Li Fan in another conversation when he suddenly stood up and strode out of the private room. Wu Mengyi was left dumbfounded. What was happening? She had never been so blatantly disregarded by a boy before. How could Li Fan simply abandon her without a word? It was utterly outrageous. As Li Fan exited the room, he headed straight for the upper floor of the bar. He had just seen Qin Xiao being carried upstairs by Ama and Li Fan made his way to the third floor of the bar, where the private rooms were far more secure. Strictly speaking, the rooms downstairs were semi-enclosed, merely separated by partitions that allowed one to glimpse the entire bar through curtains. In contrast, the upstairs rooms were entirely independent, akin to KTV rooms, complete with doors. Although there was a small circular window on the door, the dim lighting made it difficult to see inside. However, Li Fan's keen eyesight allowed him to discern everything within. He passed several rooms until he finally reached the one at the end of the corridor, where he found Qin Xiao. At that moment, she was pinned to the sofa by a young man, his hands shamelessly roaming over her body. In Chapter 103, Apologizing to Lu Xiao, although Qin Xiao offered slight resistance, it was evident that she had lost consciousness. She had been drugged. Li Fan's fury surged as he kicked the door open and charged into the room. The loud bang of the door being kicked open startled Lu Xiao, who turned around to see someone daring to intrude. He immediately shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Scoundrel!" Li Fan advanced and delivered a punch to Lu Xiao's face. With a loud thud, Lu Xiao felt stars dancing before his eyes as he fell to the ground. "How dare you hit me? You better not leave. Wait for me." Lu Xiao, both humiliated and enraged, stormed out of the room, yelling in the corridor, "Where are you all? Get in here and kill him." In an instant, 5 or 6 men in black rushed into at that moment. Li Fan was holding Qin Xiao's wrist. Examining her condition, it was confirmed that she had indeed been drugged. Li Fan infused a trace of his inner energy into her body to neutralize the drugs. Soon, Qin Xiao opened her eyes. "Li Fan, is it you who saved me?" Upon seeing him, her eyes brimmed with tears as she threw herself into his arms. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can harm you." Li Fan's expression was as cold as frost, each word spoken with conviction. Hearing this, Lu Xiao sneered derisively. "Ha! You think you're so tough when death is staring you in the face? All of my bodyguards are mercenaries hired from the Central Asian battlefield. You think you're strong? Come on, let me see just how impressive you are." Lu Xiao grew increasingly smug, culminating in a boisterous laugh. Li Fan was now filled with indescribable rage and charged at the bodyguards. "You're asking for death." The bodyguards, taken aback by Li Fan's audacity to strike first, were also infuriated. However, before they could react, Li Fan was upon them in the blink of an eye. They were astonished by his speed, but it was too late for any response. Thud, thud, thud. Several dull thuds echoed as the bodyguards fell to the ground without a chance to resist. Lu Xiao's face was a mask of terror. These bodyguards were elite fighters he had paid a hefty sum to hire, each a skilled combatant. How could they be so effortlessly dispatched by Li Fan? Li Fan advanced step by step towards Lu Xiao, his expression icy. "Did you drug my friend?" His words were chilling, akin to those from the depths of hell, sending shivers down Lu Xiao's spine. Despite his overwhelming fear, he was the nephew of the Lu family head. Everyone feared him. Who would dare oppose him? "Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? You'll regret it." Slap! Before Lu Xiao could finish his sentence, Li Fan struck him again. Lu Xiao clutched his face, his eyes blazing with rage. "You dare slap me? No one has ever dared to hit me." Slap! Before he could complete his protest, Li Fan delivered another resounding slap. Slap! 3 consecutive slaps landed on Lu Xiao's face, causing half of it to swell. At that moment, Lu Xiao was genuinely terrified. Li Fan was completely unpredictable, and his strength was astonishing. After just 3 slaps, Lu Xiao felt stars spinning in his vision. He was utterly despondent. As a member of the Lu family, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man in a white suit entered. He was tall and elegant, flanked by 2 bodyguards, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing this young man, Lu Xiao's spirits soared. "Qin Laodi, you've come. Get rid of this little brat who dares to hit me." Lu Xiao exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Qin Xiao asked, astonished as she gazed at the young man in white. Qin Hatong shot a cold glance at Qin Xiao, his expression turning frigid as he reprimanded, "Qin Xiao, how dare you lay a hand on Lu Xiao? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused?" With her eyes reddened, Qin Xiao replied, "Brother, he assaulted me and drugged me." The Qin family had been struggling recently. Ever since the Lu Xiaochuan family was annihilated, the Qin family's business had been pressured by many competitors. While they also feared retaliation from Chen Hongyan. In desperation, Qin Rongong contacted Qin Xiao's grandfather. After handing over the family assets to Qin Rongong, her grandfather returned to their ancestral home. Qin Hatong was from the branch of the family that tended to the grandfather, and he had been managing the household affairs. Thus, their grandfather had sent Qin Hatong to assist Qin Rongong in running the family business. It must be said that Qin Hatong was quite capable. He had quickly ingratiated himself with Lu Xiao, the nephew of the Lu family head. The Lu family was vastly more powerful than the Lu Xiaochuan family, with immense financial resources that rivaled the Chen family. Therefore, Qin Ronggong held high hopes for Qin Hatong. Qin Xiao, do you even know who Lu Xiao is? He is the nephew of Lu Guohang, the Lu family head. Do you understand the consequences now? Regardless of the reasons, you cannot lay a hand on others. Now, quickly apologize to Lu Xiao. In Chapter 104, the young Master Li, upon hearing the Lu family's name, Qin Xiao's face went pale. Given the current state of the Qin family, offending the Lu family could be catastrophic. Most importantly, she felt she had implicated Li Fan. Li Fan, you should leave. You don't need to get involved in this, Qin Xiao anxiously urged him. Trying to leave. Too late. Lu Chao glared maliciously at both Qin Xiao and Li Fan. Meanwhile, Li Fan scoffed dismissively. Don't worry, boss. As long as I'm here, not only Lu Chao, but even the Lu family head would have to bow to me. You're quite the braggart. I will definitely inform my grandfather and uncle about how you offended Lu Xiao, Qin Hatong said coldly to both of them. Lu Chao, pointing at Qin Xiao and Qin Hatong, snarled, You two from the Qin family better give me an explanation for today's incident. Have you heard of the newly emerging Master Li from Linshan City? Master Li? Is he the one who wiped out the Xiao family? The young prodigy who single-handedly defeated 3 martial arts masters. Upon hearing that name, Qin Hatong was visibly shocked. Lu Chao, with a proud expression, declared, That's right. My Lu family has already established contact with this young genius. The Qin family better understand how to proceed. With that, Lu Chao turned and left the private room. Qin Hatong's face turned ashen. This is disastrous. The Lu family has already connected with that young genius. From now on, it will be nearly impossible to curry favor with the Lu family. Qin Xiao, this is all you're doing. With that, Qin Hatong hurriedly departed, clearly intending to report this matter to his uncle and grandfather. In an instant, only Li Fan and Qin Xiao remained in the private room. Qin Xiao felt utterly despondent. Initially, she had come to the bar to drown her sorrows, only to find herself in a far worse predicament. Li Fan stepped forward and looked at Qin Xiao, resolutely stating, Boss, regardless of the Lu family or any other family, as long as I am here, no one dares to harm you. Qin Xiao gazed at Li Fan. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Li Fan, I appreciate your kindness, but the Lu family is truly not someone we can afford to offend. Remember, do not speak of today's incident to anyone. All of this was instigated by me. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Xiao's words warmed Li Fan's heart. Even in such circumstances, she was concerned for his safety. Li Fan decided to reveal the truth to her. Boss, actually, the young master they mentioned, Master Li, is me. So as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao broke into a smile. All right, Li Fan, stop joking. I know you're trying to comfort me, but don't worry me. I need to go home. Li Fan blocked her path and said, Boss, I'll accompany you back. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain things to the head of the Qin family. All right, Qin Xiao pondered for a moment before agreeing. She agreed to return with Li Fan not because she expected him to provide any explanations, but rather because she felt that the situation was not as simple as Li Fan's claim of non-involvement suggested. If Lu Chao were to turn back and cause trouble for Li Fan, he would be utterly powerless to confront the formidable Lu family alone. Thus, it would be wiser to take Li Fan back with her and seek her father's counsel to find a resolution with the Lu family. Chapter 105. The choice. Upon returning to the Qin family home with Li Fan, they were met with Qin Ronggong's furious outburst the moment they stepped inside. Qin Xiao, for the sake of a rogue, you have brought calamity upon our family, and you dare to bring him here? It's not like that, Dad. Please let me explain. Qin Xiao hastily recounted the events that had transpired. Qin Hatong interjected, Qin Xiao, you claim that Lu Xiao drugged you, rendering you unconscious in an attempt to assault you. Yet here you stand, perfectly well. Were you truly assaulted by Lu Xiao? Do you honestly look like someone who has been drugged? But Lu Xiao was indeed injured by you and this rogue. What do you propose we do about it? After speaking, Qin Hatong turned to Qin Ronggong, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Uncle, grandfather sent me to rectify the unfavorable situation our family currently faces. I have finally established a connection with Lu Xiao. From now on, our Qin family could be tied to the Lu family's fortunes. Do you understand? Just now, Lu Xiao personally informed me that the Lu family has already contacted the young martial arts master who eliminated the Xiao family. What an incredible opportunity this is. But all of this has been ruined by Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Ronggong's expression darkened further, particularly upon hearing that the Lu family had made contact with that young martial arts master. It felt akin to a poor man winning a lottery worth 50 million, only for the ticket to be accidentally washed in the laundry, thereby missing a once-in-a-lifetime chance for prosperity. Though the Qin family presently operated a thriving business, they were perpetually caught in an awkward position, unable to ascend or descend, and any provocation of a powerful entity could lead to their suppression or even annihilation overnight, just as had happened to the Lu family previously. Qin Xiaoyu, you must personally apologize to Lu Xiao, Qin Ronggong commanded. Indeed, an apology is imperative. At that moment, the villa's front door swung open, and an elderly man clad in simple garments strode in with a cane. Grandfather, Dad. Upon seeing the elder, Qin Ronggong, Qin Hatong, and Qin Xiaoyu all bowed respectfully in unison. This elder was none other than the venerable patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Fengyang. Qin Xiaoyu, as a woman, you bring no benefit to our Qin family and instead have invited catastrophe upon us. I have spoiled you too much in the past. I will not allow you to become a wasteful daughter of the Qin family. As soon as Qin Fengyang entered, he pointed an accusing finger at Qin Xiaoyu, rebuking her sternly. Grandfather. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were red, her teeth biting into her lower lip. Grandfather had always been fond of her. Why was he speaking to her this way now? I'm sorry, Dad. It's my failure in raising her. Qin Ronggong stepped forward and bowed to his father. However, Qin Fengyang was unsatisfied and struck Qin Ronggong across the face. Isn't she your daughter? I have long said that you should find her a suitable match and see her married off quickly. How can you place the weighty family affairs upon a girl? Qin Ronggong, facing his father's scolding, dared not utter a word of complaint. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a piercing laugh echoed through the villa, and everyone turned to glare at Li Fan. Qin Ronggong, Qin Hatong, and Qin Fengyang all scolded in unison. You little bastard. What are you laughing at? Qin Fengyang glared at Li Fan as he berated him. Qin Ronggong added coldly, Li Fan, the reason Qin Xiaoyu has committed such a grievous error is entirely your fault. I truly cannot fathom how you still have the audacity to show your face in our Qin family. Li Fan, wearing a disdainful expression, retorted, your Qin family has truly opened my eyes. 3 grown men here blaming a weak woman. In the face of impending disaster, you expect a fragile girl to bear the blame. I have never encountered such shamelessness before. You little bastard. What did you say? Qin Ronggong's rage flared. Qin Xiaoyu quickly stepped in front of Li Fan, anxiously advising, Li Fan, please refrain from provoking my father and grandfather further. They will never agree to help you plead your case with the Lu family. Li Fan smiled and replied, when did I ever say I needed their intercession? I have never held the Lu family in any regard. You young man, you possess quite the spirit. Now get out. Li Fan turned to Qin Xiaoyu and said, what meaning is there in remaining with such a family? Since they do not welcome you, it would be best to leave entirely. Without the burden of family, I believe you would thrive even better. Qin Ronggong, his expression icy, threatened Qin Xiaoyu. If you dare step 1 foot outside the Qin family today, you shall never return. After speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Li Fan, as if to say, with you, a mere poor boy, how dare you challenge the Qin family? At this moment, Li Fan gazed at Qin Xiaoyu, his expression calm and composed, in stark contrast to Qin Ronggong's taunting look. Regardless of whether Qin Xiaoyu chose to stay or to leave with him, it was ultimately her decision, her life, and Li Fan would not impose his will upon her. Qin Xiaoyu was internally conflicted, but in the end, she made her decision and apologetically said to Li Fan, I am truly sorry. This matter is my fault, and I will stay to resolve it. Upon receiving this response, Li Fan nodded. All right, take care of yourself. With that, Li Fan turned and departed, only to hear Qin Ronggong's mocking voice follow him. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe Xiaoyu would choose to leave with you? Hurry and get lost. Chapter 106. The mysterious cave. As Li Fan was on his way home, he received a call from his mother, her tone fraught with anxiety. Xiao Fan, where are you? Hurry back. Xiao Nian is missing. What? Mom, please don't panic. Take your time and explain. What happened to Xiao Nian? Upon hearing that Li Nian was missing, Li Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had inherited formidable powers, his family was his Achilles heel. He would never allow anything to happen to them. He drove swiftly back to the Ling Snake Manor. By the time he arrived, Chen Hongyan, along with Biao, Li Tiansheng, and others were already present. Seeing Li Fan's return, Chen Hongyan quickly approached. Master Li, I have dispatched people to search within a 10-mile radius. But thus far, there has been no news of Miss Lin Yin. Li Fan's expression grew increasingly serious as he asked his parents, Mom, Dad, please tell me what happened. How did you discover Xiao Yin was missing? And how long has she been uncontactable? Li Qingshan, fearing that Zhang Cuiping would be too anxious to explain clearly, spoke up. This morning, Xiao Yin wanted to take a stroll at the foot of the mountain. She mentioned the scenery was lovely down there. After she left, we haven't seen her return. At first, we didn't think much of it, assuming she was simply enjoying the view. She often works hard at school and deserves a break. However, as time passed, we began to worry and tried calling her, only to find her phone was unreachable. Eventually, it was even turned off. It was only then that we realized something was amiss and quickly contacted President Chen to search the vicinity, but there were no leads. Li Fan listened to his father's account, his expression growing graver. According to his father's description, it was indeed possible that something had happened to Lin Yin. If it were a mere case of being lost, with Chen Hongyan and Li Tianqing's capabilities and influence, finding a little girl would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. Yet now, even they could not locate her. Chen Hongyan, call everyone back. I will handle the rest. Li Fan entered Lin Yin's room. Within his inheritance, there were records of specific techniques for locating people and items. The method was simple. It involved tracing the residual aura left behind by a person or object to conduct a search. With Li Fan's cultivation now at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he had acquired spiritual awareness, and with the appropriate techniques, he could probe everything within a 5-mile radius. Xiao Yin has headed toward the east. Li Fan detected Lin Yin's presence and left the manor, heading eastward. After walking about 3 miles from the estate, he came across a small valley, a picturesque locale that seemed like a hidden paradise, with a small creek meandering through it. The aura of Lin Yin lingered near that creek. Li Fan's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Lin Yin had fallen into the creek? However, as he scanned the area with his spiritual awareness, he found that the creek was only half a meter deep, insufficient to drown a child. Moreover, the creek's bottom was composed of smooth pebbles, eliminating the possibility of sinking into mud. Strange. Why does the aura disappear here? Li Fan furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, such a locating technique would only fail if the person being searched for possessed some secret method to conceal their presence, or if their strength exceeded that of the practitioner. However, it was evident that Lin Yin was not a cultivator and had no access to such secrets. It was impossible for her to be stronger than Li Fan. Why then had her aura vanished? Li Fan meticulously searched the creek's surroundings with his spiritual awareness, eventually discovering a 1-meter-wide hole at the bottom of the creek. This left Li Fan in a state of astonishment, and he soon discovered a small formation at the entrance of the cave. Designed to conceal one's aura, without hesitation, Li Fan dashed out of the room and headed straight for the small stream. Upon reaching the stream's edge, he leaped into the water and swam inward through the cave. The cave was quite deep. Even at Li Fan's speed, he swam for a good 5 minutes. An ordinary person without diving equipment would undoubtedly struggle to emerge. When Li Fan finally swam out of the cave, he found himself in an entirely different world. He was in a valley, and not far ahead stood a small courtyard resembling a Taoist temple, backed by a towering mountain. What was truly breathtaking was the white jade steps at the mountain's base, winding up to the summit, where a more magnificent architectural complex awaited. Li Fan was filled with wonder, exclaiming, "Where is this place?" Just then, the door to the small courtyard opened, and Lin Yin, brimming with joy, called out to him, "Brother, how did you find this place?" "Xiao Yin, what are you doing here?" Seeing his sister safe, Li Fan felt a great weight lift from his heart and asked, puzzled at that moment. An elderly man in white robes, leaning on a cane and with hair as white as snow, emerged from the courtyard, accompanied by a youth of around 16 or 17. "Young friend, your ability to find this place indicates you are likely a practitioner," the old man said with a smile. Li Fan, taken aback, scrutinized the elder. One of his legs appeared injured, and he exuded a very faint aura, suggesting his cultivation level was around the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. This was Li Fan's first encounter with a cultivator, and he was astonished to realize that there were indeed others like him on this earth. Li Nian hurriedly stepped forward to introduce them, saying, "Brother, this elder is Xiao Tianhe, and this is his grandson, Zhao Haoran. They saved me." "Xiao Nian, what exactly happened?" Li Fan inquired again. At that moment, Li Nian's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she felt a bit embarrassed to explain. Zhao Tianhe, with a kind smile, interjected, "Your sister fainted while playing near the stream and fell into the water. My grandson, being playful, swam out of the cave just in time to rescue her." This was the first time Li Fan learned that his sister had fainted in the water, and he bowed in gratitude to Zhao Tianhe and Zhao Haoran, saying, "Thank you both for saving my sister." Zhao Tianhe ushered the siblings into the courtyard and invited them to sit on a stone bench, observing Li Fan closely before speaking. "May I ask which sect you belong to, young friend?" Li Fan shook his head, replying, "Senior, I have no sect or affiliation." "Oh, how did you embark on the path of cultivation then?" "It is known that the outside world no longer possesses methods of cultivation. Only our hidden sects continue to inherit such traditions." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhe's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Li Fan. Li Fan felt a jolt of alarm. The secret of his inheritance was monumental. If no other cultivators existed on Earth, he would have no fear of being discovered, as there would be no one to know. However, now that other cultivators were present, if they learned of his extraordinary fortune, he understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. At that point, he would become prey to all cultivators. Chapter 107. Arrogant disciples. Li Fan smiled shyly, feeling awkward as he addressed Zhao Tianhe. "To be honest, Senior, I found the method of cultivation in my ancestral home. It was a yellowed little booklet. I was merely playing around and learned it, not realizing it was a cultivation legacy. I am unsure if this inheritance is beneficial or detrimental, nor do I know my current cultivation level. Since I began practicing, I have been groping in the dark alone. So I hope I do not amuse you, Senior." Zhao Tianhe burst into hearty laughter. "No wonder at your age, you have only reached the 4th stage of qi refinement in the major hidden sects. Such qualifications are considered quite mediocre." Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt a surge of astonishment. He had thought that achieving the 4th stage of qi refinement in just a few months was quite impressive. Yet to Zhao Tianhe, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Were there truly countless experts in this world? However, Li Fan was puzzled. If there were so many masters, why was Zhao Tianhe, at his advanced age, only at the 2nd stage of qi refinement? Zhao Haoran, sensing Li Fan's confusion, spoke up, "My grandfather is at the 2nd stage of qi refinement because he was severely injured and lost all his cultivation, which is why he became the guardian of the sect." Li Fan understood upon hearing this, and he took a glance at Zhao Tianhe's injured leg, which had been amputated due to a lethal poison, a necessary sacrifice for survival. However, even so, the poison had already corroded his other meridians, resulting in the loss of his cultivation. Yet, with Li Fan's medical skills, he could heal the injured meridians. "Young friend, would you be willing to join my Ling Snake sect for cultivation?" By joining the Ling Snake sect, you would gain access to the sect's cultivation resources, which would undoubtedly be of greater benefit than your previous solitary practice. The prospect of joining the Ling Snake sect intrigued Li Fan, since these sects were so remarkable. He genuinely wished to explore and witness them. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the courtyard's door was violently kicked open. 4 young men in green robes, chatting and laughing, strode in. Each of these youths carried a long sword on their backs, and a small snake emblem adorned the front of their green robes, giving off a distinctly fantastical vibe. Their faces were filled with arrogance, their gazes lofty. Upon entering, one of them shouted at Zhao Tianhe, "Old Zhao, hurry up and prepare some food and wine for me. Damn it, after a tiring excursion, I can hardly keep my eyes open. It's been ages since I enjoyed some spirit water. I need to replenish myself." Upon seeing these youths, a flicker of concern and fear crossed Zhao Tianhe's eyes, and he quickly rose to his feet. "Yes, young Master Gua and company have returned from their training. This old man will prepare the spirit water and spirit vegetables right away." Gua Yang and the others ignored Zhao Tianhe entirely, their eyes suddenly locking onto Li Fan and Li Nian, their expressions shifting dramatically as they shouted at Zhao Tianhe, "Zhao Tianhe, you old fool, How dare you break the sect's rules and bring outsiders in? You deserve death. With that, he casually flicked his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck Xiao Tianhe's chest. With a loud thud, Xiao Tianhe was sent crashing to the ground, violently coughing up blood, his expression one of utter agony. Another youth, Sun Liang, fixed a lewd gaze on Lin Yin, grinning sinisterly. But this little girl is quite a catch. Seeing this, Xiao Tianhe struggled to rise, positioning himself protectively in front of the siblings. Repeatedly bowing to Guoyang and Sun Liang, pleading, "Young masters, these two young friends mistakenly entered the sect. This old man will escort them out immediately. I implore you to spare them." As soon as Xiao Tianhe finished speaking, Guoyang kicked him back to the ground, cursing, "Get lost. When did it become your place, you old fool, to dictate how I do things?" Zhao Haoran, incensed, rushed forward to shield his grandfather, shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my grandfather. Get lost. You little brat." Guoyang retorted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhao Haoran flying several meters, crashing against the courtyard wall. Zhao Haoran coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing, unable to rise again. Sun Liang then advanced toward Lin Yin, brazenly reaching out to touch her face. "What are you doing?" Lin Yin exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she stepped back to evade Sun Liang's hand. "This little sister is quite feisty. Today, I shall have my way with you, and you won't escape my grasp." Sun Liang laughed arrogantly. "You'd better retract your filthy hands. Otherwise, the next moment, you'll regret it." Just then, an icy voice rang out. Sun Liang and Guoyang turned to see it was Li Fan speaking, prompting them to scoff derisively. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, I didn't notice before, but you're actually a cultivator. With your 4th stage of qi refinement. How dare you speak in front of me?" As they spoke, the two deliberately released their aura. 7th stage of qi refinement. Chapter 108. Just like that, Xiao Tianhe, in evident pain, advised Li Fan, "Li, young friend, endure this moment. You are no match for them." Hearing this, Guoyang burst into laughter. "At least you old dog understand reason. Today, I will have my fun with you and the little girl." With that, the two lunged toward Lin Yin, their hands reaching for her arms. At that moment, Lin Yin found herself with no means of escape, watching as their hands approached her. Just then, a flash of sword light appeared. Blood sprayed forth as two severed hands fell to the ground, landing in the dirt. Only then did Guoyang and Sun Liang feel the excruciating pain in their wrists, letting out piercing screams. Everyone in the courtyard was left in shock, eyes wide, unable to fathom how decisively and ruthlessly Li Fan had acted. Even more astonishing was that Li Fan, merely at the 4th stage of qi refinement, had managed to sever the wrists of Guoyang and Sun Liang, both of whom were at the 7th stage. The moment Li Fan struck, he had already utilized his true energy to seal Lin Yin's eyes, ensuring she would not witness the bloody scene before her. "You little brat, you're asking for death. Kill him," Guoyang and Sun Liang bellowed, drawing their long swords and charging at Li Fan. The other two disciples from the Ling Snake sect who had entered with them also sprang into action. For individuals had completely severed all avenues of retreat for Li Fan. At this moment, they did not regard him as a threat, believing that his recent success in incapacitating Guoyang and Sun Liang was merely the result of a surprise attack. Now, with all 4 of them launching an assault simultaneously, Li Fan's demise seemed inevitable. However, in the next instant, the 4 charging towards him were propelled backward like cannonballs, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Each of them bore a distinct indentation on their chests. Trash, merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. Nothing more. Li Fan's cold voice resonated in their ears, igniting feelings of shame and fury among them. They could scarcely believe that Li Fan, who was only at the 4th level of qi refinement, could possess such strength. Even Xiao Tianhe was taken aback, unable to fathom the underlying truth and fact. When Guoyang had attacked Xiao Tianhe and Zhao Haoran, Li Fan had already discerned that despite their 7th level qi refinement cultivation, their true capabilities were shockingly feeble. They were akin to the 3 Southeast Asian martial arts masters summoned by the Xiao family, their internal energy insubstantial and utterly incapable of challenging Li Fan. "Get lost. Should you dare to disturb this place again, I will show no mercy." Li Fan's frigid voice sounded like that of a demon from the depths of hell. Guoyang and Sun Liang felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by terror at Li Fan's presence. They were disciples of the spirit snake sect. When had they ever faced such a humiliating defeat? Brat. Just you wait. This matter is far from over, Guoyang spat, clutching his severed arm as he and his companions fled in disgrace towards Spirit Snake Mountain. Young friend, it is my inadequacy that has brought trouble upon you, Xiao Tianhe said, trembling as he approached, his already unsteady legs appearing even more faltering. Li Fan could not help but inquire, Senior, why have the disciples of the Spirit Snake sect treated you and Haoran in such a manner? Xiao Tianhe let out a bitter smile but remained silent, while Zhao Haoran, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, stepped forward to support his grandfather, his eyes filled with resentment. These people are nothing short of beasts, savages. They feign righteousness in public, parading under the guise of a reputable sect, yet engage in despicable acts behind the scenes. It is no exaggeration to claim they are guilty of all manner of wrongdoing. Because my grandfather was once an elder of the Spirit Snake sect, they dared not act recklessly in his presence. However, when my grandfather was gravely injured and his cultivation was destroyed, he was relegated to guarding the sect, while I, having been born with insufficient meridians, was unable to cultivate. They saw us as easy targets and continually bullied us. As he spoke, Zhao Haoran clenched his fists so tightly that his nails embedded into his flesh, drawing blood. With gritted teeth, he declared, the most detestable of them all is Guoyang. He was once my grandfather's disciple. After my grandfather was cast down the mountain, he became a disciple of Xuanwu Hall's master. Qingxiao Taoist my grandfather's downfall is intricately linked to that Qingxiao Taoist. He has essentially chosen to recognize a thief as his father. Enough, Haoran, do not speak further, Xiao Tianhe interjected, seemingly unwilling to revisit those painful memories. He then turned to Li Fan and remarked, Young friend, to have defeated Guoyang and Sun Liang at the 7th level of qi refinement, with merely your 4th level of cultivation, is remarkable. With your extraordinary talent, if you were to join the Spirit Snake sect, supported by their abundant resources, your future would undoubtedly be boundless. You would surely surpass my achievements from yesteryears and become an elder among the esteemed. In 2 days, the Spirit Snake sect will hold its annual recruitment event. Present my letter of recommendation, and you will face no obstacles. As he spoke, Xiao Tianhe composed a recommendation letter for Li Fan on the spot. With the letter in hand, Li Fan contemplated before speaking, Senior, I am actually a physician. I could treat your leg and even restore your cultivation. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhe shook his head, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Young friend, I appreciate your kind intentions, but do not waste your efforts on an old man like me. Even the renowned apothecary from the Medicine King Valley is powerless to remedy this useless leg. You should return promptly to avoid any further reprisals from Guoyang and Sun Liang. Seeing that Xiao Tianhe did not believe him, Li Fan chose not to press the matter further. He bowed deeply to Xiao Tianhe and, accompanied by Lin Yin, swam back through the underwater cavern. Chapter 109. The Xiaohe auction. Upon reaching the estate, Lin Yin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Li Fan, Brother, what on earth happened? What do you mean by cultivators? I don't understand. And when did you become so powerful? Li Fan replied solemnly, Xiao Yin, you must not speak of today's events to our parents, nor to anyone else. Brother, why? Lin Yin questioned, puzzled. Li Fan explained, I do not wish for our parents to worry. Rest assured, I am doing well and possess the means to care for you and them. I only want you to live without concern. As for telling others, it is to prevent unnecessary troubles or even dangers from arising. Do you understand? Lin Yin nodded, albeit with some confusion, before suddenly exclaiming, Brother, will you teach me to cultivate as well? I want to be strong like you. And in the future, I want to help take care of our parents with you. Hearing her words, Li Fan hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, when I have the time. I will teach you to cultivate. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Yin cheered with delight. As they entered the courtyard, their parents were anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing Lin Yin, they burst into tears of joy and rushed forward. Where have you been? You rascal? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Zhang Cuiping scolded Lin Yin. Lin Yin grinned and replied, Mom, I'm fine, so don't worry. Chun Hongyan also consoled them, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, since the children are back. Let us not scold him any further. It's a relief they're safe. Zhang Cuiping, still worried, had scolded Li Nian out of concern, but with her daughter safely returned, she couldn't be happier. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal, inviting Chen Hongyan and Li Tianxing to stay for dinner. It must be said that Zhang Cuiping's culinary skills were quite impressive, leaving the two prominent figures from Linshan City thoroughly satisfied, with rice served in 2 large bowls. After the meal, Chen Hongyan and Li Tianxing took their leave, and Li Fan returned to his room to begin his cultivation. The events of the day had imparted a newfound awareness to him. For the first time, he realized that beyond his own existence, there were other cultivators in this world. This realization instilled in him a sense of urgency to enhance his own strength to truly protect the safety of his family. Although ordinary cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement posed no threat to him, he could not guarantee that there were no foundational or golden elixir stage cultivators in this world. While he could handle those at the 7th level, he could not be certain about those at the foundational and golden elixir stages. Moreover, in 3 days, the Spirit Snake sect would hold its recruitment event, and he was eager to join and witness firsthand what cultivation sects on Earth were truly like. After a night of cultivation, as the morning sun streamed into his room, Li Fan opened his eyes and checked the spiritual energy within his dantian. Frowning slightly, the speed of my cultivation remains rather slow. It seems I will need some medicinal assistance. Li Fan planned to visit the apothecary in hopes of encountering some rare herbs. Just as he descended the stairs, he saw Chen Hongyan sitting in the dining room, sipping freshly squeezed soy milk prepared by Zhang Cuiping. Li Fan frowned and remarked, "You're not planning to come to my house for meals every day, are you?" His tone was laden with disdain. Were outsiders to hear this, they would surely be astonished. For Chen Hongyan to dine at their home was akin to a miracle, yet Li Fan was expressing his discontent. Chen Hongyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Cuiping shot Li Fan an exasperated glare, saying, "You're being quite rude. Mr. Chen is over 20 years your senior. Where's your courtesy?" Chen Hongyan hastily interjected, "Sister-in-law? Please do not say that. Mr.Li is a great benefactor to our Chen family." After speaking, Chen Hongyan glanced outside and turned to Li Fan, saying, "Mr. Li, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Li Fan, intrigued, followed Chen Hongyan outside and asked, "What is so mysterious?" Chen Hongyan replied, "Master Li, I have just learned that in the counties under Linshan City, there is a rather peculiar auction. It is said that this auction is related to many martial artists and frequently holds auctions for essential weapons and herbs. Such a treasure trove exists?" Upon hearing this, Li Fan was elated. He was in dire need of herbs. "Please give me the address. I must see it." Chen Hongyan promptly provided him with the address. Without even finishing breakfast, Li Fan jumped into his Bentley and sped off toward Xiao County. After driving for about 2 hours, he arrived at Xiao County. Due to its distance from Linshan City, this place was often overlooked, with many unaware that such a county existed within the realm of Linshan City. However, upon his arrival, Li Fan discovered that Xiao County exuded an ancient charm. With some development, it could easily become a popular tourist destination. Just as he parked his car, he noticed Qin Ronggong, Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Hatong, and a man in his 60s stepping out of a neighboring Mercedes-Benz van. From the elderly man, Li Fan could sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy. He was indeed a cultivator. Likely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, the elderly gentleman bore an air of haughtiness, flanked on either side by Qin Ronggong and Qin Hatong, whose faces were adorned with expressions of flattery. "Masterine, please, this way." Qin Ronggong personally cleared the path for the elder, only to raise his gaze and spot Li Fan descending from a Bentley, causing his brow to furrow. "What a surprise to see you again. You impoverished wretch," he scoffed. "It seems you've squandered the money you swindled from Xiao Rou on that ostentatious vehicle." Chapter 110. The century-old wild Ganoderma, truly, one cannot teach a fool. A nouveau riche shall always remain a nouveau riche. Qin Ronggong's disdain for Li Fan was palpable. He then dismissed Li Fan entirely, redirecting his attention to guiding Master Yin. The elder, casting a calm glance at Li Fan, remarked with a hint of mockery, "Young man, crossing paths with Boss Qin is hardly a wise decision. You have missed an opportunity for meteoric ascent. With me around, the Qin family is destined for greatness." With that, the elder strode confidently towards the auction house. Li Fan chuckled, shaking his head. A mere cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining spoke with such arrogance. leaving Li Fan curious about the source of his confidence. Before departing, Xiao offered Li Fan an apologetic glance. Li Fan followed them to the auction, and upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered a familiar face, Lin Wanner. "What brings you here?" Li Fan inquired with curiosity. Beside Lin Wanner stood a striking young woman with short hair. It was undeniable that her beauty rivaled Lin Wanner's, and together with Xiao, they formed a trio that captivated the attention of many. "Lida, Li Fan, you are here too," Lin Wanner exclaimed joyfully, promptly correcting herself from calling him Master Li to Li Fan. Xiao felt an inexplicable wave of irritation at the sight of Li Fan and Lin Wanner's camaraderie. The short-haired girl cast a curious glance at Li Fan, asking Lin Wanner, "Wanner, who is this?" Lin Wanner introduced, "This is Li Fan, my friend." Wei Ziyue, upon hearing this, scrutinized the two with a knowing glance. To her knowledge, Lin Wanner had always been proud and dismissive of the many wealthy suitors vying for her affection. It was perplexing to see her so close to someone like Li Fan, who appeared rather ordinary. "You must be Miss Wei, the young lady of the Xiao auction house?" Qin Ronggong inquired humbly, seeking to ingratiate himself. "Boss Qin, Master Yin, is Li Fan with you?" Wei Ziyue asked. Qin Ronggong hastily distanced himself from Li Fan, stating, "Miss Wei, please do not misunderstand. We are not well acquainted with Li Fan." After uttering those words, Qin Ronggong glanced at Lin Wanner, unaware of her true stature. However, he reasoned that a girl who could stand alongside Miss Wei, possessing equal charm and grace, must also hail from a prominent family. Thus, he kindly warned, "To this young lady, I must say, Li Fan harbors unsavory intentions. He has persistently pursued my daughter. He has swindled quite a sum from her. And I initially thought he would use that money for a righteous path, only to discover he squandered it all on lavish cars. Now, it seems he intends to employ the same tricks to deceive others. You should exercise caution." Lin Wanner felt a surge of delight at his words. Was Qin Ronggong truly such a fool? Given Li Fan's capabilities, why would he bother to deceive the Qin family? A few million was insignificant to Li Fan. Families like the Xiao clan could be extinguished at a whim. And it was likely that all the prominent families in Lin City were now courting Li Fan's favor. Qin Ronggong's eagerness to disassociate from Li Fan was amusing. She glanced at Xiao. Indeed, the girl was quite beautiful. Did Li Fan have an affection for her? Yet, with a father like Qin Ronggong, who was so blind to potential, it was truly a pity. However, for Lin Wanner, this was advantageous. One less competitor. "The auction is about to commence. Let us enter," Wei Ziyue announced. Before stepping inside, Qin Ronggong cautioned Li Fan, "I advise you to refrain from setting your sights on Miss Wei or those accompanying her. The Xiao auction house is entirely owned by the Wei family. While they may seem inconspicuous, they are a formidable force. You cannot afford to provoke them. Li Fan, oh Li Fan, there is much in this world that is beyond your reach. Attempting to penetrate this circle will prove exceedingly difficult." With that, Qin Ronggong tossed his sleeve and departed with an air of superiority. Li Fan, feeling a twinge of indifference toward Qin Ronggong, was solely focused on acquiring rare herbs, hoping that the Xiaha auction house would not disappoint him. Upon entering the auction hall, he observed a distinctly antiquated atmosphere devoid of ostentation, with only a modest gathering of around 20 to 30 attendees. Yet, Li Fan quickly discerned that a significant portion of those present exuded an aura of cultivation. Soon, an elder clad in simple garments ascended the auction stage, his demeanor serene and unhurried, evoking the presence of a sage. Li Fan recognized him as a cultivator at the first level of qi refining. His astonishment growing. It was rare to encounter such practitioners, yet here they seemed abundant. Clearly, the Wei family was no ordinary clan. His anticipation for the auction heightened, knowing that with so many cultivators in attendance, the items for bid would be extraordinary, perhaps even the alchemical materials he sought. "Welcome to the Xiaha auction house. Those who grace us with their presence are all familiar faces, dear friends, so I shall dispense with superfluous words and proceed directly to today's offerings." As per our customary practice, the elder on stage announced succinctly, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. The first item for auction: a century-old wild Ganoderma. As you all know, every item auctioned at the Xiaha auction house is a pure, naturally grown medicinal herb. Being cultivators, you can easily sense the quality of this century-old Ganoderma. The starting bid is 3 million. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. As the century-old wild Ganoderma was presented, its ethereal energy wafted through the air, enrapturing those present, their faces reflecting delight. Qin Rongong and his companions were equally astonished. A century-old wild Ganoderma was indeed a rare find, and to have such a sensational item as the first lot at the Xiao auction house was remarkable. However, Li Fan remained unperturbed. While the century-old Ganoderma was indeed a coveted item among ordinary cultivators on Earth, it was far too commonplace for him. The concentration of spiritual energy it contained was beneath his notice. Beside him, Wei Ziyue observed the astonishment on the faces of the Qin family, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. The Xiao auction house was no ordinary establishment, and even someone like Qin Rongong, with his modest wealth, would undoubtedly feel a significant impact here. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Li Fan, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. This seemingly unremarkable impoverished fellow appeared so composed. Surely, he had never witnessed such grandeur and remained oblivious to the significance of the century-old Ganoderma and its starting price of 3 million. Perhaps this was what they referred to as ignorance breeding fearlessness. Wei Ziyue resolved to have a serious talk with Lin Wanner after the auction concluded. Discerning the worth of a man was indeed an art. Chapter 111. Acquiring a soil nugget in no time. The century-old wild Ganoderma was sold for an astonishing 6.7 million to an elderly gentleman. Following this, the auctioneer summoned forth the next item for bid, a millennium-old wild ginseng. Instantly, the crowd stirred with excitement. The millennium-old wild ginseng was a rarity, and as it was presented, its rich spiritual essence enveloped the room, inducing a sensation akin to suffocation among the attendees. This item was undoubtedly far more valuable than the century-old wild Ganoderma. The auctioneer, wearing a triumphant expression, proclaimed, "This millennium-old wild ginseng was procured through great effort from the mountains of Jibei province. The starting bid is 8 million, with increments no less than 100,000. Master Yin's gaze fixated on the millennium-old wild ginseng, and he commanded Qin Rongong with an air of authority, "I shall take this millennium-old wild ginseng." Qin Rongong nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Master Yin, I will secure this millennium-old wild ginseng for you." In mere moments, the price for the millennium-old wild ginseng soared to 12 million. 12 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the crowd. Qin Rongong raised his bidding paddle, stating, "I bid 13 million, with a 1 million increase." Many turned to look at Qin Rongong. While they did not recognize him, their gazes shifted to Master Yin, revealing a sense of caution. Most cultivators present were likely at the first or second level of qi refining, while Master Yin stood at the third level, naturally dissuading any potential challengers. 13.1 million. Soon, another bid emerged. Qin Rongong immediately followed suit. 13.5 million, 13.6 million. The bidding escalated rapidly. After all, the millennium-old wild ginseng held immense benefits for any practitioner. Ultimately, the price soared to 28 million. Qin Rongong decisively declared, 30 million. At that moment, no one dared to contest him, for 30 million was no trifling sum. When it became evident that no further bids would be placed, the auctioneer's hammer fell, confirming the sale. The millennium wild ginseng now belongs to Qin Rongong. Radiating with triumph, Qin Rongong, brimming with confidence, addressed Master Yin, saying, "Master Yin, if you join the Qin family, we would form a formidable alliance. The substantial financial resources of the Qin family will support you in achieving greater heights in your cultivation, while your formidable prowess will safeguard the Qin family, elevating us to the ranks of the elite." Master Yin nodded slightly. In complete agreement with Qin Rongong's sentiments, as practitioners of the mystical arts, they were inevitably entwined with financial matters. For cultivators, wealth, companions, techniques, and territory are all essential. Without the robust backing of finances, the path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. The auction continued, presenting an array of highly valuable traditional Chinese herbs, with the least expensive fetching a staggering price of 5 million. At this juncture, the auctioneer shifted his tone, stating, "The next item we present is quite peculiar, and I must admit, we are unaware of its name or its efficacy. However, its origin is rather extraordinary." Upon hearing this, the attendees below expressed their bewilderment. If they did not know the item's utility, Why was it being auctioned? Soon, a server approached with a tray, upon which rested an object the size of a volleyball, its surface remarkably rough and resembling a mere clod of earth, devoid of any spiritual aura. A wave of murmurs swept through the auction hall. What is this? It appears to be an ordinary clod of dirt. Asked the Xiao auction house, attempting to swindle us? Indeed, they simply dug up a piece of soil to auction it off. Do they think our money grows on trees? Where is the manager? We demand an explanation. If the Xiao auction house continues to present such wares, we shall cease our patronage. The crowd's agitation escalated. Typically, they found the pricing at the Xiao auction house somewhat exorbitant and felt it was exploitative. Yet, they had tolerated it, harboring only minor grievances. However, seizing this opportunity, everyone expressed their frustrations. The auctioneer furrowed his brow and declared in a somber tone, "The Xiao auction house has always prided itself on fairness and integrity, ensuring that all items are clearly priced. If you deem it valuable, you may bid. If not, refrain from doing so. We welcome all patrons at the Xiao auction house, but if anyone seeks to cause a disturbance here, let it be known that we are not to be trifled with." As the elder's words resonated, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the auction hall, emanating from a formidable expert at the 4th level of Qi refinement. It appeared that the Xiao auction house concealed even more powerful figures. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, while Li Fan's gaze swiftly landed on a middle-aged man standing behind Wei Ziyue. That aura had indeed originated from him. Li Fan was taken aback. It seemed the Wei family was indeed formidable, as even a bodyguard beside Wei Ziyue possessed such strength. However, Li Fan merely glanced at him before refocusing on the clod on the auction table. Li Fan felt an immense thrill, for this clod was recorded in the inheritance as a soil spirit root. The observations made by the others were not entirely erroneous. This soil spirit root was indeed a clod of dirt, albeit not an ordinary one. The conditions for the formation of a soil spirit root are exceedingly stringent. It requires soil that can nurture 3 or more rare treasures. This soil must absorb the essence and spiritual energy released by these treasures to become a soil spirit root. It is easy to imagine how rare and difficult this is to achieve. In the era chronicled in the inheritance, any rare treasure could easily outshine the Millennium Wild Ginseng at this auction. At this moment, the auctioneer announced, "This item has a starting bid of 500,000, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 5,000. A profound silence fell over the crowd. No one was willing to bid on a mere clod of dirt. The auctioneer shook his head, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Just then, Li Fan raised his bidding paddle. 550,000. All eyes turned to Li Fan, incredulous at his willingness to spend 550,000 on a clod of dirt. Even Qin Rongong couldn't help but chuckle. A poor wretch remains a poor wretch. Even if he swindles a few million, his perspective remains unchanged. "Li Fan, what do you want with this clod of dirt?" Lin Wanner inquired with concern. While she understood that Li Fan was not short on money, she did not wish for him to squander it recklessly. Li Fan smiled and replied, "I find this clod quite intriguing and wish to study it further." No one contested Li Fan's bid for the clod, and soon the auctioneer's gavel fell, sealing the deal at 550,000. The auctioneer's demeanor shifted to one of excitement as he proclaimed, "Next, we present the final and most significant item of this auction, the long-lost elixir." Chapter 112. A Dog Bites El Dongbin. Chapter 113. Ridiculed talent. The auctioneer promptly announced this decision from the stage. The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless. The Xiao auction house wielded considerable power, far beyond what these scattered cultivators could challenge. After the auction concluded, attendees departed, and Lin Wanner returned home, intending to inform her grandfather about the day's events. Wei Ziyue stormed back to the Wei family estate, located in Xiao County, a place imbued with ancient charm. Her parents were currently engaged in conversation with an elderly man clad in a purple robe. Sipping tea, the elder exuded an aura of ethereal grace, and Wei Ziyue immediately recognized him as a practitioner of the mystical arts with formidable strength. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Wei Gongmo, her father, greeted her with a smile. "Ziyue, come and meet Elder Ling Xiao." "You are Elder Ling Xiao?" Wei Ziyue exclaimed in astonishment, hastening forward to bow respectfully to the elder, her demeanor radiating reverence. Wei Ziyue pays her respects to Elder Ling Xiao. The elder, with a kind expression, scrutinized Wei Ziyue and remarked, Wei Gongmo is truly fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter. Wei Gongmo humbly replied, Elder Ling Xiao, you flatter me. I wonder if my daughter has caught your esteemed eye? Might she join your esteemed Ling Snake sect as a disciple? Hearing her father's words, Wei Ziyue's heart soared with excitement. The Ling Snake sect is a renowned force in the cultivation world. Being accepted into such a prestigious sect would truly validate her as a practitioner. Unfortunately, joining the Ling Snake sect is notoriously difficult. Elder Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, the day after tomorrow marks our sect's annual recruitment event. Let the girl attend. With Elder Ling Xiao's assurance, the Wei family was filled with immense joy. By the way, did our elixir sell? For how much? Wei Gongmo inquired of Wei Ziyue. She shook her head, recalling the incident with frustration. The elixir did not sell. I paused the auction and will schedule it for another time. Wei Gongmo was taken aback. How could an elixir possibly fail to sell? Meanwhile, Elder Ling Xiao's expression shifted, and he asked, Wei Gongmo, you actually found an elixir? May I take a look? Wei Ziyue promptly instructed a servant to bring forth the elixir. Elder Ling Xiao opened the box, and upon seeing the elixir within, his expression grew grave. Holding the elixir in his palm, he scrutinized it closely. This elixir is a counterfeit. The revelation left Wei Gongmo astounded. Elder, are you certain? Elder Ling Xiao affirmed, if I lack the ability to discern this, then I am unworthy of my position as a Ling Snake sect elder. With this statement, Wei Gongmo dared not harbor any doubts. The elixir that the Wei family had painstakingly acquired was a counterfeit. Even more shocking was Wei Ziyue's reaction. What? The elixir is indeed a counterfeit. That good-for-nothing Li Fan was right? Ziyue, what is going on? Wei Gongmo questioned with a serious tone. Wei Ziyue recounted the events as they unfolded. That fellow named Li Fan asserted that the elixir was a counterfeit and advised us against auctioning it to avoid tarnishing the auction house's reputation. I thought he was spouting nonsense. What? You mean to say that a lad just over 20 could recognize the elixir as a counterfeit? Elder Ling Xiao expressed surprise. It is known that in the current world, cultivation resources are scarce, and genuine elixirs are as rare as phoenix feathers. To encounter one is an extraordinary event. If Li Fan, so young, could identify the authenticity of elixirs, it suggested he had indeed encountered real ones before. Fascinating. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to meet this young friend, Elder Ling Xiao remarked. Wei Gongmo then instructed Wei Ziyue. You mentioned that Wanner knows this young friend? Contact Wanner and find a way to invite him to our home. Dad, you want to invite him? Wei Ziyue expressed her reluctance. Wei Gongmo stated sternly, his ability to discern the elixir signifies he possesses genuine talent. If such a person could aid the Wei family, it would be a tremendous asset. Though Wei Ziyue was hesitant, she ultimately acquiesced. On the other hand, upon returning to the Qin family, Qin Ronggong and his family wore grave expressions. I never anticipated that Li Fan was also a practitioner. Have I misjudged him? It must be said that Qin Ronggong now felt a tinge of regret. The significance of a practitioner to families like theirs was self-evident. Xiao ascertained that they could invite Master Yin was indeed a matter of considerable expense. Had he known earlier that Li Fan was a cultivator, he would never have obstructed Qin Xiao's association with him. However, it was too late to lament now. Given his repeated disdain towards Li Fan, it would be a miracle if Li Fan chose not to retaliate against the Qin family. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao's heart swelled with joy. The more exceptional Li Fan proved to be, the more delighted she felt for him. At this moment, Master Yin, seated nearby, scoffed, saying, what could a mere lad at the 4th level of Qi refinement possibly amount to? Qin Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Li Fan is merely in his early 20s and has already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, while you, despite your age, are barely comparable to him. What gives you the right to look down upon Li Fan? Xiao, how dare you speak to Master Yin like that? Apologize. Qin Ronggong exclaimed, alarmed and angry. Master Yin merely chuckled disdainfully, replying, no harm done. The young girl simply lacks understanding. I admit my talent is limited, yet it far surpasses that of this boy, he continued. I began my cultivation at 50, and in merely 10 years, I have achieved this level. It is no small feat. In contrast, Li Fan may have been cultivating since childhood, yet takes over 20 years to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. a mediocre aptitude that invites ridicule in the realm of cultivation. Now I understand, Qin Rongong and the others thought. Immediately dismissing Li Fan's accomplishments, Master Yin then addressed Qin Hatong, assuring him, rest assured, at the recruitment event of the Spirit Snake sect, Qin Hatong will undoubtedly become a disciple. The elder of the Spirit Snake sect, Taoist Fuchuan, is my cousin, and he will grant me a favor. In less than 2 years, Qin Hatong will surpass the current achievements of Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Qin Rongong and Qin Hatong were filled with excitement. If Qin Hatong were truly to join the Spirit Snake sect as a disciple, the Qin family would soar to new heights and become a prominent house of cultivation. At that time, even the Li and Chen families would pale in comparison. After returning home, Li Fan began a period of seclusion for cultivation, not stepping outside his room for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he called Chen Hongyan, requesting him to look after the family, before he ventured alone through the water tunnel beneath the creek, arriving once more at the foot of Spirit Snake Mountain. Chapter 114. Ascending Spirit Snake Mountain. Upon entering, he found the small courtyard unusually lively, filled with numerous individuals, mostly young people who had come to attend the recruitment event. Brotherly, you have arrived, Xiao Haoran exclaimed upon spotting Li Fan, his face brightening. Li Fan nodded and inquired, when does the recruitment event begin? Xiao Haoran explained, the event will take place on the mountain. Shortly, there will be disciples from the Spirit Snake sect who will guide you up. For now, everyone is here waiting for the Spirit Snake sect disciples, so come in and sit for a while. As they stepped into the courtyard, Li Fan spotted 2 familiar faces, Wei Ziyue and Qin Hatong. Li Fan, you worthless fellow, you actually came? Wei Ziyue remarked, her tone dripping with disdain. Li Fan felt no offense. It was hardly surprising that the Wei family could establish such an auction house, given their connections to cultivators. However, Qin Hatong's presence was unexpected, suggesting a connection to Master Yin. Yet, considering that Master Yin had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement at his advanced age, it was puzzling how he could be associated with such a major sect as the Spirit Snake sect. Li Fan, Master Yin has told me that the essence of cultivation lies in one's foundation, Wei Ziyue continued. No wonder you were able to assist Qin Xiao in identifying so many ancient artifacts. It is evident you have cultivated for many years. Yet after all this time, you have only reached the 4th level of qi refinement. How utterly embarrassing. In the mundane world, you are a failure, a penniless wretch. In the realm of cultivation, you remain a waste, utterly worthless. Qin Hatong sneered at Li Fan. Wei Ziyue nodded in agreement, adding, Li Fan, there's no need to feel indignant. Qin Hatong speaks the truth. The most crucial aspect of cultivation is indeed one's foundation. With your current level of skill, you could reach it within 10 years, so you have no grounds for arrogance. Get lost. Li Fan's expression darkened as he retorted. Wei Ziyue and Qin Hatong were immediately enraged, especially Wei Ziyue, who, as the daughter of the Wei family, had never been spoken to in such a manner. Li Fan, do not go too far, she exclaimed in anger. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Fan replied, out of respect for your gender, I have refrained from striking you. Consider yourself fortunate and do not provoke me further. With that, Li Fan turned away, choosing to wait for the recruitment event to commence in solitude. Wei Ziyue's face flushed with rage. Qin Hatong stood beside her, attempting to soothe her. Miss Wei, do not stoop to the level of that impoverished fool. That Li Fan is nothing but a beggar. He hasn't even graduated from university, and it's no surprise he lacks refinement. Wei Ziyue spat through gritted teeth. I doubt he possesses any capability to join the Spirit Snake sect today. After approximately half an hour, they noticed a figure descending rapidly from the stairs leading to the mountain peak. His speed was astonishing, as he covered the hundreds of meters from the summit to the base in mere minutes. Each stride saw him lightly tap the steps with his toes. The individual was at the 7th level of qi refinement. His prowess matched that of Guoyang and Sun Liang from the other day. Li Fan cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. In contrast, Wei Ziyue, Qin Hatong, and the other participants gazed at the figure with admiration. Perceiving him as a celestial being, achieving such a level in their lives would render them eternally satisfied. Upon reaching the base, the young man carried an air of arrogance, never deigning to acknowledge those gathered for the assessment. He proclaimed, "Today marks the recruitment event of the Spirit Snake sect. Whether you have the fortune to join us depends on your own capabilities. Now, follow me up the mountain." With that, he led the way, and the crowd followed him up the steep staircase. Upon reaching the summit, many were panting, including Qin Hatong. Wei Ziyue, having been raised in the privileged Wei family and trained in breath control from a young age, fared much better than the burly Qin Hatong. Once atop the mountain, the group took a moment to admire the spirit snake sect, marveling at the breathtaking scenery. The sect boasted dozens of structures, including pavilions and towers, resembling a realm of celestial beings. 7 elderly men with white hair and youthful faces, clad in purple robes, emerged from the main hall. The leading disciple stepped forward to greet them respectfully, saying, "Disciple Sun Jian pays respects to the esteemed uncles and aunts." The elders nodded slightly, surveying the crowd in the plaza. Taoist Ling Xiao stepped forward, waving his feather duster, and announced, "The Spirit Snake Sect is a prestigious and authentic lineage with a rich history. To join us, one must dedicate themselves to cultivation, forsaking mundane affairs, and uphold the righteousness of the Tao." He pointed to a massive round pillar, nearly 20 meters high, adorned with carvings of mythical creatures such as dragons, white cranes, and phoenixes, all depicted rising majestically. The pillar radiated an ancient aura. "This is the heavenly spirit pillar. It will determine whether you possess a spiritual root and are capable of cultivation. Next, each of you must approach and place your palm upon the heavenly spirit pillar, calming your mind and allowing yourself to perceive. Those who can evoke a resonance from the heavenly spirit pillar shall become disciples of the Spirit Snake Sect. Rest assured, this recruitment event is a grand opportunity. All participants are welcome to remain on the mountain." In other words, even if you do not become disciples of the Spirit Snake Sect, you may still serve as miscellaneous disciples and work within our sect. As long as you perform well, you will have opportunities for cultivation and resources. Upon hearing Elder Ling Xiao's words, excitement spread among the crowd. They knew how difficult it was to join the Spirit Snake Sect. In previous years, out of 100 participants, only 10 were accepted, with the rest being sent away from Spirit Snake Mountain. The prospect of being allowed to remain on the mountain was an extraordinary blessing. Chapter 115. The nature of spiritual energy. The first to approach for testing was a youth of 17 or 18. Following Elder Ling Xiao's instructions, he placed his palm on the heavenly spirit pillar and closed his eyes, focusing intently. Several seconds passed without any change in the pillar. Li Fan's gaze remained fixed on the heavenly spirit pillar, keen to observe how it would gauge an individual's aptitude for cultivation. Being the first time witnessing such an artifact, he was uncertain whether the youth possessed a spiritual root or not. Finally, Taoist Fuchuan shook his head, his tone indifferent as he declared, "You possess no cultivation aptitude. Step down." The youth's face fell, as if he had received a death sentence. He pleaded with Taoist Fuchuan and Elder Ling Xiao, "Elders, I wasn't prepared just now. Please grant me another chance. I assure you I can do it." A cold glint flickered in Taoist Fuchuan's eyes as his voice grew icy, admonishing, "Step down. If you dare to persist in your foolishness, you will be expelled from Spirit Snake Mountain." Seeing Taoist Fuchuan's anger, the youth fell silent, suppressing his tears as he reluctantly retreated to the end of the line and the crowd. Many individuals displayed mocking expressions. Some scoffed derisively. Others were lost in contemplation, while a few maintained an indifferent demeanor, as if they were mere bystanders. One by one, the contestants stepped forward to test their abilities, yet, without exception, they all experienced the same outcome as the first young man. The entire heavenly spirit pillar remained utterly unresponsive, and they were subsequently relegated to the end of the line. This turn of events caused those who had previously appeared unconcerned to grow increasingly anxious. It was widely said that the assessment within the Spirit Serpent sect was exceedingly challenging, but none anticipated it to be this daunting. Could it be that this pillar is simply defective? What could a mere stone pillar possibly reveal? Those participating in the Spirit Serpent sect's assessment were all young masters and mistresses from illustrious families, or disciples of prominent figures in the martial arts world, each accustomed to holding themselves in high regard. Thus, upon witnessing one contestant after another being eliminated, the remaining individuals began to murmur among themselves. The cold gaze of Taoist Fuchuan swept across the crowd. A chilling voice warned, "If you do not wish to participate in the assessment, then leave this mountain at once." With that, an immensely powerful aura was unleashed, instantly imposing pressure upon all present. In an instant, the once chattering scions fell silent, their hearts racing in terror. Such an aura was truly fearsome. It was no wonder he was an elder of the Spirit Serpent sect. Li Fan also immediately sensed this energy. It was, astonishingly, at the Foundation establishment stage. Li Fan calculated in his mind that while the cultivation energy on Earth might not be as dense as his own, it was still the energy of a Foundation establishment expert. Moreover, it was likely at least at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, indicating a significant gap in levels. Thus, even Li Fan would find it difficult to contend with such a foe. It seemed he had previously underestimated the cultivators of Earth. Next, Qin Hatong. At that moment, Elder Ling Xiao called forth Qin Hatong's name. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hatong approached the heavenly spirit pillar, unable to resist glancing at Taoist Fuchuan beside him. This Taoist Fuchuan was the elder brother of Master Yin, who had sent a letter to him prior to this moment, and it was evident that Taoist Fuchuan had received the correspondence. As he now regarded Qin Hatong with interest, instructing, "Place your palm upon the heavenly spirit pillar." As Qin Hatong placed his hand on the pillar, the seemingly ordinary stone began to emanate a faint, earthy glow. Subsequently, a denser mist gradually rose from the bottom of the pillar, enveloping the divine beast, the white crane, at its base. The mist continued to ascend, covering the peacock before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, Taoist Fuchuan and Elder Ling Xiao exchanged surprised glances. Taoist Fuchuan remarked, "Earth attributes spiritual energy, reaching the power of 2 divine beings. Though it may not be the most remarkable talent, it is sufficient to join our Spirit Serpent sect. Young man, do you wish to become my disciple?" Qin Hatong's face lit up with excitement, and he immediately knelt, bowing deeply to Taoist Fuchuan. "Master, Qin Hatong, pay my respects." Taoist Fuchuan nodded slightly, waving his hand. "Rise, stand behind me." Qin Hatong promptly moved to stand behind Taoist Fuchuan, lifting his head to gaze at the others, his expression brimming with pride. Especially when he looked at Li Fan, his eyes were filled with derision and disdain. "You, Li Fan, even if you are now a cultivator, what does it matter? In a few years, I shall have you beneath my foot. A waste, after all, is merely a waste." Elder Ling Xiao explained to the crowd, "Spiritual energy is categorized into 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each attribute possesses distinct effects. For instance, earth spiritual energy, being dense and robust, yields superior results when practicing defensive techniques. For our Spirit Serpent sect, the most desirable attribute is metal, as it significantly enhances offensive spells." He gestured towards the heavenly spirit pillar, indicating the various divine beasts. There are 10 divine beasts on the heavenly spirit pillar. Those who can reach the power of 1 divine being possess the qualification for cultivation. Achieving the power of 2 divine beings is even better. Continuing this logic, those who reach 3 divine beings may be regarded as geniuses. Those who attain 5 divine beings are exceedingly rare. As for anyone possessing 5 divine beings in the past century, I have not heard of a single case. After listening to Elder Ling Xiao's elucidation, Li Fan gained a deeper understanding of spiritual energy. However, he was perplexed, for he could not discern the attribute of his own spiritual energy. It seemed he would have to test himself on the heavenly spirit pillar shortly, and he was eager to discover how many divine beings his immense spiritual energy could reach. Chapter 116. You lack qualification. The other contestants, witnessing the events unfold, regained a glimmer of hope. Realizing that the heavenly spirit pillar could indeed assess an individual's potential for cultivation. Subsequently, another 10 individuals approached to test their abilities, among whom 2 exhibited qualifications, albeit inferior to Qin Hatong, achieving only the power of 1 divine being. Next, Wei Ziyue. It was now Wei Ziyue's turn to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, she approached the heavenly spirit pillar, unsure of her own qualifications. However, with Elder Ling Xiao's prior promise to accept her as a disciple, she felt a newfound confidence. Placing her palm on the heavenly spirit pillar, a brilliant azure light erupted, far more intense than that of Qin Hatong. The rising mist swiftly engulfed the divine beast, the white crane, and then the peacock. Yet the mist did not cease, ascending to the 3rd divine beast, Taotai. Instantly, the gazes of the 7 elders fixated intently on the heavenly spirit pillar, watching as the mist completely enveloped the 3rd divine beast before finally halting. 3 divine beings. It is indeed 3 divine beings. The 7 elders displayed rare expressions of joy. Little girl, would you like to take me as your master? One elder stepped forward, extending an olive branch to Wei Ziyue. However, before she could respond, Elder Ling Xiao reprimanded the elderly man. Old you, this girl has long been designated as my disciple. You should abandon that notion. Old you, upon hearing this, was infuriated, his brows furrowing in indignation. Ling Xiao, you old man, when did this girl become your predetermined disciple? I was the first to make an offer. Elder Ling Xiao smirked with pride, stating, just a few days ago, I reached an agreement with the Wei family and Yuhua. Turning to Wei Ziyue, he urged, child, please inform your Uncle Yu. Wei Ziyue, with a hint of apology, addressed Elder Yu. Uncle Yu, I sincerely apologize, but indeed, Elder Ling Xiao came to my home a few days ago and promised to accept me as his disciple. Acknowledging her words, Elder Yu realized the truth of the situation, feeling utterly frustrated yet powerless. A prodigy had slipped right through his fingers. The other elders shared his sentiments. All right, Ziyue, come stand beside me. The rest may continue with the assessment. Elder Ling Xiao wore a beaming smile. His initial intention to accept Wei Ziyue as a disciple was merely to build rapport with the Wei family, hoping to secure valuable cultivation resources in the future. Little did he anticipate the delightful surprise that the girl possessed such exceptional talent for cultivation. Next, Li Fan. At last, it was Li Fan's turn to take the stage. Wei Ziyue and Qin Hatong regarded him with mocking eyes, eager to witness his humiliation. Li Fan approached the heavenly spirit pillar and placed his palm upon it. He felt a mysterious pull emanating from the pillar, as if it sought to extract something from within him. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within him sensed this pull, rapidly expanding and filling his entire being. However, at that moment, the force within the heavenly spirit pillar, upon sensing Li Fan's spiritual energy, recoiled in terror as if a mouse had encountered a cat, retreating swiftly back into the pillar, vanishing without a trace. This revelation intrigued Li Fan, yet after waiting for a considerable time, the heavenly spirit pillar remained utterly unresponsive. Elder Ling Xiao, growing impatient, urged Li Fan, you possess no cultivation qualifications. Do not waste everyone's time. Step down. Li Fan furrowed his brows at these words. Uncertain about the occurrence that had just transpired, and wished to inquire further of Elder Ling Xiao. However, before he could speak, Wei Ziyue admonished him, enough, Li Fan, do not act foolishly again. You clearly lack any qualifications for cultivation. Qin Hatong chimed in with derision, Li Fan. Do you hear? Do not waste everyone's time. Whether in the secular world or the realm of cultivation, you are an unmitigated waste, a pitiful pauper. Lacking qualifications yet making a fool of yourself, just get lost. The remaining contestants who had yet to be assessed joined in the ridicule directed at Li Fan. He cast a cold gaze across these individuals before returning to the line, preoccupied with contemplating the peculiar force he had felt emanating from the heavenly spirit pillar. Though claim that he, Li Fan, lacked qualifications was utterly absurd. In just a few short months, he had cultivated to the 4th level of Qi refinement, and this was not merely a fade. He was genuinely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, dismissing even those at the 7th level as inconsequential. If such qualifications were deemed lacking, then the rest of those present were nothing but refuse. Chapter 117. Deliberate difficulty. Although he remained uncertain about the peculiar reaction of the heavenly spirit pillar, the situation was clear. It seemed that his aspirations to become a disciple under the elders were, for the time being, dashed. After the passage of a single incense stick's time, all present had completed their qualification tests. Including Wei Ziyue and Qin Hatong, a total of 9 individuals had passed the evaluation. However, aside from Wei Ziyue, none had achieved the coveted 3 divine powers, much to the disappointment of the elders. You shall remain here and await further instructions. Someone will soon arrive to arrange all matters pertaining to your stay in the Spirit Serpent sect. As long as you pledge your utmost loyalty to the Spirit Serpent sect, we shall provide you with the resources to enhance your qualifications. Elder Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying those who had failed the qualification test from his elevated position. The crowd quickly expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that although they had not passed the test, remaining within the Spirit Serpent sect offered hope for future success. Li Fan, however, scoffed at Elder Ling Xiao's words, perceiving them as mere empty promises. The notion of benevolence sounded to him like a ploy to recruit laborers to do their bidding. Nevertheless, he was curious to see what the sect truly entailed, so he refrained from speaking out. After reiterating the instruction for everyone to remain in place, Elder Xiao and the other elders led all successful candidates back to the inner court of the sect. Once the elders departed, those who had failed the test waited with eager anticipation. However, after a considerable time, not a single soul appeared. After nearly an hour under the blazing sun, murmurs of discontent began to circulate. Just as a few words were exchanged, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. "What are you all clamoring about? If you have grievances, you may leave the mountain at once. It is already a tremendous honor for you to be welcomed by the Spirit Serpent sect. Yet you dare to complain here." Glancing over, they saw an old man approaching leisurely, followed closely by a young man who had delivered the scolding. Li Fan took a brief look. The youth was merely at the first level of chi refinement, while the elder was only at the 5th level, yet they carried themselves with such arrogance, clearly relying on borrowed authority. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects to Elder Pali of the outer court." The young man barked at the crowd. Those who had previously murmured fell silent, lowering their heads in submission. Elder Pali relished the sight of these scions from prominent families bowing in deference. He snorted disdainfully, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the group. "Do you think the Spirit Serpent sect is just any place? You cannot endure merely an hour of waiting? Remember, you are but a bunch of utterly mediocre wastrels. Being accepted by the Spirit Serpent sect is already a stroke of good fortune. Should anyone dare to voice complaints again, they will be immediately expelled from the sect." The words struck fear into the hearts of the crowd, silencing them completely as they endured the elder's tirade. After his scolding, Elder Pali adopted a haughty demeanor. "From now on, everything concerning you will be dictated by me. Should anyone dare to defy me, I will ensure that you and your families regret ever coming into this world. Trust me, the Spirit Serpent sect possesses that capability. Of course, if you perform well, I might consider teaching you some basic cultivation techniques. If I am satisfied, I may allow you to retake the qualification test. You should know what is expected of you." Elder Pali's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he were a master tossing scraps to a dog. Yet, to the crowd, his words sounded like a windfall from the heavens, and they immediately began to flatter him. Li Fan felt utterly speechless. These individuals, who were once esteemed in the secular world, now displayed such sycophancy. Elder Pali's attitude resembled that of a benefactor bestowing charity upon beggars, and they expressed their gratitude in kind. "Lu Fei, these individuals are now your responsibility." After giving a casual command to the young man behind him, Elder Pali ambled away. Lu Fei, emboldened by his newfound authority, barked orders at the group. "Follow me. If you get lost, it's not my concern." After a winding journey, they arrived at a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. "This is where you will reside, 10 individuals to a room. You may allocate yourselves as you wish." Upon seeing the clutter strewn about the courtyard, a sense of disdain welled up within the group. This was clearly a storage area, yet they were expected to live here, sharing rooms with 9 others. However, given their status at the Spirit Serpent sect, they could only accept this indignity in silence. Li Fan was about to select a room at random when Lu Fei called out to him. With a malicious grin, Lu Fei pointed to a nearby room. "Hold on. That will be your room." Looking in the direction he indicated, Li Fan noted that the room was significantly smaller than the others and, more importantly, it was situated right next to the latrine. The foul stench was already wafting through the air, and the thought of living so close was intolerable. Li Fan's expression turned icy. Was this an intentional humiliation? Why must I be assigned to that room when there are other vacancies? Lu Fei could not contain his laughter. "This is a specially arranged single room just for you. How can you possibly be dissatisfied? Consider it a premium privilege. I would be remiss not to demand your gratitude." "I have no need for it," Li Fan replied coldly. Seeing Li Fan's defiance, Lu Fei's demeanor shifted instantly, emanating an oppressive aura. "Here. My word is law and I will make it clear. You will either stay in that room or be expelled from the Spirit Serpent sect." Li Fan scoffed. A mere first-level chi refinement cultivator dared to impose such authority over him. Just as he was about to explode with anger, several individuals encircled him, offering their counsel. "Brother, the opportunity to join the Spirit Serpent sect comes but once. bear with it for now. Indeed, let us endure for the time being. We can always retake the test next time. Persuaded by their words, Li Fan chose to bide his time. After all, the Spirit Serpent sect was the only sect available to him at present, and if he wished to hasten his cultivation, he had to endure this indignity for now. With Li Fan's acquiescence, Lu Fei's smile broadened with arrogance. Weren't you just full of bravado? What happened to that spirit now? A waste who can't even pass the cultivation test dares to stand up to me. The Spirit Serpent sect will not coddle you. Now go down the mountain and fetch water from the Spirit Spring. If you do not return within 3 hours, do not expect a meal today. Li Fan recognized Lu Fei's intention to make things difficult for him. The distance to the base of the mountain was no less than several hundred meters. While descending was manageable, the ascent, especially while carrying water, would be an arduous task for anyone. Yet, in order to remain, Li Fan reluctantly picked up a water bucket and began his descent, as he watched Li Fan's retreating figure. Lu Fei smirked coldly. You brought this upon yourself by crossing the wrong person. Prepare to be tormented slowly. Chapter 118. The golden axe. Li Fan infused his feet with spiritual energy, just as the individual who had guided them up the mountain had done, leaping gracefully downwards. His body floated like a butterfly, and with a gentle push off his toes, he soared several meters down. It took only a few minutes to descend from the towering heights of the mountain to its base. The exhilarating rush of wind helped alleviate some of his earlier frustrations. Upon reaching the water collection point at the Spirit Spring, he was captivated by the breathtaking scenery. The air was fragrant with flowers, and butterflies danced about, creating a lively atmosphere that invigorated him simply by standing still. Li Fan wasted no time, swiftly tossing 2 empty buckets into the spring. Once filled, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his hands to lift the 2 heavy buckets. As he gazed at the crystal-clear water, he couldn't resist crouching down to splash some on his face. However, before he could fully enjoy the refreshing sensation, his brow furrowed in realization. Was there a formation at the bottom of the spring? At the moment he scooped the water, he keenly sensed a trace of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he plunged into the spring. Though the formation appeared mundane under its influence, he discerned its core through his perception. With a single thought, his spiritual energy surged forth, melding with the formation. Within half a minute, the formation was unraveled, revealing the secrets it had concealed. To his astonishment, there lay 3 axes. But a golden axe, a silver axe, and an iron axe. Li Fan's expression darkened. This reminded him of a bedtime story he had heard as a child, The River God and His Axes. In that tale, the protagonist chose the iron axe he had dropped. However, he was no longer a 5-year-old. Even in his naive days, he would have surely chosen the golden axe. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the golden axe firmly. Yet, upon merely touching it, information flooded into his mind. To his astonishment, the records indicated that this axe was an ancient treasure known as the Chaos Axe, capable of absorbing surrounding spiritual energy for the wielder's use. Emerging from the water, Li Fan hurriedly gripped the axe with both hands, eager to test the legendary properties of the Chaos Axe. As he focused all his attention on the axe, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy gradually merge into it, flowing through the axe and into his own body. Upon opening his eyes, Li Fan felt a surge of joy. After just a brief moment, he could distinctly sense an improvement in his cultivation. He was on the verge of reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, and he estimated that it would not be long before he achieved a complete breakthrough. Moreover, he sensed that the axe contained a cultivation technique. Once again centering his focus, he perceived the essence of the technique. Chaos Body Refinement Technique, Boundless Chaos, tempering the mortal form, cleaving mountains and calming seas, invincible and unyielding. Li Fan was ecstatic. He had stumbled upon a technique for refining the body. According to the text, it seemed capable of fundamentally transforming the physical form, elevating it to a new level. Who would have thought that being deliberately mistreated by Lu Fei would lead to such a fortuitous encounter? It felt as if he had stumbled upon a tremendous prize. He wondered how Lu Fei would react if he were to learn of this. Would he be so enraged that he might burst a vessel? After confirming that no one was around, Li Fan sat cross-legged, placing the Chaos Axe before him, and began to concentrate on comprehending the technique. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through Li Fan's body, enveloping him in a relentless tide. As he engaged in his cultivation, He felt an intense warmth radiating throughout his being, each muscle pulsating with the vibrant energy. Though the sensation was overwhelmingly uncomfortable, he was acutely aware of the gradual metamorphosis of his body, akin to a phoenix rising anew from the ashes after enduring the crucible of suffering. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, who was accustomed to wielding power in the outer courtyard, stood beside another individual, his countenance adorned with a sycophantic smile. In the outer courtyard, he faced a throng of mortals devoid of any cultivation aptitude. Even as a mere first-layer Qi refinement practitioner, he could stride through with impunity. However, in the inner courtyard, teeming with formidable experts, he had to tread carefully, lest he be relegated to the role of a mere shoeshiner. Xiao, as per your instructions. I have dealt with that arrogant fool Li Fan, Lu Fei declared, his smile as forced as a withered flower, eagerly flattering Guiyang, a seventh-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Guiyang was a figure whose prowess surpassed even that of the famed Pei Lai Daoren, making him the most formidable individual Lu Fei could hope to associate with. Winning Guiyang's favor would provide him with a protective shield. Thus, upon hearing Guiyang's intent to eliminate Li Fan, Lu Fei seized every opportunity to make things difficult for him, hoping to curry favor. Guiyang, glancing at his wrist, though reattached, it lacked its former agility, couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of malice in his eyes. He was determined to make Li Fan pay dearly, make his life a living hell. He must not enjoy even a single day of peace, Guiyang growled, his heart filled with a desire to flay Li Fan alive. Witnessing the hatred in Guiyang's gaze, Lu Fei couldn't suppress his glee. He recognized that his moment to shine had arrived. Rest assured, Xiao, Li Fan will find no respite in my hands, he proclaimed with feigned sincerity. I've deliberately placed him next to the latrine, and tonight, I'll slip some laxatives into his food. With so many people in the miscellaneous courtyard, he will surely be humiliated. I have also assigned him the daily chore of fetching water, giving him only 3 hours to return. Should he fail, he shall go hungry, Lu Fei continued, growing increasingly animated. Carrying 2 hefty buckets of water, a normal person would struggle just to ascend the mountain, let alone complete the task in 3 hours. We will exhaust him to the brink of collapse, denying him food while he endures the stench of the latrine. I guarantee he will wish for death. The more Lu Fei spoke, the more his eyes sparkled with malicious delight, envisioning Li Fan reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. When the time comes, we'll dangle a glimmer of hope before him, promising to teach him techniques if he performs well, he added, relishing the thought of tormenting Li Fan while keeping him in a delusion of hope, ultimately leading to his demise. Lu Fei's vivid descriptions captivated Guiyang. Lifting his spirits and dispelling the previous gloom that had enveloped him, he patted Lu Fei's back with exuberance. Well done, Lu Fei. I never imagined you possessed such cunning wit to devise these torturous schemes. Elated by the praise, Lu Fei felt a surge of excitement, akin to a dog receiving a treat. Since that scoundrel dared to offend you, Xiao, he must brace himself for the consequences. Fear not, I have countless methods of torment left in my arsenal. We shall ensure he begs for mercy while wishing for death, Lu Fei declared with fervor. Yes. He must suffer excruciatingly. A swift death would be far too merciful for that wretch, Guiyang hissed, his eyes gleaming with madness. As Li Fan summoned his spiritual power, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Lu Fei. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Li Fan, Lu Fei's heart raced with trepidation. He was painfully aware that he was no match for Li Fan, especially after witnessing him dispatch 5 others. Lu Fei understood that should Li Fan choose to strike, he would stand no chance of survival. Desperately suppressing his dizziness, he scrambled to his feet, forcing a grimace that was more grotesque than a cry of anguish. Li Fan, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably, he implored. Li Fan regarded Lu Fei's sudden shift in demeanor with a cold, unyielding expression. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding when you deliberately make my life difficult? Or when you send people to kill me? Each word from Li Fan's lips sent a chill down Lu Fei's spine, leaving him speechless, forced to lower his head further in defeat. It was merely a moment of folly on my part. Let us put this behind us. I will ensure your safety in the outer courtyard, and you shall enjoy the finest provisions, Lu Fei stammered, attempting to salvage the situation. Li Fan couldn't suppress a laugh. It was clear Lu Fei had grown accustomed to leveraging his connections. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, he still spoke condescendingly. Once you're dead, this matter will be resolved. Li Fan dismissed Lu Fei's pleas and advanced towards him. Realizing that begging was futile, Lu Fei mustered his courage and threatened, "Do you dare to kill me? I advise you to think carefully. I am a disciple of Pei Lai Dao Ren. If you slay me, you shall not escape unscathed." Li Fan scoffed at Lu Fei's threat. "Do you think I fear him? I have already granted you a chance. It is you who seeks your own demise." Just as Li Fan prepared to strike, a group of miscellaneous disciples burst into the room. Among them was the woman who had criticized Li Fan the previous day. Upon seeing Lu Fei sprawled on the ground, shock washed over them. Had Li Fan come to trouble Lu Fei again? After a few moments of stunned silence, one of them shouted, "Li Fan is going to kill someone. Quickly, fetch Pei Lai Dao Ren," and bolted from the room. The woman, known as Z, regarded Li Fan with disdain, her tone dripping with condescension. "I told you yesterday that you were an arrogant fool. And now you see your folly? You truly believe you can stand against the Lingxi sect? I warn you, you have committed a grave offense, and you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Apologize now, and perhaps I will consider helping you," she added, her eyes alight with scorn. Li Fan remained indifferent, ignoring her diatribe. As for the so-called catastrophe she spoke of, had he been afraid, he would not have acted against Lu Fei the day before. Redirecting his gaze to Lu Fei, he prepared to act once more. However, just as his hand rose, another group charged into the room. Dressed in identical blue robes, they lined up neatly at the entrance. Following them, Pei Lai Dao Ren strode in, flanked by his disciples, his eyes ablaze with fury and disdain. Upon seeing Pei Lai Dao Ren, Lu Fei seized the opportunity like a drowning man grasping at straws. Crying out, "Master, you have finally arrived. This Li Fan has resorted to underhanded tactics to ambush me, leaving me grievously injured, and now he seeks to kill me. You must take action on my behalf." Pei Lai Dao Ren furrowed his brow slightly. Had he not recognized Lu Fei's voice, he would have never guessed that the swollen visage before him belonged to his disciple. Turning his attention to Li Fan, who stood unperturbed, a surge of anger welled within him. He was indifferent to Lu Fei's injuries, but how dare a mere miscellaneous disciple lay hands on his student? This was a blatant affront to his authority. "Li Fan, have you forgotten my words from yesterday? You dare to harm my disciple. You must be courting death." Pei Lai Dao Ren bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Li Fan cast a derisive glance at Pei Lai Dao Ren. "If you wish to protect him, feel free to do so. His current state is entirely of his own making." Before Pei Lai Dao Ren could respond, a young man stepped forward. "How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? First, you injure my junior, and now you insult my master. You must be a fool to think you can act with impunity within the Lingxi sect." The young man pointed an accusatory finger at Li Fan. Hoping to ingratiate himself with Pei Lai Dao Ren, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with hope. If his senior brother intervened, Li Fan would surely meet his end. "Brother, this scoundrel has no respect for our Lingxi sect. Yesterday, I assigned him a task, and he defied me, resorting to despicable means to ambush me," Lu Fei added, stoking the flames of animosity. The young man's gaze turned even more venomous, his heart racing with excitement. This was his chance to display his prowess before Pei Lai Dao Ren. "You lowly wretch! Do you truly believe our Lingxi sect is without defenders? If you have the courage, face me in a fair fight." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, unleashing his own spiritual energy. Gasps of awe rippled through the onlookers. A third-layer Qi refinement practitioner. This was a level beyond their imaginations. Feeling the envious gazes of the crowd, the young man felt a surge of pride. He had only recently ascended to the third layer, yet here, apart from Pei Lai Dao Ren, he was the most formidable presence. Lu Fei was elated. If Li Fan had managed to defeat a second-layer Qi refinement practitioner through trickery, there was no way he could contend with a third-layer practitioner. However, Li Fan paid no heed to Lu Fei's senior brother, regarding him as an inconsequential opponent unworthy of his attention. Yet, the disdain in his gaze ignited the young man's fury. How dare he? A mere failure who couldn't even pass a cultivation test, look at him with such contempt? As the spiritual energy surged instantly, he charged towards Li Fan. What an audacious and ignorant young man! Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. Witnessing his senior brother's attack, the external disciples and miscellaneous disciples were filled with apprehension. A master at the third level of Qi refinement had made his move. There was no chance for the silver-tongued Li Fan to survive this encounter. They could only hope that their senior brother would not resort to excessive brutality. Li Fan, irked by the provocation, had little desire to engage him, yet the relentless approach of his opponent was infuriating. Since he was offered an opportunity he chose to spurn, Li Fan resolved to hold nothing back. Seizing the moment, he caught the incoming hand of Lu Fei and, forming a fist, struck fiercely at his chest. The look of terror on Lu Fei's face was grotesque. How could a master at the third level of Qi refinement be sent reeling, spewing blood like a kite severed from its string, by a single blow from Li Fan? Chapter 123. Severe injury to Pei Lai. Looking at his fallen senior brother, who could rise no more, the onlookers, initially eager for entertainment, were rendered speechless, questioning their own perceptions. How could a disciple, second only to the venerable Pei Lai Daoren in strength within the external sect, be defeated in a single move? What was Li Fan's true origin? Even Pei Lai Daoren's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Was this not merely an unqualified miscellaneous disciple? How could he possess such astonishing strength? As Pei Lai Daoren's most favored disciple, he was well aware of Lu Fei's capabilities. If Lu Fei could defeat him, it meant that Lu Fei must at least be at the third level of Qi refinement, if not having reached the fourth level, given his ability to end a fight in one stroke. However, Pei Lai Daoren's surprise was fleeting. Soon, his eyes glinted with cold fury, overflowing with murderous intent. Li Fan had grievously injured two of his disciples in succession. Was this not a blatant slap in the face before all? As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must heed its master. Let alone when it concerns the disciples of the Spirit Serpent sect. If he did not eliminate Li Fan today, he would lose all credibility within the external sect. He stepped forward decisively. Li Fan, the Spirit Serpent sect has always been tolerant. You have defied discipline and ambushed external disciples. Had you only sincerely apologized, I might have allowed you to leave the sect without further consequences. Now, having wounded a disciple of my sect before all, if I do not remove you, I shall fail to quell the anger of my disciples and invite ridicule upon the Spirit Serpent sect for being a place of lawlessness. Pei Lai Daoren spoke with righteous indignation, framing Li Fan as a villain of the highest order, as though his own actions were justified as a means of protecting the innocent. Pei Lai Daoren, everyone witnessed that your disciple attacked me first. I merely retaliated in self-defense. Your claims of defiance and ambush are merely Lu Fei's side of the story. The truth can be investigated personally. Initially, Li Fan thought there might be room for reason in his lofty rhetoric, but before he could finish, he was met with Pei Lai Daoren's furious roar. Silence! Do not spread your vile words here. You have struck down my disciple, and you dare speak of self-defense? Moreover, regarding the ambush, how could someone with no cultivation aptitude like you possibly defeat two external disciples unless you resorted to underhanded tactics? Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered within Li Fan. Though I do not know why, I indeed possess aptitude. If you do not believe me, I can retake the test at the Heavenly Spirit Pillar. Pei Lai Daoren's fury only intensified. Do not spout nonsense. Are you suggesting that the Spirit Serpent sect's sacred artifact is flawed? Very well. You attacked my disciple first, then refused to admit your guilt and twisted the truth. Now you dare insult the sect? Compounding your crimes, if I do not kill you today, I shall fail to uphold the Spirit Serpent sect's dignity. Li Fan's expression turned icy, his gaze filled with disappointment and anger. The notion of reason was a farce. This despicable individual merely sought to present himself as a champion of justice. With a thunderous shout, Pei Lai Daoren revealed his cultivation level, 5th level of Qi refinement. The external disciples regarded Li Fan with scorn, with the mightiest of the external sect about to strike. No matter what tricks Li Fan possessed, they paled in comparison to absolute power. The miscellaneous disciples were wide-eyed, having never witnessed such a powerful figure in action. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Li Fan to death. Though they were unaware of the source of Li Fan's strength, they believed that even with his capabilities, he could only barely match Pei Lai Daoren's level. Yet, Pei Lai Daoren was an elder of the Spirit Serpent sect. In terms of skill and experience, he was incomparable to this arrogant youth. Thus, it was certain that Li Fan would meet his demise at Pei Lai Daoren's hands. Pei Lai Daoren leapt forward, gathering spiritual energy to strike Li Fan. Without any inclination to evade, Li Fan met the attack head-on. A mere 5th level of qi refinement was not worthy of his retreat. As their palms collided, Pei Lai Daoren's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe that Li Fan not only withstood the blow but did so without even a hint of difficulty. Just as he prepared to follow up with another strike, Li Fan preempted him, delivering a devastating kick that sent Pei Lai Daoren flying, as if ensnared in a nightmare, until he crashed against the wall. Finally losing momentum, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Pei Lai Daoren felt as though his ribs had been shattered, collapsing to the ground, struggling to breathe. Is this a deception? Did Li Fan truly injure Pei Lai Daoren? But he is an elder of the external sect at the 5th level of qi refinement. What manner of monster is Li Fan? This was undoubtedly a day of tumultuous emotions for the onlookers. Each time they believed Li Fan was doomed, he unveiled a terrifying strength that defied comprehension. Li Fan paid no heed to the crowd, instead moving towards Lu Fei. The instigator of this chaos, he had only made matters worse, and allowing him to live was far too lenient. However, just as he took a few steps, his gaze sharpened. The disgraced Pei Lai Daoren, unable to maintain any semblance of dignity, unleashed the last of his strength to hurl a talisman at Li Fan. Li Fan turned just in time to see the rapidly approaching talisman and quickly bent backward to narrowly evade the ambush. The talisman struck the beam above, resulting in a violent explosion. With a deafening roar, the entire building trembled from the shockwave and was engulfed in flames. The crowd, terrified, screamed and fled outside. Yet, Li Fan's gaze was fixed menacingly on the weakened Pei Lai Daoren, who had resorted to such despicable treachery. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Fan approached, grasped his neck, and with a single motion, extinguished the life of the once mighty elder. Casting a glance at the fallen Lu Fei and his fellow disciple, Li Fan exited the burning structure, leaving the two to perish in the inferno. As Li Fan emerged from the building like a reaper, the crowd instinctively recoiled, paralyzed with fear, caught between fight or flight, scarcely daring to breathe, lest a slight movement render them targets of Li Fan's wrath. Yet, Li Fan furrowed his brow. He sensed numerous powerful auras rapidly approaching, likely drawn by the commotion of this incident. Chapter 124. Another assessment outside, the crowd was locked in a tense standoff with Li Fan. The external disciples exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of the inferno consuming the building. This incident had escalated to an alarming degree. Attracting the attention of the inner sect, they would likely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Li Fan, the instigator of this turmoil, would bear the brunt of the blame. Despite any extraordinary abilities Li Fan might possess, he was unlikely to escape unscathed. Having set fire to the spirit serpent sect's property and audaciously slain Elder Pei Lai Daoren, he had sown seeds of catastrophic disaster that could not be overlooked. Not only Li Fan but even his family would likely face dire repercussions. Otherwise, the wrath of the spirit serpent sect could never be quelled. Within minutes, several powerful presences from the inner sect materialized outside the building. To everyone's astonishment, all 7 elders of the spirit serpent sect had arrived. At this point, even if Li Fan had 100 lives, he would surely meet his end today. What on earth happened? Seeing the building nearly consumed by flames, Fu Chuan Daoren's expression darkened as he questioned the crowd. The spirit serpent sect had not witnessed such chaos in centuries. The woman known as Z, emboldened by the presence of the 7 elders, no longer felt any trepidation towards Li Fan. Cautiously, she approached Fu Chuan Daoren and knelt before him. Miscellaneous disciple Wang Zi reports to Fu Chuan Daoren. All of this was incited by that Li Fan. He initially refused to heed the discipline of the external disciples, and after injuring one yesterday, he openly stated that he disregarded the spirit serpent sect. Today, he returned to provoke and severely injured the external disciple Lu Fei. We happened upon the scene and summoned Elder Pei Lai Daoren for assistance. Yet, to our surprise, Li Fan refused to heed Pei Lai Daoren's guidance and once again grievously injured another external disciple before all. Pei Lai Daoren sought to restore justice for the external disciples and uphold the dignity of the spirit serpent sect. But Li Fan resorted to despicable means to injure him, and then he went so far as to take his life and ignite the building. Li Fan's expression darkened to a near icy chill. He had never anticipated that Wang Zi would twist the narrative so dramatically in her quest for vengeance. Upon hearing Wang Zi's description, the Taoist Fu Chuan's face was etched with fury as he immediately remarked, "This boy is so cruel-hearted that he dares to inflict harm upon the elder from the external aid. Such a calamity must not be allowed to persist." The 7 elder members nodded in agreement, their expressions cold and grim. Such actions clearly demonstrated a complete disregard for the Lingxi sect. If he is capable of murder and arson, what would others think of the Lingxi sect if he were not punished? Li Fan, on the other hand, was filled with derisive laughter, his face betraying disdain and indignation. How absurd! Does the Taoist Fu Chuan truly jump to conclusions based solely on the words of a woman? I, Li Fan, have acted justly and with integrity. It is true that I killed Lu Fei and Bei Lai Taoist, and I stand by that fact. But is it my fault that they wielded their power to oppress and target me at every turn? From the moment I joined the Lingxi sect, Lu Fei has sought to undermine me. Is it wrong for me to question his unreasonable demands? Earlier this morning, he even hired thugs to ambush me, and when he and his senior brother attacked me, is it wrong for me to retaliate? Bei Lai Taoist twisted the facts, refusing to listen to reason, insisting on killing me and launching a surprise attack that resulted in the destruction of my home. I acted in self-defense. What fault is mine? Should it truly be that I alone am destined to be bullied and slain by them? In response to Li Fan's inquiries, Taoist Fu Chuan merely frowned slightly, countering, "Even if what you say is true, so what? Is being treated unfairly a justification for your acts of murder and arson? Moreover, a fly does not alight on an egg without cracks. A single hand cannot make a sound. If you bear no fault, then why do Lu Fei and the others target you? There are many disciples in the sect. Why is it only you they single out? Instead, it is you, a mere errand disciple, who has committed heinous acts against your fellow sect members and shown contempt for the sect. You have committed grave offenses and deserve death." Li Fan glared at Taoist Fu Chuan, his heart already deadened towards the Lingxi sect. He had once thought that as a grand sect of the world, the Lingxi sect, despite having arrogant and despotic outer disciples like Lu Fei and Bei Lai Taoist, would surely have inner elders of noble character. Yet, to his dismay, they too were indistinguishable from right and wrong, devoid of reason. No wonder scoundrels like Guoyang could bully the weak, or shameless individuals like Lu Fei existed. It was no surprise that the former elder Xiao Tianhe was expelled without a second thought. If even the elders lacked a sense of justice, what could be expected of those below them? It appeared that the entire Lingxi sect had become irreparably corrupt. Li Fan glared at the assembly, knowing that the Lingxi sect would offer him no justice today. Since he was destined to die whether he fought or not, he resolved to battle. He would fight until the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Relentless and unwavering, not just for the injustices he had suffered, but to carve out a semblance of justice for himself. Though he had never faced a foundation establishment cultivator in battle, Li Fan would not falter. Since your Lingxi sect cannot discern right from wrong and is devoid of fairness, I, Li Fan, shall strive to vindicate myself. Even if your Lingxi sect spreads misinformation, turning the entire sect and the world against me, I, Li Fan, shall confront this world alone, and I will never yield to individuals who have lost all sense of decency. As Li Fan roared defiantly, his entire being erupted with spiritual energy, an overwhelming battle intent threatening to upheave the very foundations of the Lingxi sect. With his thoughts guiding him, he summoned the chaos axe that he had always kept concealed. Gripping the axe tightly, he pointed it at the assembly. What of 7 foundation establishment cultivators? Today, anyone who wishes to slay me may come forth. I, Li Fan, fear no one. As his thunderous proclamation echoed, Li Fan's momentum surged even more. The 7 elders exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. This Li Fan, clearly devoid of any cultivation aptitude, how could he suddenly display such strength? To reach the 4th layer of qi refinement at his age was not merely rare. It was an anomaly throughout history. If this was indeed his true strength, then why had the heavenly spirit pillar shown no reaction during the assessment? Li Fan could not afford to ponder such matters, since the Lingxi sect sought battle today. Then battle it would be. Just as he raised the chaos axe, an elder suddenly interjected, "Hold on. You clearly possess some cultivation. Why did you not pass the test at the Heavenly Spirit Pillar? I must ask you, are you willing to undergo another assessment? As long as you agree, I guarantee that before the results are revealed, no one shall lay a finger on you. Chapter 125. Appointed to death? No, I refuse. Just as Li Fan was about to nod in agreement with the elder's suggestion to retake the assessment, he was sternly halted by Taoist Fu Chuan. Not only has this boy insulted the sect, but he has also harmed fellow disciples, continuously committing grave offenses. He must die today, let alone retaking the assessment. Observing Taoist Fu Chuan's adamant refusal, the elder lost patience and his expression turned cold. Everyone present has witnessed the strength this boy has just displayed. Do you truly believe someone without aptitude could reach the 4th layer of chi refinement at his age? Setting aside his strength, as he stated, to make hasty conclusions based on hearsay without investigation. If this were to spread, would it not paint our Ling Shi sect as a faction unable to discern right from wrong? Faced with the elder's logical rebuttal, Taoist Fu Chuan found himself momentarily speechless, only able to fume in frustration. Watching the two stubbornly contesting each other, it was Elder Ling Xiao who finally stepped forward. In my opinion, the strength this boy exhibited just now warrants another assessment. We can determine the conclusion thereafter. With Elder Ling Xiao providing an escape route, Taoist Fu Chuan reluctantly acquiesced, though he glared fiercely at the protagonist, stating, "Since Elder Yu has vouched for you, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. However, should you fail the assessment again, do not expect to leave the Ling Shi sect alive today." Li Fan paid no heed to Taoist Fu Chuan's threats. His sole desire was to ascertain the truth behind the Heavenly Spirit Pillar. As for everything else, he felt no guilt. If battle was to come, then let it come. Word spread among the disciples that a seemingly talentless errand disciple was causing a ruckus, demanding another assessment, and many curious onlookers flocked to the Heavenly Spirit Pillar to witness the spectacle. Ziyu, have you managed to contact that young friend who identified our counterfeit elixir last time? Coincidentally, at that moment, Wei Ziyu, who was on a phone call with her family, also mentioned Li Fan. Hearing her father Wei Gongmo repeatedly refer to him as a young friend, Wei Ziyu scoffed disdainfully. Dad, that worthless loser is participating in the Ling Shi sect's assessment, yet he couldn't even pass the aptitude test. He is nothing but a talentless waste. The previous elixir was likely just a stroke of luck on his part. He merely happened to guess correctly. Someone like him, who only qualifies as a menial worker in the Ling Shi sect, is not worth our Wei family's effort to forge ties. Hearing Wei Ziyu's remarks, Wei Gongmo nodded in agreement. If he couldn't even pass the aptitude assessment, it seemed he truly lacked any ability and was merely fortunate enough to stumble upon something. Well, then, let's not concern ourselves with him. Just be smart at the Ling Shi sect and perform well. As long as you can climb this great tree, our Wei family will enjoy peace for 100 years. Wei Gongmo continued to advise. Wei Ziyu lightly nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, you can rest assured. I know what to do. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wei Ziyu hung up the phone. Yet, before she could put her phone away, there was a knock at the door. Miss Wei, I am Qin He Tang. What is it? Wei Ziyu inquired from behind the door. I've heard there is some commotion in the square. I wondered if Miss Wei would care to join me to witness the spectacle. The audacity of someone causing a ruckus in the Ling Shi sect piqued Wei Ziyu's interest, and she readily agreed. The two made their way to the square, which was already crowded with onlookers, only to find Li Fan at the center, striding toward the Heavenly Spirit Pillar. Upon inquiring, they learned that Li Fan was indeed causing a stir, demanding a reassessment. Qin He Tang couldn't help but sneer. What does that kid think he is? He dares to request a reassessment. Does he still not recognize the vast gap between us? Wei Ziyu chuckled mockingly. Isn't this what they call second sickness? Fantasizing that he is the chosen one among millions. Truly, he is unaware of his own insignificance. Once humiliated, he still seeks to embarrass himself a second time. What a self-inflicted disgrace. The gathered disciples of the Ling Shi sect erupted in ridicule. Is this waste unable to handle the blow and gone mad? He still wants a retest? The Heavenly Spirit Pillar could not possibly be mistaken. He must blame himself for his lack of aptitude. A waste is a waste. He will never rise again. But at least he provides us with an entertaining show to relieve our boredom. Li Fan paid no attention to the surrounding jeers, Such short-sighted individuals were not worth his concern. Steadily, he approached the heavenly spirit pillar, then raised his hand to place it atop the pillar. The elders stood behind him, awaiting the results of his assessment. All but Elder Yu displayed disinterest, while Taoist Fu Chuan wore an expression of disdain, as if he were already certain that Li Fan would not succeed. Under the gaze of the expectant crowd, Li Fan placed his hand upon the heavenly spirit pillar. Once again, he felt the surge of spiritual energy within him respond to the mysterious pull of the pillar. After a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, the Tianling column remained utterly unresponsive. The onlookers erupted in laughter, mocking the situation. A waste is a waste. It's time to abandon your unrealistic fantasies. What a joke. How dare he cause trouble? He is no different from a clown. Elder Yu's initially eager gaze dimmed, and he couldn't help but doubt whether he had misjudged the situation. Floating River Taoist then soared into action. Li Fan. The test is over. You might as well accept your fate and die. Li Fan paid him no heed, continuing to rest his hand on the Tianling column. Seeing Li Fan's stubbornness, Floating River Taoist grew even more infuriated. A malevolent glint flashing in his eyes as he channeled spiritual energy into his hand. Li Fan, are you still not giving up? Do you think stalling will help? The outcome is decided. I don't know what kind of dark arts you use to display a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, but the Tianling column's results can never be wrong. Now, the farce ends, and you shall pay for your arrogance and ignorance. Today, your head shall serve as a warning to all. The Spirit Snake sect is not a place to run wild. With that, Floating River Taoist lunged forward, aiming a strike at the back of Li Fan's head. The display of foundational spiritual power sent a shiver through the crowd. Qin Hatong, reveling in schadenfreude, thought Li Fan stood no chance against Floating River Taoist. Yet, just as Floating River Taoist was a mere foot away from Li Fan, the Tianling column suddenly emitted a remarkable phenomenon. Elder Yu hastily intervened to block Floating River Taoist. Then, the Tianling column blazed with unprecedented brilliance, its dazzling light causing the crowd to squint, fearful of being blinded. Chapter 126. The Power of the 5 Gods. No, it cannot be. How can this happen? Isn't he a waste? Could he have done something? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the radiant glow emanating from the Tianling column. Even Floating River Taoist, momentarily halted by Elder Yu, wore an incredulous expression. The remaining elders were equally astonished. This glow was, indeed, of 5-colored brilliance. Although the sect's texts mentioned it in their understanding, no one had ever produced such a spectrum during a test within the sect. No, not just within the Spirit Snake sect. Even across the entire continent, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. This signified that Li Fan possessed spiritual power encompassing all 5 attributes. Any cultivation technique or spell, be it a defensive earth attribute or an offensive metal attribute, as well as the fire, water, and wood attributes, Li Fan could wield to their fullest potential. With the support of all 5 attributes, any spell Li Fan wished to learn would be at his fingertips, as effortless as a child learning to speak. Qin Hatong's previously smug grin twisted into a grimace, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Beside him, Wei Ziyue was equally shocked, her expression reflecting the awe one might exhibit when witnessing a celestial phenomenon. A surge of envy and resentment welled up within her as she struggled to comprehend why Li Fan, a mere pretender, was so favored by fate, possessing all 5 attributes. Qin Hatong, risking being blinded by the light, stared intently at the Tianling column, determined to uncover any trick Li Fan might have employed. He refused to believe or accept that Li Fan, whom he regarded as a waste, could possess a talent surpassing his own. What nonsense! Could it be that the previous test was too brief for the Tianling column to register? This kid truly possesses extraordinary talent? A somewhat short elder stroked his beard, his brow furrowed in contemplation, and a flicker of admiration surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Li Fan. Floating River Taoist, however, scoffed dismissively, retorting, "So what if it's a 5-colored brilliance? It merely indicates the ability to wield 5 attributes. What's so remarkable about that? If one possesses only the power of a single god, even with 10 attributes, they would still be nothing more than a rare waste." Upon hearing this, the elder Ling Xiao and others nodded in agreement. Although the 5-colored radiance was indeed rare, if one's aptitude was limited to the power of a single god, it would be of no consequence. The attributes only determine the number of techniques one can utilize perfectly. The true measure of aptitude lies in how many powers of the gods one can achieve. Otherwise, even if one can flawlessly wield all techniques in existence, lacking sufficient strength means one would still fail to inflict significant damage. Against someone with genuine aptitude, even an opponent with a single attribute could easily be slain. Hearing Floating River Taoist's words, Qin Hatong and Wei Ziyue, who had previously brimmed with jealousy, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Qin Hatong, with his decent two-god power, and Wei Ziyue, who had reached the level of a true genius with three-god power. Both felt reassured. Indeed, a waste is a waste. Even with a stroke of luck, their essence remained unchanged. They couldn't believe that Li Fan, this lowly figure, could possibly surpass their ranks. Qin Hatong had even prepared to mock Li Fan as a mere performer of flashy tricks. Meanwhile, beneath the Tianling column, a five-colored mist began to rise, reaching the level of the white crane statue, indicating the power of a single god. Floating River Taoist wore a mocking expression, thinking to himself that Li Fan was indeed just a waste with minimal aptitude. But the mist continued to ascend, surpassing the peacock statue to reach the level of two gods. Seeing this, Qin Hatong could no longer sit still. The waste Li Fan actually possessed two-god power. Just like him, Floating River Taoist remained unfazed. After all, two-god power was merely a sign of some aptitude, i.e. the spirit snake sect. While not everyone could achieve it, it wasn't an exceptional feat either. To him, two-god power still signified a waste. Yet, the subsequent events began to shake the hearts of everyone present. The mist started to surpass the bottom of the Taotai statue. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the mist engulfed the Taotai statue, revealing a three-god power. An aptitude deemed worthy of being called genius. It was known that even the Grand Elder had only reached the brink of four-god power in his youth. In the last decade, only Wei Ziyue had attained three-god power within the spirit snake sect. Li Fan had reached a level comparable to the elders. Floating River Taoist's expression turned grim, devoid of any trace of amusement. Achieving three-god power meant he could no longer label Li Fan as a waste. Regardless of his stubbornness, Qin Hatong's eyes were bloodshot. How could the worthless being he had always dismissed reveal a talent greater than his own? Impossible. Yet, the astonishing phenomena at the Tianling column were enough to make the veins in his forehead throb. Wei Ziyue bit her lip, not even reacting to the blood that trickled down, her nails digging painfully into her flesh from the pressure. The elders were equally shaken. Historically, only the sect master, currently in seclusion, had achieved four-god power. Li Fan had actually reached four-god power? Impossible! You all look! Exclaimed a panicked inner courtyard disciple, snapping the stunned onlookers back to reality. Floating River Taoist's expression twisted in disbelief. The remaining elders were equally shaken. The mist had successively surpassed the Xuanwu and Baihu statues, reaching the level of five-god power. That was five-god power, a phenomenon unheard of for centuries. Ling Xiao Taoist could hardly fathom the heights Li Fan might reach. The combination of five attributes and five-god power signified a terrifying existence that could shake the heavens. At this point, even the term genius felt inadequate to describe Li Fan. What left everyone feeling unreal was that the mist continued to rise, approaching the six-god power stage, marked by the statue of the phoenix. Ling Xiao Taoist hastily recited a calming incantation. Six-god power was something he had never even heard of. Such a being could not possibly exist. Yet, despite his unwillingness to accept it, the mist continued to ascend. All present held their breath, afraid to blink, lest they miss this earth-shattering spectacle. Just as the mist was about to touch the phoenix's tail feathers, the Tianling column erupted with a deafening crack. Splitting open, the mist and the five-colored light vanished without a trace. Chapter 127. You are unworthy. Chapter 128. Conspiracy. Chapter 129. The library's difficulties. Chapter 130. The hero's platform. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Fan summoned the chaos axe into his hand. After a careful examination, he indeed sensed that the axe still harbored spiritual energy. The energy he had absorbed previously was merely the surface layer. Rushing to retrieve the Tianling axe technique from his arms, he began to cultivate according to the instructions in the technique. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with the chaos axe in hand, he took several deep breaths. Clearing his mind to reach a state of utter tranquility, he then began to gradually channel his spiritual power into the chaos axe, attempting to establish a connection through his spiritual consciousness. As the Chaos Axe felt the influx of spiritual energy, it gradually began to emit a radiant glow. After about half an hour, Li Fan finally inscribed his spiritual consciousness onto the Chaos Axe, successfully unlocking the interior space rich with the essence of heaven and earth. The moment it opened, Li Fan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Li Fan was taken aback, realizing that the abundant spiritual energy must have accumulated over the years during which the Chaos Axe was sealed. He had not anticipated the sheer volume of it. With a single thought, the magnificent spiritual energy began to flow incessantly into Li Fan's body through the axe handle. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort. Rather, it was akin to savoring a refreshing nectar, leaving him feeling exhilarated and utterly relaxed as every meridian within him flowed with a sensation akin to a clear spring. Approximately an hour later, the vast spiritual energy had entirely transformed into spiritual power within Li Fan. He felt an invigorating clarity of mind, and to his delight, this influx of energy allowed him to effortlessly break through to the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage. Even brushing the edge of the 7th layer, Li Fan could perceive the enhancement of his strength. He was now undeniably at the 6th layer of Qi refining, and he felt entirely confident in his ability to contend against a master of the foundation establishment stage. His spirits soared. Indeed, the presence of resources could significantly accelerate the pace of cultivation. After stowing away the Chaos Axe, he set out towards the treasure pavilion, contemplating the prospect of acquiring the herbs necessary for alchemy, which would further enhance his training efficiency. However, halfway through his journey, he was unexpectedly confronted by Guiyang and Sun Liang, who blocked his path. Upon seeing the two, Li Fan revealed a cold smile. "What's this? Haven't you had enough from last time? Are you itching for another round?" Guiyang and Sun Liang, incensed by Li Fan's dismissive attitude, felt a surge of anger. "Li Fan, don't be so arrogant. You think just because you have some talent that I fear you?" Li Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, are you suggesting we should have another go?" He found it amusing. He had easily dealt with both of them when he was at the 4th layer of Qi refining, let alone now that he had reached the 6th layer. Guiyang, feeling stung by Li Fan's words, flushed with humiliation. Although he recognized he was no match for Li Fan, the thought of having invited his senior brother bolstered his confidence. "You really think you're something special? If you truly have the capability, would you dare to compete with my senior brother?" Guiyang said, stepping aside to reveal Jiang Qian behind him. Jiang Qian strode forward with an air of arrogance. Before coming, he had already heard from Guiyang about Li Fan's situation. Initially surprised to learn that Li Fan possessed 5 types of spiritual power, he felt disdain upon discovering Li Fan was merely at the 4th layer of Qi refining. Thus, he didn't even spare Li Fan a glance, convinced that it would be a trivial matter for a foundation establishment stage practitioner to deal with someone at the 4th layer. Li Fan, intrigued, did not expect that there would be a foundation establishment practitioner among the inner disciples. He was eager to test his strength against one at the foundation establishment stage. After all, it was Guiyang and the others who had provoked the situation. He felt justified in not violating the sect's rules. Seeing that Li Fan remained unfazed by his imposing presence, Jiang Qian felt even more contemptuous, thinking to himself that, as Guiyang had said, Li Fan was indeed an arrogant fool. However, he relished the prospect of bringing down such a brash individual, looking forward to seeing the disheartened expression on their face after being humbled. "You are the one with 5 attributes? You look rather unremarkable. Let me tell you, there are many geniuses in this world, but only a few can truly grow, so don't let a bit of talent make you arrogant and blind to your limitations. I heard from junior brother Guiyang that you first injured them and then belittled the sect. You truly are unaware of your own insignificance, thinking that talent alone allows you to act recklessly? Today, I shall show you what it means to be a person beyond a person, a sky beyond the sky. If you truly have the ability, do you dare to compete with me on the hero's platform? I want to take advantage of my foundation establishment stage to bully you. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall overlook the past." As more curious disciples gathered around, Jiang Qian ostentatiously announced his foundation establishment status. This way, if he won, no one would dare claim it was an unfair victory. They would only think Li Fan lacked the skill. He then shot a cold, fierce look at Li Fan. But if you lose, you must kneel before junior brother Guiyang and junior brother son Liang in front of everyone until they forgive you. What do you say? Aren't you the one who boasts about your talent? Are you willing to compete with me? The onlookers soon grasped the situation. Jiang Chun was personally stepping in to deal with Li Fan. If that were the case, wouldn't Li Fan be doomed? However, if Li Fan refused, even Jiang Chun would be powerless. Do you really think Li Fan would accept the challenge? Accept the challenge? Only a fool would. Didn't you hear Jiang Chun say he is already at the foundation establishment stage? If Li Fan had any sense, he would surely come up with an excuse to decline. After all, the sect has strict rules. Aside from the hero's platform, no inner disciples are allowed to engage in private duels. If Li Fan plays the coward and refuses to fight, even Jiang Chun would have no recourse. The crowd believed Li Fan would not accept the challenge, thinking he would shrink back and cower under the protection of the sect's rules. But that would suit them just fine. They could mock this so-called genius together. Meanwhile, Guiyang and Sun Liang were grinning maliciously, eagerly awaiting Li Fan's refusal so they could humiliate him thoroughly. They had even prepared their taunts in advance, convinced that Li Fan would never dare face Jiang Qin. To their astonishment, Li Fan let out a cold huff and, with a gaze full of disdain, nodded at Jiang Chun. Since you wish to compete, let us do so. Chapter 131. Raising the Stakes. Bad Content. Chapter 132. The schemes of a small man. Li Fan's face bore no trace of panic as he faced Jiang Chun, who was launching a double-fisted assault aimed directly at his chest. He unleashed his full cultivation, the energy of the sixth layer of qi refining erupting forth in an awe-inspiring display, even creating the illusion among onlookers that his presence was more formidable than Jiang Qin's. Li Fan remained steadfast, not flinching or dodging, and countered with two punches that met Jiang Qin's powerful strikes head-on. The impact caused many female spectators to shut their eyes in terror, and those standing closer had their hair tousled by the shockwave. Witnesses were left agape, astounded by the sheer force of the encounter. Li Fan not only withstood the blows but did so effortlessly, showing no signs of retreat. In stark contrast, Jiang Chun was sent reeling backward. Stumbling before managing to regain his balance, Li Fan chuckled. The strongest attack from the first layer of foundation establishment was nothing to him. Sixth layer of qi refining? Many present had witnessed Li Fan's previous uproar at the Spirit Snake sect. It was hard to believe he had advanced from the fourth layer to the sixth layer in such a short span. Could it be that the elders bestowed some elixirs upon Li Fan? Otherwise, how could he have improved so rapidly? It's possible. Otherwise, it seems too outrageous. I took 3 years to progress from the first to the second layer of qi refining, and even with great talent, one cannot advance so swiftly. Perhaps the elders also granted him some defensive techniques. Otherwise, even at the sixth layer of qi refining, he shouldn't have been able to withstand Jiang Qin's attack. The crowd murmured among themselves. While Jiang Qin's expression darkened, he had intended to eliminate Li Fan with a single strike, but was taken aback to find Li Fan had withstood his strongest attack, with the agreed 3 strikes. Failing to subdue Li Fan would be a humiliation. Jiang Qin glared at Li Fan, secretly channeling his energy throughout his body, disregarding the potential toll on his cultivation. If he couldn't even handle someone at the qi refining stage, his foundation establishment status would be meaningless. Li Fan, I will have you dead, Jiang Qin declared, forcing his inner energy to its utmost limit before launching himself at Li Fan. Seeing Jiang Qin make his move, Li Fan also sprang into action. He had initially wanted to gauge the true power of a foundation establishment practitioner before engaging in a contest with him. Now, it was time to bring the bout to a close. Both launched at each other like arrows released from a bow. This time, Jiang Qin eschewed raw power for sheer speed as he aimed a punch at Li Fan. However, Li Fan deftly ducked, evading the strike flawlessly. Just as Jiang Qin prepared to throw a second punch, he caught sight of a fist rising rapidly from below. The impact resonated sharply, and with a spray of blood and teeth, Jiang Qin was sent soaring into the air, his consciousness fading, before crashing heavily onto the ground. Guiyang nearly crumbled, nearly fainting at the sight. Could it be that Jiang Qin, a foundation establishment practitioner, was rendered unconscious by Li Fan's simple rising dragon punch? Such an event was beyond belief. Jiang Qin clearly lacked the strength to continue fighting. Li Fan had emerged victorious. The assembled crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. With the strength of the sixth layer of qi refining, Li Fan not only weathered 3 of Jiang Qin's most formidable attacks, but also knocked Jiang Qin down with a single punch. This display of power was utterly unfathomable, bordering on terrifying. Li Fan, however, paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Following that decisive punch, he felt an inkling that he might be on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Ignoring the surroundings, he promptly sat cross-legged on the ground to regulate his internal energy, fearing that if he missed this fleeting sensation, it might never return. Several disciples with a modicum of insight quickly recognized what was occurring. Is Li Fan about to break through again? No way. Can one truly break through while engaged in a brawl? Upon hearing that Li Fan was about to undergo another breakthrough, the crowd could hardly contain their disbelief. Just not long ago, he had ascended from the 4th to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. Now, so soon after, he was set to break through once more? Even a genius would not dare to be so audacious, would they? Eyes brimmed with envy, jealousy, and resentment. They lamented why such remarkable talent was not bestowed upon themselves, and harbored even deeper bitterness that it was Li Fan, deemed a waste, who possessed such gifts. Wei Ziyue, fixated on Li Fan with unblinking eyes, ground her teeth audibly, her irises marred with blood vessels, uncaring of the pain. She could hardly accept it. Ever since the auction at Xiao, she had perceived Li Fan as nothing more than a deceitful good-for-nothing, while she was a rare prodigy, the pride of the Wei family. Yet now, in comparison to Li Fan, the term genius seemed utterly laughable. As 10 minutes passed, Li Fan remained steadfastly seated on the stage, and not a single spectator departed. Everyone was eager to witness whether Li Fan could indeed achieve his breakthrough. At that moment, Jiang Qin, who had previously lost consciousness, awakened. Shaking his head, he spat out several teeth along with a mouthful of blood. After vigorously shaking himself, he began to regain some clarity. Witnessing Li Fan attempting to break through in public ignited a tempest of murderous intent within him. Jiang Qin, a favored son of heaven, had never known defeat until today. He was a chosen one among the younger generation, having displayed exceptional talent upon entering the Ling Snake sect, with qualifications nearing the power of 4 divine beasts, and was the first among his peers to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Being publicly humiliated by Li Fan was something he could not swallow. Reflecting on his previous words, he found it unbearable to lose to Li Fan, let alone kneel before him. As he watched Li Fan, engrossed in his breakthrough, a nefarious thought surged within Jiang Qin's mind. Whether deemed despicable or shameless, he no longer cared about others' opinions. He simply desired Li Fan's demise. He must die. With murderous intent surging, he slammed his palm against the ground, channeling all his spiritual power into his hand. Fist of destruction. Jiang Qin staggered forward. Attacking the unsuspecting Li Fan, One anticipated that Jiang Qin, a respected senior among them, would succumb to such base and shameful actions. Even those who had initially hoped to see Li Fan suffer could not help but frown at the thought of ambushing a fellow disciple in the midst of his breakthrough. It was simply too excessive. Guiyang and Sun Liang were overjoyed. Li Fan was in no position to defend himself, and a single blow would undoubtedly spell his doom. Qin Hatong and Wei Ziyue shook their heads in dismay. While Jiang Qin's actions were indeed immoral, they could only blame Li Fan for inviting this upon himself. He should not have attempted a breakthrough on the stage, nor provoked Jiang Qin. Had he simply admitted defeat, none of this would have transpired. With tremendous force, Jiang Qin's fist struck Li Fan's chest. Li Fan was deeply engrossed in his insights. He suddenly felt his breath go awry, followed by a violent cough of blood, his body sent flying backwards. Fortunately, due to his prior cultivation of the chaotic body refining technique, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, allowing him to survive Jiang Qin's lethal strike. However, he still sustained considerable injuries, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The sensation of nearing a breakthrough vanished with the disturbance of his energy. Observing Li Fan clutching his chest, Jiang Qin's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, "Do you see now? Do not think that just because you possess some talent, you are invincible. Your arrogance and contempt for others have led you to this fate. Everything today is of your own doing. You deserve to die for daring to provoke me, a foundation establishment practitioner. Learn your lesson in this life, and in the next, live humbly." As Jiang Qin spoke, he again summoned his spiritual energy, intent on delivering a final blow to Li Fan. Guiyang and Sun Liang were ecstatic, while Li Fan's survival after enduring Jiang Qin's previous attack was surprising. Jiang Qin's renewed assault would leave Li Fan with no hope of survival. Li Fan's eyes burned with murderous intent. Jiang Qin's despicable ambush had crossed a line, and now he spoke with such feigned righteousness. During their earlier contest, Li Fan had refrained from using lethal force, believing that Jiang Qin would at least adhere to some semblance of decency. To his dismay, sparing Jiang Qin's life had only led to further treachery. Such insidious, cunning, and shameless behavior was inexcusable. An overwhelming rage surged alongside his spiritual energy. The oppressive pressure of the sixth layer of the Qi refining stage erupted, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. Extending his arm, he summoned the chaotic axe to his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the axe tightly and soared forward, raising it high to cleave down upon the still-gathering energy of Jiang Qin. This strike seemed as if it could rend the heavens asunder. With an overwhelming momentum, even Jiang Qin, who was accumulating his own spiritual power, felt a surge of panic. He hurriedly redirected his spiritual energy and activated his defensive technique in an attempt to block the impending blow. Yet, despite channeling all his power, when the giant axe struck, his defenses crumbled like dust. Jiang Qin was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Unable to rise again, the crowd was astonished. They never imagined that Li Fan, who had just endured a grievous injury from Jiang Qin's lethal attack, could unleash such formidable power to severely injure Jiang Qin in return. Yet, Li Fan's murderous intent showed no sign of abating as he advanced toward Jiang Qin, axe in hand. He had given Jiang Qin a chance, but Jiang Qin had repaid kindness with malice. Thus, Li Fan would not grant him another opportunity. This was all Jiang Qin's doing. At this moment, Jiang Qin had no strength left to resist. He was barely clinging to consciousness as he saw Li Fan approach with murderous intent. Panic surged within him. Li Fan, are you going to kill me? I am a disciple of Master Fu Chuan. If you kill me, my master will surely not spare you. Jiang Qin glared at Li Fan with malice. Yet his body instinctively recoiled. Unfazed by Jiang Qin's threats, Li Fan even allowed a cold smile to escape his lips. Did Jiang Qin truly believe he feared the likes of Fu Chuan? Raising the massive axe once more, he prepared to strike again. Bold Li Fan, halt this instant. Just as Li Fan was about to swing down the axe, a commanding voice rang out. Turning to glance, he saw that Fu Chuan had indeed arrived. Upon witnessing his most favored disciple gravely injured and unable to rise, Fu Chuan was instantly consumed with fury. Li Fan, you are audacious. In the outer courtyard, you harbored malicious intent and killed your fellow disciples, and now, you dare to harm your own senior brother within the inner courtyard. Do you truly believe our Ling Snake sect will tolerate your wanton behavior simply due to your talent? Confronted with Fu Chuan's stern rebuke, Li Fan was filled with disdain, sneering as he placed his foot upon Jiang Qin's head, as if crushing a mere insect. Does your disciple's actions escape your notice, master? I agreed to a duel with Jiang Qin on the hero's stage, and he set the rules. If I could withstand 3 strikes, I would be the victor. I not only endured all 3 strikes but countered him, thus emerging victorious. As I approached the brink of a breakthrough, he, unable to bear the loss, resorted to a sneak attack while I was preoccupied, inflicting grave harm upon me with such despicable behavior. Shouldn't he be killed? Or do you, as the master of such a disgraceful disciple, believe he bears no fault? Li Fan coldly questioned Fu Chuan. To his astonishment, Fu Chuan appeared wholly unperturbed. Despicable? In the struggle for survival, there is no room for such notions. In a duel, anything goes. The victor is the one who is just. You two are engaged in a contest on the hero's stage. As long as one does not leave the stage, the contest is not over. Is there anything wrong with launching an attack during the duel? It is you who chose to attempt a breakthrough on the hero's stage, and now you have the audacity to blame others. Should everyone wait for you simply because you wish to break through? Our Ling Snake sect has never had such a rule. Fu Chuan's twisted reasoning left Li Fan incredulous. He had never before encountered someone who could justify such shameless acts so brazenly. It was clear that Jiang Qin's despicable nature was inextricably linked to Fu Chuan. Finding reason futile, Li Fan resolved not to waste further words. Even with Fu Chuan present, Jiang Qin must pay the price for his actions. With rage rekindled, he raised the giant axe to strike down. Seeing this, Fu Chuan hastily barked, "Li Fan, are you truly going to kill your fellow disciples in front of so many witnesses? I declare this. If you dare to move again, I shall ensure you meet a most untimely end." Li Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he redirected the axe toward Fu Chuan, a cold sneer escaping him as his spiritual energy surged forth. The overwhelming pressure momentarily left Fu Chuan staggered. "Do you really think I fear you?" Even injured as he was, and despite Fu Chuan's strength surpassing Jiang Qin's, Li Fan felt no fear. Today, Jiang Qin must die. If Fu Chuan insisted on being unreasonable, then let there be a battle. He was unperturbed by the prospect of another confrontation, eager to gauge his current strength. "Li Fan, if I do not kill you today, others will think our Ling snake sect has fallen to the point of allowing scoundrels to run rampant." As Fu Chuan spoke, he summoned his spiritual energy, intent on slaying Li Fan on the spot. Just as the two were on the brink of confrontation, another voice broke through the tension. "Li Fan, young friend, Fu Chuan, both of you, cease hostilities at once." Just from the tone, Li Fan recognized the newcomer as Elder Yu. Chapter 134. Insidious schemes, both of you, please cease at once. We must not allow discord to taint our harmony. Facing the tense standoff between the two, Elder Yu hastily forced a smile. Observing Elder Yu positioned between them, Li Fan temporarily lowered his chaos axe, which had been aimed at Taoist Fu Chuan. "Li Fan, my young friend, may I inquire what has transpired to incite such a fierce confrontation with Taoist Fu Chuan?" Elder Yu, noticing a slight easing in their hostility, quickly asked. Summoned by his disciples, he had only heard of Li Fan's intent to kill Jiang Qin, but the particulars remained unclear. Li Fan let out a cold snort. "I intended to visit the treasure pavilion. Yet Jiang Qin came forth to provoke me, challenging me to a contest of 3 moves on the hero's platform. After 3 moves, the victor would be determined. Sensing my cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough, I devoted myself to meditation, yet Jiang Qin took advantage of this to launch a sneak attack, inflicting upon me not only the failure to advance but grave injuries as well. Should he not be slain for such treachery?" Upon hearing this, Elder Yu felt a jolt of shock. In just a short time apart, Li Fan had ascended from the 4th to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. It was evident he had not misjudged the youth's potential. Such rapid progress was beyond the reach of even the elders. Now, with insights gained amidst the conflict, he sought yet another breakthrough, truly deserving of his reputation as one endowed with the power of the 5 spirits. It was unfathomable to consider what heights he might reach should the Spirit Serpent sect devote its resources to his cultivation. However, a frown creased Elder Yu's brow. Jiang Qin's despicable actions indeed warranted punishment. After all, had Li Fan not possessed sufficient strength, he could have perished due to Jiang Qin's ambush. Thus, Li Fan's course of action was, in principle, entirely justifiable. Elder Yu stood in support of Li Fan, yet the situation remained precarious. Despite having lesser talent than Li Fan, Jiang Qin was still a gifted individual. Such an extraordinary case as Li Fan, which appeared once in a millennium, could not be used as a benchmark. In comparison to other disciples, Jiang Qin was undoubtedly considered exceptionally talented, having the aptitude of the 3 spirits and being the first of the younger generation to break through to the foundation establishment stage. From a perspective of cherishing talent, his untimely demise would indeed be regrettable. Moreover, Jiang Qin was Taoist Fu Chuan's most favored disciple. To avoid squandering Jiang Qin's potential, Taoist Fu Chuan had invested considerable effort and resources in his training. Should Li Fan truly kill Jiang Qin, Taoist Fu Chuan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Thus, despite his inclination to side with Li Fan, Elder Yu could only act as a mediator to reconcile both sides. "Li Fan, my young friend, while Jiang Qin has indeed acted wrongly, you have also severely injured him. It need not come to his death, correct? I propose that once he recovers, he kneels before you in apology and vows never to disturb you again. Would you consider sparing him for my sake and Taoist Fu Chuan's?" Li Fan held no particular prejudice against Elder Yu, and now, with the elder humbly interceding, he felt inclined to grant Jiang Qin a reprieve. However, Jiang Qin's blatant inversion of right and wrong necessitated consequences. "I might spare him, but he and Taoist Fu Chuan claim that I deserve the ambush. How can such a distortion of truth be tolerated? I might consider sparing him, but Taoist Fu Chuan must apologize to me." Upon hearing this, Taoist Fu Chuan's eyes turned crimson with fury. You refuse to take the opportunity to descend. This is fundamentally your own issue. What? Do you truly believe that because Elder Yu is backing you, I would not dare to act? Taoist Fu Chuan was nearly driven to madness. As a distinguished elder of the Spirit Serpent sect, how could he possibly apologize to a disciple? Li Fan let out a cold snort. Very well, let us test that. With that, he exerted force with his foot, as if to crush Jiang Qin's head. It hurts. Li Fan, I was wrong. I beg you, do not step down. Jiang Qin, pinned beneath Li Fan's foot, cried out in pain. Witnessing Li Fan's relentless pressure, Taoist Fu Chuan's eyes were suffused with blood. He had expended countless resources and effort to cultivate Jiang Qin. And now, just as the latter had finally broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it would all be for naught if Li Fan were to crush him to death. Seeing his most cherished disciple on the brink of death, Taoist Fu Chuan relented. Enough, I will apologize. Li Fan, I admit my fault today. Jiang Qin's sneak attack upon you was indeed an unjust act. Is that sufficient? Taoist Fu Chuan gritted his teeth and spoke. His eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, wishing he could flay Li Fan alive. Although he knew the apology was insincere, uttering such words under the gaze of the assembled disciples achieved Li Fan's objective. Gathering spiritual energy at his toes, he kicked Jiang Qin towards Taoist Fu Chuan. However, the spiritual energy surged into Jiang Qin's body in an instant, obliterating his meridians. Even if he survived, he would be rendered a cripple. Taoist Fu Chuan gritted his teeth and instructed Qin Hatong and Sun Liang to take Jiang Qin away, turning away with a heart full of resentment. Li Fan, you are injured. Let us return to your residence. I shall tend to your wounds. Elder Yu remarked, and Li Fan nodded in acceptance, departing with him. With the main parties gone, the onlookers naturally dispersed. Yet today, they finally realized that Li Fan was not merely a prodigy. His ruthless strength was rooted in genuine skill. Wei Ziyue felt a swirl of complex emotions. Initially, she had regarded Li Fan as nothing more than a blustering fool, only to be slapped in the face by his performance during the Heavenly Spirit Column test. Then she had thought him merely a lucky, talented figure, but today, his actions had once again left her reeling. Regret gnawed at her. She and Li Fan had no enmity, and had she befriended him, perhaps the Wei family could have gained an extraordinarily powerful ally. Meanwhile, Qin Hatong dared not even breathe. After bringing Jiang Qin back, Taoist Fu Chuan planned to heal him but discovered his prized disciple's meridians had been shattered. Even if he were to survive, he could no longer cultivate. The thought of his years of effort being utterly wasted ignited a fury within him. Li Fan, you have gone too far. I shall personally kill you. Yet for all his bluster, Taoist Fu Chuan felt powerless. In his mind, killing Li Fan would not be difficult, but he struggled to find a legitimate excuse. As an elder, if he acted directly, he would certainly face opposition from Elder Yu and others. With Jiang Qin rendered incapacitated, he doubted anyone under his command could defeat Li Fan. Sensing his master's turmoil, Qin Hatong swiftly devised a plan. Master, while Li Fan has some skills, his family consists entirely of mortals. Perhaps we could. Upon hearing this suggestion, Sun Liang immediately concurred, his thoughts drifting to Li Fan's younger sister, that fiery and petite beauty. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Chapter 135. A master in the back mountain. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Fan began to cultivate alone after receiving the medicinal herbs gifted by Elder Yu. He sought to rediscover the sensation of imminent breakthrough. Yet, no matter the methods he employed, his cultivation showed no signs of advancing. The vague feeling of impending breakthrough had vanished without a trace. Frustration welled within him. Had it not been for that despicable Jiang Qin's ambush, he might have successfully ascended to the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage by now. However, upon calming his mind, he realized that anger would yield no benefit. It would be better to find a tranquil place to clear his thoughts. With that in mind, he ventured to the back mountain of the Spirit Serpent sect, where no one dwelled and the scenery was exquisite, a splendid locale for meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Summoning the Chaos Axe, he retrieved the Heavenly Spirit Axe method from his pocket and began to study it. The Heavenly Spirit Axe method was inherently profound, and now, as he delved deeper, Li Fan was astounded to discover that the technique was divided into 3 parts. the front, middle, and rear chapters. The front chapter further subdivided into 3 realms: spirit absorption, spirit communication, and spirit heaven. Li Fan was astonished by the very first realm, spirit absorption. It revealed that the Chaos Axe could not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also enable its wielder to actively draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy for their own use. Elated, Li Fan immediately focused on comprehending this technique. Li Fan, possessing innate intelligence and extraordinary talent, grasped the spirit absorption realm thoroughly in a matter of time. Eager to test his newfound understanding, he raised the Chaos Axe. As he concentrated, the spiritual energy of the entire back mountain surged towards the heavenly spirit axe. With the Chaos Axe continuously drawing in energy, the spiritual essence of the spirit serpent sect flowed towards it in a relentless torrent. In an instant, the entire spirit serpent sect was enveloped in a tempest of spiritual energy, as if an extraordinary phenomenon were unfolding. What is happening? The elders in the elders' pavilion, sensing the unusual surge of spiritual energy, were taken aback. Is there some calamity afoot? Taoist Ling Xiao squinted, his eyes narrowing. This surge of spiritual energy is exceedingly peculiar. It seems to be converging towards the back mountain. Could it be that a senior in the core formation stage is passing by and is on the verge of breaking through? Upon hearing Taoist Ling Xiao's conjecture, the other elders nodded in agreement. Such a tremendous upheaval in spiritual energy could only be caused by a senior preparing to advance from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage. If it is indeed a core formation senior, we must not be negligent. We must ensure they are treated with the utmost respect, Elder Yu declared. Although the specifics remained unclear, a lack of vigilance was unacceptable. All the elders concurred, promptly instructing their disciples to head to the back mountain to investigate. Should they encounter a senior, they were to extend a warm welcome and invite them back to the Spirit Serpent sect for proper hospitality. To encounter such a remarkable individual is indeed a rare fortune. While the Ling Snake sect may not gain an additional friend, at the very least, it has diminished the number of formidable adversaries. At this moment, spiritual energy continues to surge into the Chaos Axe, which in turn channels this energy into Li Fan's body, transforming it into a steady stream of spiritual power. With the overwhelming infusion of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, Li Fan effortlessly ascends to the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. He cannot help but reflect on how he had previously yearned to break through but made no progress. He had merely ventured out to clear his mind, only to find himself breaking through without hindrance. Just as he intends to continue absorbing energy, he notices a multitude of individuals hastening towards his location. Li Fan, who prefers to avoid trouble, promptly stows away the Chaos Axe and departs swiftly. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, he encounters Wei Ziyue, who is on her way to the back mountain. Wei Ziyue regards him with the haughty demeanor of a wealthy heiress surveying the common folk. Li Fan pays her no mind, offering only a cursory glance before proceeding towards his own courtyard. Yet, as they brush past one another, Wei Ziyue calls out to him. The master has indicated that there may be an advanced practitioner in the back mountain. You, troublemaker, ought to exercise some restraint and not provoke any high-ranking individuals, lest you find yourself without protection from the Ling Snake sect. Originally, Wei Ziyue intended to offer a kind-hearted warning to Li Fan, hoping to ease the tension between them, especially given her prior disparaging remarks. She thought that, if they could not be friends, at the very least, she should not cultivate a formidable enemy in Li Fan. However, Li Fan frowned at her words. Whether or not there truly was an advanced practitioner in the back mountain was uncertain, but Wei Ziyue's condescending tone, akin to a master admonishing a servant, was decidedly irksome. He replied coldly, "As long as he does not provoke me, I will not seek him out. You should concern yourself with your own affairs." With that, he disregarded her further and continued towards his small courtyard. Watching Li Fan's retreating figure, Wei Ziyue felt a surge of anger and grievance. As a favored disciple of Ling Xiao Taoist and the daughter of the Wei family, she had lowered herself to converse with Li Fan. Yet he responded with indifference. She inwardly cursed him as an ungrateful pauper while stamping her foot in frustration. However, pressing matters awaited her, leaving no room for her to vent her anger. After regaining her composure, she joined the other disciples heading to the back mountain. Meanwhile, Li Fan pondered the possibility of an advanced practitioner residing in the back mountain. All the elders of the Ling Snake sect were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Could there truly exist someone of such caliber? Frowning in confusion, he decided to exit his room. His small courtyard, distanced from the inner dormitories, was relatively close to the back mountain, allowing him to observe the situation there. As he watched, he noticed something amiss. The disciples were ascending from various directions, all converging towards the very spot where he had been cultivating. It dawned on him that the so-called advanced practitioner was, in fact, himself. The commotion caused by the chaos axe absorbing spiritual energy had likely resulted in an extraordinary phenomenon, which had led the elders to mistakenly believe that an advanced practitioner was about to break through, thus drawing a significant amount of spiritual energy. What a misunderstanding it had been, however, considering the circumstances. He would need to seek a more secluded location for future cultivation with the chaos axe, lest he be unexpectedly discovered. Yet, with the realization that there was no advanced practitioner, he felt a sense of relief. After all, if the visitor's intentions were malevolent, he was unsure if he could handle the situation with his current cultivation level. Did you not find him? As the disciples returned empty-handed, the elders could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Had the advanced practitioner already departed? Nonetheless, there was little they could do. A practitioner at the core formation stage was beyond their reach, and they could only resign themselves to the fact that they had missed their opportunity. Chapter 136. Accusations unfounded. With a resounding knock on the door, Lin Yin sprang from the sofa to the floor, anxiously opening the door, eager to see if her brother had returned. Upon discovering that it was not her brother, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. However, her spirits lifted upon recognizing the visitor's attire. Clad in a flowing azure robe that exuded an ethereal aura, the newcomer resembled those whom Li Fan had encountered in his travels, igniting a spark of excitement within her. Before the visitor could speak, Lin Yin inquired eagerly, "Did my brother send you to fetch me? Is he taking me to cultivate as well?" The visitor hesitated for a moment, but upon regaining composure, he chuckled internally. Guiyang, concerned that Lin Yin might recognize him, had dispatched his brother to escort her to the Ling Snake sect. He had been pondering how to convince Lin Yin, only to be pleasantly surprised by her own enthusiastic proposal. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, I am Guo Zifeng. Your brother is preoccupied with his cultivation, so he asked me to bring you along. You must be his sister, correct?" Upon hearing the affirmation of her hopes, Lin Yin's excitement surged. "Yes, I am his sister, Lin Yin." "Then come with me. I shall take you to find your brother so he can teach you about cultivation." Guo Zifeng feigned a gentle smile. Lin Yin, trusting and eager, followed Guo Zifeng without hesitation, bringing nothing with her. "Your brother is currently engaged in cultivation, and it may be some time before he finishes. In the meantime, let me show you the treasure vault of the Ling Snake sect. There are many fascinating items inside." After guiding Lin Yin into the Ling Snake sect, Guo Zifeng concocted a reason to distract her. The ethereal ambience of the sect's pavilions and towers left Lin Yin in awe, without any hint of suspicion, and she readily agreed to accompany him. Along the way, Guo Zifeng shared tales of the sect's history and fabricated entertaining anecdotes about cultivation, which Lin Yin, inexperienced in the ways of the world, could not discern as falsehoods. Instead, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Envisioning herself as a practitioner soon, as she beamed with youthful exuberance, Guo Zifeng felt a stirring of desire. Li Fan's sister was indeed a captivating beauty. Were it not for the necessity of keeping her around for now, he might have succumbed to his impulses. Upon reaching the treasure vault, Guo Zifeng casually produced a few trinkets. While these items seemed mundane to seasoned practitioners, they fascinated Lin Yin, prompting her to express her wonder. After patiently accompanying her for a while, Guo Zifeng suggested they find something to eat. Lin Yin, ever understanding, nodded in agreement, though she felt a twinge of reluctance to leave the vault. However, just as they were about to exit, two disciples blocked their path. One of them pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yin, exclaiming, "Thinking you can just walk away after stealing? Hand over the goods." The sudden turn of events left Lin Yin in a panic. Unsure of what was happening, she timidly shook her head in denial. "I didn't take anything. I just looked and put everything back." The two disciples became increasingly incensed. "Nonsense. I saw with my own eyes that you concealed something. Hand it over immediately. The treasures of the Ling Snake sect must not be taken by outsiders. That's right. If you do not comply, do not blame us for being unmerciful." Lin Yin continued to shake her head feebly. "I truly did not take anything. did not take anything? Then are you willing to let us search your person? If we find nothing, we will let you go. Lin Yin shook her head vehemently. Although she was innocent, she was unwilling to endure such humiliation or allow these two lecherous men to touch her. She turned to Guo Zifeng with pleading eyes, hoping he would assist her, believing that as her brother's friend, he would surely help. To her dismay, he suddenly changed demeanor and shouted at her, "What are you staring at me for? Damn it, you little wench. I kindly brought you to the sacred grounds of the Ling Snake sect, yet you dare to steal. Shameless, it is no wonder that a brother like Li Fan would have a sister like you. Hurry up and hand over the goods." Stunned, Lin Yin could not fathom why Guo Zifeng had suddenly turned against her and involved Li Fan, so she continued to plead, "I truly did not take anything." "You say you didn't? Then bind her and search her." At Guo Zifeng's command, the two disciples swiftly restrained Lin Yin. "No, get away from me." Lin Yin struggled, but as an ordinary girl, she was no match for two cultivators. Helplessly, she watched as Guo Zifeng's lecherous grin and filthy hands approached her. Tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. After taking advantage of her, Guo Zifeng produced a spirit orb. Holding it before Lin Yin, he exclaimed, "This is what we found on you. You claim you didn't steal anything? This is a treasure we use for cultivation, you shameless little thief." Staring at the orb she had never seen before, Lin Yin finally realized that this was all a trap they had set. Meanwhile, countless disciples had gathered around, hurling accusations and insults at her. What a shameless little wench, just like her brother. Perhaps it was her worthless brother who instructed her to steal. These remarks were orchestrated by Guo Yang and Sun Liang, and they showed no mercy in their ridicule of Lin Yin. Since she's a little wench, why not let her serve us well? Indeed, I must say, this little girl has quite the figure. It would be quite enjoyable to play with her. Watching the crowd slowly unfasten their robes, Lin Yin felt a mixture of anger and fear. Yet, with no opportunity for resistance as she was surrounded, she could only curl up in a corner, trembling incessantly. In her heart, she fervently prayed for her brother. Li Fan, to find her. Brother Li Fan, something terrible has happened. As Li Fan was engrossed in his cultivation, a frantic disciple, assigned by the elder, rushed into the courtyard. Before Li Fan could utter a word, the disciple gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Brother, do you have a sister named Lin Yin? She has been taken to the treasure pavilion by Guo Zifeng." Before the disciple could finish, Li Fan's expression changed drastically, his face darkening like a vengeful ghost from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent with every breath. How could Lin Yin possibly appear at Ling Shi sect without reason? This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated from the shadows. Li Fan's demeanor hardened, and an immense wave of murderous energy erupted from him. Whoever dared to target his family would soon learn that a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Chapter 137. An unforgivable duel? Stay away, you wicked people. Cornered, Lin Yin fought to suppress her fear, waving her hands to ward off the advancing figures. Guo Zifeng, however, spat at her and then hurled stones that he had prepared in advance. "You filthy wretch! Having stolen from Ling Shi sect, you still dare to be defiant? Since you lack shame, do not expect us to uphold any sense of justice." Wounded by the stones, Lin Yin dared not resist further. Curling up and shaking in the corner, "I truly did not steal anything. It was not me. You are the ones at fault," Lin Yin cried, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Yet, her words only fueled Guo Zifeng and his cohort's fury. Damn it. She truly is a wretch. Not only did she steal, but she also dares to blame us, brothers. Throw the stones. Under Guo Zifeng's command, the other disciples joined in, pelting Lin Yin with stones and occasionally spitting at her. Just as they were reveling in their torment, the door to the treasure pavilion was suddenly blasted open. The crowd turned to see Li Fan, radiating fury, storming in with an imposing presence. Upon seeing Lin Yin cornered and humiliated, covered in spit, his eyes turned blood red, and the aura of a seventh-layer Qi refinement practitioner exploded forth in the face of Li Fan's rage. The crowd felt a wave of fear wash over them, especially since they had recently witnessed his strength capable of overcoming foundational practitioners. Yet, upon realizing that this incident had been instigated by the elder, their bravado returned. Li Fan yearned to eliminate those who had wronged his sister. But he understood that the priority was to rescue Lin Yan. Get away. He forcefully pushed aside those who dared to obstruct him and approached Lin Yan. Upon seeing her brother, Lin Yan felt a surge of safety. But the pent-up grievances within her erupted in agony. She explained to Li Fan, "Brother, they are slandering me, claiming I stole. I truly did not. They are the ones who have wronged me." Seeing her distress, Li Fan felt a pang of heartache, intensifying his murderous intent. Nevertheless, he contained his fury, gently stroking Lin Yan's head to comfort her. "Yes, brother believes you. We could never have stolen from them. Do not worry. With me here, no one can wrong you." "Wronged? Is it merely your word that makes it so? We have found stolen goods on your wretched sister. With her caught in the act, what further defense can there be?" scoffed the disciple guarding the treasure pavilion. Guo Zifeng chimed in, stoking the flames of discord. "Indeed, with the evidence plain as day, there is no room for argument. For the crime of theft, she deserves death. Wouldn't you all agree?" Li Fan's gaze sharpened. And yet again, his aura surged forth, the chaos axe gripped tightly in his hand, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. "Deserve death? I shall see who dares take another step forward." The crowd instinctively recoiled. Knowing full well their strength could not compare to Li Fan's, Guo Zifeng, momentarily shaken, steeled himself, remembering they were in the treasure pavilion. He feigned fear and shouted, "Help! Li Fan intends to kill." He turned to Li Fan with a mocking smile. "Do not forget, outside of the hero's platform, no duels are permitted within the inner courtyard. Think carefully." With Guo Zifeng's reminder, the remaining disciples quickly caught on. This was not the hero's platform, and despite Li Fan's prowess, what was there to fear? The disciples in the treasure pavilion joined in the tirade against Li Fan. "Do you truly believe you can act recklessly within Ling Shi sect? Your sister has committed theft. As a disciple of Ling Shi sect, not only do you harbor her, but you also collude with this wretch. Or perhaps you were the one eyeing the spiritual items, instructing your sister to steal them." With the notion that Li Fan would not dare retaliate, their insults grew bolder, their faces twisted in derision. The disciple guarding the treasure pavilion even continued to hurl stones at Lin Yan, taunting, "This wretch has committed an unforgivable crime by stealing from Ling Shi sect. No punishment would be excessive. We are showing her mercy by not executing her on the spot. But you must realize, you are now colluding with outsiders against the interests of Ling Shi sect. If you dare retaliate, you will be violating the ancient rules established by our founders. By breaking the ironclad laws of Ling Shi sect, do not think even the elders or the sect master can save you. Prepare to suffer the consequences and be cast down from Ling Shi mountain." The disciples' arrogance grew with each word. Convinced Li Fan would not dare strike, Guo Zifeng joined in the provocation. "With your current level of cultivation, are you not merely riding on the coattails of Ling Shi sect? Without it, do you truly believe you could achieve anything with your meager talent?" Hearing such mockery, Li Fan's gaze turned icy. Those who dared insult his sister would soon pay the price. "Since you wish for me to act, I shall oblige." As he spoke, the chaos axe rose into the air and swung down. Guo Zifeng never expected Li Fan would truly dare to act. He hastily gathered his energy to defend, but in the next moment, he was sent crashing out of the treasure pavilion. Having taken action, Li Fan felt no hesitation. Those who had humiliated his sister within Ling Shi sect would all pay the price. What skill is there in bullying a defenseless woman? Those who have wronged my sister today shall die. Li Fan positioned the axe protectively in front of Lin Yan, embodying a war god. The fierce killing intent and overwhelming energy filled the onlookers with dread. One anticipated Li Fan would truly commit such a grave offense by taking matters into his own hands. And fear gripped their hearts, terrified they might be the next souls claimed by his axe. "Fear not, for even if Li Fan is formidable, he is but one man. We are many, and there is no need to fear him." Everyone heard it. "Li Fan has lost his mind and wishes to kill us all, as long as we unite. We can surely slay this traitor who has violated the sect's rules. We will surely earn the elders' favor. So do not fear, follow me." Just as the crowd contemplated fleeing, those placed here by Guo Yang and Sun Liang feigned righteousness and urged them onward. After such brainwashing, the disciples felt it made sense, and no matter how powerful Li Fan was, he was but a lone figure, and they were many. What was there to fear? Remember this well. In your next life, never provoke those who should not be provoked. Initially, I believed that despite Li Fan's formidable strength, he would ultimately be constrained in his efforts to protect Lin Yan. However, no sooner had the words left my mouth than 4 disciples were sent flying and nearly struck the 2 of them. In a moment of distraction, several more disciples fell before long. All of the more than 10 individuals who had surrounded Li Fan lay injured on the ground. When I glanced back at Li Fan, he stood tall and unyielding, showing no signs of weariness, while behind him, Lin Yan remained unharmed. Not a single hair out of place. It dawned on them that they had grossly underestimated Li Fan's prowess. It is worth noting that everyone present today possessed cultivation levels exceeding the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Yet even with their combined assault, they could not inflict a single scratch on Li Fan. Rather, they had all been countered. Li Fan's gaze was icy as he instructed Lin Yan to stay closely behind him, gripping the chaos axe as he advanced towards Guo Zifeng and the disciple of the treasure pavilion. These 2 were destined to die today, as they beheld Li Fan approaching. Exuding an aura reminiscent of a hellish reaper, fear gripped their hearts. Guo Zifeng, already injured, found himself paralyzed by panic. The disciple of the pavilion, attempting to flee, was clutched tightly by Guo Zifeng as if he were a lifeline. "Let go of me. If you are to die, do not drag me down with you," the disciple urged, desperate to break free from Guo Zifeng's grasp. Yet to no avail. Li Fan let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, there will be no dragging down. You are all fated to die today." His voice rang like a death knell, instilling a profound terror in the 2, who could only retreat while futilely warning Li Fan, "Do not act recklessly. If you kill us, the entire sect will not spare you. Just let us go, and we will surely speak well of you before the elders." Li Fan's expression grew even more frigid. "Let you go? Did you ever consider sparing my sister? Since you dared to set your sights on her, you shall face death." With that, Li Fan raised his axe, ready to strike down upon the 2. Just then, a furious shout echoed from within the pavilion. "Audacious Li Fan, cease this at once." Upon finishing his words, 7 elders entered the treasure pavilion. The mastermind, Taoist Fu Chuan, upon witnessing so many disciples lying in pools of blood, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Fan, chiding him. "Ah, Li Fan, you have so little regard for the rules of my spirit serpent sect, do you? Engaging in private battles among fellow disciples with fatal intent. You are truly a traitor. You have repeatedly caused trouble within my spirit serpent sect, and today you have brazenly broken a rule that has stood unchallenged for years. You shall not leave the spirit serpent sect alive." He then turned to the other elders, saying, "Did you all see this? I warned you that this youth is arrogant, egotistical, and cruel in nature. Such a menace cannot be allowed to remain." Elder Yu, brow furrowed, questioned Li Fan. "Li Fan, what on earth is happening?" Although he had been quite optimistic about Li Fan's potential to become a historic figure, he could not overlook the blatant violation of sect rules. Before Li Fan could respond, Guo Zifeng and the disciple of the treasure pavilion interjected, "Elders, that little vixen is Li Fan's sister. This morning, she came to my home claiming that her brother wished to take her to train, and I, seeing him in his robes, accompanied her. Upon arrival, he claimed her brother was still in training and suggested they visit the treasure pavilion. We thought that since Li Fan held privileges within the sect, we could bring her to the pavilion. Yet this vixen attempted to steal a spirit pearl from the pavilion. Had it not been for the vigilance of the guarding disciples, this pearl would have been taken. Elders, please see, this spirit pearl was confiscated from her." As Guo Zifeng spoke, he presented the spirit pearl to Taoist Fu Chuan. "That is not true." Just as Guo Zifeng was about to continue, Lin Yan, unable to contain herself, shouted, "They have plotted against me. This morning, he came to my house, claiming my brother wanted to take me here to cultivate. I thought, seeing him in his Taoist robes, that I could trust him. Once we arrived, he said my brother was still busy, so he would take me to see the treasure pavilion. I returned everything I looked at to its original place. After a while, he suggested we go eat, and I followed him. But before we could leave, his group falsely accused me of theft. Brother, you must believe me. I did not steal anything." Li Fan turned to her with a comforting smile. "Yes, I believe you. You would never steal." His gaze then turned to Guo Zifeng, filled with murderous intent. His sister, who had been cherished and protected, was now being bullied in such a manner. If he did not make them pay for this today, he would no longer be worthy of the title of brother. Chapter 139. There is no turning back. Seeing the intense hatred in Li Fan's eyes, Guo Zifeng quickly continued to report to Taoist Fuchuan. Taoist Fuchuan? This brother and sister are colluding. I have no acquaintance with that vixen. How could I possibly return to find her? It is this Li Fan who, without a word, has assaulted and injured so many of our disciples. He must have intended to steal the spirit treasures, and upon being discovered, sought to silence us. Taoist Fuchuan's face turned furious as he pointed directly at Li Fan. Indeed, it is true that guarding against thieves from within is the hardest. How dare you, Li Fan, set your sights on the spirit serpent sect? My sect has treated you well, yet you repay kindness with malice, regardless of the sect's rules or the principles of the martial world. Even 100 deaths would not be sufficient for your transgressions. Faced with Taoist Fuchuan's unreasonable accusations, Li Fan lost all patience for explanation. You must be growing senile to believe such fabrications. I have been granted special permission to enter the treasure pavilion at will. If I wish to take treasures, I would simply do so, rather than create such complications that would subject my sister to humiliation. Furthermore, my sister is not a cultivator. To her, this spirit pearl is no different from an ordinary glass ball. Why would she steal? If you cannot grasp such basic reasoning, I suggest you reconsider your position as an elder. Taoist Fuchuan, incensed by Li Fan's mockery, found himself momentarily speechless, resorting to furious shouts. Very well. You refuse to acknowledge your faults and now dare to look the elders in the eye. This is merely adding to your crimes. With Taoist Fuchuan unable to counter, Taoist Ling Xiao interjected. Since there is contention regarding your sister's alleged theft, we will thoroughly investigate the truth of the matter. However, your private battle with fellow disciples and your lethal intent are indisputable facts. The sum of your actions constitutes a grievous crime. Since you have committed them, you must face the consequences. According to sect rules, you are to receive 80 lashes, followed by kneeling in the central square, exposed to the scorching sun and the elements for 49 days. Should you survive this ordeal, we will let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave the spirit serpent sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's pupils trembled in disbelief at the severity of the punishment. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees and bowed her head against the ground. Elder, it is all my fault. I am the one who stole the item, and I also urged my brother to engage in combat. All of this is my wrongdoing. No matter the punishment, I, Lin Yin, willingly accept, pleading with the elders to spare my brother. This matter has nothing to do with him. Witnessing his sister beg for his mercy filled Li Fan's heart with anguish, as if 1,000 arrows had pierced through him. His eyes reddened with rage. He pulled Lin Yin up from the ground, gripping the chaos axe and pointing it at the elders. This spirit serpent sect shows such utter disregard for reason. I shall take my leave regardless. If you do not wish to keep me, I shall ensure that the spirit serpent sect pays the price. Today, I shall leave the spirit serpent sect. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will face annihilation. The surrounding disciples of the spirit serpent sect were taken aback by Li Fan's declaration. Was he declaring war against the elders? The elders themselves were furious. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator threaten the spirit serpent sect? Word of this would surely ruin their reputation. They began to gather their spiritual energy, ready to strike Li Fan down. At that moment, Wei Ziyue interjected, Li Fan, how many more calamities must you cause before you cease your reckless ways? If it were not for you, would your sister have ended up in such a predicament today? Cannot you reflect on your own shortcomings? Your sister has already been implicated because of you. Even if you have no regard for yourself, you must think of her. Listen to me. If you kneel and admit your wrongdoings now, you may yet save your life. Otherwise, should the 7 elders act in unison, there will be no escape for you. In Wei Ziyue's view, resisting the combined might of the 7 elders was akin to dreaming. If Li Fan wished to survive, he had no choice but to apologize and accept punishment. Li Fan, however, just scoffed. You fear these elders, but I do not. Even if the heavens conspire against me, nothing will halt my progress today, let alone this insignificant spirit serpent sect. With that, Li Fan cradled Lin Yin in his arms and strode purposefully towards the spirit serpent sect. You insolent child! How dare you show such contempt for the spirit serpent sect? If you seek death, allow me to grant it, Taoist Fuchuan declared, condensing his spiritual energy into a spectral blade, which he aimed directly at Li Fan. The other elders followed suit, unleashing a barrage of spectral blades targeting Li Fan's vital points. In response, Li Fan summoned all his spiritual energy, forming an invisible barrier to shield Lin Yin. Given his current strength, he was not afraid of the 7 elders, but he had to protect Lin Yin. With her by his side, he could not guarantee her safety while fighting the 7 elders. In order to shield Lin Yin from even the slightest harm, he could only endure the onslaught of the elders as he made his way down the mountain. However, the 7th elder, being a formidable figure in the Foundation establishment stage, unleashed a torrent of spiritual blades upon him, while nearly all of his own spiritual energy was devoted to protecting Lin Yin, causing him to spit blood uncontrollably. Feeling the warm, damp blood splatter onto his face, Lin Yin was engulfed in anguish, as though subjected to 1,000 cuts. Brother, please put me down. You can escape on your own. Leave me here. I will bear the punishment in your stead, I beg you, brother. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Yin pleaded desperately in Li Fan's arms. Li Fan remained silent, gritting his teeth and continuing to press forward. The onlookers, disciples witnessing this scene, shook their heads in disdain, their eyes filled with mockery, devoid of any sympathy. To them, Li Fan's current predicament was entirely self-inflicted, unworthy of any compassion. Ignoring their taunts, Li Fan trudged step by step down from the spirit snake sect. Even a few of the elders were momentarily touched by the bond between the siblings. Once Li Fan exited the sect, several elders ceased their attacks. Taoist Fuchuan, however, was still unwilling to relent, but was restrained by Elder Yu. Observing Li Fan's unsteady gait, Taoist Ling Xiao snorted coldly. It is indeed remarkable that this boy can withstand such brutality. Even if he miraculously survives, he will undoubtedly lose his cultivation and be unable to practice for life. Taoist Fuchuan wore a look of schadenfreude, sneering as he reprimanded the disciples. Do you see? There are countless geniuses in this world, yet few can truly grow to stand alone. Especially those like Li Fan, who are arrogant and overbearing, reckless in their actions due to their talents. This is absolutely unacceptable. Do you hear me? We will heed Taoist Fuchuan's teachings and take them to heart, the disciples promptly replied, kneeling to accept his admonition. Chapter 140. Lin Yin's talent despite being gravely injured and bleeding profusely. Li Fan still managed to bring Lin Yin safely home. However, in order to spare their parents the sight of his condition and their ensuing worry, he chose not to enter through the front door, instead making his way to the backyard, intending to leap in from there. Gazing at the still sobbing Lin Yin in his arms, he forced a smile through his pale lips. Don't cry. We made it home safely, haven't we? What if you keep crying and wake up mom and dad? You wouldn't want them to worry, would you? Hearing this, Lin Yin nodded obediently, though her tears continued to flow. She restrained herself from making any noise. Li Fan summoned his strength to vault over the high wall of the backyard. Feeling a wave of dizziness in midair, thankfully, he landed steadily in the end. While their parents basked in the warm sun in the front yard, the siblings stealthily returned to their room. Once inside, Lin Yin hurriedly helped Li Fan onto the bed. After confirming that he was safe, she could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. Brother, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't naively listened to those scoundrels, none of this would have happened. And you wouldn't be so severely injured. It's all my fault. Please don't get hurt. I'll take you to the hospital. Realizing what she was about to do, Lin Yin pulled out her phone to call for help, only to be stopped by Li Fan, who pressed her hand down. No need. Your brother is in perfectly good shape now. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. I can handle it myself. But you said not to cry anymore. Didn't you? Mom and Dad will come upstairs if they hear. Lin Yin obediently suppressed her sobs once more, though her eyes still reflected her concern. Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Little girl. When have I ever lied to you? If I say I can handle it, then it's fine. I wouldn't be reckless with my own life, would I? To prove he was all right, Li Fan mustered a smile and playfully pinched Lin Yin's cheek. I'll write you a prescription. You contact Chen Hongyan and have him send over these herbs along with a small alchemy furnace. Once I have the materials, I can concoct a medicine to treat my injuries. And remember, Don't let Mom and Dad know that I've been hurt." Lin Yin nodded obediently, and after receiving the prescription, she rushed to contact Chen Hongyan. Once Lin Yin left the room, Li Fan quickly sat up and channeled his spiritual energy. To prevent Lin Yin from worrying, he had been enduring the pain, but he was already on the verge of collapse. If he delayed any longer, he might truly lose his life. Chen Hongyan proved to be remarkably efficient, although the herbs listed were rare. Lin Yin returned with them in hand just 2 hours later. Meanwhile, Li Fan had already used his spiritual energy to staunch the relentless flow of blood from his wounds. "Yin'er, you should go outside. If I don't contact you, don't come looking for me. I need to focus on alchemy and recovery for the next couple of days. And remember, don't mention today's events to Mom and Dad, nor let them know I've been injured." After giving Lin Yin these instructions, Li Fan ignited the small alchemy furnace with his spiritual energy, following the knowledge passed down in his mind to proportionately add the herbs into the furnace. He then used his spiritual energy to stimulate the herbs, merging their medicinal properties together. After a full day and night of refining, just as he was about to succumb to exhaustion, the elixir was finally complete. Upon opening the furnace, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Li Fan retrieved the elixir, which was crystal clear and adorned with intricate patterns on its surface, indicating its high quality. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As soon as it was consumed, he felt the medicinal power surge within him. Healing the various internal injuries, he quickly seated himself cross-legged on the bed, amplifying the elixir's effects with his spiritual energy. Half a day later, Li Fan sensed that most of his injuries had healed significantly, so he contacted Lin Yin. "Brother, what is this?" Lin Yin asked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she examined the small vial he handed her. "This is the bone-cleansing liquid. Drinking it will purify all impurities within your body, greatly aiding your cultivation thereafter," Li Fan explained, having concocted it from the remaining herbs after his recovery. This incident made him realize that while he did not wish to involve Lin Yin in the conflicts of cultivation, her pure disposition warranted that she possessed some means of self-protection. Otherwise, he could not justify stripping her of her freedom under the guise of safeguarding her safety. Upon hearing that Li Fan intended to guide her in cultivation, Lin Yin eagerly opened the vial and drank the bone-cleansing liquid in one go. After she consumed it, Li Fan handed her a set of techniques called Yaoqi Xianfa. This is a method more suitable for female practitioners. Try to comprehend it. If you can cultivate spiritual energy, I will continue to instruct you. Just as Lin Yin was about to excitedly test it out, she noticed that her skin was exuding a thick, black liquid, accompanied by a foul stench. "Brother, what is happening to me? Why is this happening?" Lin Yin suddenly became anxious, fearing she had contracted some bizarre illness. Li Fan, however, smiled gently and reassured her. "This is the effect of the bone-cleansing liquid. That black substance is merely the impurities being expelled from your body. Once all the impurities are eliminated, you can commence your cultivation." "How filthy! And it stinks." Seeing her clothes stained black, Lin Yin felt a wave of shyness wash over her, embarrassed to be seen in such a state by her brother. In a fluster, she dashed out of Li Fan's room. After Lin Yin left, Li Fan collapsed onto the bed and enjoyed a restful sleep. Thanks to the elixir's restorative properties, 3 days later, all of Li Fan's internal and external injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation had also seen a substantial reinforcement. He could faintly sense that he was nearing the 8th layer of qi refinement. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. This matter with the Spirit Snake sect was far from over, Li Fan mused, recalling how the Spirit Snake sect had repeatedly distorted the truth and acted unscrupulously, particularly Taoist Fu Chuan, who had persistently targeted him. Although he could overlook the grievances for the sake of cultivation, he would not allow his family to suffer. The audacity of these ruffians, attempting to involve Lin Yin, was utterly intolerable. He would not permit the one he cherished to come to any harm. Just as he contemplated this, Lin Yin burst through the door. "Brother, I've completed the first stage of my training." Bursting into the room, Lin Yin exclaimed excitedly. Li Fan immediately noticed the changes in her and was taken aback. In just 3 short days, she had managed to cultivate spiritual energy. This progress exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, indicating that her physique and innate talent were quite remarkable. However, he still couldn't find anything akin to a heavenly spirit pearl. Otherwise, he would have liked to gauge her true potential. Chapter 141. The mysterious disappearance case. Once he had healed, Li Fan pretended to return home through the front door. However, when confronted by his parents about his recent whereabouts, he merely replied that he had been out on business. There was no need to burden them with worries about cultivation. The two delighted parents, smiling broadly, cautioned Li Fan not to overexert himself while preparing a lavish spread of dishes. The family enjoyed a rare moment of harmony together. As they dined, the television broadcasted a news report. Recently, our city has witnessed a series of bizarre disappearances. The current count of missing persons has surpassed 10. Additionally, reports from surrounding villages indicate that livestock, including pigs, cattle, and sheep, have been frequently stolen, with losses totaling over 100 across all villages. We will continue to follow this developing story and urge all citizens to minimize their outings after dark and remain cautious about their safety. So many people have gone missing? Xiao Fan, Xiao Nian, you two should refrain from going out at night for a while. Do you hear me? Their parents expressed their concerns to the siblings. Mom and Dad, we will, so please don't worry. The two siblings obediently nodded. Yet Li Fan paid them little mind to him. As long as the safety of his family was not threatened, nothing else mattered greatly. After dinner, Li Fan took the opportunity to stroll into a nearby grove. Intending to continue his cultivation, he had become increasingly aware that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. No matter how talented one might be, a lack of power would still invite disdain. The spirit snake sect served as a prime example. If his strength were potent enough to crush the 7 elders with a single blow, would those people dare to lay their schemes upon Lin Yin? If he possessed the might to easily obliterate the entire spirit snake sect, would the floating river Taoist still have the audacity to bully and misrepresent while overtly favoring his own disciple? Thus, regardless of right or wrong, power was the ultimate truth. Li Fan was determined to reclaim justice for himself from the spirit snake sect, but first, he needed to elevate his strength to a level where he could confidently eradicate them. Hoping to find a tranquil spot suitable for cultivation, Li Fan's brow furrowed as he walked. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and upon glancing down, he noticed an unusual trail of blood. This blood did not appear to have flowed. Rather, it seemed to have been splattered suddenly from some form of attack. As he ventured further, the blood trail became increasingly peculiar, shifting from a splattered pattern to one resembling dragged traces. Piecing it together, it suggested that something had been ambushed unexpectedly, suffering a vicious blow that caused blood to spray forth from the wound. Subsequently, the assailant had dragged the victim deeper into the woods, rendering them incapable of resistance. Li Fan frowned slightly. The method of attack did not seem characteristic of a predator-prey scenario between animals. The width of the dragged blood trail suggested that if it were indeed an animal, it must have been a large beast, perhaps a wild dog, to leave such a broad mark. Determined to follow the blood trail and uncover the truth, Li Fan pressed onward. However, with each step deeper into the woods, his frown deepened. The scent of blood intensified, transforming from barely perceptible to overwhelmingly strong. Moreover, the scattered bloodstains increased in number, and judging by the variations in their reddish-brown hues, it was evident that they had not all been left at the same time. Gradually, Li Fan concluded that this was unlikely to be the work of animals, as they typically do not drag their prey over such distances, preferring to consume it on the spot. As he continued onward, he stumbled upon a dismembered corpse. Despite its advanced state of decay, it was unmistakably human. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could this dismembered body belong to one of those missing persons he had seen reported on television? Li Fan's expression hardened, and he glanced around, realizing he had ventured deep into the woods. If this corpse was indeed one of the missing individuals, the situation had escalated considerably in today's society. A serial killer claiming the lives of over 10 people would undoubtedly be deemed a monstrous fiend. Resolute, Li Fan decided to delve further in search of clues, reasoning that if he encountered the murderer, he would rid the world of evil. After all, one could never be certain that misfortune would not befall those he cared about. Yet, the deeper he went, the more complicated the situation became in the innermost part of the woods. The scattered remains multiplied alarmingly. The varying degrees of decay suggested that these fragments did not all belong to a single person, nor had they all perished at the same time. Some appeared to have met their end only recently, while others seemed to have been dead for a week or two, with the most decomposed ones indicating a death over a month prior. Li Fan surmised that this area was merely a disposal site. not the original crime scene. Although most of the remains were covered in debris and dirt from the forest, some bore traces of soil from construction sites, and a few even adorned expensive jewelry. As he ventured deeper, Li Fan was nearly startled by the sight before him. The numerous remains had been haphazardly piled together, and the air was thick with a putrid stench mingled with the scent of blood. Even with his strong composure, the sight churned his stomach, and the olfactory assault nearly caused him to retch. Seemed he had stumbled upon the den of this monstrous killer. Li Fan remained alert, wary that the murderer might be lurking nearby. Suddenly, he sensed 4 distinct spiritual energies rapidly approaching his direction. Could it be that this killer operated with accomplices? Instantly, his expression turned cold as he gripped the chaos axe tightly, channeling all his spiritual power in preparation to strike at any moment. They were coming. The 4 energies closed in swiftly, and in the next instant, 4 figures burst forth from the trees, landing at a respectful distance from him. The 4 individuals regarded him warily, and he scrutinized them in turn. Among them was an elder, a middle-aged man, and a young man and woman. Apart from the elder clad in a white robe, the other 3 wore light yellow robes, indicating they were likely members of a certain sect. What astonished Li Fan was the elder's peak foundation establishment strength, surpassing even that of the elders from the Spirit Snake sect. Could it be that this elder was also a member of an elder council, leading his disciples on a journey of experience? The group exuded an air of ethereal grace, suggesting they were not the killers he sought. Nevertheless, Li Fan maintained his vigilance, closely observing them. For in this world, even the Spirit Snake sect harbored many with deceptive appearances and malicious natures, let alone these unfamiliar faces. Chapter 142. Who is disrespectful? Chapter 143. The evil cultivator, seeing the middle-aged man sent flying, the other's eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Especially the elder. Earlier, when Li Fan had struck out at the woman, he had sensed Li Fan might be a cultivator. However, upon first glance, he had assumed Li Fan was merely a young lad, likely at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement. He had never anticipated that this youth, despite his age, possessed such formidable power. The earlier incident of Li Fan effortlessly casting aside the woman could have been attributed to her carelessness coupled with the element of surprise. Yet, sending the middle-aged man, a cultivator at the 4th level of foundation establishment, flying with a single strike was no small feat. Li Fan's expression turned cold as he addressed the group. I do not know you, nor do I wish to engage in meaningless disputes with you. However, you would do well to refrain from provoking me further. Should I choose to act again, I will not hold back. Li Fan was not one to seek trouble. He lacked the time and energy to continually resolve conflicts. Thus, he either avoided trouble altogether or eliminated it decisively. The middle-aged man, feeling both humiliated and enraged, scrambled to his feet, his expression darkened. After all, he was a dignified cultivator at the foundation establishment level, and being reprimanded by a mere child was a significant blow to his pride. Now, hearing Li Fan's words felt like a direct mockery, further fueling his anger. With a surge of spiritual energy, he attempted to strike at Li Fan once more, only to be halted by the elder's admonition. Yuan Kuan, step back. This young friend has shown restraint. You must not disrespect him further. With the elder's intervention, the middle-aged man reluctantly retreated, albeit with his furious gaze still fixed on Li Fan. After dismissing the irate middle-aged man, the elder clasped his hands in a respectful gesture toward Li Fan and bowed slightly. He then smiled and addressed Li Fan. Young friend, I apologize for the offense caused by my disciple and junior apprentice today. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Li Fan returned the gesture with a smile and a wave of his hand. It is of no consequence, as long as your esteemed disciples refrain from such rudeness in the future. Li Fan was the type of person who mirrored others' attitudes. If someone treated him with disdain, he would respond in kind. Yet, if they were respectful, he would reciprocate with courtesy. The elder nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, young friend. It is our fault for indulging her, leading to her poor behavior. We will ensure she corrects her ways moving forward. The young woman, feeling offended by the elder's words, wished to confront Li Fan regarding his presumptuousness, but dared not act out in front of the elder. May I ask, young friend, what brings you to the depths of this grove? Li Fan replied, I initially sought a quiet place for cultivation, but upon entering the woods, I encountered these strange bloodstains and followed them here." Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the elder's expression turned serious. "This grove harbors an evil cultivator. These gruesome scenes are all his doing. He is ruthless, and it is unwise to wander here alone. You would do well to depart at once." Li Fan paused, surprised. It seemed the elder possessed some knowledge of the situation. "What exactly is this evil cultivator?" The elder explained, in broad terms. "He is also a cultivator, but he practices a malevolent and inhumane form of cultivation. Have you heard of the recent string of disappearances in the city?" Li Fan nodded, feeling a jolt of shock. Could it truly be the work of this evil cultivator? The elder continued, "These individuals, alas, were all innocent victims who fell at his hands. I suspect he practices a vile technique that consumes human flesh and blood to convert it into spiritual power. We have descended the mountain to eradicate this scourge and prevent him from continuing his reign of terror. Thus, if you discover anything, we implore you to inform us." Li Fan was about to shake his head when a voice suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest. "Do not search any longer, for I am right here." At that moment, a figure soared forth from the depths of the forest. The visage of this individual was devoid of color, with the corners of his eyes and lips tinged with an eerie black. Exuding an aura of unsettling charm, he fixed his gaze upon the elder and erupted in maniacal laughter. "I have been lamenting the scarcity of flesh and spiritual essence among ordinary mortals. Yet here you foolish cultivators come knocking at my door. If I devour you all, my power shall surge tremendously." Upon seeing this person, the elder's brow furrowed deeply, and the remaining individuals all channeled their spiritual energy, bracing themselves for battle. "You have wrought havoc upon the world, taking countless lives. Today, I shall rid the realm of your malevolence," declared the elder as he unleashed his full cultivation. The others followed suit. The man merely sneered, releasing his own spiritual energy. In an instant, the group was taken aback. This individual had attained the formidable realm of Dan formation. Li Fan was equally astonished, as this was his first encounter with someone at the Dan formation stage. It seemed that his sinister cultivation method indeed facilitated significant enhancement of strength. In a mere exchange, the two young men and women were brought to their knees, stripped of combat capability. Even the man at the fourth layer of foundation establishment could withstand only 2 strikes before collapsing to the ground. Only the elder remained, desperately holding his ground, yet even at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he was still at a considerable disadvantage compared to someone at the Dan formation stage. After a few trembling exchanges, a moment of carelessness led to him being struck by a blood-red palm of condensed spiritual energy, sending him flying and causing him to spout blood. The malevolent cultivator, however, did not relent. He soared through the air and seized the elder by the throat, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he slowly remarked, "Though the old man's flesh is dry and tough, you are, after all, the strongest among them, so I shall consider you my main course." The malevolent cultivator appeared to toy with his prey. Exuding an air of leisure and delight, Li Fan's heart was shaken. He had initially thought that with a peak foundation establishment cultivator, a 4th layer foundation establishment cultivator, and 2 others nearing the pinnacle of chi refinement to share the burden, they might not win, but they would not be utterly humiliated. Yet, to his dismay, they fell one after another within the span of a single incense stick. It seemed that the disparities between each tier were quite pronounced. Li Fan realized that he was no match for the malevolent cultivator, but seeing the elder on the brink of death compelled him to act. He resolved to at least rescue the elder first. Raising the chaos axe, he lunged at the malevolent cultivator's wrist. The cultivator, taken aback by Li Fan's sudden and swift assault, had no choice but to release the elder and confront Li Fan instead. He blocked Li Fan's powerful upward strike with an immediate counter. Without granting him a moment's respite, Li Fan withdrew the axe and struck horizontally. Yet, the malevolent cultivator was even quicker. Li Fan was horrified. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be struck in the chest before he could land a blow. The attacks of someone at the Dan formation stage were not something he could afford to withstand. He hastily withdrew the axe and raised its flat side to shield his chest. The malevolent cultivator's strike collided with the axe, sending shockwaves that forced Li Fan to stagger backward. His arms, now tingling with numbness, made him realize he had underestimated the cultivator's strength. Initially, he He had planned to flee if he could not save the elder after ensuring his safety. However, the malevolent cultivator was evidently enraged by Li Fan's previous ambush, his gaze now fixated on him with malice. In the next moment, he pounced toward Li Fan with astonishing speed. Li Fan swung the axe to defend himself. Although he managed to barely block the attack, he was forced back several steps. The malevolent cultivator continued his relentless assault. Under the onslaught of the cultivator's fierce barrage, Li Fan transitioned from barely defending to gradually revealing vulnerabilities, each defense becoming increasingly arduous. Despite Li Fan's utmost caution in executing each movement without an ounce of unnecessary effort, the malevolent cultivator exploited a gap and landed a heavy punch to Li Fan's abdomen, sending him flying. The spiritual energy he had been channeling was instantly thrown into disarray, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood into the air. Just as Li Fan attempted to rise from the ground, the malevolent cultivator stomped down on his chest. To think you could withstand so many blows. It seems your spiritual energy is not inferior to that of the old man. I shall use you as my main course instead. As the malevolent cultivator spoke, he prepared to strike Li Fan in this moment of peril. An untested idea suddenly sparked in Li Fan's mind. Yet, with the situation pressing, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He would have to give it a try. Regardless of its feasibility, he promptly extended the Chaos Axe toward the malevolent cultivator, channeling the Celestial Spirit Axe technique. In the next moment, the space within the Chaos Axe began to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As Li Fan directed his intent, the surging spiritual energy of the malevolent cultivator became the target of the axe, which began to extract the dark red energy from within him. Realizing that his spiritual energy was being drawn from him at an alarming rate, the malevolent cultivator panicked. He hastily exerted his strength to propel himself away, narrowly escaping the absorption. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan scrambled to his feet. The malevolent cultivator glared at him with fury. Although he was incensed, he was also wary of having his energy siphoned again, forcing him to snort in disdain and retreat. The malevolent cultivator fled. Li Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Celestial Spirit Axe technique had indeed functioned as he had hoped, capable of absorbing another's spiritual energy. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate in that forest. The elder, having regained a modicum of composure, hastened to Li Fan's side and bowed deeply. Thank you, young friend, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have perished today. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively. As a cultivator, it is my duty to stand against such heartless fiends. His initial reluctance to intervene stemmed from a desire to gauge whether the elder and his companions could contend with the malevolent cultivator. Had they proven capable, he would have observed the disparities between a peak foundation establishment and a Dan formation cultivator. However, seeing that even with their numbers, they could not withstand a single malevolent cultivator prompted his involvement. The elder's gaze toward Li Fan grew increasingly fervent. He had not anticipated that Li Fan possessed the astonishing strength to contend with a Dan formation master, nor had he expected such a principled and righteous disposition. He promptly performed another respectful gesture. I shall never forget the favor you have bestowed upon me today. I am Qian Kuan Daorun, the sect leader of Zhang Kuan sect. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of our sect. Should you require any assistance from Zhang Kuan sect in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Li Fan was not overly surprised by this development. He had suspected from the robes that the group belonged to a sect. However, he was taken aback to learn that the elder was not merely an elder but the sect leader himself, and he had never heard of Zhang Kuan's sect before. Yet, as someone who had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, he was not particularly well versed in the sections. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Fan. Li Fan. Our Zhang Kuan sect maintains a secular subordinate family nearby, which has established itself reasonably well in Linshan City. Would you do us the honor of visiting? It would allow me to express my gratitude with a banquet. Li Fan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With his departure from Lingxi sect, he had lost considerable cultivation resources. Forming a connection with Zhang Kuan sect seemed a prudent choice. Furthermore, this elder was far more agreeable than the elders from Lingxi sect. Expanding his options could only serve to bolster his future endeavors, providing benefits without any drawbacks. Seeing Li Fan's acquiescence, The elder was elated and promptly instructed a middle-aged man to arrange for the secular family to welcome him. Upon exiting the forest, Li Fan and the elder entered a Rolls-Royce that had come to receive them. However, upon arrival, Li Fan was taken aback to discover that Zhang Kuan sect's secular family was none other than the Lu family, who had previously sought to arrange a marriage with Qin Xiao. No wonder they had been so audacious. It turned out they had the support of Zhang Kuan's sect behind them. Nevertheless, Li Fan remained undaunted, and even less so now. Qian Kuan Dao Ren. I seek a quieter place to cultivate my breath. My spiritual energy remains somewhat disordered from the earlier confrontation with that malevolent cultivator. Once inside the Lu family estate, Li Fan inquired. The elder was quick to comply, arranging for the most tranquil room in the Lu family for Li Fan's use. Li Fan, you may recuperate here. I shall seek out the head of the Lu family to discuss matters. With that, the elder departed with the others, eager not to disturb Li Fan's cultivation. Once everyone had exited, Li Fan summoned the Chaos Axe. His request for a quiet place was merely a pretext. He wished to keep the axe's secret concealed. Most of the spiritual energy he had absorbed from the malevolent cultivator still resided within the internal space of the Chaos Axe, and he aimed to absorb it to ascertain if he could reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He had initially believed his cultivation to be quite commendable, yet his encounter with the malevolent cultivator today had illuminated his shortcomings. Had it not been for the miraculous Chaos Axe, he might have met his demise. However, just as he began to absorb a portion of the energy, Li Fan sensed someone stealthily approaching. With a thought, he hastily concealed the Chaos Axe. Outside the room, Lu Xiao crept forward, holding his breath. He had heard that the sect they relied upon had invited a distinguished guest. It was known that the people of Zhang Kuan's sect were revered as deities by the Lu family, let alone a guest of the sect. Thus, he sought to catch a glimpse of this esteemed guest, hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow him to forge a private acquaintance, thereby strengthening the Lu family's position. However, as he peeked through the slightly ajar curtain, Lu Xiao froze momentarily. This guest appeared remarkably young, and for some reason, he seemed somewhat familiar. Upon a closer look, Li Fan? In a fit of rage, Lu Xiao disregarded whether this was the guest's room and kicked the door open, pointing at the cross-legged Li Fan seated on the bed, berating him. You, Li Fan, I was searching for you, and you dare to come to my house? You are simply asking for death. Lu Xiao initially intended to confront Li Fan directly, but the memory of Li Fan's previous ruthlessness sent a chill of trepidation through him. Thus, he raised his voice and shouted outside. After his outburst, he looked at Li Fan with a smug expression, confident in the power of the Lu family, no matter how formidable Li Fan was. He was nothing on Lu family's territory. Filled with arrogance, Lu Xiao proclaimed, Li Fan, I have always been a reasonable person. Since my family has yet to arrive, I will give you a chance. All you need to do is bow to me 100 times and deliver Lin Xiao to my bed. I might consider letting you go. However, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of Li Fan's lips. This bow, let me tell you, Lu Xiao, not even the head of the Lu family could bear the weight of it. I advise you to kneel and apologize now. Otherwise, when your family arrives, your fate will be dire. This statement instantly incensed Lu Xiao. Have you lost your mind? Understand this. This is the Lu family, my family. How dare you be so arrogant in my house? You will regret this. As he spoke, hurried footsteps approached. Young Master Lu, who are we targeting? The lead figure inquired, seemingly one of the Lu family's hired thugs. Lu Xiao's grin widened at the sight of over 20 professional fighters ready to deal with Li Fan. Li Fan, I will give you one last chance. Li Fan did not respond but simply stepped down from the bed. Though he deemed it beneath him to engage with such lowly individuals, he felt it necessary to make Lu Xiao understand that some people were not to be trifled with. Stop! But just as Lu Xiao descended from the bed, an angry voice rang out from outside. Following this, Qian Kuan Dao ran and a somewhat portly middle-aged man rushed into the room. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Guohang, the head of the Lu family. As had been mentioned by the Qin family, Lu Guohang entered and paused momentarily. Although he was puzzled as to why the esteemed Zhang Kuan sect would treat such a young man with such reverence, he sensed there was undoubtedly a reason. Upon observing Li Fan's mocking smile and Lu Xiao's furious demeanor, he realized his nephew had gotten himself into trouble. If he angered a distinguished guest of the Zhang Kuan sect, the Lu family could vanish in an instant. You beast! Lu Guohang wasted no time. delivering a resounding slap across Lu Chao's face. Lu Chao and the men he had summoned were left in shock. What was happening? The family head was punishing his own nephew rather than dealing with the outsider. Dazed and feeling wronged, Lu Chao wanted to ask Lu Guoheng why he had struck him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the unprecedented fury etched on his uncle's face. Lu Guoheng struck him again, knocking Lu Chao to the ground. You blind fool! Have you lost your mind? You dare provoke a guest invited by the sect master? Get down on your knees and apologize to the esteemed guest immediately. Lu Chao was dumbfounded. Li Fan was actually a guest of the sect master. He wanted to question Lu Guoheng's judgment, insisting Li Fan was just a penniless nobody. However, recognizing Lu Guoheng's anger, he begrudgingly rose from the ground, turned to Li Fan, and knelt. Li Fan, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me this once. I will follow you from now on. Faced with Lu Chao's apology, Li Fan remained indifferent, not acknowledging him but instead directing his gaze at Lu Guoheng. Feeling the weight of Li Fan's stare, Lu Guoheng's heart trembled. Surely, there couldn't be more to this? Head of the Lu family, your nephew dared to drug one of my dear friends. Had I not chanced upon it, my friend's reputation would have been irreparably tarnished by your nephew's actions. If you fail to discipline him properly, your Lu family will inevitably face destruction. The surrounding Lu family members frowned at these words. Even as a guest of the Zhangkuan sect, this was an unprecedented affront to Lu Guoheng's authority. After all, this was the Lu family, and no one had ever dared to speak of their demise on their own territory. Lu Guoheng, however, nodded fervently. Yes, esteemed guest, you are absolutely correct. It is my failure to discipline him that has led to this grievous situation. I will ensure he is strictly monitored from now on. May I inquire as to who your friend is? I will personally visit to apologize. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for a visit. Lu Chao, break one of his legs as a lesson for the future. This demand was audacious, even for the Lu family, to declare in front of their patriarch that they should cripple his nephew. Lu Guoheng felt an internal struggle, yet upon glancing at Qian Kuan Dao Rian, who showed no intention of intervening, he understood he had no choice but to acquiesce to Li Fan's wishes. Resolutely, he ordered a servant to fetch a club. Despite the Lu family's reputation as a prominent family in the secular world, they were merely a watchdog for the Zhangkuan sect. The master had the authority to discipline as he pleased. Moreover, this was a guest of the highest regard. As the servant brought forth the iron club, Lu Chao panicked. Li Fan, I truly understand my mistake now. Please spare me this once. I genuinely didn't know Qin Xiao was your woman, and I swear I won't harbor any thoughts about her again. Li Fan continued to ignore Lu Chao. Coldly regarding Lu Guoheng. Seeing that Li Fan was unresponsive, Lu Chao hastily turned to Lu Guoheng. Uncle, I am your nephew. This Li Fan is just a destitute nobody. He is certainly not a guest of honor. Please do not be deceived by him. Lu Guoheng's anger surged. Beast! You dare to disrespect our esteemed guest. With that, he swung the club downwards. After striking Lu Chao, fearing Li Fan's continued wrath, he asked, Esteemed guest, does this seem appropriate? If not, I can break another of his limbs. Li Fan merely shook his head. This will suffice. Seeing that Li Fan was no longer upset, Lu Guoheng hastily invited him to dine in the main hall. After several rounds of drinks, Qian Kuan Dao Rian raised his glass in a toast to Li Fan. Young friendly Fan, I have a humble request. Speak freely, Daorin Qian Kuan. I wish to ask you to assist the Zhangkuan sect in eliminating that wicked cultivator. It would be a service to the people, beyond the noble intention of aiding the populace. Qian Kuan Dao Rin feared that the wicked cultivator might target the Zhangkuan sect. This encounter had revealed that the cultivator could easily annihilate the Zhangkuan sect. Only by allying with Li Fan, someone capable of opposing him, could the Zhangkuan sect remain secure. Li Fan did not hesitate to agree. The wicked cultivator's actions were capricious, and there was no telling when he might set his sights on Li Fan's family. Even if not for the sake of the public, for the safety of his own kin, Li Fan felt compelled to eradicate this threat. Chapter 146. The sect master emerges from seclusion. It is truly lamentable that such a genius has fallen, and it is likely that we shall not witness another like him for the next century. Elder Yu, do you still favor that arrogant fool who is blissfully unaware of his own insignificance? Before the sect leader could inquire about the circumstances that led to Li Fan's expulsion, Taoist Fuchuan turned to Elder Yu with a pointed question. He then directed his gaze towards the sect leader. Esteemed sect leader, that scoundrel Li Fan was not a victim of treachery. This child, believing himself endowed with talent, has grown unbearably arrogant and disdainful, even looking down upon our spirit snake sect. While in the outer court, he callously murdered 2 fellow disciples and an elder. We, recognizing his potential, chose to overlook his past transgressions and admitted him into the inner court. However, upon his arrival in the inner court, he became even more brazen, first provoking my senior disciple. Unable to endure the humiliation, my disciple engaged him in a duel, and though this child employed some underhanded means to secure victory, he then cruelly severed my disciple's meridians. My disciple had only recently broken through to the first layer of the foundation establishment stage, a promising young talent whose future was obliterated in an instant by this scoundrel. Before we could seek retribution for my disciple, this wretch had already set his sights on the treasure pavilion. He incited his sister to steal spiritual artifacts from the pavilion, and when discovered by the vigilant disciples, he became enraged and attempted to silence them through murder. Completely disregarding the sect's prohibition against private conflict, he unleashed a massacre within the treasure pavilion, injuring over 10 disciples of our spirit snake sect, many of whom remain unhealed. When we sought to punish him, he not only refused to admit his wrongs, but also insulted our spirit snake sect. He attempted to flee the sect but was gravely injured by our efforts, though he escaped alive. He shall never cultivate again. Sect leader, I implore you to consider, how can we allow such an arrogant individual to remain within our spirit snake sect? Upon finishing his words, Taoist Ling Xiao echoed Fuchuan's sentiments. Indeed, sect leader, you have yet to witness the extent of his arrogance. His heart is as malicious as his deeds are heinous. He may well become a malevolent cultivator in the future. How can our spirit snake sect harbor such a calamity? Would that not be akin to inviting a wolf into our home? Moreover, how could our esteemed spirit snake sect be swayed by a mere disciple? Even his so-called talent might merely be the result of some petty trickery that caused the heavenly spirit column to malfunction. Otherwise, how could it have faltered? Hearing the words of the two, the sect leader nodded in agreement. Upon learning that Li Fan could no longer cultivate, his interest waned entirely. As Taoist Ling Xiao had suggested, it was possible that the heavenly spirit column was defective, and Li Fan was not truly a genius. Recognizing that the sect leader had been swayed by Taoist Fuchuan's assertions, Elder Yu could only sigh in regret for the fallen genius that was Li Fan. Meanwhile, the malevolent cultivator had found the entrance to the spirit snake sect and was making his way inside. Numerous disciples of sufficient strength rushed forward to obstruct him, yet wherever the malevolent cultivator passed, the defenses crumbled instantly. In a fleeting moment, the entire spirit snake sect was engulfed in chaos, with countless casualties. Qin Hatong and Wei Ziyue, along with others of lesser cultivation, were paralyzed with fear at the bloody scene before them. In their minds, the spirit snake sect was a renowned and formidable power, seldom challenged. They had thought that even in the absence of the elders, their combined strength would suffice to confront any threat. But they had not anticipated such utter devastation at the hands of the malevolent cultivator. The disparity was as stark as that between an elephant and an ant. Fortunately, some disciples remained composed, hastily retreating towards the back mountains. Sect leader, elder, it is dire. The malevolent cultivator has breached the spirit snake sect and has inflicted countless injuries upon our disciples. What did you say? The sect leader erupted in fury, outraged that someone would dare to unleash slaughter within the spirit snake sect. Shortly thereafter, he arrived alongside several elders. The surviving disciples, witnessing the sect leader's emergence, regained their confidence. Surely, with the sect leader and the 6 elders present, the malevolent cultivator would not prevail. You vile creature! Our spirit snake sect has yet to seek retribution for the innocent lives you have taken, and yet you dare to come here. Today, I shall see you dead, the sect leader declared as he launched himself towards the malevolent cultivator. However, upon clashing with him, he quickly realized that the cultivator had reached the core formation stage. Overwhelmed with shock, he exposed a flaw in his defense, and in an instant, the malevolent cultivator struck him with a bloodied palm, severely injuring him. Chapter 148. Who is the master? Witnessing their sect leader fall, all disciples of the spirit snake sect were engulfed by a profound terror, akin to witnessing the apocalypse. They could hardly fathom that the malevolent cultivator was so powerful that even the sect leader had been gravely wounded. "You monster! You dare to injure the sect leader of my spirit snake sect! All disciples, follow me!" The elders bellowed, unleashing their most formidable techniques against the malevolent cultivator, with the remaining disciples trailing behind. Yet the malevolent cultivator showed no sign of trepidation. He aggressively targeted one elder, and in the blink of an eye, that elder's neck was snapped and he fell from the air. The malevolent cultivator then summoned 2 blood spears, piercing through 2 more elders, as the remaining disciples surrounded him. He concentrated his spiritual energy into a blood sphere. The sphere erupted with countless bursts of spiritual power, instantly injuring the disciples and sending them crashing to the ground. Wei Ziyue was so frightened that she could scarcely muster the strength to stand. She witnessed the malevolent cultivator laughing maniacally. The spirit snake sect is indeed a renowned sect of cultivation. The spiritual energy amassed from today's slaughter shall suffice for my needs. With that, he departed leisurely, as if the massacre of the spirit snake sect were merely a game. After the malevolent cultivator's departure, the remaining disciples hurried to tend to the wounded, as they surveyed the carnage that resembled a hellish nightmare. Despair washed over them, and the sect leader's expression had lost the joy he had displayed upon his return. The spirit snake sect had been decimated, with 3 elders and dozens of competent disciples falling victim to the massacre. The spirit snake sect was finished. Such a catastrophic loss had gravely weakened the entire sect. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The more dreadful reality was that the malevolent cultivator could return at any moment. "Everyone, gather yourselves, tend to the injured promptly and prepare for the possibility of the malevolent cultivator's return." The remaining elders, Elder Yu, Taoist Fuchuan, and Taoist Ling Xiao, addressed the crowd. Their words only deepened the panic. He might return? If even the sect leader and the elders in their prime could not withstand him, how could they hope to survive another onslaught? Many disciples began to contemplate fleeing the spirit snake sect, prioritizing their survival above all else, regardless of whether they could cultivate again. Observing the disarray among the crowd, the sect leader reassured them, "Do not panic too much, we still have a plan. Nearby, there is another major sect, the Zhengkuan sect, that is not inferior to us. If we can ally with them, our self-preservation should not be an issue." With that, he began contacting Taoist Qinkuan. "Taoist Qinkuan, are you aware of the recent events concerning the malevolent cultivator? Our spirit snake sect has just endured a devastating attack, suffering heavy losses." To his surprise, the voice on the other end of the line was calm and composed. "I have heard of it. However, our Zhengkuan sect is absolutely safe, for we have invited a master to oversee us. This master has previously repelled that malevolent cultivator and is currently helping us establish a sanctuary." Upon hearing this, the sect leader's eyes lit up with hope. "Taoist Qinkuan, please allow us to take refuge in your Zhengkuan sect. Otherwise, if the malevolent cultivator returns, we will be utterly defenseless." At this moment, he cast aside any notions of pride. Ensuring the survival of the spirit snake sect was all that mattered. Taoist Qinkuan chuckled, "You may visit, but whether you are granted entry into the sanctuary ultimately depends on the master's approval." The sect leader expressed his gratitude, feeling a sense of confidence. Although the spirit snake sect had suffered grievous losses, it was still a prestigious sect with a well-known reputation. Their presence would surely bolster Zhengkuan's sect's strength, and there was no reason for them to refuse. He quickly relayed the news to the disciples, who were overjoyed. They had not expected that someone could repel the malevolent cultivator, and now both their lives and the spirit snake sect could be preserved. What wonderful news! Do you think that Master might be the one who fought that malevolent cultivator on the back mountains? It is quite possible. Only a master of the core formation stage could stand against such a foe. The 3 elders engaged in discussion, unanimously believing that the master from Zhengkuan sect was indeed the one who had been on the spirit snake sect's back mountain that day, regretting their missed opportunity to forge an alliance. After gathering some treasures and essentials, the sect leader hastily led everyone towards the Zhengkuan sect, fearing that any delay might result in the malevolent cultivator's return. Meanwhile, Qin Hutong and Wei Ziyue quickly contacted their family, urging them to seek refuge in the sanctuary. Upon reaching the exterior of Zhenghuan sect, they were met with a bustling scene, as numerous smaller sects and large clans flocked to seek the protection of Zhenghuan sect. Upon arriving at the gates of Zhenghuan sect, Qin Rong let out a long sigh of relief. The past few days had terrified him, fearing that the malevolent cultivator might invade the Qin family at any moment. He was also grateful that Qin Hatong had become an inner disciple of the Spirit Snake sect, which had allowed them to share in the fortune. He couldn't help but praise Qin Hatong for his great achievements. However, Qin Xiao wore a worried expression as she searched for Li Fan. Wasn't it said that Li Fan had also joined the Spirit Snake sect? Why had she not seen him? Qin Hatong noticed the concern in Qin Xiao's eyes and couldn't help but sneer. You don't mean to search for that waste, do you? I advise you to save your breath. That fool has already been expelled from the Spirit Snake sect. Even if he is lucky enough to be alive now, the malevolent cultivator is on a rampage, killing cultivators left and right. In just a few days, that waste, who somehow escaped death before, will surely meet his end. Upon hearing Qin Hatong's words, Qin Xiao was instantly struck with fear, her face turning as pale as a ghost. How could Li Fan possibly? Just as she was engulfed in desolation, she spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd and eagerly waved her hand. Li Fan. Upon hearing someone call his name, Li Fan turned his head and was met with the sight of Qin Xiao's family. However, before he could approach them, Qin Hatong charged forward, angrily berating him. You worthless fool, how dare you show your face at Zhenghuan sect? Do you even realize that this is a place where someone like you does not belong? Get out of here at once. Li Fan chose not to engage in further dialogue, raising his hand and delivering a slap that sent Qin Hatong sprawling to the ground. You would do well to silence yourself now, or I shall make you regret ever crossing paths with me, Li Fan said, his gaze icy. Witnessing the most promising member of the Qin family, Qin Hatong, being struck down, Qin Ronggong and the others were instantly filled with rage. Masterine. Kill this brat. Masterine nodded and lunged at Li Fa, and Li Fan found it amusing. Could a mere third-tier Qi refinement practitioner truly be considered a master? With a swift kick, Master Yin was sent flying. Having barely registered Li Fan's movement, Qin Ronggong was left astonished. How could Li Fan have dispatched a so-called master that the Qin family had nurtured? Yet, upon recalling the presence of the Spirit Snake sect behind Qin Hatong, he regained his bravado. Very well, Li Fan. I have heard you are nothing but a discarded child of the Spirit Snake sect, yet you dare to strike one of their own. Let me inform you. The elders of the Spirit Snake sect are also here. Prepare to meet your demise today. Chapter 149. Master Li? Li Fan. Is this truly a place you belong? Just as Qin Ronggong finished speaking, a voice of fury rang out from behind. Li Fan, how shameless can you be? Did Zhenghuan sect invite you? You barged in here uninvited. The Taoist of Fuchuan pointed an accusatory finger at Li Fan. Our Spirit Snake sect only gained the opportunity to come here because our sect master has connections with the sect master of Zhenghuan. You, a discarded waste of our sect, shall not think of taking advantage of this situation. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Elder Yu's intercession to spare you, you would have long since perished within the Spirit Snake sect. To have survived once at our hands is already a blessing beyond your 3 lifetimes. Li Fan, were it not for the fact that we are on the territory of Zhenghuan sect today, I would have already ended your life. Get out of here, and don't even think of pretending to be one of our Spirit Snake sect disciples to seek protection. You lack the qualifications to even step through the gates of Zhenghuan sect. At this moment, Elder Yu and the sect master approached. Elder Yu quickly assessed the situation and turned to the sect master, pleading, Sect master, Li Fan indeed possesses some talent, and now is the time for us to unite against the evil cultivators. The fewer cultivators harmed, the less power they can absorb. Let us bring Li Fan into the sanctuary. I assure you I will keep a close watch on him, and there will be no issues. However, the sect master coldly shook his head. He is no longer a disciple of our Spirit Snake sect, and besides, he has previously violated our sect's rules. To not kill him today on the territory of Zhenghuan sect is already a stroke of luck. Seeing that there was no hope from the Spirit Snake sect, Qin Xiao pleaded with Qin Ronggong. Dad, in this situation, let us take Li Fan into the sanctuary. Qin Ronggong, however, shook his head with a sense of schadenfreude. Our ability to enter the sanctuary is already due to Hatong's standing in the Spirit Snake sect, If they do not allow him entry, how could we possibly bring him along? That would only invite trouble for ourselves. Moreover, fundamentally, all of this is Li Fan's own doing, and he is not deserving of our sympathy. As for you, should he miraculously survive, you must never associate with such a troublemaker again. Having said this, Qin Ronggong turned to the Taoist of Fuchuan with a face full of flattery. Elder Fuchuan, I am Qin Hatong's uncle. This brat struck my nephew as soon as he arrived. I lack the ability to deal with him and can only implore you to take action. Upon hearing this, the Taoist of Fuchuan was instantly enraged. Although Qin Hatong was of average talent, he was still a disciple under Fuchuan's name, and striking Qin Hatong was tantamount to slapping Fuchuan in the face. How dare you, Li Fan? I initially refrained from taking action here, considering it was Zhengkuan sect's territory, but I never expected your arrogance to lead you to strike first. Today, I shall not let you go. As he spoke, the Taoist of Fuchuan began to channel his spiritual energy. Li Fan merely scoffed. You come to my sanctuary seeking refuge, and yet wish to strike me? You should think carefully. Li Fan's sanctuary? Upon hearing this, both the Qin family and the Spirit Snake sect members erupted in laughter. Li Fan, if you wish to find an excuse, at least make it a plausible one. This is not how one boasts. Truly, you are a naive child who knows nothing of the world, Elder Ling Xiao chided. At that moment, members of the Lu family approached. Upon seeing Lu Guihang, Qin Ronggong's mind instantly sparked with an idea. The Qin family had always sought to climb the social ladder by allying with the Lu family, and now was the perfect opportunity to sell Li Fan out. He hurriedly stepped forward. Lu Patriarch, this waste is the one who struck your nephew. We have him surrounded, and you may deal with him as you wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Guihang's expression changed dramatically. Panic etched across his face as he rushed forward and knelt before Li Fan. Master Li, I have no association with this Qin. He must have lost his mind to speak such words. I absolutely have no connection to him. This scene left everyone present wide-eyed, especially Qin Ronggong, whose expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. The Lu family, whom the Qin family had long sought to curry favor with, was now kneeling before Li Fan, and their attitude was one of utter humility. It was unexpected that Li Fan possessed such influence. Qin Ronggong's face turned ashen at the realization that his ambitions of allying with the Lu family were now dashed. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Li Fan, do you think the Lu family's respect for you will shield you? What if the Lu family treated Li Fan with such reverence? At the end of the day, the Lu family was merely a secular family and lacked the power to protect Li Fan. When faced with the evil cultivators, what good were power and influence? Li Fan coldly snorted in response to Qin Ronggong's provocation. It may not amount to much, but even if the sect master of Zhengkuan were to arrive, he would still be forced to show me the utmost respect. Li Fan, do you think you can just say whatever you please? Kneel and apologize at once. Upon hearing Li Fan dare to mention the sect master of Zhengkuan, both Taoist Ling Xiao and Taoist Fuchuan hurriedly rebuked him. They were entirely reliant on Zhengkuan's sect for protection, and if Li Fan, a former disciple of the Spirit Snake sect, were to provoke the sect, it could taint Zhengkuan's perception of the Spirit Snake sect, leading to disastrous consequences. However, Li Fan's gaze was filled with derision. Apologize to you? You are not worthy. This statement only served to incite their anger further. You worthless scum, how dare you act so brazenly after leaving the Spirit Snake sect? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I shall extinguish you to preserve the reputation of the Spirit Snake sect. As they prepared to strike, an elderly yet ethereal voice suddenly resounded. What is going on here? Following the voice, the Spirit Snake sect's master, Taoist Zhengkuan, arrived. He hurriedly instructed Ling Xiao and Fuchuan to cease their actions. Although he harbored dissatisfaction towards Li Fan's arrogance, it was crucial to avoid conflict in front of Zhengkuan's sect. He approached Taoist Zhengkuan with utmost respect. His demeanor exceedingly humble. In the past, the two sects had been of similar standing, and there had been no hierarchy, but now, they needed to rely on Zhengkuan's sect to preserve the Spirit Snake sect. Hence they spoke with great caution. Taoist Zhengkuan, we are truly grateful for your assistance this time. Taoist Zhengkuan waved his hand with a smile. Not at all, as I mentioned earlier, you may come, but whether you can enter the sanctuary depends on whether the master agrees. Hearing this, the Spirit Snake sect's master, his eyes shining with hope, quickly inquired, "May I ask where that master is? I wonder if you could kindly introduce us." Daoist Qianquan then walked over to Li Fan, bowed respectfully, and said, "This is Master Li, who has the ability to protect our Zhengkuan sect and has previously driven away the evil cultivators." Chapter 150. Excluded from the three families. The revelation of Master Li left both the Spirit Snake sect and the Qin family members utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that Li Fan was the very master they sought to curry favor with. The members of the Spirit Snake sect were even more perplexed. Was Li Fan not merely a discarded disciple of their sect? How had he suddenly transformed into a master capable of contending with evil cultivators? Yet, since Daoist Qianquan had spoken, there could be no doubt. Ling Xiao and Fu Chuan found themselves in a difficult position, having been poised to strike Li Fan only to discover he was the protector of Zhengkuan's sect. Now, with no way to apologize without losing face, and the fear of harming the Spirit Snake sect looming over them, they were at an impasse. Meanwhile, Li Fan paid no heed to the stunned crowd and confidently stepped into the center of the plaza, addressing all the sects and families present seeking protection. The evil cultivators are bloodthirsty and ruthless, not only striking with ferocity but also possessing formidable strength. Thus, for all sects and families seeking refuge in the sanctuary, both myself and Zhengkuan's sect shall offer our protection. Upon hearing this declaration, members from various sects and families in the plaza collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts swelling with joy. Previously, there were concerns among the smaller sects and families about their inability to gain the favor of the Zhengkuan sect. Fearing rejection, many minor sects even prepared to offer their treasured relics in exchange for protection. However, they were taken aback by how effortlessly they received the safeguarding of the Zhengkuan sect, which only deepened their admiration for the young master. Li Fan, such a vast and magnanimous heart is not something ordinary individuals can possess. Just as the leader of the Spirit Snake sect was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Li Fan's voice grow cold. "However, the Wei and Qin families are to be excluded. All others may ascend the mountain to enter the sanctuary of the Zhengkuan sect." The members of the Spirit Snake sect, who had humiliated Li Nian and distorted the truth, along with the Qin and Wei families, were destined to pay for their misdeeds. The three families named by Li Fan were stricken with terror, their faces pale as death, having thought they had secured an advantage, only to realize that the very person they had deeply offended was Li Fan, the leader of the Spirit Snake sect, who had believed that despite their weakened state, their former reputation would ensure refuge, was shocked to find that Li Fan was the one capable of providing that refuge. The members of the Qin and Wei families were engulfed in despair. Wei Gongmo cast a disapproving glance at Wei Ziyue, as if to blame her for the current predicament of the Wei family. After all, she had previously claimed that Li Fan was merely someone who could not even pass basic cultivation qualifications and had insisted that he had been expelled from the mountain due to causing trouble, leading him to mistakenly believe that Li Fan was a useless waste. Moreover, it seemed that during her time at the Spirit Snake sect, Wei Ziyue had not refrained from mocking Li Fan. Otherwise, it would be logical for Li Fan to be willing to shelter the Wei family, just as he was willing to shelter so many others. After announcing this news, the families and sects granted permission began to ascend the mountain. Li Fan then returned to the place where the Qin family had previously been. "Xiao, Elder Yu, you should come up the mountain with me." Elder Yu glanced at the leader of the Spirit Snake sect, and then at Li Fan before bowing respectfully. "Then I must thank you, young friend Li Fan." Regardless of whether he left the Spirit Snake sect or not, if Li Fan was unwilling to protect them, the Spirit Snake sect would surely perish when the evil cultivator returned. It was better to follow the goodwill that Li Fan had extended to preserve at least a semblance of life. While Qin Xiao felt immense joy at being an exception to Li Fan's favor, she also understood the depth of her family's offense against him. However, they were still her family, and thus she pleaded with Li Fan, "Li Fan, could you please bring my father and the others up the mountain as well? I know my family has offended you in many ways before, but they gave me life and raised me. So I beseech you, will you not grant this request? I promise that from now on, I will ensure they never speak ill of you again." Faced with Qin Xiao's supplication, Li Fan found himself in a quandary. Though she had cared for him, the actions of the Qin family were indeed excessive. They had belittled and insulted him and even sought to exploit Qin Xiao for their own gain. Watching Qin Xiao plead desperately, Qin Rongong sighed deeply, his face ashen. He understood that the various events leading to this moment had irreparably offended Li Fan. How could Li Fan possibly allow members of the Qin family to ascend the mountain? They could only blame their arrogance for missing the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Li Fan. Realizing all of this, Qin Rongong turned to Qin Xiao. Xiao, do not trouble Master Li any further. I am fully aware of how I have treated him. He then looked at Li Fan. Master Li, in the past, my Qin family was blind to your worth, thinking you merely sought to deceive Xiao into gaining our family's wealth. We were truly short-sighted, and I sincerely apologize for the offenses we have caused. I do not expect Master Li to take me up the mountain. All of this is the consequence my Qin family must bear. I am already immensely grateful that you can look after my daughter. Xiao, I have misjudged Master Li. He is a young hero. If you truly hold feelings for him, make sure to seize the opportunity tightly. I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Rongong turned to lead the Qin family members away. Wait, I agree to let your Qin family ascend the mountain. Just as Qin Rongong was about to leave, Li Fan spoke up. He was not a heartless individual. After all, Qin Rongong was the father of Qin Xiao. Moreover, his heartfelt words and final act of humility had earned Li Fan's respect, as he demonstrated integrity and composure. Had he exploited Qin Xiao's relationship with him to keep pleading for her family to ascend, Li Fan would have never agreed. Seeing that Li Fan had changed his mind, Qin Rongong immediately knelt in gratitude. Just then, a surge of malevolent energy rushed towards the Zhengkuan sect. The evil cultivator had arrived. Mere moments earlier, the evil cultivator had charged into the square, emanating a far more formidable dark energy than before. Everyone, take cover behind me. With Li Fan's thunderous command, those who had yet to ascend hurriedly sought refuge behind him. Upon seeing Li Fan, the evil cultivator was reminded of the incident when his spiritual energy had been siphoned away, and a flicker of wariness ignited in his eyes. Glancing sideways, he spotted the unprotected members of the Spirit Snake sect. The leader of the Spirit Snake sect sensed impending doom and was about to urge everyone to flee when the evil cultivator lunged straight at them. Even at their peak strength, the Spirit Snake sect could not withstand this assault, let alone in their current weakened state. It wasn't long before the Spirit Snake sect suffered catastrophic losses. Chapter 151. A river of blood. As Li Fan witnessed the massacre of the Spirit Snake sect, he harbored no intention of intervening. He had previously contemplated avenging himself against them, and now that the evil cultivator had taken action, it served to spare him the exertion. The members of the Spirit Snake sect had targeted him since his first day in the sect, and they had repeatedly seized opportunities to attempt to eliminate him. Not to mention, in their quest to find a legitimate reason to attack him, they had even resorted to humiliating Lin Yin. Thus, he felt no inclination to show mercy. He considered this a reckoning for their past misdeeds. However, he did not merely stand aside to watch the spectacle unfold. Rather, he kept a vigilant watch on the movements of the evil cultivator, seeking to identify any weaknesses in preparation for the impending battle. Though he regarded the members of the Spirit Snake sect as the architects of their own downfall, the brutality displayed by the evil cultivator still sent a chill through Li Fan. The leader of the Spirit Snake sect, already injured, stood no chance against the now more powerful evil cultivator. Even when channeling all his spiritual energy, he could only withstand 5 strikes before the evil cultivator seized upon his vulnerability and crushed his skull with bloodied hands. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, Taoist Fuchuan and Taoist Lingxiao lost their will to fight. They pooled their remaining strength into their legs, mingling among the panicked Spirit Snake sect members in a desperate bid to escape. However, as the individuals with the highest spiritual energy among the fleeing crowd, they quickly caught the attention of the evil cultivator. Just a moment ago, Taoist Lingxiao had hoped to evade capture, but the next moment, the evil cultivator appeared before him. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy, but before he could strike, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The evil cultivator's hand had pierced through his body, and he held his still-beating heart in his grasp. With a swift motion, the evil cultivator withdrew his hand, and Taoist Lingxiao collapsed into a pool of blood. Taoist Fuchuan sensed impending doom. Just as he neared the edge of the square, the evil cultivator suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and then his upper body was sent flying in his final moments of consciousness. He saw his own body cleaved in two by the evil cultivator's hand. The evil cultivator then turned his gaze towards the fleeing disciples of the spirit snake sect. Although some disciples began to flee upon spotting him, none managed to escape the squared T that moment. The square of the Zhongkuan sect resembled a hellscape, littered with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood. Meanwhile, Wei Ziyue and her father were paralyzed with fear. Lying in a pool of blood, too terrified to move, even holding their breath until it became unbearable before they dared to inhale. They feared that even by pretending to be dead among the corpses, they would still attract attention. After the evil cultivator had slaughtered all who attempted to flee, he finally fixed his gaze upon Li Fan. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, the members of the Qin family and various other sects behind Li Fan were gripped by terror. Their faces ashen. The fear of the evil cultivator weighed heavily upon their hearts. The spirit snake sect had been annihilated. Before seeking refuge in the sanctuary, most sects and families had never even laid eyes on this evil cultivator, let alone interacted with him. They had only heard news of the Liu family being slaughtered and numerous cultivators being mercilessly killed, prompting them to seek refuge with the Zhongkuan sect. Everyone had assumed that the spirit snake sect, being a well-known and formidable sect, with its leader being the most skilled practitioner, would be able to offer some resistance, if not defeat the evil cultivator. Yet, they were shocked to discover that the once coveted spirit snake sect had been wiped out in an instant. They could hardly fathom the extent of the evil cultivator's strength, given his ruthlessness. Elder Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He was fortunate to have chosen to side with Li Fan. For otherwise, he might have met a gruesome fate as well. He was also relieved that the evil cultivator had inexplicably departed from the spirit snake sect. Had he remained, they would not have even had the chance to seek help. Even Li Fan's expression grew grave. As the malevolent cultivator unleashed his attack, he likely sensed the extent of his own power. During their previous encounter in the forest, this nefarious figure had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Yet, in the mere span of a few days, and despite having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy through his chaos axe, he had somehow ascended to the second or third layer of the foundation establishment stage. This individual's cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. The malevolent cultivator cast a glance at the crowd behind Li Fan and let out a hearty laugh. I had planned to hunt you down one by one, but to my surprise, you've all gathered here together. This makes things quite convenient for me. If only all prey were as compliant as you. The chilling laughter made the onlookers weak in the knees, their hearts filled with trepidation over whether Li Fan could truly protect them. The malevolent cultivator then turned his cold gaze upon Li Fan. I present you with two choices. Either join me and together we shall eliminate them, or step aside and refrain from interfering with my plans. Otherwise, even if you possess some dark arts, I will not hesitate to slay you. You appear quite young, and your cultivation must have been hard-earned. If you wish to continue your training, I suggest you obediently step aside. Doing so may spare your life. Unmoved by the malevolent cultivator's threats, Li Fan retorted, someone like you has no right to accuse me of employing dark arts. With that, he summoned the chaos axe to his hand and leaped forward to engage in battle with the malevolent cultivator. Initially, the crowd watched as Li Fan and the malevolent cultivator exchanged blows, a flicker of hope igniting within them. It was evident that Li Fan was far more formidable than the leader of the spirit snake sect. However, as time passed, they began to sense something amiss. The malevolent cultivator maintained a smug, relaxed demeanor, while Li Fan's expression grew increasingly strained. Though he persisted, it was clear that his endurance was waning. Li Fan repeatedly swung his axe, barely managing to fend off the malevolent cultivator's relentless assaults. Perhaps having learned from their previous encounter, the malevolent cultivator kept his distance, utilizing his spiritual energy to launch remote attacks. The concentrated barrage left Li Fan unable to absorb the malevolent cultivator's energy with his heavenly spirit axe technique. Li Fan's expression grew more somber. If things continued this way, he would not last much longer. Relying solely on brute strength without draining the malevolent cultivator's energy, even with the assistance of Qian Kuan Dao Ran and the others, they would ultimately prove no match for him. The disparity in their respective strengths was simply too great. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan resolved to take a chance. Chapter 152. Slaying the malevolent cultivator. Through his recent encounters with the malevolent cultivator and observations from the massacre of the spirit snake sect, Li Fan discerned some of the latter's weaknesses. Primarily, he needed to close the distance. Only then could he effectively utilize the Heavenly Spirit Axe technique. However, during their last encounter, the element of surprise had worked in his favor. And now, having learned from past mistakes, approaching the malevolent cultivator was far more challenging. Furthermore, judging by the nature of his attacks, it seemed that the malevolent cultivator's dark arts were heavily oriented towards offense and slaughter. In contrast, his defensive capabilities appeared lacking, but due to his overwhelming strength, he had little need for defense, creating an illusion of invulnerability. This meant that if someone could temporarily distract the malevolent cultivator, Li Fan might have an opportunity to breach his defenses and employ the Heavenly Spirit Axe technique. Formulating a feasible plan, Li Fan called out to the crowd behind him, "Qian Kuren Daoran, lend me your aid." Without hesitation, Qian Kuren Daoran waved his Taoist robe and declared, "For our own sake and for the sake of all living beings, do not be afraid. Those at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and above, follow me to support Master Li." With that, Qian Kuren Daoran led the charge out of the crowd in his wake. The leaders of various smaller sects and disciples who had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement followed suit. Rushing towards the malevolent cultivator, Li Fan, wielding the Chaos Axe, positioned himself at the center, feigning an aggressive stance against the malevolent cultivator. Qian Kuren Daoran, being the only one present with strength comparable to Li Fan's, along with another leader from a smaller sect at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, attacked the malevolent cultivator from either side. However, as the three surged towards the malevolent cultivator, Li Fan intentionally kept a slight distance from the other two. Fearing his intentions might be uncovered, he refrained from communication. Qian Kuren Daoran and the other leader, along with their disciples, were momentarily taken aback. Did Li Fan intend for them to serve as cannon fodder? Nevertheless, having already charged forward, there was no retreat. Channeling all their spiritual energy, they launched their assault against the malevolent cultivator. Point one was at the peak of Foundation establishment, the other at the 5th layer. Based on Li Fan's estimation, as long as the malevolent cultivator did not conceal any hidden tricks, they should at least be able to withstand one of his strikes. The malevolent cultivator, initially intending to deal with Li Fan first, was caught off guard as Qian Kuren Daoran and the other leader charged ahead, forcing him to respond to them first. "Qian Kuren Daoran, hold off this strike, I beg you." Just as the malevolent cultivator unleashed his attack, Li Fan suddenly accelerated, charging directly at him. Understood. Although unsure of Li Fan's intentions, Qian Kuren Daoran, who had unwavering faith in him, maximized his spiritual energy. The malevolent cultivator sensed something was amiss and hastily struck with all his might, sending the leader of the smaller sect flying, while Qian Kuren Daoran barely managed to hold his ground. The malevolent cultivator was left with no choice but to confront Li Fan with one free hand. However, just as the two were about to engage, Li Fan unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his feet, leaping into the air. Following that, he executed a backflip over the malevolent cultivator's head, utilizing the inertia to channel all his spiritual energy into a single, powerful strike aimed at the malevolent cultivator's back. The malevolent cultivator attempted to gather his energy for defense, but the force of Li Fan's tremendous blow shattered his gathering power. The malevolent cultivator felt a sharp pain in his back and involuntarily spat blood onto Qian Kuren Daoran's face. Realizing he had been struck, he cursed under his breath. "Qian Kuren Daoran, move aside." Fearing that Qian Kuren Daoran's energy would also be absorbed, Li Fan shouted desperately. Although he believed it would be better for Qian Kuren Daoran to continue restraining the malevolent cultivator. After a glance at Li Fan, he quickly dodged. The moment Qian Kuren Daoran moved, Li Fan activated the Heavenly Spirit Axe technique in his heart. The internal space of the Chaos Axe transformed into a black hole, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and that of the malevolent cultivator beneath the axe. The malevolent cultivator attempted to flee, but Li Fan's strike pinned him to the ground. He tried to forcefully expel Li Fan, but with his energy continuously siphoned away, he could not gather enough to resist effectively. Reduced to begging for mercy on the ground, he cried out, "No, that's my spiritual energy. Spare my life, and I will teach you my techniques in full. Your cultivation speed will soar. If you desire, you could break through a layer or two in just a few days, and before long, you could become as powerful as I am, or even surpass me. At that point, you would be invincible. Just let me go, please." Li Fan paid no heed to the malevolent cultivator's pleas and continued to focus on channeling the Heavenly Spirit Axe technique. The onlookers behind him were tense, uncertain if this move would truly eliminate the malevolent cultivator. After approximately 3 minutes, the malevolent cultivator fell silent, his skin gradually tightening. Yet, Li Fan did not cease his efforts until the malevolent cultivator had been reduced to a mere husk. Devoid of any chance of survival, and no longer able to produce even a trace of spiritual energy. Only then did he stop the heavenly spirit axe technique, withdrawing the chaos axe from the malevolent cultivator's body. Letting out a long sigh of relief. This bloodthirsty fiend had finally been dealt with. Otherwise, countless innocent lives would have been at risk, and who knew when he might turn his gaze upon Li Fan's own family. Wonderful. The malevolent cultivator is dead. We are safe. With one person's exuberant shout, the crowd erupted into cheers. Damn it! No more living in fear. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Who hasn't? Not a single member of our family dared to step outside before coming here. That malevolent cultivator was truly terrifying. Thank goodness he is dead. Li Fan stowed away the chaos axe. Although the battle had been witnessed by all present, he wished to keep the axe's ability to absorb spiritual energy a secret. If those with ulterior motives were to find out, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Just as he was putting away the axe, a fragment of consciousness suddenly escaped from the lifeless husk, darting away when Li Fan was unprepared. Realizing what had transpired, Li Fan's expression turned grave. That consciousness was surely a final gambit from the malevolent cultivator. Though it would likely take time to recover, if he were to reconstruct his body and continue cultivating dark arts, the future would still be fraught with peril. As he pondered how to remedy the situation, he suddenly felt someone embrace him tightly. It was Qin Xiao, burying her head in his chest. I'm just glad you're safe. Turning to face the crowd, leaders from various sects and families approached him, their gazes filled with reverence as if they regarded him as a deity. Chapter 153. A breakthrough again. Master Li is truly a youthful hero. If it weren't for Master Li, we would have surely perished at the hands of that malevolent cultivator. This is a small token of appreciation from our Panyin sect. I hope Master Li will accept it. Master Li, my Chu family has nothing of value to offer, but we hope you will accept this black card as a gesture of goodwill. Various sects and prominent families rushed forward, eager to ingratiate themselves with Li Fan. Even if they did not dare to dream of becoming friends with him, they wished to leave a favorable impression in his mind. At the very least, one could ensure that Li Fan would not direct his axe towards them in the future. Otherwise, given Li Fan's formidable strength, they would stand no chance of resistance. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ronggong and the fortunate Wei Ziyue, who had narrowly escaped death, were filled with profound regret. They had once held the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with Li Fan before the might of these familial powers, yet their own short-sightedness had led them to squander such a favorable hand, leaving them bereft of any chance to curry favor now. Particularly for the father-daughter duo of Wei Ziyue, they had previously regarded Li Fan as inconsequential, believing that their reliance on the Grand Tree of Ling Shi sect would shield them from worries. Who could have anticipated that within less than a day, the once mighty Ling Shi sect would be utterly obliterated? Wei Gongmo sighed deeply. It seems my Wei family is destined for decline. Although they could still seek the protection of the grand sects by spending money to ingratiate themselves. The only grand sects that could be counted on here were Zhangkuan sect and Ling Shi sect, with the latter now gone and Li Fan residing within Zhangkuan sect, which had previously singled out the Wei family. It was likely that other smaller sects vying to ally with Zhangkuan sect would hesitate to support the Wei family. After the various families and sects had fawned over Li Fan, they did not disperse but instead pooled their resources to assist Zhangkuan sect in hosting a grand banquet. As the sun set, a lavish feast, fit to be described as a cornucopia of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, was laid out within Zhangkuan sect. Naturally, Li Fan was pushed into the honored seat, and before he could take his place, the leaders of various sects and families approached him, bearing gifts. Master Li, this is a body-refining pill that our sect acquired at a high price during an auction some years ago. A hero deserves a treasured blade. Please accept it. Is that truly a treasure? With Master Li's current prowess, would he still require your body-refining pill? Master Li, I have heard that you enjoy cultivating your own vegetables and raising chickens and ducks. Here are 4 pairs of chickens, which our sect has raised solely on herbal essence. They are not only exceptionally delicious, but also greatly beneficial to one's health. I believe they will thrive under your care. Master Li, This is a high-end hotel owned by the Wang family in Linshan City, equipped with all necessary amenities. The relevant paperwork is ready. It only requires your signature. Before long, Li Fan found himself surrounded by an abundance of gifts. Though he had no desire for them, the eager faces of the givers suggested they feared he would decline, leading most to leave their offerings on the table before departing. Xiao, why don't you go sit beside Li Fan? Qin Ronggong suggested to Qin Xiao. Surprised by his sudden change in demeanor, Qin Xiao replied, "Why should I go over? Can't you see he's busy dealing with all these people? You don't understand. Haven't you noticed that many young ladies from various sects and families are present? If you genuinely like Master Li, you must take the initiative. Otherwise, with his desirability, he might be swept away by someone else at any moment." After saying this, Qin Ronggong gently nudged Qin Xiao, propelling her towards Li Fan's side. Caught off guard, Qin Xiao could only awkwardly ask Li Fan, "May I sit beside you?" Li Fan naturally would not refuse and shifted slightly to make room for her. Observing this interaction, the prominent figures exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the captivating pairing of beauty and hero, talent and appearance, seemingly crafted by fate. They also marveled at how fortunate Qin Ronggong was to have such a daughter. Should these two truly become a couple, the Qin family would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a top-tier family. Once all the gifts from the various factions had been presented, the banquet commenced. However, Li Fan was not particularly fond of such chaotic gatherings. So after satisfying his hunger, he excused himself under the pretense of needing to regulate his internal energy. Upon arriving at the independent courtyard prepared for him by Zhang Kuan's sect, Li Fan summoned the Chaos Axe. Delving into the internal space of the Chaos Axe with his consciousness, he found that all the spiritual energy from the evil cultivator had been fully absorbed by the axe. Although this spiritual power was immensely vast, it could not simply be absorbed as is, as it might lead to a deviation in his cultivation. However, discarding such abundant spiritual energy would indeed be a waste. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan firmly grasped the handle and began to channel the heavenly spirit axe technique. As he did so, the malevolent energy within the Chaos Axe's internal space began to churn violently. After a while, the vile aura transformed into pure spiritual energy. Li Fan could not help but feel a surge of joy. His hypothesis had indeed proven valid. However, due to possible consumption or other reasons, the amount of pure spiritual energy produced was not as plentiful as the original malevolent energy. Nonetheless, Li Fan paid it no mind, for that malevolent energy held no value for him. Hastily, he absorbed the transformed pure spiritual energy into his body. After assimilating all the pure spiritual energy, Li Fan's cultivation level broke through the bottleneck of the 7th layer of qi refining, reaching the 8th layer. Feeling the surge of power, Li Fan's heart brimmed with delight. He then took out an ancient book from his robe, one he had discovered on the evil cultivator. The bloodthirsty technique, the nefarious art practiced by that wicked practitioner. According to the text, this technique was incredibly sinister. Designed to absorb the life essence of living beings to enhance one's own cultivation. Such malevolent arts could also yield rapid advancements in power, appearing quite alluring. The fact that the evil cultivator had ascended a level in mere days was evidence enough of its efficiency, which could be said to be at least tenfold compared to conventional methods. However, Li Fan had no intention of practicing such a thing. He could never bring himself to commit atrocities that disregard human life. Moreover, it was evident that practicing this wicked art would come with repercussions, much like the evil cultivator, who appeared neither human nor ghost. Yet, an idea struck Li Fan. Since the technique contained detailed cultivation steps, could he perhaps modify it to allow for the absorption of others' spiritual energy without succumbing to malevolent transformation through slaughter?